Catelyn. "My lady, you ought to cover your head," Sir Roderick told her as their horses plodded north. "You will take a chill." "It is only water, Sir Roderick," Catelyn replied. Her hair hung wet and heavy, a loose strand stuck to her forehead, and she could imagine how ragged and wild she must look. But for once she did not care. The southern rain was soft and warm. Catelyn liked the feel of it on her face, gentle as a mother's kisses. It took her back to her childhood, to long grey days at River Run. She remembered the godswood, drooping branches heavy with moisture, and the sound of her brother's laughter as he chased her through piles of damp leaves. She remembered making mud pies with Lisa, the weight of them, the mud slick and brown between her fingers. They had served them to Littlefinger, giggling, and he'd eaten so much mud he was sick for a week. How young they all had been. Catelyn had almost forgotten. In the north the rain fell cold and hard, and sometimes at night it turned to ice. It was as likely to kill a crop as nurture it, and it sent grown men running for the nearest shelter. That was no rain for little girls to play in. "I am soaked through," Sir Roderick complained. "Even my bones are wet." The woods pressed close around them, and the steady pattering of rain on leaves was accompanied by the small sucking sounds their horses made as their hooves pulled free of the mud. "We will want a fire tonight, my lady, and a hot meal would serve us both." "There is an inn at the crossroads up ahead," Catelyn told him. She had slept many a night there in her youth, travelling with her father. Lord Hoster Tully had been a restless man in his prime, always riding somewhere. She still remembered the innkeep, a fat woman named Masha Heddle, who chewed sour leaf night and day and seemed to have an endless supply of smiles and sweet cakes for the children. The sweet cakes had been soaked with honey, rich and heavy on the tongue, but how Catelyn had dreaded those smiles! The sour leaf had stained Masha's teeth a dark red, and made her smile a bloody horror. "An inn," Sir Roderick repeated wistfully. "If only— But we dare not risk it. If we wish to remain unknown, I think it best we seek out some small holdfast." He broke off as they heard sounds up the road, splashing water, the clink of mail, a horse's whinny. "Riders," he warned, his hand dropping to the hilt of his sword. Even on the King's Road it never hurt to be wary. They followed the sounds around a lazy bend of the road and saw them, a column of armed men noisily fording a swollen stream. Catelyn reined up to let them pass. The banner in the hand of the foremost rider hung sodden and limp, but the guardsmen wore indigo cloaks, and on their shoulders flew the silver eagle of Seagard. "Malisters," Sir Roderick whispered to her, as if she had not known. "My lady, best pull up your hood." Catelyn made no move. Lord Jason Mallister himself rode with them, surrounded by his knights, his son Patrick by his side, and their squires close behind. They were riding for King's Landing and the Hand's Tourney, she knew. For the past week the travellers had been thick as flies upon the King's Road, knights and free-riders, singers with their harps and drums, heavy wagons laden with hops or corn or casks of honey, traders and craftsmen and whores, and all of them moving south. She studied Lord Jason boldly. The last time she had seen him he had been jesting with her uncle at her wedding feast. The Mallisters stood bannermen to the Tullys, and his gifts had been lavish. His brown hair was salted with white now, his face chiselled gaunt by time, yet the years had not touched his pride. He rode like a man who feared nothing. Catelyn envied him that. She had come to fear so much. As the riders passed, Lord Jason nodded a curt greeting, but it was only a high lord's courtesy to strangers chance met on the road. There was no recognition in those fierce eyes, and his son did not even waste a look. "He did not know you," Sir Roderick said after, wondering. He saw a pair of mud-spattered travellers by the side of the road, wet and tired. It would never occur to him to suspect that one of them was the daughter of his liege lord. "I think we shall be safe enough at the inn, Sir Roderick." It was near dark when they reached it, at the crossroads north of the great confluence of the Trident. Masha Heddle was fatter and greyer than Catelyn remembered, still chewing her sour leaf, but she gave them only the most cursory of looks, with nary a hint of her ghastly red smile. "2 rooms at the top of the stair, that's all there is," she said, chewing all the while. "They're under the bell tower. You won't be missing meals, though there's some thinks it too noisy. Can't be helped. We're full up, or near as makes no matter. It's those rooms or the road." It was those rooms, low, dusty garrets at the top of a cramped, narrow staircase. "Leave your boots down here," Masha told them after she'd taken their coin. "The boy will clean them. I won't have you tracking mud up my stairs. Mind the bell. Those who come late to meals don't eat." There were no smiles, and no mention of sweet cakes. When the supper bell rang, the sound was deafening. Catelyn had changed into dry clothes. She sat by the window, watching rain run down the pane. The glass was milky and full of bubbles, and a wet dusk was falling outside. Catelyn could just make out the muddy crossing where the two great roads met. The crossroads gave her pause. If they turned west from here, it was an easy ride down to River Run. Her father had always given her wise counsel when she needed it most, and she yearned to talk to him, to warn him of the gathering storm. If Winterfell needed to brace for war, how much more so River Run, so much closer to King's Landing, with the power of Casterly Rock looming to the west like a shadow? If only her father had been stronger, she might have chanced it. But Hoster Tully had been bedridden these past 2 years, and Catelyn was loath to tax him now. The eastern road was wilder and more dangerous, climbing through rocky foothills and thick forests into the mountains of the moon, past high passes and deep chasms, to the Vale of Arryn and the stony fingers beyond. Above the vale the Eyrie stood high and impregnable, its towers reaching for the sky. There she would find her sister, and perhaps some of the answers Ned sought. Surely Lisa knew more than she had dared to put in her letter. She might have the very proof that Ned needed to bring the Lannisters to ruin, and if it came to war, they would need the Arryns and the eastern lords who owed them service. Yet the mountain road was perilous. Shadow cats prowled those passes, rock slides were common, and the mountain clans were lawless brigands, descending from the heights to rob and kill, and melting away like snow whenever the knights rode out from the vale in search of them. Even John Arryn, as great a lord as any the Eyrie had ever known, had always travelled in strength when he crossed the mountains. Catelyn's only strength was one elderly knight, armoured in loyalty. No, she thought, River Run and the Eyrie would have to wait. Her path ran north to Winterfell, where her sons and her duty were waiting for her. As soon as they were safely past the neck, she could declare herself to one of Ned's bannermen, and send riders racing ahead with orders to mount a watch on the King's Road. The rain obscured the fields beyond the crossroads, but Catelyn saw the land clear enough in her memory. The market-place was just across the way, and the village a mile farther on, 100 white cottages surrounding a small stone sept. There would be more now. The summer had been long and peaceful. North of here the King's Road ran along the green fork of the Trident, through fertile valleys and green woodlands, past thriving towns and stout holdfasts and the castles of the river lords. Catelyn knew them all, the Blackwoods and the Brackens, ever enemies, whose quarrels her father was obliged to settle. Lady Hwent, last of her line, who dwelt with her ghosts in the cavernous vaults of Harrenhal. Irascible Lord Frey, who had outlived 7 wives and filled his twin castles with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and bastards and grand-bastards as well. All of them were bannermen to the Tullys, their swords sworn to the service of River Run. Catelyn wondered if that would be enough if it came to war. Her father was the staunchest man who'd ever lived, and she had no doubt that he would call his banners. But would the banners come? The Darrys and Rygers and the Moutons had sworn oaths to River Run as well, yet they had fought with Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident, while Lord Frey had arrived with his levies well after the battle was over, leaving some doubt as to which army he had planned to join. Theirs, he had assured the victors solemnly in the aftermath, but ever after her father had called him the late Lord Frey. It must not come to war, Catelyn thought fervently. They must not let it. Sir Roderick came for her just as the bell ceased its clangor. "We had best make haste if we hope to eat tonight, my lady." "It might be safer if we were not knight and lady until we passed the neck," she told him. "Common travellers attract less notice. A father and daughter taken to the road on some family business, say?" "As you say, my lady," Sir Roderick agreed. It was only when she laughed that he realized what he'd done. "The old courtesies die hard, my daughter." He tried to tug on his missing whiskers and sighed with exasperation. Catelyn took his arm. "Come, father," she said. "You'll find that Masha Heddle sets a good table, I think, but try not to praise her. You truly don't want to see her smile." The common room was long and draughty, with a row of huge wooden kegs at one end and a fireplace at the other. A serving boy ran back and forth with skewers of meat, while Masha drew beer from the kegs, chewing her sour leaf all the while. The benches were crowded, townsfolk and farmers mingling freely with all manner of travellers. The crossroads made for odd companions. Dyers, with black and purple hands, shared a bench with rivermen reeking of fish. An ironsmith, thick with muscle, squeezed in beside a wizened old septon. Hard-bitten sellswords and soft, plump merchants swapped news like boon companions. The company included more swords than Catelyn would have liked. 3 by the fire wore the red stallion badge of the Brackens, and there was a large party in blue steel ringmail and capes of a silvery grey. On their shoulder was another familiar sigil, the twin towers of House Frey. She studied their faces, but they were all too young to have known her. The senior among them would have been no older than Bran when she went north. Sir Roderick found them an empty place on the bench near the kitchen. Across the table a handsome youth was fingering a wood harp. "7 blessings to you, good folk," he said as they sat. An empty wine-cup stood on the table before him. "And to you, singer," Catelyn returned. Sir Roderick called for bread and meat and beer in a tone that meant now. The singer, a youth of some 18 years, eyed them boldly and asked where they were going, and from whence they had come, and what news they had, letting the questions fly as thick as arrows and never pausing for an answer. "We left King's Landing a fortnight ago," Catelyn replied, answering the safest of his questions. "That's where I'm bound," the youth said. As she had suspected, he was more interested in telling his own story than in hearing theirs. Singers loved nothing half so well as the sound of their own voices. "The hand's tourney means rich lords with fat purses. The last time I came away with more silver than I could carry. Or would have if I hadn't lost it all betting on the Kingslayer to win the day." "The gods frown on the gambler," Sir Roderick said sternly. He was of the north, and shared the stark views on tournaments. "They frowned on me, for certain," the singer said. "Your cruel gods and the Knight of Flowers altogether did me in." "No doubt that was a lesson for you," Sir Roderick said. "It was. This time my coin will champion Sir Loras." Sir Roderick tried to tug at whiskers that were not there, but before he could frame a rebuke, the serving boy came scurrying up. He laid trenchers of bread before them, and filled them with chunks of browned meat off a skewer, dripping with hot juice. Another skewer held tiny onions, fire-peppers, and fat mushrooms. Sir Roderick sat too lustily as the lad ran back to fetch them beer. "My name is Marillion," the singer said, plucking a string on his wood harp. "Doubtless you've heard me play somewhere?" His manner made Catelyn smile. Few wandering singers ever ventured as far north as Winterfell, but she knew his like from her girlhood in Riverrun. "I fear not," she told him. He drew a plaintive chord from the wood harp. "That is your loss," he said. "Who was the finest singer you've ever heard?" "Arya of Bravos," Sir Roderick answered at once. "Oh, I'm much better than that old stick," Marillion said. "If you have the silver for a song, I'll gladly show you." "I might have a copper or two, but I'd sooner toss it down a well than pay for your howling," Sir Roderick groused. His opinion of singers was well known. Music was a lovely thing for girls, but he could not comprehend why any healthy boy would fill his hand with a harp when he might have had a sword. "Your grandfather has a sour nature," Marillion said to Catelyn. "I meant to do you honour and homage to your beauty. In truth, I was made to sing for kings and high lords." "Oh, I can see that," Catelyn said. "Lord Tully is fond of song, I hear. No doubt you've been to Riverrun." "100 times," the singer said airily. "They keep a chamber for me, and the young lord is like a brother." Catelyn smiled, wondering what Edmure would think of that. Another singer had once betted a girl her brother fancied. He had hated the breed ever since. "And Winterfell?" she asked him. "Have you travelled north?" "Why would I?" Marillion asked. "It's all blizzards and bearskins up there, and the Starks know no music but the howling of wolves." Distantly she was aware of the door banging open at the far end of the room. "Innkeep," a servant's voice called out behind her. "We have horses that want stabling, and my Lord of Lannister requires a room and a hot bath." "Oh, gods," Sir Roderick said before Catelyn reached out to silence him, her fingers tightening hard around his forearm. Masha Heddle was bowing and smiling her hideous red smile.
I'm sorry, my lord. Truly, we're full up every room.
There were 4 of them, Catelyn saw. An old man in the black of the night's watch, 2 servants, and him, standing there small and bold as life. "My men will sleep in your stable, and as for myself, well, I do not require a large room, as you can plainly see." He flashed a mocking grin. "So long as the fire's warm and the straw reasonably free of fleas, I am a happy man."
Masha Heddle was beside herself. "My lord, there's nothing. It's the tourney. There's no help for it.
Tyrion Lannister pulled a coin from his purse and flicked it up over his head, caught it, tossed it again. Even across the room where Catelyn sat, the wink of gold was unmistakable. A free rider in a faded blue cloak lurched to his feet. "You're welcome to my room, my lord." "Now there's a clever man," Lannister said as he sent the coin spinning across the room. The free rider snatched it from the air. "And a nimble one to boot." The dwarf turned back to Masha Heddle. "You will be able to manage food, I trust?" "Anything you like, my lord, anything at all," the innkeep promised. And may he choke on it, Catelyn thought. But it was Bran she saw choking, drowning on his own blood. Lannister glanced at the nearest tables. "My men will have whatever you're serving these people. Double portions. We've had a long, hard ride. I'll take roast fowl, chicken, duck, pigeon, it makes no matter. And send up a flagon of your best wine. Yoren, will you sup with me?" "Aye, my lord, I will," the Black Brother replied. The dwarf had not so much as glanced toward the far end of the room, and Catelyn was thinking how grateful she was for the crowded benches between them, when suddenly Marillion bounded to his feet. "My Lord of Lannister," he called out, "I would be pleased to entertain you while you eat. Let me sing you the lay of your father's great victory at King's Landing." "Nothing would be more likely to ruin my supper," the dwarf said dryly. His mismatched eyes considered the singer briefly, started to move away, and found Catelyn. He looked at her for a moment, puzzled. She turned her face away, but too late. The dwarf was smiling. "Lady Stark, what an unexpected pleasure," he said. "I was sorry to miss you at Winterfell." Marillion gaped at her, confusion giving way to chagrin as Catelyn rose slowly to her feet. She heard Sir Roderick curse. If only the man had lingered at the wall, she thought. If only— "Lady Stark?" Masha Heddle said thickly. "I was still Catelyn Tully the last time I bedded here," she told the innkeep. She could hear the muttering, feel the eyes upon her. Catelyn glanced around the room, at the faces of the knights and sworn swords, and took a deep breath to slow the frantic beating of her heart. Did she dare take the risk? There was no time to think it through, only the moment and the sound of her own voice ringing in her ears. "You in the corner," she said to an older man she had not noticed until now. "Is that the black bat of Harrenhal I see embroidered on your surcoat, sir?" The man got to his feet. "It is, my lady." "And is Lady Whent a true and honest friend to my father, Lord Hoster Tully of River Run?" "She is," the man replied stoutly. Sir Roderick rose quietly and loosened his sword in its scabbard. The dwarf was blinking at them, blank-faced, with puzzlement in his mismatched eyes. "The Red Stallion was ever a welcome sight in River Run," she said to the trio by the fire. "My father counts Jonas Bracken among his oldest and most loyal bannermen." The 3 men-at-arms exchanged uncertain looks. "Our lord is honored by his trust," one of them said hesitantly. "I envy your father all these fine friends," Lannister quipped. "But I do not quite see the purpose of this, Lady Stark." She ignored him, turning to the large party in blue and grey. They were the heart of the matter. There were more than 20 of them. "I know your sigil as well, the Twin Towers of Frey. How fares your good lord, sirs?" Their captain rose. "Lord Walder is well, my lady. He plans to take a new wife on his 90th name-day, and has asked your lord father to honour the wedding with his presence." Tyrion Lannister sniggered. That was when Catelyn knew he was hers. "This man came a guest into my house, and there conspired to murder my son, a boy of 7, she proclaimed to the room at large.
Pointing, Sir Roderick moved to her side, his sword in hand. "In the name of King Robert and the good lords you serve, I call upon you to seize him and help me return him to Winterfell to await the king's justice." She did not know what was more satisfying, the sound of a dozen swords drawn as one, or the look on Tyrion Lannister's face. Sansa. Sansa rode to the hand's tourney with Septa Mordane and Jane Poole, in a litter with curtains of yellow silk so fine she could see right through them. They turned the whole world gold. Beyond the city walls 100 pavilions had been raised beside the river, and the common folk came out in the thousands to watch the games. The splendor of it all took Sansa's breath away. The shining armor, the great chargers caparisoned in silver and gold, and the shouts of the crowd, the banners snapping in the wind, and the knights themselves. The knights most of all. "It is better than the songs," she whispered when they found the places that her father had promised her, among the high lords and ladies. Sansa was dressed beautifully that day, in a green gown that brought out the auburn of her hair, and she knew they were looking at her and smiling. They watched the heroes of 100 songs ride forth, each more fabulous than the last. The 7 knights of the King's Guard took the field, all but Jaime Lannister, in scaled armor the colour of milk, their cloaks as white as fresh-fallen snow. Sir Jaime wore the white cloak as well, but beneath it he was shining gold from head to foot, with a lion's head helm and a golden sword. Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, thundered past them like an avalanche. Sansa remembered Lord Yohn Royce, who had guested at Winterfell 2 years before. "His armor is bronze, thousands and thousands of years old, engraved with magic runes that ward him against harm," she whispered to Jane. Septa Mordane pointed out Lord Jason Mallister, in indigo chased with silver, the wings of an eagle on his helm. He had cut down 3 of Rhaegar's bannermen on the trident. The girls giggled over the warrior priest Thoros of Myr, with his flapping red robes and shaven head, until the Septa told them that he had once scaled the walls of Pike with a flaming sword in hand. Other riders Sansa did not know, hedge knights from the Fingers and Highgarden and the Mountains of Dorne, unsung free riders and new-made squires, the younger sons of high lords and the heirs of lesser houses. Younger men, most had done no great deeds as yet, but Sansa and Jane agreed that one day the 7 kingdoms would resound to the sound of their names. Sir Balon Swan, Lord Bryce Caron of the Marches, Bronze Yon's heir, Sir Andar Royce, and his younger brother Sir Robar, their silvered steel plate filigreed in bronze with the same ancient runes that warded their father. The twins Sir Horas and Sir Hobber, whose shields displayed the great cluster sigil of the Redwynes, burgundy on blue. Patrick Mallister, Lord Jason's son. 6 Freys of the Crossing, Sir Jared, Sir Hostine, Sir Danwell, Sir Aemon, Sir Theo, Sir Perwyn, sons and grandsons of old Lord Walder Frey and his bastard son Martin Rivers as well. Jane Poole confessed herself frightened by the look of Jalabhar Sho, an exile prince from the Summer Isles who wore a cape of green and scarlet feathers over skin as dark as night. But when she saw young Lord Beric Dondarrion, with his hair like red gold and his black shield slashed by lightning, she pronounced herself willing to marry him on the instant. The Hound entered the lists as well, and so too the king's brother, handsome Lord Renly of Storm's End. Jory, Alyn, and Harwyn rode for Winterfell in the north. "Jory looks a beggar among these others," Septa Mordane sniffed when he appeared. Sansa could only agree. Jory's armor was blue-grey plate without a visor ornament, and a thin grey cloak hung from his shoulders like a soiled rag. Yet he acquitted himself well, unhorsing Horace Redwyne in his first joust, and one of the Freys in his second. In his third match he rode 3 passes at a free rider named Lothar Brune, whose armor was as drab as his own. Neither man lost his seat, but Brune's lance was steadier and his blows better placed, and the king gave him the victory. Alyn and Harwyn fared less well. Harwyn was unhorsed in his first tilt by Sir Meryn of the Kingsguard, while Alyn fell to Sir Balon Swan. The jousting went all day and into the dusk, the hoofs of the great war-horses pounding down the lists until the field was a ragged wasteland of torn earth. A dozen times Jane and Sansa cried out in unison as riders crashed together, lances exploding into splinters while the commons screamed for their favourites. Jane covered her eyes whenever a man fell, like a frightened little girl, but Sansa was made of sterner stuff. A great lady knew how to behave at tournaments. Even Septa Mordane noted her composure, and nodded in approval. The Kingslayer rode brilliantly. He overthrew Sir Andar Royce and the marcher Lord Bryce Caron as easily as if he were riding at rings, and then took a hard-fought match from white-haired Barristan Selmy, who had won his first 2 tilts against men 30 and 40 years his junior. Sandor Clegane and his immense brother, Sir Gregor the Mountain, seemed unstoppable as well, riding down one foe after the next in ferocious style. The most terrifying moment of the day came during Sir Gregor's second joust, when his lance rode up and struck a young knight from the vale under the gorget with such force that it drove through his throat, killing him instantly. The youth fell not 10 feet from where Sansa was seated. The point of Sir Gregor's lance had snapped off in his neck, and his life's blood flowed out in slow pulses, each weaker than the one before. His armor was shiny new. A bright streak of fire ran down his outstretched arm as the steel caught the light. Then the sun went behind a cloud, and it was gone. His cloak was blue, the color of the sky on a clear summer's day, trimmed with a border of crescent moons, but as his blood seeped into it, the cloth darkened, and the moons turned red, one by one. Jane Poole wept so hysterically that Septa Mordane finally took her off to regain her composure. But Sansa sat with her hands folded in her lap, watching with a strange fascination. She had never seen a man die before. She ought to be crying too, she thought, but the tears would not come. Perhaps she had used up all her tears for Lady and Bran. It would be different if it had been Jory or Sir Roderick or father, she told herself. The young knight in the blue cloak was nothing to her, some stranger from the Vale of Arryn, whose name she had forgotten as soon as she heard it. And now the world would forget his name too, Sansa realized. There would be no songs sung for him. That was sad. After they carried off the body, a boy with a spade ran onto the field and shoveled dirt over the spot where he had fallen, to cover up the blood. Then the jousts resumed. Sir Balon Swan also fell to Gregor, and Lord Renly to the Hound. Renly was unhorsed so violently that he seemed to fly backward off his charger, legs in the air. His head hit the ground with an audible crack that made the crowd gasp, but it was just the golden antler on his helm. One of the tines had snapped off beneath him. When Lord Renly climbed to his feet, the commons cheered wildly, for King Robert's handsome young brother was a great favourite. He handed the broken tine to his conqueror with a gracious bow. The Hound snorted and tossed the broken antler into the crowd, where the commons began to punch and claw over the little bit of gold, until Lord Renly walked out among them and restored the peace. By then Septa Mordane had returned, alone. Jane had been feeling ill, she explained. She had helped her back to the castle. Sansa had almost forgotten about Jane. Later, a hedge knight in a checkered cloak disgraced himself by killing Beric Dondarrion's horse, and was declared forfeit. Lord Beric shifted his saddle to a new mount, only to be knocked right off it by Thoros of Myr. Sir Aron Santagar and Lothar Brune tilted thrice without result. Sir Aron fell afterward to Lord Jason Mallister, and Brune to Jon Royce's younger son Robar. In the end it came down to 4. The Hound and his monstrous brother Gregor, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, and Sir Loras Tyrell, the youth they called the Knight of Flowers. Sir Loras was the youngest son of Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. At 16 he was the youngest rider on the field, yet he had unhorsed 3 knights of the Kingsguard that morning in his first 3 jousts. Sansa had never seen anyone so beautiful. His plate was intricately fashioned and enamelled as a bouquet of 1,000 different flowers, and his snow-white stallion was draped in a blanket of red and white roses. After each victory, Sir Loras would remove his helm and ride slowly round the fence, and finally pluck a single white rose from the blanket and toss it to some fair maiden in the crowd. His last match of the day was against the younger Royce. Sir Robar's ancestral runes proved small protection as Sir Loras split his shield and drove him from his saddle to crash with an awful clangor in the dirt. Robar lay moaning as the victor made his circuit of the field. Finally they called for a litter and carried him off to his tent, dazed and unmoving. Sansa never saw it. Her eyes were only for Sir Loras. When the white horse stopped in front of her, she thought her heart would burst. To the other maidens he had given white roses, but the one he plucked for her was red. "Sweet lady," he said, "no victory is half so beautiful as you." Sansa took the flower timidly, struck dumb by his gallantry. His hair was a mass of lazy brown curls, his eyes like liquid gold. She inhaled the sweet fragrance of the rose, and sat clutching it long after Sir Loras had ridden off. When Sansa finally looked up, a man was standing over her, staring. He was short, with a pointed beard and a silver streak in his hair, almost as old as her father. "You must be one of her daughters," he said to her. He had grey-green eyes that did not smile when his mouth did. "You have the Tully look." "I'm Sansa Stark," she said, ill at ease. The man wore a heavy cloak with a fur collar, fastened with a silver mockingbird, and he had the effortless manner of a high lord, but she did not know him. "I have not had the honour, my lord." Septa Mordane quickly took a hand. "Sweet child, this is Lord Peter Baelish, of the King's Small Council." "Your mother was my queen of beauty once," the man said quietly. His breath smelled of mint. "You have her hair." His fingers brushed against her cheek as he stroked one auburn lock. Quite abruptly he turned and walked away. By then the moon was well up, and the crowd was tired, so the king decreed that the last 3 matches would be fought the next morning, before the melee. While the commons began their walk home, talking of the day's jousts and the matches to come on the morrow, the court moved to the riverside to begin the feast. 6 monstrous, huge aurochs had been roasting for hours, turning slowly on wooden spits, while kitchen boys basted them with butter and herbs until the meat crackled and spit. Tables and benches had been raised outside the pavilions, piled high with sweet grass and strawberries and fresh-baked bread. Sansa and Septa Mordane were given places of high honour to the left of the raised dais, where the king himself sat beside his queen. When Prince Joffrey seated himself to her right, she felt her throat tighten. He had not spoken a word to her since the awful thing had happened, and she had not dared to speak to him. At first she thought she hated him for what they'd done to Lady, but after Sansa had wept her eyes dry, she told herself that it had not been Joffrey's doing, not truly. The Queen had done it. She was the one to hate, her and Arya. Nothing bad would have happened except for Arya. She could not hate Joffrey tonight. He was too beautiful to hate. He wore a deep blue doublet studded with a double row of golden lions' heads, and around his brow a slim coronet made of gold and sapphires. His hair was as bright as the metal. Sansa looked at him and trembled, afraid that he might ignore her, or worse, turn hateful again and send her weeping from the table. Instead, Joffrey smiled and kissed her hand, handsome and gallant as any prince in the songs, and said, "Sir Loras has a keen eye for beauty, sweet lady." "He was too kind," she demurred, trying to remain modest and calm, though her heart was singing. "Sir Loras is a true knight. Do you think he will win tomorrow, my lord?" "No," Joffrey said. "My dog will do for him, or perhaps my uncle Jaime. And in a few years, when I am old enough to enter the lists, I shall do for them all." He raised his hand to summon a servant with a flagon of iced summer wine, and poured her a cup. She looked anxiously at Septa Mordane until Joffrey leaned over and filled the Septa's cup as well. So she nodded and thanked him graciously, and said not another word. The servants kept the cups filled all night, yet afterward Sansa could not recall ever tasting the wine. She needed no wine. She was drunk on the magic of the night, giddy with glamour, swept away by beauties she had dreamt of all her life, and never dared hope to know. Singers sat before the king's pavilion, filling the dusk with music. A juggler kept a cascade of burning clubs spinning through the air. The king's own fool, the pie-faced simpleton called Moon Boy, danced about on stilts, all in motley, making mock of everyone with such deft cruelty that Sansa wondered if he was simple after all. Even Septa Mordane was helpless before him. When he sang his little song about the High Septon, she laughed so hard she spilled wine on herself. And Joffrey was the soul of courtesy. He talked to Sansa all night, showering her with compliments, making her laugh, sharing little bits of court gossip, explaining Moon Boy's japes. Sansa was so captivated that she quite forgot all her courtesies, and ignored Septa Mordane, seated to her left. All the while the courses came and went, a thick soup of barley and venison, salads of sweetgrass and spinach and plums, sprinkled with crushed nuts, snails and honey and garlic. Sansa had never eaten snails before. Joffrey showed her how to get the snail out of the shell, and fed her the first sweet morsel himself. Then came trout fresh from the river, baked in clay. Her prince helped her crack open the hard casing to expose the flaky white flesh within. And when the meat course was brought out, he served her himself, slicing a queen's portion from the joint, smiling as he laid it on her plate. She could see from the way he moved that his right arm was still troubling him, yet he uttered not a word of complaint. Later came sweetbreads and pigeon pie and baked apples fragrant with cinnamon and lemon cakes frosted in sugar. But by then Sansa was so stuffed that she could not manage more than 2 little lemon cakes, as much as she loved them. She was wondering whether she might attempt a third, when the king began to shout. King Robert had grown louder with each course. From time to time Sansa could hear him laughing or roaring a command over the music and the clangor of plates and cutlery, but they were too far away for her to make out his words. Now everybody heard him. "No!" he thundered in a voice that drowned out all other speech. Sansa was shocked to see the king on his feet, red of face, reeling. He had a goblet of wine in one hand, and he was drunk as a man could be. "You do not tell me what to do, woman!" he screamed at Queen Cersei. "I am king here, do you understand? I rule here, and if I say that I will fight tomorrow, I will fight!" Everyone was staring. Sansa saw Sir Barristan, and the king's brother Renly, and the short man who had talked to her so oddly and touched her hair, but no one made a move to interfere. The queen's face was a mask, so bloodless that it might have been sculpted from snow. She rose from the table, gathered her skirts around her, and stormed off in silence, servants trailing behind. Jaime Lannister put a hand on the king's shoulder, but the king shoved him away hard. Lannister stumbled and fell. The king guffawed. "The great knight! I can still knock you in the dirt. Remember that, Kingslayer." He slapped his chest with a jeweled goblet, splashing wine all over his satin tunic. "Give me my hammer, and not a man in the realm can stand before me." Jaime Lannister rose and brushed himself off. "As you say, Your Grace." His voice was stiff. Lord Renly came forward, smiling. "You've spilled your wine, Robert. Let me bring you a fresh goblet." Sansa started as Joffrey laid his hand on her arm. "It grows late," the prince said. He had a queer look on his face, as if he were not seeing her at all. "Do you need an escort back to the castle?" "No," Sansa began. She looked for Septa Mordane, and was startled to find her with her head on the table, snoring soft and ladylike snores. "I mean to say, yes, thank you. That would be most kind. I am tired, and the way is so dark. I should be glad for some protection." Joffrey called out, "Dog!" Sandor Clegane seemed to take form out of the night, so quickly did he appear. He had exchanged his armor for a red woolen tunic with a leather dog's head sewn on the front. The light of the torches made his burned face shine a dull red. "Yes, Your Grace," he said. "Take my betrothed back to the castle, and see that no harm befalls her," the prince told him brusquely. And without even a word of farewell, Joffrey strode off, leaving her there. Sansa could feel the hound watching her. "Did you think Joff was going to take you himself?" He laughed. He had a laugh like the snarling of dogs in a pit. "Small chance of that." He pulled her unresisting to her feet. "Come, you're not the only one needs sleep. I've drunk too much, and I may need to kill my brother tomorrow." He laughed again. Suddenly terrified, Sansa pushed at Septa Mordane's shoulder, hoping to wake her, but she only snored the louder. King Robert had stumbled off, and half the benches were suddenly empty. The feast was over, and the beautiful dream had ended with it. The hound snatched up a torch to light their way. Sansa followed close beside him. The ground was rocky and uneven. The flickering light made it seem to shift and move beneath her. She kept her eyes lowered, watching where she placed her feet. They walked among the pavilions, each with its banner and its armor hung outside, the silence weighing heavier with every step. Sansa could not bear the sight of him. He frightened her so. Yet she had been raised in all the ways of courtesy. A true lady would not notice his face, she told herself. "You rode gallantly today, Sir Sandor." she made herself say. Sandor Clegane snarled at her. "Spare me your empty little compliments, girl, and your sirs. I am no knight. I spit on them and their vows. My brother is a knight. Did you see him ride today?"
"Yes," Sansa whispered, trembling. "He was—"
"Gallant," the hound finished. He was mocking her, she realized.
"No one could withstand him,"
she managed at last, proud of herself. It was no lie. Sandor Clegane stopped suddenly in the middle of a dark and empty field. She had no choice but to stop beside him. "Some Septa trained you well. You're like one of those birds from the Summer Isles, aren't you? A pretty little talking bird, repeating all the pretty little words they taught you to recite."
"That's unkind."
Sansa could feel her heart fluttering in her chest.
"You're frightening me. I want to go now."
"No one could withstand him," the hound rasped. "That's truth enough. No one could ever withstand Gregor. That boy today, his second joust, oh, that was a pretty bit of business. You saw that, did you? Fool boy, he had no business riding in this company. No money, no squire, no one to help him with that armor. That gorget wasn't fastened proper. You think Gregor didn't notice that? You think Sir Gregor's lance rode up by chance, do you? Pretty little talking girl, you believe that, you're empty-headed as a bird for true. Gregor's lance goes where Gregor wants it to go. Look at me! Look at me!" Sandor Clegane put a huge hand under her chin and forced her face up. He squatted in front of her and moved the torch close. "There's a pretty for you. Take a good, long stare. You know you want to. I've watched you turning away all the way down the King's Road. Piss on that. Take your look." His fingers held her jaw as hard as an iron trap. His eyes watched hers, drunken eyes, sullen with anger. She had to look. The right side of his face was gaunt, with sharp cheekbones and a grey eye beneath a heavy brow. His nose was large and hooked, his hair thin, dark. He wore it long and brushed it sideways, because no hair grew on the other side of that face. The left side of his face was a ruin. His ear had been burned away. There was nothing left but a hole. His eye was still good, but all around it was a twisted mass of scar, slick, black flesh, hard as leather, pocked with craters and fissured by deep cracks that gleamed red and wet when he moved. Down by his jaw you could see a hint of bone where the flesh had been seared away. Sansa began to cry. He let go of her then, and snuffed out the torch in the dirt. "No pretty words for that, girl? No little compliment the sceptre taught you?" When there was no answer, he continued, "Most of them, they think it was some battle, a siege, a burning tower, an enemy with a torch. One fool asked if it was dragon's breath." His laugh was softer this time, but just as bitter. "I'll tell you what it was, girl," he said, a voice from the night, a shadow leaning so close now that she could smell the sour stench of wine on his breath. "I was younger than you, 6, maybe 7. A woodcarver set up shop in the village under my father's keep, and to buy favour he sent us gifts. The old man made marvellous toys. I don't remember what I got, but it was Gregor's gift I wanted. A wooden knight, all painted up, every joint pegged separate and fixed with strings, so you could make him fight. Gregor is 5 years older than me. The toy was nothing to him. He was already a squire, and near 6 foot tall, and muscled like an ox. So I took his knight. But there was no joy to it, I tell you. I was scared all the while, and true enough he found me. There was a brazier in the room. Gregor never said a word, just picked me up under his arm and shoved the side of my face down in the burning coals and held me there while I screamed and screamed. You saw how strong he is. Even then it took 3 grown men to drag him off me. The Septons preach about the 7 hells. What do they know? Only a man who's been burned knows what hell is truly like. My father told everyone my bedding had caught fire, and our maester gave me ointments. Ointments! Gregor got his ointments too. 4 years later they anointed him with the 7 oils, and he recited his knightly vows, and Rhaegar Targaryen tapped him on the shoulder and said, 'Arise, Sir Gregor.'" The rasping voice trailed off. He squatted silently before her, a hulking black shape shrouded in the night, hidden from her eyes. Sansa could hear his ragged breathing. She was sad for him, she realized. Somehow the fear had gone away. The silence went on, so long that she began to grow afraid once more, but she was afraid for him now, not for herself. She found his massive shoulder with her hand. "He was no true knight," she whispered to him. The hound threw back his head and roared. Sansa stumbled back, away from him, but he caught her arm. "No," he growled at her. "No, little bird. He was no true knight." The rest of the way into the city, Sandor Clegane said not a word. He led her to where the carts were waiting, told a driver to take them back to the Red Keep, and climbed in after her. They rode in silence through the King's Gate and up torch-lit city streets. He opened the postern door and led her into the castle, his burned face twitching and his eyes brooding, and he was one step behind her as they climbed the tower stairs. He took her safe all the way to the corridor outside her bedchamber. "Thank you, my lord," Sansa said meekly. The hound caught her by the arm and leaned close. "The things I told you tonight," he said, his voice sounding even rougher than usual. "If you ever tell Joffrey, your sister, your father, any of them—" "I won't," Sansa whispered. "I promise."
It was not enough. "If you ever tell anyone," he finished, "I'll kill you." Eddard. "I stood last vigil for him myself," Sir Barristan Selmy said, as they looked down at the body in the back of the cart. "He had no one else. A mother in the Vale, I am told." In the pale dawn light the young knight looked as though he were sleeping. He had not been handsome, but death had smoothed his rough-hewn features, and the Silent Sisters had dressed him in his best velvet tunic, with a high collar to cover the ruin the lance had made of his throat. Eddard Stark looked at his face, and wondered if it had been for his sake that the boy had died. Slain by a Lannister bannerman before Ned could speak to him? Could that be mere happenstance? He supposed he would never know. "Hugh was John Arryn's squire for 4 years," Selmy went on. "The king knighted him before he rode north in John's memory. The lad wanted it desperately, yet I fear he was not ready." Ned had slept badly last night, and he felt tired beyond his years. "None of us is ever ready," he said. "For knighthood? For death?" Gently Ned covered the boy with his cloak, a blood-stained bit of blue bordered in crescent moons. When his mother asked why her son was dead, he reflected bitterly, they would tell her he had fought to honor the king's hand, Eddard Stark. This was needless. War should not be a game. Ned turned to the woman beside the cart, shrouded in grey, face hidden but for her eyes. The Silent Sisters prepared men for the grave, and it was ill fortune to look on the face of death. "Send his armour home to the Vale. The mother will want to have it." "It is worth a fair piece of silver," Sir Barristan said. "The boy had it forged special for the tourney. Plain work, but good. I do not know if he had finished paying the smith." "He paid yesterday, my lord, and he paid dearly," Ned replied. And to the Silent Sister he said, "Send the mother the armour. I will deal with the smith." She bowed her head. Afterwards Sir Barristan walked with Ned to the king's pavilion. The camp was beginning to stir. Fat sausages sizzled and spit over fire-pits, spicing the air with the scents of garlic and pepper. Young squires hurried about on errands as their masters woke, yawning and stretching, to meet the day. A serving man with a goose under his arm bent his knee when he caught sight of them. "My lords," he muttered, as the goose honked and pecked at his fingers. The shields displayed outside each tent heralded its occupant. The silver eagle of Seagard, Bryce Caron's field of nightingales, a cluster of grapes for the red wines, brindled boar, red ox, burning tree, white ram, triple spiral, purple unicorn, dancing maiden, blackadder, twin towers, horned owl, and last the pure white blazons of the Kingsguard, shining like the dawn. "The king means to fight in the melee today," Sir Barristan said as they were passing Sir Meryn's shield, its paint sullied by a deep gash where Loras Tyrell's lance had scarred the wood as he drove him from the saddle.
"Yes," Ned said grimly. Jory had woken him last night to bring him that news. Small wonder he had slept so badly. Sir Barristan's look was troubled. "They say night's beauties fade at dawn, and the children of wine are oft disowned in the morning of light." "They say so," Ned agreed, "but not of Robert." Other men might reconsider words spoken in drunken bravado, but Robert Baratheon would remember, and, remembering, would never back down. The king's pavilion was close by the water, and the morning mists off the river had wreathed it in wisps of grey. It was all of golden silk, the largest and grandest structure in the camp. Outside the entrance, Robert's war-hammer was displayed beside an immense iron shield, blazoned with a crowned stag of House Baratheon. Ned had hoped to discover the king still abed in a wine-soaked sleep, but luck was not with him. They found Robert drinking beer from a polished horn and roaring his displeasure at two young squires who were trying to buckle him into his armour. "Your Grace," one was saying, almost in tears, "it's made too small, it won't go." He fumbled, and the gorget he was trying to fit around Robert's thick neck tumbled to the ground.
"7 hells!" Robert swore. "Do I have to do it myself? Piss on the both of you. Pick it up. Don't just stand there gaping, Lancel. Pick it up!"
The lad jumped, and the king noticed his company.
"Look at these oafs, Ned. My wife insisted I take these two to squire for me, and they're worse than useless. Can't even put a man's armour on him properly. Squires, they say. I say they're swineherds dressed up in silk."
Ned only needed a glance to understand the difficulty.
"The boys are not at fault," he told the king. "You're too fat for your armour, Robert."
Robert Baratheon took a long swallow of beer, tossed the empty horn onto his sleeping furs, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said darkly,
"Fat? Fat, is it? Is that how you speak to your king?"
He let go his laughter, sudden as a storm.
"Ah, damn you, Ned! Why are you always right?"
The squires smiled nervously until the king turned on them.
"You! Yes, both of you. You heard the hand. The king is too fat for his armour. Go find Sir Aron Santager. Tell him I need the breastplate stretcher. Now! What are you waiting for?"
The boys tripped over each other in their haste to be quit of the tent. Robert managed to keep a stern face until they were gone. Then he dropped back into a chair, shaking with laughter. Sir Barristan Selmy chuckled with him. Even Eddard Stark managed to smile. Always, though, the graver thoughts crept in. He could not help taking note of the two squires, handsome boys, fair and well-made. One was Sansa's age, with long golden curls. The other, perhaps 15, sandy-haired, with a wisp of a moustache and the emerald-green eyes of the queen.
"Ah, I wish I could be there to see Santager's face," Robert said. "I hope he'll have the wit to send them to someone else. We ought to keep them running all day."
"Those boys?" Ned asked him. "Lannisters?" Robert nodded, wiping tears from his eyes.
"Cousins. Sons of Lord Tywin's brother. One of the dead ones. Or perhaps the live one, now that I come to think on it. I don't recall. My wife comes from a very large family, Ned."
A very ambitious family, Ned thought. He had nothing against the squires, but it troubled him to see Robert surrounded by the queen's kin, waking and sleeping. The Lannister appetite for offices and honours seemed to know no bounds.
"The talk is you and the queen had angry words last night."
The mirth curdled on Robert's face.
"The woman tried to forbid me to fight in the melee. She's sulking in the castle now, damn her. Your sister would never have shamed me like that."
"You never knew Lyanna as I did, Robert," Ned told him. "You saw her beauty, but not the iron underneath. She would have told you that you have no business in the melee."
"You too?"
The king frowned.
"You are a sour man, Stark. Too long in the north, all the juices have frozen inside you. Well, mine are still running."
He slapped his chest to prove it.
"You are the king,"
Ned reminded him.
"I sit on the damn iron seat when I must. Does that mean I don't have the same hungers as other men? A bit of wine now and again, a girl squealing in bed, the feel of a horse between my legs? 7 hells, Ned! I want to hit someone."
Sir Barristan Selmy spoke up.
"Your Grace," he said, "it is not seemly that the king should ride into the melee. It would not be a fair contest. Who would dare strike you?"
Robert seemed honestly taken aback.
"Why, all of them, damn it, if they can. And the last man left standing will be you,"
Ned finished. He saw at once that Selmy had hit the mark. The dangers of the melee were only a savour to Robert, but this touched on his pride.
"Sir Barristan is right. There's not a man in the 7 Kingdoms who would dare risk your displeasure by hurting you."
The king rose to his feet, his face flushed.
"Are you telling me those prancing cravens will let me win?"
"For a certainty," Ned said, and Sir Barristan Selmy bowed his head in silent accord. For a moment Robert was so angry he could not speak. He strode across the tent, strode back, his face dark and angry. He snatched up his breastplate from the ground and threw it at Barristan Selmy in a wordless fury. Selmy dodged.
"Get out," the king said then, coldly. "Get out before I kill you."
Sir Barristan left quickly. Ned was about to follow when the king called out again,
"Not you, Ned!"
Ned turned back. Robert took up his horn again, filled it with beer from a barrel in the corner, and thrust it at Ned.
"Drink," he said brusquely. "I've no thirst. Drink! The king commands it."
Ned took the horn and drank. The beer was black and thick, so strong it stung the eyes. Robert sat down again.
"Damn you, Ned Stark. You and John Arryn, I loved you both. What have you done to me? You were the one should have been king, you or John."
"You had the better claim, your grace."
"I told you to drink, not to argue. You made me king. You could at least have the courtesy to listen when I talk, damn you. Look at me, Ned. Look at what kinging has done to me. Gods, too fat for my armor. How did it ever come to this? Robert, drink and stay quiet. The king is talking. I swear to you, I was never so alive as when I was winning this throne, or so dead as now that I've won it. And Cersei, I have John Arryn to thank for her. I had no wish to marry after Lyanna was taken from me, but John said the realm needed an heir. Cersei Lannister would be a good match, he told me. She would bind Lord Tywin to me, should Viserys Targaryen ever try to win back his father's throne. The king shook his head. I loved that old man, I swear it. But now I think he was a bigger fool than Moonboy. Oh, Cersei is lovely to look at, truly, but cold. The way she guards her cunt, you'd think she had all the gold of Casterly Rock between her legs. Here, give me that beer if you won't drink it. He took the horn, upended it, belched, wiped his mouth. I am sorry for your girl, Ned. Truly. About the wolf, I mean. My son was lying. I'd stake my soul on it. My son. You love your children, don't you? With all my heart, Ned said. Let me tell you a secret, Ned. More than once I have dreamed of giving up the crown. Take ship for the free cities with my horse and my hammer. Spend my time warring and whoring. That's what I was made for. The Sellsword King, how the singers would love me. You know what stops me? The thought of Joffrey on the throne, with Cersei standing behind him whispering in his ear, my son. How could I have made a son like that, Ned? He's only a boy, Ned said awkwardly. He had small liking for Prince Joffrey, but he could hear the pain in Robert's voice. Have you forgotten how wild you were at his age? It would not trouble me if the boy was wild, Ned. You don't know him as I do. He sighed and shook his head. Perhaps you are right. John despaired of me often enough, yet I grew into a good king. Robert looked at Ned and scowled at his silence. You might speak up and agree now, you know. Your Grace, Ned began carefully. Robert slapped Ned on the back. Say that I'm a better king than Ares, and be done with it. You never could lie, for love nor honor, Ned Stark. I'm still young, and now that you're here with me, things will be different. We'll make this a range to sing of, and damn the Lannisters to 7 hells. I smell bacon. Who do you think our champion will be today? Have you seen Mace Tyrell's boy? The Knight of Flowers, they call him. Now there's a son any man would be proud to own to. Last tourney he dumped the Kingslayer on his golden rump. You ought to have seen the look on Cersei's face. I laughed till my sides hurt. Renly says he has this sister, a maid of 14, lovely as a dawn.
They broke their fast on black bread and boiled goose eggs and fish fried up with onions and bacon at a trestle table by the river's edge. The king's melancholy melted away with the morning mist, and before long Robert was eating an orange and waxing fond about a morning at the Eyrie when they had been boys.
I'd given John a barrel of oranges, remember? Only the things had gone rotten, so I flung mine across the table and hit Dax right in the nose. You remember Redfort's pock-faced squire? He tossed one back at me, and before John could so much as fart, there were oranges flying across the high hall in every direction.
He laughed uproariously, and even Ned smiled, remembering. This was the boy he had grown up with, he thought. This was the Robert Baratheon he'd known and loved. If he could prove that the Lannisters were behind the attack on Bran, prove that they had murdered Jon Arryn, this man would listen. Then Cersei would fall, and the Kingslayer with her, and if Lord Tywin dared to rouse the West, Robert would smash him as he had smashed Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident. He could see it all so clearly. That breakfast tasted better than anything Eddard Stark had eaten in a long time, and afterward his smiles came easier and more often, until it was time for the tournament to resume. Ned walked with the king to the jousting field. He had promised to watch the final tilts with Sansa. Septa Mordain was ill today, and his daughter was determined not to miss the end of the jousting. As he saw Robert to his place, he noted that Cersei Lannister had chosen not to appear. The place beside the king was empty. That, too, gave Ned cause to hope. He shouldered his way to where his daughter was seated, and found her as the horns blew for the day's first joust. Sansa was so engrossed she scarcely seemed to notice his arrival. Sandor Clegane was the first rider to appear. He wore an olive-green cloak over his soot-grey armor. That and his hound's head helm were his only concession to ornament.
100 golden dragons on the Kingslayer, Littlefinger announced loudly as Jaime Lannister entered the lists, riding an elegant blood-bay destrier. The horse wore a blanket of gilded ringmail, and Jaime glittered from head to heel. Even his lance was fashioned from the golden wood of the Summer Isles. "Done!" Lord Renly shouted back. "The hound has a hungry look about him this morning." "Even hungry dogs know better than to bite the hand that feeds them," Littlefinger called dryly.
Sandor Clegane dropped his visor with an audible clang and took up his position.
Sir Jaime tossed a kiss to some woman in the Commons, gently lowered his visor, and rode to the end of the lists. Both men couched their lances. Ned Stark would have loved nothing so well as to see them both lose, but Sansa was watching it all, moist-eyed and eager. The hastily erected gallery trembled as the horses broke into a gallop. The hound leaned forward as he rode, his lance rock-steady, but Jaime shifted his seat deftly in the instant before impact. Clegane's point was turned harmlessly against the golden shield with the lion blazon, while his own hit square. Wood shattered, and the hound reeled, fighting to keep his seat. Sansa gasped. A ragged cheer went up from the Commons. "I wonder how I ought to spend your money," Littlefinger called down to Lord Renly. The hound just managed to stay in the saddle. He jerked his mount around hard and rode back to the lists for the second pass. Jaime Lannister tossed down his broken lance and snatched up a fresh one, jesting with his squire. The hound spurred forward at a hard gallop. Lannister rode to meet him. This time, when Jaime shifted his seat, Sandor Clegane shifted with him. Both lances exploded, and by the time the splinters had settled, our riderless Blood Bay was trotting off in search of grass, while Sir Jaime Lannister rolled in the dirt, golden and dented. Sansa said, "I knew the hound would win." Littlefinger overheard. "If you know who's going to win the second match, speak up now before Lord Renly plucks me clean," he called to her. Ned smiled. "A pity the imp is not here with us," Lord Renly said. "I should have won twice as much."
Jaime Lannister was back on his feet, but his ornate lion helmet had been twisted around and dented in his fall, and now he could not get it off. The commons were hooting and pointing, the lords and ladies were trying to stifle their chuckles, and failing, and over it all Ned could hear King Robert laughing, louder than anyone. Finally they had to lead the Lion of Lannister off to a blacksmith, blind and stumbling. By then Sir Gregor Clegane was in position at the head of the lists. He was huge, the biggest man that Eddard Stark had ever seen. Robert Baratheon and his brothers were all big men, as was the Hound, and back at Winterfell there was a simple-minded stable-boy named Hodor, who dwarfed them all, but the knight they called the Mountain That Rides would have towered over Hodor. He was well over 7 feet tall, closer to 8, with massive shoulders and arms thick as the trunks of small trees. His destrier seemed a pony in between his armored legs, and the lance he carried looked as small as a broom-handle. Unlike his brother, Sir Gregor did not live at court. He was a solitary man who seldom left his own lands but for wars and tourneys. He had been with Lord Tywin when King's Landing fell, a new-made knight of 17 years, even then distinguished by his size and his implacable ferocity. Some said it had been Gregor who'd dashed the skull of the infant prince Aegon Targaryen against the wall, and whispered that afterward he had raped the mother, the Dornish princess Elia, before putting her to the sword. These things were not said in Gregor's hearing. Ned Stark could not recall ever speaking to the man, though Gregor had ridden with them during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, one night among thousands. He watched him with disquiet. Ned seldom put much stock in gossip, but the things said of Sir Gregor were more than ominous. He was soon to be married for the 3rd time, and one heard dark whisperings about the deaths of his first 2 wives. It was said that his keep was a grim place, where servants disappeared unaccountably, and even the dogs were afraid to enter the hall. And there had been a sister who had died young under queer circumstances, and the fire that had disfigured his brother, and the hunting accident that had killed their father. Gregor had inherited the keep, the gold, and the family estates. His younger brother Sandor had left the same day to take service with the Lannisters as a sworn sword, and it was said that he had never returned, not even to visit. When the Knight of Flowers made his entrance, a murmur ran through the crowd, and he heard Sansa's fervent whisper, "Oh, he's so beautiful!" Sir Loras Tyrell was slender as a reed, dressed in a suit of fabulous silver armor, polished to a blinding sheen, and filigreed with twining black vines and tiny blue forget-me-nots. The commons realized in the same instant as Ned that the blue of the flowers came from sapphires. A gasp went up from 1,000 throats. Across the boy's shoulders his cloak hung heavy. It was woven of forget-me-nots, real ones, hundreds of fresh blooms sewn to a heavy woolen cape. His courser was as slim as her rider, a beautiful grey mare, built for speed. Sir Gregor's huge stallion trumpeted as he caught her scent. The boy from Highgarden did something with his legs, and his horse pranced sideways, nimble as a dancer. Sansa clutched at his arm. "Father, don't let Sir Gregor hurt him," she said. Ned saw she was wearing the rose that Sir Loras had given her yesterday. Jory had told him about that as well. "These are tourney lances," he told his daughter. "They make them to splinter on impact, so no one is hurt." Yet he remembered the dead boy in the cart with his cloak of crescent moons, and the words were raw in his throat. Sir Gregor was having trouble controlling his horse. The stallion was screaming and pawing the ground, shaking his head. The Mountain kicked at the animal savagely with an armored boot. The horse reared and almost threw him. The Knight of Flowers saluted the king, rode to the far end of the list, and couched his lance ready. Sir Gregor brought his animal to the line, fighting with the reins. And suddenly it began. The Mountain's stallion broke in a hard gallop, plunging forward wildly, while the mare charged as smooth as a flow of silk. Sir Gregor wrenched his shield into position, juggled with his lance, and all the while fought to hold his unruly mount on a straight line. And suddenly Loras Tyrell was on him, placing the point of his lance just there, and in an eye blink the Mountain was falling. He was so huge that he took his horse down with him in a tangle of steel and flesh. Ned heard applause, cheers, whistles, shocked gasps, excited muttering, and over it all the rasping, raucous laughter of the hound. The Knight of Flowers reined up at the end of the lists. His lance was not even broken. His sapphires winked in the sun as he raised his visor, smiling. The commons went mad for him. In the middle of the field, Sir Gregor Clegane disentangled himself and came boiling to his feet. He wrenched off his helm and slammed it down onto the ground. His face was dark with fury, and his hair fell down into his eyes. "My sword!" he shouted to his squire, and the boy ran it out to him. By then his stallion was back on its feet as well. Gregor Clegane killed the horse with a single blow of such ferocity that it half severed the animal's neck. Cheers turned to shrieks in a heartbeat. The stallion went to its knees, screaming as it died. By then Gregor was striding down the lists toward Sir Loras Tyrell, his bloody sword clutched in his fist. "Stop him!" Ned shouted, but his words were lost in the roar. Everyone else was yelling as well, and Sansa was crying. It all happened so fast. The Knight of Flowers was shouting for his own sword as Sir Gregor knocked his squire aside and made a grab for the reins of his horse. The mare scented blood and reared. Loras Tyrell kept his seat, but barely. Sir Gregor swung his sword, a savage two-handed blow, that took the boy in the chest and knocked him from the saddle. The courser dashed away in panic as Sir Loras lay stunned in the dirt. But as Gregor lifted his sword for the killing blow, a rasping voice warned, "Leave him be!" And a steel-clad hand wrenched him away from the boy. The mountain pivoted in wordless fury, swinging his long sword in a killing arc with all his massive strength behind it, but the hound caught the blow and turned it, and for what seemed an eternity the two brothers stood hammering at each other as a dazed Loras Tyrell was helped to safety. Thrice Ned saw Sir Gregor aim savage blows at the hound's head helmet, yet not once did Sandor send a cut at his brother's unprotected face. It was the king's voice that put an end to it. The king's voice and 20 swords. John Arryn had told them that a commander needs a good battlefield voice, and Robert had proved the truth of that on the Trident. He used that voice now. "Stop this madness!" he boomed. "In the name of your king!" The hound went to one knee. Sir Gregor's blow cut air, and at last he came to his senses. He dropped his sword and glared at Robert, surrounded by his king's guard and a dozen other knights and guardsmen. Wordlessly he turned and strode off, shoving past Barristan Selmy. "Let him go," Robert said, and as quickly as that it was over. "Is the hound the champion now?" Sansa asked Ned. "No," he told her. "There will be one final joust between the hound and the Knight of Flowers." But Sansa had the right of it after all. A few moments later Sir Loras Tyrell walked back onto the field in a simple linen doublet and said to Sandor Clegane, "I owe you my life. The day is yours, sir." "I am no sir," the hound replied, but he took the victory and the champion's purse, and for perhaps the first time in his life, the love of the commons. They cheered him as he left the lists to return to his pavilion. As Ned walked with Sansa to the archery field, Littlefinger and Lord Renly and some of the others fell in with them. "Tyrell had to know the mare was in heat," Littlefinger was saying. "I swear the boy planned the whole thing. Gregor has always favored huge, ill-tempered stallions with more spirit than sense." The notion seemed to amuse him. It did not amuse Sir Barristan Selmy. "There is small honour in tricks," the old man said stiffly. "Small honour and 20,000 golds," Lord Renly smiled. That afternoon a boy named Angie, an unheralded commoner from the Dornish marches, won the archery competition, outshooting Sir Balon Swan and Jalabhar Show at 100 paces after all the other bowmen had been eliminated at the shorter distances. Ned sent Allen to seek him out and offer him a position with the Hand's Guard, but the boy was flush with wine and victory and riches undreamed of, and he refused. The melee went on for 3 hours. Near 40 men took part, free riders and hedge knights and new-made squires in search of a reputation. They fought with blunted weapons in a chaos of mud and blood, small troops fighting together and then turning on each other as alliances formed and fractured, until only one man was left standing. The victor was the Red Priest, Thoros of Myr, a madman who shaved his head and fought with a flaming sword. He had won melees before. The fire sword frightened the mounts of the other riders, and nothing frightened Thoros. The final tally was 3 broken limbs, a shattered collarbone, a dozen smashed fingers, 2 horses that had to be put down, and more cuts, sprains, and bruises than anyone cared to count. Ned was desperately pleased that Robert had not taken part. That night at the feast, Eddard Stark was more hopeful than he had been in a great while. Robert was in high good humour. The Lannisters were nowhere to be seen, and even his daughters were behaving. Jory brought Arya down to join them, and Sansa spoke to her sister pleasantly.
"The tournament was magnificent," she sighed. "You should have come. How was your dancing?"
"I'm sore all over," Arya reported happily, proudly displaying a huge purple bruise on her leg.
"You must be a terrible dancer,"
Sansa said doubtfully. Later, while Sansa was off listening to a troupe of singers perform the complex round of interwoven ballads called the Dance of the Dragons, Ned inspected the bruise himself. "I hope Forel is not being too hard on you," he said. Arya stood on one leg. She was getting much better at that of late.
"Syrio says that every hurt is a lesson, and every lesson makes you better."
Ned frowned. The man Syrio Forel had come with an excellent reputation, and his flamboyant Braavosi style was well suited to Arya's slender blade, yet still, a few days ago, she had been wandering around with a swatch of black silk tied over her eyes. Syrio was teaching her to see with her ears and her nose and her skin, she told him. Before that, he had her doing spins and backflips. "Arya, are you certain you want to persist in this?"
She nodded. "Tomorrow we're going to catch cats."
"Cats," Ned sighed. "Perhaps it was a mistake to hire this Braavosi. If you like, I will ask Jory to take over your lessons. Or I might have a quiet word with Sir Barristan. He was the finest sword in the 7 Kingdoms in his youth."
"I don't want them," Arya said. "I want Syrio."
Ned ran his fingers through his hair. Any decent master-at-arms could give Arya the rudiments of slash and parry, without this nonsense of blindfolds, cartwheels, and hopping about on one leg. But he knew his youngest daughter well enough to know there was no arguing with that stubborn jut of jaw. "As you wish," he said. Surely she would grow tired of this soon. "Try to be careful."
"I will,"
she promised solemnly, as she hopped smoothly from her right leg to her left. Much later, after he had taken the girls back through the city and seen them both safe in bed, Sansa with her dreams and Arya with her bruises, Ned ascended to his own chambers atop the Tower of the Hand. The day had been warm, and the room was close and stuffy. Ned went to the window and unfastened the heavy shutters to let in the cool night air. Across the great yard he noticed the flickering glow of candlelight from Littlefinger's windows. The hour was well past midnight. Down by the river the revels were only now beginning to dwindle and die. He took out the dagger and studied it. Littlefinger's blade, won by Tyrion Lannister in a tourney wager, sent to slay Bran in his sleep. Why? Why would the dwarf want Bran dead? Why would anyone want Bran dead? The dagger, Bran's fall, all of it was linked somehow to the murder of Jon Arryn, and he could feel it in his gut. But the truth of Jon's death remained as clouded to him as when he had started. Lord Stannis had not returned to King's Landing for the tourney. Lysa Arryn held her silence behind the high walls of the Eyrie. The squire was dead, and Jory was still searching the whorehouses. What did he have but Robert's bastard? That the armourer's sullen apprentice was the king's son, Ned had no doubt. The Baratheon look was stamped on his face, in his jaw, his eyes, that black hair. Renly was too young to have fathered a boy of that age. Stannis too cold and proud in his honour. Gendry had to be Robert's. Yet, knowing all that, what had he learned? The king had other base-born children scattered throughout the 7 Kingdoms. He had openly acknowledged one of his bastards, a boy of Bran's age, whose mother was highborn. The lad was being fostered by Lord Renly's Catelyn at Storm's End. Ned remembered Robert's first child as well, a daughter born in the Vale, when Robert was scarcely more than a boy himself. A sweet little girl, the young lord of Storm's End had doted on her. He used to make daily visits to play with the babe long after he had lost interest in the mother. Ned was often dragged along for company, whether he willed it or not. The girl would be 17 or 18 now, he realized, older than Robert had been when he fathered her. A strange thought. Cersei could not have been pleased by her lord husband's byblows, yet in the end it mattered little whether the king had 1 bastard or 100. Law and custom gave the base-born few rights. Gendry, the girl in the Vale, the boy at Storm's End, none of them could threaten Robert's true-born children. His musings were ended by a soft rap on his door. "A man to see you, my lord," Harwin called. "He will not give his name." "Send him in," Ned said, wondering. The visitor was a stout man in cracked, mud-caked boots and a heavy brown robe of the coarsest rough-spun, his features hidden by a cowl, his hands drawn up into voluminous sleeves. "Who are you?" Ned asked. "A friend," the cowled man said in a strange, low voice. "We must speak alone, Lord Stark." Curiosity was stronger than caution. "Harwin, leave us," he commanded. Not until they were alone behind closed doors did his visitor draw back his cowl. "Lord Varys?" Ned said in astonishment. "Lord Stark," Varys said politely, seating himself. "I wonder if I might trouble you for a drink?" Ned filled 2 cups with summer wine and handed one to Varys. "I might have passed within a foot of you, and never recognized you," he said, incredulous. He had never seen the eunuch dress in anything but silk and velvet and the richest damasks, and this man smelled of sweat instead of lilacs. "That was my dearest hope," Varys said. "It would not do if certain people learned that we had spoken in private. The Queen watches you closely. This wine is very choice, thank you." "How did you get past my other guards?" Ned asked. Porther and Kane had been posted outside the tower, and Allen on the stairs. "The Red Keep has ways known only to ghosts and spiders." Varys smiled apologetically. "I will not keep you long, my lord. There are things you must know. You are the king's hand, and the king is a fool." The eunuch's cloying tones were gone. Now his voice was thin and sharp as a whip. "Your friend, I know, yet a fool none the less, and doomed unless you save him. Today was a near thing. They had hoped to kill him during the melee." For a moment Ned was speechless with shock. "Who?" Varys sipped his wine. "If I truly need to tell you that, you are a bigger fool than Robert, and I am on the wrong side." "The Lannisters," Ned said. "The Queen—" "No, I will not believe that, not even of Cersei. She asked him not to fight." "She forbade him to fight, in front of his brother, his knights, and half the court. Tell me truly, do you know any surer way to force King Robert into the melee? I ask you." Ned had a sick feeling in his gut. The eunuch had hit upon a truth. Tell Robert Baratheon he could not, should not, or must not do a thing, and it was as good as done. "Even if he'd fought, who would have dared to strike the king?" Varys shrugged. "There were 40 riders in the melee. The Lannisters have many friends. Amidst all that chaos, with horses screaming and bones breaking, and Thoros of Myr waving that absurd fire sword of his, who could name it murder if some chance blow felled his grace?" He went to the flagon and refilled his cup. "After the deed was done, the slayer would be beside himself with grief. I can almost hear him weeping, so sad. Yet no doubt the gracious and compassionate widow would take pity, lift the poor unfortunate to his feet, and bless him with a gentle kiss of forgiveness. Good King Joffrey would have no choice but to pardon him." The eunuch stroked his cheek. "Or perhaps Cersei would let Sir Ilyn strike off his head. Less risk for the Lannisters that way, though quite an unpleasant surprise for their little friend."
Ned felt his anger rise. "You knew of this plot, and yet you did nothing?"
"I command whisperers, not warriors."
"You might have come to me earlier."
"Oh, yes, I confess it. And you would have rushed straight to the king, yes? And when Robert heard of his peril, what would he have done? I wonder."
Ned considered that.
He would have damned them all and fought anyway to show he did not fear them. Varys spread his hands. I will make another confession, Lord Eddard. I was curious to see what you would do. Why not come to me, you ask? And I must answer. Why? Because I did not trust you, my lord. You did not trust me? Ned was frankly astonished. The Red Keep shelters two sorts of people, Lord Eddard, Varys said. Those who are loyal to the realm, and those who are loyal only to themselves. Until this morning I could not say which you might be, so I waited to see. And now I know, for a certainty. He smiled a plump, tight little smile, and for a moment his private face and public mask were one. I begin to comprehend why the Queen fears you so much. Oh, yes, I do. You are the one she ought to fear, Ned said. No. I am what I am. The king makes use of me, but it shames him. A most puissant warrior is our Robert, and such a manly man has little love for snakes and spies and eunuchs. If a day should come when Cersei whispers, "Kill that man," Ellen Payne will snick my head off in a twinkling, and who will mourn poor Varys then? North or south, they sing no songs for spiders. He reached out and touched Ned with a soft hand. But you, Lord Stark, I think... No, I know. He would not kill you, not even for his queen. And there may lie our salvation. It was all too much. For a moment Eddard Stark wanted nothing so much as to return to Winterfell, to the clean simplicity of the north, where the enemies were winter and the wildlings beyond the wall. Surely Robert has other loyal friends, he protested. His brothers, his wife? Varys finished with a smile that cut. His brothers hate the Lannisters, true enough, but hating the Queen and loving the King are not quite the same thing, are they? Sir Barristan loves his honour, Grand Maester Pycelle loves his office, and Littlefinger loves Littlefinger. The King's Guard, a paper shield. The eunuch said, Try not to look so shocked, Lord Stark. Jaime Lannister is himself a sworn brother of the White Swords, and we all know what his oath is worth. The days when men like Ryam Redwine and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight wore the white cloak are gone to dust and song. Of these 7, only Sir Barristan Selmy is made of the true steel, and Selmy is old. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn are the Queen's creatures to the bone, and I have deep suspicions of the others. No, my lord, when the swords come out in earnest, you will be the only true friend Robert Baratheon will have. Robert must be told, Ned said. If what you say is true, if even a part of it is true, the king must hear it for himself. And what proof shall we lay before him? My words against theirs? My little birds against the Queen and the Kingslayer, against his brothers and his council, against the wardens of east and west, against all the might of Casterly Rock? Pray send for Sir Ilyn directly. It will save us all some time. I know where that road ends. Yet if what you say is true, they will only bide their time and make another attempt. Indeed they will, said Varys, and sooner rather than later, I do fear. You are making them most anxious, Lord Eddard. But my little birds will be listening, and together we may be able to forestall them. You and I? He rose and pulled up his cowl so his face was hidden once more. Thank you for the wine. We will speak again. When you see me next at council, be certain to treat me with your accustomed contempt. You should not find it difficult. He was at the door when Ned called, Varys. The eunuch turned back. How did Jon Arryn die? I wondered when you would get around to that. Tell me. The Tears of Lys, they call it. A rare and costly thing, clear and sweet as water, and it leaves no trace. I begged Lord Arryn to use a taster. In this
very room I begged him, but he would not hear of it. Only one who was less than a man would even think of such a thing, he told me.
Ned had to know the rest. Who gave him the poison?
Some dear, sweet friend who often shared meat and mead with him, no doubt. Oh, but which one? There were many such. Lord Arryn was a kindly, trusting man. The eunuch sighed. There was one boy. All he was he owed John Arryn. But when the widow fled to the Eyrie with her household, he stayed in King's Landing and prospered. It always gladdens my heart to see the young rise in the world. The whip was in his voice again, every word a stroke. He must have cut a gallant figure in the tourney, him in his bright new armour with those crescent moons on his cloak. A pity he died so untimely before you could talk to him. Ned felt half-poisoned himself.
"The squire," he said. "Sir Hugh." Wheels within wheels within wheels. Ned's head was pounding. Why? Why now? John Arryn had been hanged for 14 years. What was he doing that they had to kill him?
"Asking questions," Varys said, slipping out the door.
Tyrion. As he stood in the pre-dawn chill, watching Chiggin butcher his horse, Tyrion Lannister chalked up one more debt owed the Starks. Steam rose from inside the carcass when the squat sellsword opened the belly with his skinning knife. His hands moved deftly, with never a wasted cut. The work had to be done quickly, before the stink of blood brought shadow cats down from the heights. "None of us will go hungry tonight," Bran said. He was near a shadow himself, bone-thin and bone-hard, with black eyes and black hair, and a stubble of beard.
"Some of us may," Tyrion told him. "I am not fond of eating horse, particularly my horse."
"Major's meat," Bran said with a shrug. "The Dothraki like horse more than beef or pork."
"Do you take me for a Dothraki?"
Tyrion asked sourly. The Dothraki ate horse, in truth. They also left deformed children out for the feral dogs who ran behind their khalasars. Dothraki customs had scant appeal for him. Chiggin sliced a thin strip of bloody meat off the carcass and held it up for inspection.
"Want a taste, dwarf?" "My brother Jaime gave me that mare for my 23rd name-day," Tyrion said in a flat voice. "Thank him for us, then, if you ever see him again." Chiggin grinned, showing yellow teeth, and swallowed the raw meat in 2 bites. "Tastes well bred."
"Better if you fry it up with onions," Bran put in. Wordlessly, Tyrion limped away. The cold had settled deep in his bones, and his legs were so sore he could scarcely walk. Perhaps his dead mare was the lucky one. He had hours more riding ahead of him, followed by a few mouthfuls of food and a short, cold sleep on hard ground, and then another night of the same, and another, and the gods only knew how it would end.
"Damn her,"
he muttered as he struggled up the road to rejoin his captors, remembering,
"Damn her and all the Starks."
The memory was still bitter. One moment he'd been ordering supper, and an eye-blink later he was facing a room of armed men, with Jick reaching for a sword and a fat innkeep shrieking,
"No swords, not here, please, my lords."
Tyrion wrenched down Jick's arm hurriedly before he got them both hacked to pieces.
"Where are your courtesies, Jick? Our good hostess said no swords. Do as she asks."
He forced a smile that must have looked as queasy as it felt.
"You're making a sad mistake, Lady Stark. I had no part in any attack on your son. On my honour—"
"Lannister honour," was all she said. She held up her hands for all the room to see. "His dagger left these scars, the blade he sent to open my son's throat." Tyrion felt the anger all around him, thick and smoky, fed by the deep cuts in the Stark woman's hands.
"Kill him,"
hissed some drunken slattern from the back, and other voices took up the call, faster than he would have believed. Strangers all, friendly enough only a moment ago, and yet now they cried for his blood like hounds on a trail. Tyrion spoke up loudly, trying to keep the quaver from his voice.
"If Lady Stark believes I have some crime to answer for, I will go with her and answer for it."
It was the only possible course. Trying to cut their way out of this was a sure invitation to an early grave. A good dozen swords had responded to the Stark woman's plea for help. The Harrenhal man, the 3 Brackens, a pair of unsavoury sellswords who looked as though they'd kill him as soon as spit, and some fool field hands who doubtless had no idea what they were doing. Against that, what did Tyrion have? A dagger at his belt, and 2 men. Jick swung a fair enough sword, but Morrick scarcely counted. He was part groom, part cook, part body-servant, and no soldier. As for Yoren, whatever his feelings might have been, the Black Brothers were sworn to take no part in the quarrels of the realm. Yoren would do nothing. And indeed, the Black Brothers stepped aside silently when the old knight by Catelyn Stark's side said, "Take their weapons," and the sellsword Bran stepped forward to pull the sword from Jick's fingers and relieve them all of their daggers. "Good," the old man said, as the tension in the common room ebbed palpably. "Excellent." Tyrion recognized the gruff voice. Winterfell's master-at-arms, shorn of his whiskers. Scarlet-tinged spittle flew from the fat innkeep's mouth as she begged of Catelyn Stark, "Don't kill him here." "Don't kill him anywhere," Tyrion urged. "Take him somewhere else. No blood here, my lady. I want no high lordland's quarrels." "We are taking him back to Winterfell," she said, and Tyrion thought, well, perhaps. By then he'd had a moment to glance over the room and get a better idea of the situation. He was not altogether displeased by what he saw. Oh, the Stark woman had been clever, no doubt of it. Forced them to make a public affirmation of the oaths sworn her father by the lords they served, and then call on them for succour. And her, a woman, yes, that was sweet. Yet her success was not as complete as she might have liked. There were close to 50 in the common room, by his rough count. Catelyn Stark's plea had roused a bare dozen. The others looked confused, or frightened, or sullen. Only 2 of the Freys had stirred, Tyrion noted, and they'd sat back down quick enough when their captain failed to move. He might have smiled if he'd dared. "Winterfell it is, then," he said instead. That was a long ride, as he could well attest, having just ridden it the other way. So many things could happen along the way. "My father will wonder what has become of me," he added, catching the eye of the swordsman who'd offered to yield up his room. "He'll pay a handsome reward to any man who brings him word of what happened here today." Lord Tywin would do no such thing, of course, but Tyrion would make up for it, if he won free. Sir Roderick glanced at his lady, his look worried, as well it might be. "His men come with him," the old knight announced, "and we'll thank the rest of you to stay quiet about what you've seen here." It was all Tyrion could do not to laugh. Quiet? The old fool! Unless he took the whole in, the word would begin to spread the instant they were gone. The free rider with a gold coin in his pocket would fly to Casterly Rock like an arrow. If not him, then someone else. Yoren would carry the story south. That fool singer might make a lay of it. The Freys would report back to their lord, and the gods only knew what he might do. Lord Walder Frey might be sworn to Riverrun, but he was a cautious man who had lived a long time by making certain he was always on the winning side. At the very least, he would send his birds winging south to King's Landing, and he might well dare more than that. Catelyn Stark wasted no time. "We must ride at once. We'll want fresh mounts and provisions for the road. You men, know that you have the eternal gratitude of House Stark. If any of you choose to help us guard our captives and get them safe to Winterfell, I promise you shall be well rewarded." That was all it took. The fools came rushing forward. Tyrion studied their faces. They would indeed be well rewarded, he vowed to himself, but perhaps not quite as they imagined. Yet even as they were bundling him outside, saddling the horses in the rain, and tying his hands with a length of coarse rope, Tyrion Lannister was not truly afraid. They would never get him to Winterfell. He would have given odds on that. Riders would be after them within the day, birds would take wing, and surely one of the river lords would want to curry favour with his father enough to take a hand. Tyrion was congratulating himself on his subtlety when someone pulled a hood down over his eyes and lifted him up onto a saddle. They set out through the rain at a hard gallop, and before long Tyrion's thighs were cramped and aching, and his butt throbbed with pain. Even when they were safely away from the inn, and Catelyn Stark slowed them to a trot, it was a miserable, pounding journey over rough ground, made worse by his blindness. Every twist and turn put him in danger of falling off his horse. The hood muffled sound, so he could not make out what was being said around him, and the rain soaked through the cloth and made it cling to his face, until even breathing was a struggle. The rope chafed his wrists raw and seemed to grow tighter as the night wore on.
I was about to settle down to a warm fire and a roast fowl, and that wretched singer had to open his mouth," he thought mournfully. The wretched singer had come along with them. "There is a great song to be made from this, and I'm the one to make it," he told Catelyn Stark when he announced his intention of riding with them to see how the splendid adventure turned out. Tyrion wondered whether the boy would think the adventure quite so splendid once the Lannister riders caught up with them. The rain had finally stopped, and dawn light was seeping through the wet cloth over his eyes when Catelyn Stark gave the command to dismount. Rough hands pulled him down from his horse, untied his wrists, and yanked the hood off his head. When he saw the narrow stony road, the foothills rising high and wild all around them, and the jagged snow-capped peaks on the distant horizon, all the hope went out of him in a rush. "This is the high road," he gasped, looking at Lady Stark with accusation. "The eastern road. You said we were riding for Winterfell." Catelyn Stark favoured him with the faintest of smiles. "Often and loudly," she agreed. "No doubt your friends will ride that way when they come after us. I wish them good speed." Even now, long days later, the memory filled him with bitter rage. All his life Tyrion had prided himself on his cunning, the only gift the gods had seen fit to give him, and yet this 7 times damned she-wolf, Catelyn Stark, had outwitted him at every turn. The knowledge was more galling than the bare fact of his abduction. They stopped only as long as it took to feed and water the horses, and then they were off again. This time Tyrion was spared the hood. After the second night they no longer bound his hands, and once they had gained the heights they scarcely bothered to guard him at all. It seemed they did not fear his escape, and why should they? Up here the land was harsh and wild, and the high road little more than a stony track. If he did run, how far could he hope to go, alone and without provisions? The shadow cats would make a morsel of him, and the clans that dwelt in the mountain fastnesses were brigands and murderers who bowed to no law but the sword. Yet still the Stark woman drove them forward relentlessly. He knew where they were bound. He had known it since the moment they pulled off his hood. These mountains were the domain of House Arryn, and the late Hand's widow was a Tully, Catelyn Stark's sister, and no friend to the Lannisters. Tyrion had known the Lady Lisa slightly during her years at King's Landing, and did not look forward to renewing the acquaintance. His captors were clustered around a stream a short ways down the high road. The horses had drunk their fill of the icy cold water, and were grazing on clumps of brown grass that grew from clefts in the rock. Jick and Warwick huddled close, sullen and miserable. Mohor stood over them, leaning on his spear, and wearing a rounded iron cap that made him look as if he had a bowl on his head. Nearby, Merillion, the singer, sat oiling his wood-harp, complaining of what the damp was doing to his strings. "We must have some rest, my lady," the hedge knight Sir Willis Rode was saying to Catelyn Stark as Tyrion approached. He was Lady Whent's man, stiff-necked and stolid, and the first to rise to aid Catelyn Stark back at the inn. "Sir Willis speaks truly, my lady," Sir Roderick said. "This is the 3rd horse we have lost." "We will lose more than horses if we're overtaken by the Lannisters," she reminded them. Her face was wind-burnt and gaunt, but it had lost none of its determination. "Small chance of that here," Tyrion put in. "The lady did not ask your views, dwarf," snapped Curlcat, a great fat oaf with short-cropped hair and a pig's face. He was one of the Brackens, a man-at-arms in the service of Lord Jonas. Tyrion had made a special effort to learn all their names, so he might thank them later for their tender treatment of him. A Lannister always paid his debts. Curlcat would learn that some day, as would his friends Larys and Mohor, and the good Sir Willis, and the sellswords Bran and Chiggin. He planned an especially sharp lesson for Merillion, him of the wood-harp and the sweet tenor voice, who was struggling so manfully to rhyme imp with gimp and limp, so he could make a song of this outrage. "Let him speak," Lady Stark commanded. Tyrion Lannister seated himself on a rock. "By now our pursuit is likely racing across the neck, chasing your lie up the King's Road. Assuming there is a pursuit, which is by no means certain. Oh, no doubt the word has reached my father, but my father does not love me overmuch, and I am not at all sure that he will bother to bestir himself." It was only half a lie. Lord Tywin Lannister cared not a fig for his deformed son, but he tolerated no slights on the honour of his house. This is a cruel land, Lady Stark. You'll find no succor until you reach the Vale, and each mount you lose burdens the others all the more. Worse, you risk losing me. I am small and not strong, and if I die, then what's the point?"
That was no lie at all. Tyrion did not know how much longer he could endure this pace. "It might be said that your death is the point, Lannister," Catelyn Stark replied.
"I think not," Tyrion said. "If you wanted me dead, you had only to say the word, and one of these staunch friends of yours would gladly have given me a red smile."
He looked at Curlket, but the man was too dim to taste the mockery. "The Starks do not murder men in their beds."
"Nor do I," he said. "I tell you again, I had no part in the attempt to kill your son."
"The assassin was armed with your dagger." Tyrion felt the heat rise in him.
"It was not my dagger," he insisted. "How many times must I swear to that? Lady Stark, whatever you may believe of me, I am not a stupid man. Only a fool would arm a common footpad with his own blade."
Just for a moment he thought he saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes, but what she said was, "Why would Peter lie to me?"
"Why does a bear shit in the woods?" he demanded. "Because it is his nature. Lying comes as easily as breathing to a man like Littlefinger. You ought to know that, you of all people."
She took a step toward him, her face tight. "And what does that mean, Lannister?" Tyrion cocked his head.
"Why, every man at court has heard him tell how he took your maidenhead, my lady."
"That is a lie," Catelyn Stark said.
"Oh, wicked little imp,"
Meryllion said, shocked. Curlket drew his dirk, a vicious piece of black iron.
"At your word, my lady, I'll toss his lying tongue at your feet."
His pig eyes were wet with excitement at the prospect. Catelyn Stark stared at Tyrion with a coldness on her face such as he had never seen. "Peter Baelish loved me once. He was only a boy. His passion was a tragedy for all of us, but it was real and pure, and nothing to be made mock of. He wanted my hand. That is the truth of the matter. You are truly an evil man, Lannister."
"And you are truly a fool, Lady Stark. Littlefinger has never loved anyone but Littlefinger, and I promise you that it is not your hand that he boasts of. It's those ripe breasts of yours and that sweet mouth and the heat between your legs."
Curlket grabbed a handful of hair and yanked his head back in a hard jerk, baring his throat. Tyrion felt the cold kiss of steel beneath his chin.
"Shall I bleed him, my lady?"
"Kill me, and the truth dies with me," Tyrion gasped.
"Let him talk," Catelyn Stark commanded. Curlket let go of Tyrion's hair, reluctantly. Tyrion took a deep breath.
"How did Littlefinger tell you I came by this dagger of his? Answer me that."
"You won it from him in a wager during the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name-day."
"When my brother Jaime was unhorsed by the Knight of Flowers. That was his story, no?"
"It was," she admitted. A line creased her brow.
"Riders!"
The shriek came from the wind-carved ridge above them. Sir Roderick had sent Larys scrambling up the rock face to watch the road while they took their rest. For a long second no one moved. Catelyn Stark was the first to react. "Sir Roderick! Sir Willis, to horse!" she shouted. "Get the other mounts behind us. Mohor, guard the prisoners."
"Armas!"
Tyrion sprang to his feet and seized her by the arm.
"You will need every sword."
She knew he was right. Tyrion could see it. The mountain clans cared nothing for the enmities of the great houses. They would slaughter Stark and Lannister with equal fervour, as they slaughtered each other. They might spare Catelyn herself. She was still young enough to bear sons. Still she hesitated.
"I hear them!"
Sir Roderick called out. Tyrion turned his head to listen, and there it was, hoof-beats, a dozen horses or more, coming nearer. Suddenly everyone was moving, reaching for weapons, running to their mounts. Pebbles rained down around them as Larys came springing and sliding down the ridge. He landed breathless in front of Catelyn Stark, an ungainly-looking man with wild tufts of rust-coloured hair sticking out from under a conical steel cap.
20 men, maybe 25, he said, breathless. Milk snakes or moon brothers by my guess. They must have eyes out, my lady. Hidden watchers. They know we're here."
Sir Roderick Castle was already a horse, a long sword in hand. Mohor crouched behind a boulder, both hands on his iron-tipped spear, a dagger between his teeth.
"You, Singer," Sir Willis Wode called out. "Help me with this breastplate."
Meryllion sat frozen, clutching his wood-harp, his face as pale as milk, but Tyrion's man Morrick bounded quickly to his feet and moved to help the knight with his armour. Tyrion kept his grip on Catelyn Stark.
"You have no choice,"
he told her. 3 of us, and a 4th man wasted guarding us. 4 men can be the difference between life and death up here."
"Give me your word that you will put down your swords again after the fight is done."
"My word?" The hoofbeats were louder now. Tyrion grinned crookedly. "Oh, that you have, my lady. On my honour as a Lannister." For a moment he thought she would spit at him, but instead she snapped, "Arm them!" and as quick as that she was pulling away. Sir Roderick tossed Jick his sword and scabbard, and wheeled to meet the foe. Morrick helped himself to a bow and quiver, and went to one knee beside the road. He was a better archer than swordsman. And Bran rode up to offer Tyrion a double-bladed axe.
"I have never fought with an axe."
The weapon felt awkward and unfamiliar in his hands. It had a short haft, a heavy head, a nasty spike on top.
"Pretend you're splitting logs,"
Bran said, drawing his long sword from the scabbard across his back. He spat and trotted off to form up beside Chiggin and Sir Roderick. Sir Willis mounted up to join them, fumbling with his helmet, a metal pot with a thin slit for his eyes, and a long black silk plume.
"Logs don't bleed,"
Tyrion said to no one in particular. He felt naked without armor. He looked around for a rock and ran over to where Merillion was hiding.
"Move over."
"Go away!" the boy screamed back at him. "I'm a singer. I want no part of this fight."
"What, lost your taste for adventure?"
Tyrion kicked at the youth until he slid over, and not a moment too soon. A heartbeat later, the riders were on them. There were no heralds, no banners, no horns, nor drums, only the twang of bowstrings as Morrick and Larys let fly, and suddenly the clansmen came thundering out of the dawn, lean, dark men in boiled leather and mismatched armor, faces hidden behind barred half-helms. In gloved hands were clutched all manner of weapons, long swords and lances and sharpened scythes, spiked clubs and daggers and heavy iron mauls. At their head rode a big man in a striped shadowskin cloak, armed with a two-handed greatsword. Sir Roderick shouted, "Winterfell!" and rode to meet him, with Bran and Chiggin beside him, screaming some wordless battle-cry. Sir Willis Rode followed, swinging a spiked morning star around his head. "Harrenhal! Harrenhal!" he sang. Tyrion felt a sudden urge to leap up, brandish his axe, and boom out, "Casterly Rock!" But the insanity passed quickly, and he crouched down lower. He heard the screams of frightened horses and the crash of metal on metal. Chiggin's sword raked across the naked face of a mailed rider, and Bran plunged through the clansmen like a whirlwind, cutting down foes right and left. Sir Roderick hammered at the big man in the shadowskin cloak, their horses dancing round each other as they traded blow for blow. Jick vaulted onto a horse and galloped bareback into the fray. Tyrion saw an arrow sprout from the throat of the man in the shadowskin cloak. When he opened his mouth to scream, only blood came out. By the time he fell, Sir Roderick was fighting someone else. Suddenly Merillion shrieked, covering his head with his wood-harp, as a horse leapt over their rock. Tyrion scrambled to his feet as the rider turned to come back at them, hefting a spiked maul. Tyrion swung his axe with both hands. The blade caught the charging horse in the throat with a meaty thunk, angling upward, and Tyrion almost lost his grip as the animal screamed and collapsed. He managed to wrench the axe free and lurch clumsily out of the way. Merillion was less fortunate. Horse and rider crashed to the ground in a tangle on top of the singer. Tyrion danced back in while the brigand's leg was still pinned beneath his fallen mount, and buried the axe in the man's neck just above the shoulder-blades. As he struggled to yank the blade loose, he heard Merillion moaning under the bodies. "Someone help me!" the singer gasped. "Gods have mercy, I'm bleeding!"
"I believe that's horse blood," Tyrion said.
The singer's hand came crawling out from beneath the dead animal, scrabbling in the dirt like a spider with 5 legs. Tyrion put his heel on the grasping fingers and felt a satisfying crunch. "Close your eyes and pretend you're dead," he advised the singer before he hefted the axe and turned away. After that, things ran together. The dawn was full of shouts and screams and heavy with a scent of blood, and the world had turned to chaos. Arrows hissed past his ear and clattered off the rocks. He saw Bran unhorsed, fighting with a sword in each hand. Tyrion kept on the fringes of the fight, sliding from rock to rock and darting out of the shadows to hew at the legs of passing horses. He found a wounded clansman and left him dead, helping himself to the man's half-helm. It fit too snugly, but Tyrion was glad of any protection at all. Jick was cut down from behind while he sliced at a man in front of him, and later Tyrion stumbled over Curlcat's body. The pig face had been smashed in with a mace, but Tyrion recognized the dirk as he plucked it from the man's dead fingers. He was sliding it through his belt when he heard a woman scream. Catelyn Stark was trapped against the stone face of the mountain with 3 men around her, one still mounted and the other 2 on foot. She had a dagger clutched awkwardly in her maimed hands, but her back was to the rock now, and they had pinned her on 3 sides. "Let them have the bitch," Tyrion thought, "and welcome to her." Yet somehow he was moving. He caught the first man in the back of the knee before they even knew he was there, and the heavy axe-head split flesh and bone like rotten wood. "Logs that bleed,"
Tyrion thought inanely, as the second man came for him. Tyrion ducked under his sword, lashed out with the axe. The man reeled backward, and Catelyn Stark stepped up behind him and opened his throat. The horseman remembered an urgent engagement elsewhere and galloped off suddenly. Tyrion looked around. The enemy were all vanquished or vanished. Somehow the fighting had ended when he wasn't looking. Dying horses and wounded men lay all around, screaming or moaning. To his vast astonishment, he was not one of them. He opened his fingers and let the axe thunk to the ground. His hands were sticky with blood. He could have sworn they had been fighting for half a day, but the sun seemed scarcely to have moved at all. "Your first battle?" Bran asked later, as he bent over Jick's body, pulling off his boots. They were good boots, as befit one of Lord Tywin's men. Heavy leather, oiled and supple, much finer than what Bran was wearing. Tyrion nodded. "My father will be so proud," he said. His legs were cramping so badly he could scarcely stand. Odd, he had never once noticed the pain during the battle. "You need a woman now," Bran said with a glint in his black eyes. He shoved the boots into his saddlebag. "Nothing like a woman after a man's been blooded, take my word." Chiggin stopped looting the corpses of the brigands long enough to snort and lick his lips. Tyrion glanced over to where Lady Stark was dressing Sir Roderick's wounds. "I'm willing if she is," he said. The free riders broke into laughter, and Tyrion grinned and thought, "There's a start." Afterward he knelt by the stream and washed the blood off his face in water cold as ice. As he limped back to the others, he glanced again at the slain. The dead clansmen were thin, ragged men, their horses scrawny and undersized, with every rib showing. What weapons Bran and Chiggin had left them were none too impressive. Mauls, clubs, a scythe. He remembered the big man in the shadow-skin cloak who had duelled Sir Roderick with a two-handed greatsword, but when he found his corpse sprawled on the stony ground, the man was not so big after all. The cloak was gone, and Tyrion saw that the blade was badly notched, its cheap steel spotted with rust. Small wonder the clansmen had left 9 bodies on the ground. They had only 3 dead, 2 of Lord Bracken's men-at-arms, Curlket and Mohor, and his own man Jick, who had made such a bold show with his bareback charge. A fool to the end, Tyrion thought. "Lady Stark, I urge you to press on with all haste," Sir Willis Woad said, his eyes scanning the ridge-tops warily through the slit in his helm. "We drove them off for the moment, but they will not have gone far." "We must bury our dead, Sir Willis," she said. "These were brave men. I will not leave them to the crows and shadowcats." "This soil is too stony for digging," Sir Willis said. "Then we shall gather stones for cairns." "Gather all the stones you want," Bran told her, "but do it without me or Chiggin. I've better things to do than pile rocks on dead men. Breathing, for one." He looked over the rest of the survivors. "Any of you who hope to be alive come nightfall, ride with us." "My lady, I fear he speaks the truth," Sir Roderick said wearily. The old knight had been wounded in the fight, a deep gash in his left arm and a spear thrust that grazed his neck, and he sounded his age. "If we linger here, they will be on us again for a certainty, and we may not live through a second attack." Tyrion could see the anger in Catelyn's face, but she had no choice. "May the gods forgive us, then. We will ride at once." There was no shortage of horses now. Tyrion moved his saddle to Jick's spotted gelding, who looked strong enough to last another 3 or 4 days at least. He was about to mount when Loras stepped up and said, "I'll take that dirk now, dwarf." "Let him keep it." Catelyn Stark looked down from her horse. "And see that he has his axe back as well. We may have need of it if we are attacked again." "You have my thanks, lady," Tyrion said, mounting up. "Save them," she said curtly. "I trust you no more than I did before." She was gone before he could frame a reply. Tyrion adjusted his stolen helm and took the axe from Bran. He remembered how he had begun the journey, with his wrists bound and a hood pulled down over his head, and decided that this was a definite improvement. Lady Stark could keep her trust. So long as he could keep the axe, he would count himself ahead in the game. Sir Willis Woad led them out. Bran took the rear, with Lady Stark safely in the middle, Sir Roderick a shadow beside her. Merillion kept throwing sullen looks back at Tyrion as they rode. The singer had broken several ribs, his wood-harp, and all 4 fingers on his playing hand, yet the day had not been an utter loss to him. Somewhere he had acquired a magnificent shadow-skin cloak, thick black fur slashed by stripes of white. He huddled beneath its folds silently, and for once had nothing to say. They heard the deep growls of shadow cats behind them before they had gone half a mile, and later the wild snarling of the beasts fighting over the corpses they had left behind. Merilion grew visibly pale. Tyrion trotted up beside him. "Craven," he said, "rhymes nicely with raven." He kicked his horse and moved past the singer, up to Sir Roderick and Catelyn Stark. She looked at him, lips pressed tightly together. "As I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted," Tyrion began, "there is a serious flaw in Littlefinger's fable. Whatever you may believe of me, Lady Stark, I promise you this: I never bet against my family." Arya. The one-eared Black Tom arched his back and hissed at her. Arya padded down the alley, balanced lightly on the balls of her bare feet, listening to the flutter of her heart, breathing slow, deep breaths. "Quiet as a shadow," she told herself. "Light as a feather." The tomcat watched her come, his eyes wary. Catching cats was hard. Her hands were covered with half-healed scratches, and both knees were scabbed over where she had scraped them raw in tumbles. At first even the cook's huge fat kitchen cat had been able to elude her. But Syrio had kept her at it, day and night. When she'd run to him with her hands bleeding, he had said, "So slow? Be quicker, girl. Your enemies will give you more than scratches." He had dabbed her wounds with Mirish fire, which burned so bad she had had to bite her lip to keep from screaming. Then he sent her out after more cats. The Red Keep was full of cats, lazy old cats dozing in the sun, cold-eyed mousers twitching their tails, quick little kittens with claws like needles, ladies' cats all combed and trusting, ragged shadows prowling the midden heaps. One by one Arya had chased them down and snatched them up and brought them proudly to Syrio Forel. All but this one, this one-eared black devil of a tomcat. "That's the real king of this castle, right there," one of the gold cloaks had told her. "Older than sin and twice as mean. One time the king was feasting the queen's father, and that black bastard hopped up on the table and snatched a roast quail right out of Lord Tywin's fingers. Robert laughed so hard he'd like to burst. You stay away from that one, child." He had run her halfway across the castle, twice around the Tower of the Hand, across the inner bailey, through the stables, down the serpentine steps, past the small kitchen and the pig-yard and the barracks of the gold cloaks, along the base of the river wall, and up more steps and back and forth over Traitor's Walk, and then down again and through a gate and around a well and in and out of strange buildings until Arya didn't know where she was. Now, at last, she had him. High walls pressed close on either side, and ahead was a blank, windowless mass of stone. "Quiet as a shadow," she repeated, sliding forward. "Light as a feather." When she was 3 steps away from him, the tomcat bolted. Left, then right he went, and right, then left, when Arya, cutting off his escape. He hissed again and tried to dart between her legs. Quick as a snake, she thought. Her hands closed around him. She hugged him to her chest, whirling and laughing aloud as his claws raked at the front of her leather jerkin. Ever so fast, she kissed him right between the eyes and jerked her head back an instant before his claws would have found her face. The tomcat yowled and spit. "What's he doing to that cat?" Startled, Arya dropped the cat and whirled toward the voice. The tom bounded off in the blink of an eye. At the end of the alley stood a girl with a mass of golden curls, dressed as pretty as a doll in blue satin. Beside her was a plump little blond boy with a prancing stag sewn in pearls across the front of his doublet and a miniature sword at his belt. "Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen," Arya thought. A scepter as large as a draft horse hovered over them, and behind her 2 big men in crimson cloaks, Lannister houseguards. "What were you doing to that cat, boy?" Myrcella asked again sternly. To her brother she said, "He's a ragged boy, isn't he? Look at him." She giggled. "A ragged, dirty, smelly boy," Tommen agreed. "They don't know me," Arya realized. "They don't even know I'm a girl." Small wonder. She was barefoot and dirty, her hair tangled from the long run through the castle, clad in a jerkin ripped by cat claws and brown rough-spun pants hacked off above her scabby knees. You don't wear skirts and silks when you're catching cats. Quickly she lowered her head and dropped to one knee. Maybe they wouldn't recognize her. If they did, she would never hear the end of it. Septa Mordain would be mortified, and Sansa would never speak to her again from the shame. The old fat Septa moved forward. "Boy, how did you come here? You have no business in this part of the castle." "You can't keep this sword out," one of the red cloaks said, "like trying to keep out rats."
"Who do you belong to, boy?" the Septa demanded. "Answer me. What's wrong with you? Are you mute?" Arya's voice caught in her throat. If she answered, Tommen and Myrcella would know her for certain. "Godwyn, bring him here," the Septa said. The taller of the guardsmen started down the alley. Panic gripped her throat like a giant's hand. Arya could not have spoken if her life had hung on it. "Calm as still water," she mouthed silently. As Godwyn reached for her, Arya moved. Quick as a snake. She leaned to her left, letting his fingers brush her arm, spinning around him. Smooth summer silk. By the time he got himself turned, she was sprinting down the alley. Swift as a deer. The Septa was screeching at her. Arya slid between legs as thick and white as marble columns, bounded to her feet, bowled into Prince Tommen, and hopped over him when he sat down hard and said, "Oof!" spun away from the second guard, and then she was past them all, running full out. She heard shouts, then pounding footsteps, closing behind her. She dropped and rolled. The red cloak went careening past her, stumbling. Arya sprang back to her feet. She saw a window above her, high and narrow, scarcely more than an arrow slit. Arya leapt, caught the sill, pulled herself up. She held her breath as she wriggled through. Slippery as an eel. Dropping to the floor in front of a startled scrubwoman, she hopped up, brushed the rushes off her clothes, and was off again, out the door and along a long hall, down a stair, across a hidden courtyard, around a corner and over a wall and through a low, narrow window into a pitch-dark cellar. The sounds grew more and more distant behind her. Arya was out of breath and quite thoroughly lost. She was in for it now if they had recognized her, but she didn't think they had. She'd moved too fast. Swift as a deer. She hunkered down in the dark against a damp stone wall and listened for the pursuit, but the only sound was the beating of her own heart and a distant drip of water. Quiet as a shadow, she told herself. She wondered where she was. When they had first come to King's Landing, she used to have bad dreams about getting lost in the castle. Father said the Red Keep was smaller than Winterfell, but in her dreams it had been immense, an endless stone maze with walls that seemed to shift and change behind her. She would find herself wandering down gloomy halls, past faded tapestries, descending endless circular stairs, darting through courtyards or over bridges, her shouts echoing unanswered. In some of the rooms the red stone walls would seem to drip blood, and nowhere could she find a window. Sometimes she would hear her father's voice, but always from a long way off, and no matter how hard she ran after it, it would grow fainter and fainter until it faded to nothing, and Arya was alone in the dark. It was very dark right now, she realized. She hugged her bare knees tight against her chest and shivered. She would wait quietly and count to 10,000. By then it would be safe for her to come creeping back out and find her way home. By the time she had reached 87, the room had begun to lighten as her eyes adjusted to the blackness. Slowly the shapes around her took on form. Huge, empty eyes stared at her hungrily through the gloom, and dimly she saw the jagged shadows of long teeth. She had lost the count. She closed her eyes and bit her lip and sent the fear away. When she looked again, the monsters would be gone. Would never have been. She pretended that Syria was beside her in the dark, whispering in her ear. Calm as still water, she told herself. Strong as a bear. Fierce as a wolverine. She opened her eyes again. The monsters were still there, but the fear was gone. Arya got to her feet, moving warily. The heads were all around her. She touched one, curious, wondering if it was real. Her fingertips brushed a massive jaw. It felt real enough. The bone was smooth beneath her hand, cold and hard to the touch. She ran her fingers down a tooth, black and sharp, a dagger made of darkness. It made her shiver. "It's dead," she said aloud. "It's just a skull. It can't hurt me." Yet somehow the monster seemed to know she was there. She could feel its empty eyes watching her through the gloom, and there was something in that dim, cavernous room that did not love her. She edged away from the skull and backed into a second, larger than the first. For an instant she could feel its teeth digging into her shoulder, as if it wanted a bite of her flesh. Arya whirled, felt leather catch and tear as a huge fang nipped at her jerkin, and then she was running. Another skull loomed ahead, the biggest monster of all, but Arya did not even slow. She leapt over a ridge of black teeth as tall as swords, dashed through hungry jaws, and threw herself against the door. Her hands found a heavy iron ring set in the wood, and she yanked at it. The door resisted a moment, before it slowly began to swing inward, with a creak so loud Arya was certain it could be heard all through the city.
She opened the door just far enough to slip through into the hallway beyond. If the room with the monsters had been dark, the hall was the blackest pit in the 7 hells. Calm as still water, Arya told herself, but even when she gave her eyes a moment to adjust, there was nothing to see but the vague grey outline of the door she had come through. She wiggled her fingers in front of her face, felt the air move, saw nothing. She was blind. A water dancer sees with all her senses, she reminded herself. She closed her eyes and steadied her breathing. 1, 2, 3, drank in the quiet, reached out with her hands. Her fingers brushed against rough, unfinished stone to her left. She followed the wall, her hands skimming along the surface, taking small gliding steps through the darkness. All halls lead somewhere. Where there is a way in, there is a way out. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Arya would not be afraid. It seemed as if she had been walking a long ways, when the wall ended abruptly, and a draught of cold air blew past her cheek. Loose hairs stirred faintly against her skin. From somewhere far below her she heard noises, the scrape of boots, the distant sound of voices. A flickering light brushed the wall ever so faintly, and she saw that she stood at the top of a great black well, a shaft 20 feet across, plunging deep into the earth. Huge stones had been set into the curving walls as steps, circling down and down, dark as the steps to hell that old Nan used to tell them of. And something was coming up out of the darkness, out of the bowels of the earth. Arya peered over the edge and felt the cold black breath on her face. Far below she saw the light of a single torch, small as the flame of a candle. 2 men, she made out. Their shadows writhed against the sides of the well, tall as giants. She could hear their voices echoing up the shaft. "Found one bastard," one said. "The rest will come soon. A day, 2 days, a fortnight." "And when he learns the truth, what will he do?" a second voice asked in the liquid accents of the free cities. "The gods alone know," the first voice said. Arya could see a wisp of grey smoke drifting up off the torch, writhing like a snake as it rose. "The fools tried to kill his son, and what's worse, they made a mummer's farce of it. He's not a man to put that aside. I warn you, the wolf and lion will soon be at each other's throats, whether we will it or no." "Too soon, too soon," the voice with the accent complained. "What good is war now? We are not ready. Delay." "As well bid me stop time. Do you take me for a wizard?" The other chuckled. "No less." Flames licked at the cold air. The tall shadows were almost on top of her. An instant later the man holding the torch climbed into her sight, his companion beside him. Arya crept back away from the well, dropped to her stomach, and flattened herself against the wall. She held her breath as the men reached the top of the steps. "What would you have me do?" asked the torch-bearer, a stout man in a leather half-cape. Even in heavy boots his feet seemed to glide soundlessly over the ground. A round, scarred face and a stubble of dark beard showed under his steel cap, and he wore mail over boiled leather, and a dirk and short sword at his belt. It seemed to Arya there was something oddly familiar about him. "If one hand can die, why not a second?" replied the man with the accent and the forked yellow beard. "You have danced the dance before, my friend." He was no one Arya had ever seen before. She was certain of it. Grossly fat, yet he seemed to walk lightly, carrying his weight on the balls of his feet as a water dancer might. His rings glimmered in the torchlight, red gold and pale silver, crusted with rubies, sapphires, slitted yellow tiger eyes. Every finger wore a ring. Some had 2. "Before is not now, and this hand is not the other," the scarred man said as they stepped out into the hall. Still as stone, Arya told herself. Quiet as a shadow. Blinded by the blaze of their own torch, they did not see her pressed flat against the stone, only a few feet away. "Perhaps so," the forked beard replied, pausing to catch his breath after the long climb. "None the less we must have time. The princess is with child. The Carl will not bestir himself until the son is born. You know how they are, these savages." The man with the torch pushed at something. Arya heard a deep rumbling. A huge slab of rock, red in the torchlight, slid down out of the ceiling with a resounding crash that almost made her cry out. Where the entry to the well had been was nothing but stone, solid and unbroken. "If he does not bestir himself soon, it may be too late," the stout man in the steel cap said.
This is no longer a game for 2 players, if ever it was. Stannis Baratheon and Lysa Arryn have fled beyond my reach, and the Whisperers say they are gathering swords around them. The Knight of Flowers writes Highgarden, urging his lord father to send his sister to court. The girl is a maid of 14, sweet and beautiful, and tractable, and Lord Renly and Sir Loras intend that Robert should bed her, wed her, and make a new queen. Littlefinger. The gods only know what game Littlefinger is playing. Yet Lord Stark's the one who troubles my sleep. He has the bastard, he has the book, and soon enough he'll have the truth. And now his wife has abducted Tyrion Lannister, thanks to Littlefinger's meddling. Lord Tywin will take that for an outrage, and Jaime has a queer affection for the imp. If the Lannisters move north, that will bring the Tullys in as well. Delay, you say. Make haste, I reply. Even the finest of jugglers cannot keep 100 balls in the air forever.
You are more than a juggler, old friend. You are a true sorcerer. All I ask is that you work your magic a while longer. They started down the hall in the direction Arya had come, past the room with the monsters.
What I can do, I will, the one with the torch said softly. I must have gold, and another 50 birds.
She let them get a long way ahead, then went creeping after them, quiet as a shadow. So many? The voices were fainter as the light dwindled ahead of her. The ones you need are hard to find. So young to know their letters. Perhaps older. Not die so easy?
No. The younger are safer. Treat them gently.
If they kept their tongues.
The risk.
Long after their voices had faded away, Arya could still see the light of the torch, a smoking star that bid her follow. Twice it seemed to disappear, but she kept on straight, and both times she found herself at the top of steep, narrow stairs, the torch glimmering far below her. She hurried after it, down and down. Once she stumbled over a rock and fell against the wall, and her hand found raw earth supported by timbers, whereas before the tunnel had been dressed stone. She must have crept after them for miles. Finally they were gone, but there was no place to go but forward. She found the wall again and followed, blind and lost, pretending that Nymeria was padding along beside her in the darkness. At the end she was knee-deep in foul-smelling water, wishing she could dance upon it as Syrio might have, and wondering if she'd ever see light again. It was full dark when finally Arya emerged into the night air. She found herself standing at the mouth of a sewer where it emptied into the river. She stank so badly that she stripped right there, dropping her soiled clothing on the river bank as she dove into the deep black waters. She swam until she felt clean and crawled out shivering. Some riders went past along the river road as Arya was washing her clothes, but if they saw the scrawny naked girl scrubbing her rags in the moonlight, they took no notice. She was miles from the castle, but from anywhere in King's Landing you needed only to look up to see the Red Keep high on Aegon's Hill, so there was no danger of losing her way. Her clothes were almost dry by the time she reached the gatehouse. The portcullis was down and the gates barred, so she turned aside to a postern door. The gold cloaks who had the watch sneered when she told them to let her in. "Off with you," one said. "The kitchen scraps are gone, and we'll have no begging after dark."
"I'm not a beggar," she said. "I live here."
"I said off with you. Do you need a cloud on the ear to help your hearing?"
"I want to see my father."
The guards exchanged a glance. "I want to fuck the queen myself, for all the good it does me," the younger one said. The older scowled. "Who's this father of yours, boy? The city rat-catcher?"
"The hand of the king,"
Arya told him. Both men laughed, but then the older one swung his fist at her, casually as a man would swat a dog. Arya saw the blow coming even before it began. She danced back out of the way, untouched.
"I'm not a boy."
She spat at them.
"I'm Arya Stark of Winterfell, and if you lay a hand on me, my lord father will have both your heads on spikes. If you don't believe me, fetch Jory Castle or Vayon Pool from the Tower of the Hand."
She put her hands on her hips.
"Now, are you going to open the gate, or do you need a cloud on the ear to help your hearing?"
Her father was alone in the solar when Harwin and Fat Tom marched her in, an oil lamp glowing softly at his elbow. He was bent over the biggest book Arya had ever seen, a great thick tome with cracked yellow pages of crabbed script bound between faded leather covers, but he closed it to listen to Harwin's report. His face was stern as he sent the men away with thanks. "You realize I had half my guard out searching for you?" Eddard Stark said when they were alone. "Septa Mordain is beside herself with fear. She's in the sept, praying for your safe return. Arya, you know you are never to go beyond the castle gates without my leave."
"I didn't go out the gates," she blurted. "Well, I didn't mean to. I was down in the dungeons, only they turned into this tunnel. It was all dark, and I didn't have a torch or a candle to see by, so I had to follow. I couldn't go back the way I came on account of the monsters. Father, they were talking about killing you. Not the monsters, the 2 men. They didn't see me. I was being still as stone and quiet as a shadow, but I heard them. They said you had a book and a bastard, and if one hand could die, why not a second? Is that the book? John's the bastard, I bet.
John? Arya, what are you talking about? Who said this?
They did, she told him. There was a fat one with rings and a forked yellow beard, and another in mail and a steel cap, and the fat one said they had to delay, but the other one told him he couldn't keep juggling in. The wolf and the lion were going to eat each other, and it was a mummer's farce. She tried to remember the rest. She hadn't quite understood everything she'd heard, and now it was all mixed up in her head. The fat one said the princess was with child. The one in the steel cap, he had the torch. He said they had to hurry. I think he was a wizard.
A wizard, said Ned, unsmiling. Did he have a long white beard and tall pointed hat speckled with stars?
No, it wasn't like old Nan's stories. He didn't look like a wizard, but the fat one said he was.
I warn you, Arya, if you're spinning this thread of air—
No, I told you. It was in the dungeons, by the place with the secret wall. I was chasing cats, and, well—
She screwed up her face. If she admitted knocking over Prince Tommen, he would be really angry with her.
Well, I went in this window. That's where I found the monsters.
Monsters and wizards, her father said. It would seem you've had quite an adventure. These men you heard, you say they spoke of juggling and mummery?
Yes,
Arya admitted. Only, Arya, they were mummers, her father told her. There must be a dozen troops in King's Landing right now, come to make some coin off the tourney crowds. I'm not certain what these 2 were doing in the castle, but perhaps the king has asked for a show.
No.
She shook her head stubbornly.
They weren't.
You shouldn't be following people about and spying on them in any case. Nor do I cherish the notion of my daughter climbing in strange windows after stray cats. Look at you, sweetling. Your arms are covered with scratches. This has gone on long enough. Tell Syrio Forel that I want a word with him.
He was interrupted by a short, sudden knock. "Lord Eddard pardons," Desmond called out, opening the door a crack, "but there's a black brother here begging audience. He says the matter is urgent. I thought you would want to know."
My door is always open to the night's watch, father said.
Desmond ushered the man inside. He was stooped and ugly, with an unkempt beard and unwashed clothes, yet father greeted him pleasantly and asked his name.
"Yoren, as it please, my lord. My pardons for the hour."
He bowed to Arya.
"And this must be your son. He has your look."
I'm a girl,
Arya said, exasperated. If the old man was down from the wall, he must have come by way of Winterfell.
Do you know my brothers? She asked excitedly. Robb and Bran are at Winterfell, and Jon's on the wall. Jon Snow, he's in the Night's Watch too. You must know him. He has a dire wolf, a white one with red eyes. Is Jon a ranger yet? I'm Arya Stark.
The old man in his smelly black clothes was looking at her oddly, but Arya could not seem to stop talking.
When you ride back to the wall, would you bring Jon a letter if I wrote one?
She wished Jon were here right now. He'd believe her about the dungeons and the fat man with a forked beard and the wizard in the steel cap.
My daughter often forgets her courtesies, Eddard Stark said with a faint smile that softened his words. I beg your forgiveness, Yoren. Did my brother Benjen send you?
No one sent me, my lord, saving old Mormont. I'm here to find men for the wall, and when Robert next holds court, I'll bend the knee and cry our need, see if the king and his hand have some scum in the dungeons they'd be well rid of. You might say as Benjen Stark is why we're talking, though. His blood ran black. Made him my brother as much as yours. It's for his sake I'm come. Rode hard I did, near killed my horse the way I drove her, but I left the others well behind.
The others?
Yoren spat. Sell swords and free riders and like trash. That inn was full of them, and I saw them take the scent. The scent of blood or the scent of gold, they smell the same in the end. Not all of them made for King's Landing, either. Some went galloping for Casterly Rock, and the rock lies closer. Lord Tywin will have gotten the word by now. You can count on it.
Father frowned.
What word is this?
Yoren eyed Arya.
One best spoken in private, my lord, begging your pardons.
As you say. Desmond, see my daughter to her chambers. He kissed her on the brow. We'll finish our talk on the morrow.
Arya stood rooted to the spot.
Nothing bad's happened to Jon, has it? She asked Yoren. Or Uncle Benjen?
Well, as to Stark, I can't say. The Snow Boy was well enough when I left the wall. It's not them as concerns me.
Desmond took her hand. "Come along, my lady. You heard your Lord Father." Arya had no choice but to go with him, wishing it had been Fat Tom. With Tom she might have been able to linger at the door on some excuse and hear what Yoren was saying. But Desmond was too single-minded to trick. "How many guards does my father have?" she asked him as they descended to her bedchamber. "Here at King's Landing? 50.
"You wouldn't let anyone kill him, would you?"
she asked. Desmond laughed. "No fear on that count, little lady. Lord Eddard's guarded night and day. He'll come to no harm."
"The Lannisters have more than 50 men,"
Arya pointed out. "So they do. But every northerner is worth 10 of these Southron swords. So you can sleep easy."
"What if a wizard was sent to kill him?"
"Well, as to that," Desmond replied, drawing his longsword, "wizards die the same as other men, once you cut their heads off."
Eddard. "Robert, I beg of you," Ned pleaded. "Hear what you are saying. You are talking of murdering a child."
"The whore is pregnant."
The king's fist slammed down on the council table loud as a thunderclap.
"I warned you this would happen, Ned. Back in the Barrowlands, I warned you, but you did not care to hear it. Well, you'll hear it now. I want them dead, mother and child both, and that fool Viserys as well. Is that plain enough for you? I want them dead."
The other councillors were all doing their best to pretend that they were somewhere else. No doubt they were wiser than he was. Eddard Stark had seldom felt quite so alone.
"You will dishonor yourself forever if you do this."
"Then let it be on my head so long as it is done. I am not so blind that I cannot see the shadow of the axe when it is hanging over my own neck."
"There is no axe," Ned told his king. "Only the shadow of a shadow, 20 years removed, if it exists at all."
"If?" Varys asked softly, wringing powdered hands together. "My lord, you wrong me. Would I bring lies to king and council?"
Ned looked at the eunuch coldly. "You would bring us the whisperings of a traitor half a world away, my lord. Perhaps Mormont is wrong. Perhaps he is lying."
"Sir Jorah would not dare deceive me," Varys said with a sly smile. "Rely on it, my lord. The princess is with child."
"So you say. If you are wrong, we need not fear. If the girl miscarries, we need not fear. If she births a daughter in place of a son, we need not fear. If the babe dies in infancy, we need not fear."
"But if it is a boy," Robert insisted, "if he lives?"
"The narrow sea would still lie between us. I shall fear the Dothraki the day they teach their horses to run on water."
The king took a swallow of wine and glowered at Ned across the council table.
"So you would counsel me to do nothing until the dragon spawn has landed his army on my shores, is that it?"
"This dragon spawn is in his mother's belly," Ned said. "Even Aegon did no conquering until after he was weaned."
"Gods! You are stubborn as an aurochs, Stark."
The king looked around the council table.
"Have the rest of you mislaid your tongues? Will no one talk sense to this frozen-faced fool?"
Varys gave the king an unctuous smile, and laid a soft hand on Ned's sleeve. "I understand your qualms, Lord Eddard, truly I do. It gave me no joy to bring this grievous news to council. It is a terrible thing we contemplate, a vile thing. Yet we who presume to rule must do vile things for the good of the realm, however much it pains us."
Lord Renly shrugged. "The matter seems simple enough to me. We ought to have had Viserys and his sister killed years ago, but his grace, my brother, made the mistake of listening to Jon Arryn." "Mercy is never a mistake, Lord Renly," Ned replied. "On the Trident, Sir Barristan here cut down 12 good men, Robert's friends and mine. When they brought him to us, grievously wounded and near death, Roose Bolton urged us to cut his throat. But your brother said, 'I will not kill a man for loyalty nor for fighting well,' and sent his own maester to tend Sir Barristan's wounds." He gave the king a long, cool look. "Would that man were here today." Robert had shame enough to blush.
"It was not the same," he complained. "Sir Barristan was a knight of the King's Guard."
"Whereas Daenerys is a 14-year-old girl." Ned knew he was pushing this well past the point of wisdom, yet he could not keep silent. Robert, I ask you, what did we rise against Aerys Targaryen for, if not to put an end to the murder of children?
To put an end to Targaryens,
the king growled. Your Grace, I never knew you to fear Rhaegar. Ned fought to keep the scorn out of his voice and failed. Have the years so unmanned you that you tremble at the shadow of an unborn child? Robert purpled.
No more, Ned,
he warned, pointing.
Not another word. Have you forgotten who is king here?
No, Your Grace, Ned replied. Have you?
Enough! The king bellowed. I am sick of talk. I'll be done with this, I'll be damned. What say you all?
She must be killed, Lord Renly declared.
We have no choice, murmured Varys. Sadly.
Sir Barristan Selmy raised his pale blue eyes from the table and said, Your Grace, there is honour in facing an enemy on the battlefield, but none in killing him in his mother's womb. Forgive me, but I must stand with Lord Eddard.
Grand Maester Pycelle cleared his throat, a process that seemed to take some minutes.
My order serves the realm, not the ruler. Once I counselled King Aerys, as loyally as I counsel King Robert now, so I bear this girl-child of his no ill will. Yet I ask you this. Should war come again, how many soldiers will die? How many towns will burn? How many children will be ripped from their mothers to perish on the end of a spear?
He stroked his luxuriant white beard, infinitely sad, infinitely weary.
Is it not wiser, even kinder, that Daenerys Targaryen should die now, so that tens of thousands might live?
Kinder, Varys said. Oh, well and truly spoken, Grand Maester. It is so true. Should the gods in their caprice grant Daenerys Targaryen a son, the realm must bleed. Littlefinger was the last. As Ned looked to him, Lord Peter stifled a yawn.
When you find yourself in bed with an ugly woman, the best thing to do is close your eyes and get on with it, he declared. Waiting won't make the maid any prettier. Kiss her and be done with it.
Kiss her? Sir Barristan repeated, aghast.
A steel kiss, said Littlefinger.
Robert turned to face his hand.
Well, there it is, Ned. You and Selmy stand alone on this matter. The only question that remains is, who can we find to kill her?
Mormont craves a royal pardon, Lord Renly reminded them.
Desperately, Varys said. Yet he craves life even more. By now the princess nears Vaes Dothrak, where it is death to draw a blade. If I told you what the Dothraki would do to the poor man who used one on a Khaleesi, none of you would sleep tonight. He stroked a powdered cheek. Now, poison. The tears of Lys, let us say. Khal Drogo need never know it was not a natural death.
Grand Maester Pycelle's sleepy eyes flicked open. He squinted suspiciously at the eunuch.
Poison is a coward's weapon,
the king complained. Ned had heard enough. You send hired knives to kill a 14-year-old girl and still quibble about honor? He pushed back his chair and stood. Do it yourself, Robert. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Look her in the eyes before you kill her. See her tears, hear her last words. You owe her that much at least.
Gods!
The king swore, the word exploding out of him as if he could barely contain his fury.
You mean it, damn you!
He reached for the flagon of wine at his elbow, found it empty, and flung it away to shatter against the wall.
I am out of wine and out of patience. Enough of this. Just have it done.
I will not be a part of murder, Robert. Do as you will, but do not ask me to fix my seal to it. For a moment Robert did not seem to understand what Ned was saying. Defiance was not a dish he tasted often. Slowly his face changed as comprehension came. His eyes narrowed and a flush crept up his neck past the velvet collar. He pointed an angry finger at Ned.
You are the king's hand, Lord Stark. You will do as I command you, or I'll find me a hand who will.
I wish him every success. Ned unfastened the heavy clasp that clutched at the folds of his cloak, the ornate silver hand that was his badge of office. He laid it on the table in front of the king, saddened by the memory of the man who had pinned it on him.
the friend he had loved.
"I thought you a better man than this, Robert. I thought we had made a nobler king." Robert's face was purple. "Out!" he croaked, choking on his rage. "Out! Damn you! I'm done with you! What are you waiting for? Go, run back to Winterfell, and make certain I never look on your face again, or I swear I'll have your head on a spike."
Ned bowed and turned on his heel without another word. He could feel Robert's eyes on his back. As he strode from the council chambers, the discussion resumed with scarcely a pause.
"On Bravos there is a society called the Faceless Men,"
Grand Maester Purcell offered.
"Do you have any idea how costly they are?"
Littlefinger complained.
"You could hire an army of common sellswords for half the price, and that's for a merchant. I don't dare think what they might ask for a princess."
The closing of the door behind him silenced the voices. Sir Boris Blount was stationed outside the chamber, wearing the long white cloak and armor of the King's Guard. He gave Ned a quick, curious glance from the corner of his eye, but asked no questions. The day felt heavy and oppressive as he crossed the bailey back to the Tower of the Hand. He could feel the threat of rain in the air. Ned would have welcomed it. It might have made him feel a trifle less unclean. When he reached the solar, he summoned Vayon Poole. The steward came at once. "You sent for me, my Lord Hand?" "Hand no longer," Ned told him. "The king and I have quarrelled. We shall be returning to Winterfell."
"I shall begin making arrangements at once, my lord. We will need a fortnight to ready everything for the journey."
"We may not have a fortnight. We may not have a day. The king mentioned something about seeing my head on a spike."
Ned frowned. He did not truly believe the king would harm him, not Robert. He was angry now, but once Ned was safely out of sight, his rage would cool, as it always did. Always? Suddenly, uncomfortably, he found himself recalling Rhaegar Targaryen. 15 years dead, yet Robert hates him as much as ever. It was a disturbing notion. And there was the other matter, the business with Catelyn and the dwarf that Yorn had warned him of last night. That would come to light soon, as sure as sunrise, and with the king in such a black fury. Robert might not care a fig for Tyrion Lannister, but it would touch on his pride, and there was no telling what the queen might do.
"It might be safest if I went on ahead," he told Poole. "I will take my daughters and a few guardsmen. The rest of you can follow when you are ready. Inform Jory, but tell no one else, and do nothing until the girls and I have gone. The castle is full of eyes and ears, and I would rather my plans were not known."
"As you command, my lord."
When he had gone, Eddard Stark went to the window and sat brooding. Robert had left him no choice that he could see. He ought to thank him. It would be good to return to Winterfell. He ought never have left. His sons were waiting there. Perhaps he and Catelyn would make a new son together when he returned. They were not so old yet. And of late he had often found himself dreaming of snow, of the deep quiet of the Wolf's Wood at night. And yet the thought of leaving angered him as well. So much was still undone. Robert and his council of cravens and flatterers would beggar the realm if left unchecked, or worse, sell it to the Lannisters in payment of their loans. And the truth of John Arryn's death still eluded him. Oh, he had found a few pieces, enough to convince him that John had indeed been murdered. But that was no more than the spoor of an animal on the forest floor. He had not sighted the beast itself yet, though he sensed it was there, lurking, hidden, treacherous. It struck him suddenly that he might return to Winterfell by sea. Ned was no sailor, and ordinarily would have preferred the King's Road, but if he took ship he could stop at Dragonstone and speak with Stannis Baratheon. Purcell had sent a raven off across the water with a polite letter from Ned, requesting Lord Stannis to return to his seat on the small council. As yet there had been no reply, but the silence only deepened his suspicions. Lord Stannis shared the secret John Arryn had died for. He was certain of it. The truth he sought might very well be waiting for him on the ancient island fortress of House Targaryen. And when you have it, what then? Some secrets are safer kept hidden. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, even with those you love and trust. Ned slid the dagger that Catelyn had brought him out of the sheath on his belt. The imp's knife. Why would the dwarf want Bran dead? To silence him, surely. Another secret? or only a different strand of the same web. Could Robert be part of it? He would not have thought so, but once he would not have thought Robert could command the murder of women and children either. Catelyn had tried to warn him. "You knew the man," she had said. "The king is a stranger to you." The sooner he was quit of King's Landing, the better. If there was a ship sailing north on the morrow, it would be well to be on it. He summoned Vaon Poole again, and sent him to the docks to make inquiries, quietly but quickly. "Find me a fast ship with a skilled captain," he told the steward. "I care nothing for the size of its cabins or the quality of its appointments, so long as it is swift and safe. I wish to leave at once." Poole had no sooner taken his leave than Tomard announced a visitor. "Lord Baelish to see you, my lord." Ned was half tempted to turn him away, but thought better of it. He was not free yet. Until he was, he must play their games. "Show him in, Tom." Lord Peter sauntered into the solar as if nothing had gone amiss that morning. He wore a slashed velvet doublet in cream and silver, a grey silk cloak trimmed with black fox, and his customary mocking smile. Ned greeted him coldly. "Might I ask the reason for this visit, Lord Baelish?" "I won't detain you long. I'm on my way to dine with Lady Tanda. Lamprey pie and roast suckling pig. She has some thought to wed me to her younger daughter, so her table is always astonishing. If truth be told, I'd sooner marry the pig, but don't tell her. I do love lamprey pie." "Don't let me keep you from your eels, my lord," Ned said with icy disdain. "At the moment I cannot think of anyone whose company I desire less than yours." "Oh, I'm certain if you put your mind to it, you could come up with a few names. Varys, say? Cersei? Or Robert? His Grace is most wroth with you. He went on about you at some length after you took your leave of us this morning. The words insolence and ingratitude came into it frequently, I seem to recall." Ned did not honor that with a reply. Nor did he offer his guest a seat, but Littlefinger took one anyway. "After you stormed out, it was left to me to convince them not to hire the faceless men," he continued blithely. "Instead, Varys will quietly let it be known that we'll make a lord of whoever does in the Targaryen girl." Ned was disgusted. "So now we grant titles to assassins." Littlefinger shrugged. "Titles are cheap. The faceless men are expensive. If truth be told, I did the Targaryen girl more good than you with all your talk of honor. Let some sellsword, drunk on visions of lordship, try to kill her. Likely he'll make a botch of it, and afterward the Dothraki will be on their guard. If we'd sent a faceless man after her, she'd be as good as buried." Ned frowned. "You sit in council and talk of ugly women and steal kisses, and now you expect me to believe that you tried to protect the girl? How big a fool do you take me for?" "Well, quite an enormous one, actually," said Littlefinger, laughing. "Do you always find murder so amusing, Lord Baelish?" "It's not murder I find amusing, Lord Stark. It's you. You rule like a man dancing on rotten ice. I dare say you will make a noble splash. I believe I heard the first crack this morning." "The first and last," said Ned. "I've had my fill." "When do you mean to return to Winterfell, my lord?" "As soon as I can. What concern is that of yours?" "None. But if perchance you're still here come evenfall, I'd be pleased to take you to this brothel your man Jory has been searching for so ineffectually." Littlefinger smiled. "And I won't even tell the Lady Catelyn." Catelyn. "My lady, you should have sent word of your coming," Sir Donald Waynwood told her as their horses climbed the pass. "We would have sent an escort. The high road is not as safe as it once was, for a party as small as yours." "We learned that to our sorrow, Sir Donald," Catelyn said. Sometimes she felt as though her heart had turned to stone. 6 brave men had died to bring her this far, and she could not even find it in her to weep for them. Even their names were fading. "The clansmen harried us day and night. We lost 3 men in the first attack, and 2 more in the second, and Lannister's serving man died of a fever when his wounds festered. When we heard your men approaching, I thought us doomed for certain." They had drawn up for a last desperate fight, blades in hand and backs to the rock. The dwarf had been whetting the edge of his axe and making some mordant jest, when Bran spotted the banner the riders carried before them, the moon and falcon of House Arryn, sky blue and white. Catelyn had never seen a more welcome sight.
"The clans have grown bolder since Lord John died," Sir Donald said. He was a stocky youth of 20 years, earnest and homely, with a wide nose and a shock of thick brown hair. "If it were up to me, I would take 100 men into the mountains, root them out of their fastnesses, and teach them some sharp lessons. But your sister has forbidden it. She would not even permit her knights to fight in the hand's tourney. She wants all our swords kept close to home, to defend the Vale. Against what? No one is certain. Shadows, some say."
He looked at her anxiously, as if he had suddenly remembered who she was.
"I hope I have not spoken out of turn, my lady. I meant no offence."
"Frank talk does not offend me, Sir Donald." Catelyn knew what her sister feared. Not shadows. Lannisters, she thought to herself, glancing back to where the dwarf rode beside Bran. The two of them had grown thick as thieves since Chicken had died. The little man was more cunning than she liked. When they had entered the mountains, he had been her captive, bound and helpless. What was he now? Her captive still, yet he rode along with a dirk through his belt and an axe strapped to his saddle, wearing the shadow-skin cloak he'd won dicing with the singer, and the chain-mail hauberk he'd taken off Chicken's corpse. 200 men flanked the dwarf and the rest of her ragged band, knights and men-at-arms in service to her sister Lisa and John Arryn's young son, and yet Tyrion betrayed no hint of fear. Could I be wrong? Catelyn wondered. Not for the first time. Could he be innocent after all, of Bran and John Arryn and all the rest? And if he was, what did that make her? 6 men had died to bring him here. Resolute, she pushed her doubts away. "When we reach your keep, I would take it kindly if you could send for Maester Coleman at once. Sir Roderick is feverish from his wounds." More than once she had feared the gallant old knight would not survive the journey. Toward the end he could scarcely sit his horse, and Bran had urged her to leave him to his fate, but Catelyn would not hear of it. They had tied him in the saddle instead, and she had commanded Merilion the singer to watch over him. Sir Donald hesitated before he answered. "The Lady Lisa has commanded the maester to remain at the Eyrie at all times to care for Lord Robert," he said. "We have a septon at the gate who tends to our wounded. He can see to your man's hurts." Catelyn had more faith in a maester's learning than a septon's prayers. She was about to say as much when she saw the battlements ahead, long parapets built into the very stone of the mountains on either side of them. Where the pass shrank to a narrow defile scarce wide enough for 4 men to ride abreast, twin watchtowers clung to the rocky slopes, joined by a covered bridge of weathered grey stone that arched above the road. Silent faces watched from arrow slits in tower, battlements, and bridge. When they had climbed almost to the top, a knight rode out to meet them. His horse and his armour were grey, but his cloak was the rippling blue and red of River Run, and a shiny black fish, wrought in gold and obsidian, pinned its folds against his shoulder. "Who would pass the bloody gate?" he called. "Sir Donald Waynwood, with the Lady Catelyn Stark and her companions," the young knight answered. The knight of the gate lifted his visor. "I thought the lady looked familiar. You are far from home, little Kate." "And you, uncle," she said, smiling despite all she had been through. Hearing that hoarse, smoky voice again took her back 20 years, to the days of her childhood. "My home is at my back," he said gruffly. "Your home is in my heart," Catelyn told him. "Take off your helm. I would look on your face again." "The years have not improved it, I fear," Brynden Tully said, but when he lifted off the helm, Catelyn saw that he lied. His features were lined and weathered, and time had stolen the auburn from his hair and left him only grey. But the smile was the same, and the bushy eyebrows fat as caterpillars, and the laughter in his deep blue eyes. "Did Lisa know you were coming?" "There was no time to send word ahead," Catelyn told him. The others were coming up behind her. "I fear we ride before the storm, uncle." "May we enter the Vale?" Sir Donald asked. The Waynwoods were ever ones for ceremony. "In the name of Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, True Warden of the East, I bid you enter freely, and charge you to keep his peace," Sir Brynden replied. "Come." And so she rode behind him, beneath the shadow of the bloody gate where a dozen armies had dashed themselves to pieces in the age of heroes. On the far side of the stoneworks, the mountains opened up suddenly upon a vista of green fields, blue sky, and snow-capped mountains that took her breath away. The Vale of Arryn, bathed in the morning light. It stretched before them to the misty east, a tranquil land of rich black soil, wide, slow-moving rivers, and hundreds of small lakes that shone like mirrors in the sun, protected on all sides by its sheltering peaks. Wheat and corn and barley grew high in its fields, and even in Highgarden the pumpkins were no larger, nor the fruit any sweeter than here. They stood at the western end of the valley, where the high road crested the last pass and began its winding descent to the bottomlands 2 miles below. The vale was narrow here, no more than a half-day's ride across, and the northern mountains seemed so close that Catelyn could almost reach out and touch them. Looming over them all was the jagged peak called the Giant's Lance, a mountain that even mountains looked up to, its head lost in icy mists 3.5 miles above the valley floor. Over its massive western shoulder flowed the ghost torrent of Alyssa's tears. Even from this distance Catelyn could make out the shining silver thread, bright against the dark stone. When her uncle saw that she had stopped, he moved his horse closer and pointed.
"It's there, besides Alyssa's tears. All you can see from here is a flash of white every now and then, if you look hard and the sun hits the walls just right."
7 towers, Ned had told her, like white daggers thrust into the belly of the sky, so high you can stand on the parapets and look down on the clouds. "How long a ride?" she asked.
"We can be at the mountain by evenfall," Uncle Brynden said, "but the climb will take another day."
Sir Roderick Castle spoke up from behind.
"Aye, lady," he said, "I fear I can go no farther today."
His face sagged beneath his ragged, new-grown whiskers, and he looked so weary Catelyn feared he might fall off his horse. "Nor should you," she said. "You have done all I could have asked of you, and 100 times more. My uncle will see me the rest of the way to the Eyrie. Lannister must come with me, but there is no reason that you and the others should not rest here and recover your strength."
"We should be honoured to have them to guest," Sir Donald said with the grave courtesy of the young.
Besides Sir Roderick, only Bran, Sir Willis Wode, and Merilion the singer remained of the party that had ridden with her from the inn by the crossroads.
"My lady," Merilion said, riding forward, "I beg you allow me to accompany you to the Eyrie, to see the end of the tale as I saw its beginnings."
The boy sounded haggard, yet strangely determined. He had a fevered shine to his eyes. Catelyn had never asked the singer to ride with them. That choice he had made himself. And how he had come to survive the journey when so many braver men lay dead and unburied behind them, she could never say. Yet here he was, with a scruff of beard that made him look almost a man. Perhaps she owed him something for having come this far. "Very well," she told him.
"I'll come as well,"
Bran announced. She liked that less well. Without Bran she would never have reached the Vale, she knew. The sellsword was as fierce a fighter as she had ever seen, and his sword had helped cut them through to safety. Yet for all that, Catelyn misliked the man. Courage he had, and strength, but there was no kindness in him, and little loyalty. And she had seen him riding beside Lannister far too often, talking in low voices and laughing at some private joke. She would have preferred to separate him from the dwarf here and now, but having agreed that Merilion might continue to the Eyrie, she could see no gracious way to deny that same right to Bran. "As you wish," she said, although she noted that he had not actually asked her permission. Sir Willis Wode remained with Sir Roderick, a soft-spoken septon fussing over their wounds. Their horses were left behind as well, poor ragged things. Sir Donald promised to send birds ahead to the Eyrie and the Gates of the Moon with the word of their coming. Fresh mounts were brought forth from the stables, sure-footed mountain stock with shaggy coats, and within the hour they set forth once again. Catelyn rode beside her uncle as they began the descent to the valley floor. Behind came Bran, Tyrion Lannister, Merilion, and 6 of Bryndon's men. Not until they were a third of the way down the mountain path, well out of earshot of the others, did Bryndon Tully turn to her and say,
"So, child, tell me about this storm of yours."
"I have not been a child in many years, uncle," Catelyn said, but she told him none the less. It took longer than she would have believed to tell it all, Lisa's letter and Bran's fall, the assassin's dagger and Littlefinger, and her chance meeting with Tyrion Lannister in the Crossroads Inn. Her uncle listened silently, heavy brows shadowing his eyes as his frown grew deeper. Bryndon Tully had always known how to listen, to anyone but her father. He was Lord Hoster's brother, younger by 5 years, but the two of them had been at war as far back as Catelyn could remember. During one of their louder quarrels, when Catelyn was 8, Lord Hoster had called Bryndon the black goat of the Tully flock. Laughing, Bryndon had pointed out that the sigil of their house was a leaping trout, so he ought to be a black fish, rather than a black goat, and from that day forward he had taken it as his personal emblem. The war had not ended until the day she and Lisa had been wed. It was at their wedding feast that Brynden told his brother he was leaving Riverrun to serve Lisa and her new husband, the Lord of the Eyrie. Lord Hoster had not spoken his brother's name since, from what Edmure told her in his infrequent letters. None the less, during all those years of Catelyn's girlhood, it had been Brynden the Blackfish to whom Lord Hoster's children had run with their tears and their tales, when father was too busy and mother too ill. Catelyn, Lisa, Edmure, and yes, even Peter Baelish, their father's ward. He had listened to them all patiently, as he listened now, laughing at their triumphs and sympathizing with their childish misfortunes. When she was done, her uncle remained silent for a long time, as his horse negotiated the steep, rocky trail.
"Your father must be told," he said at last. "If the Lannisters should march, Winterfell is remote and the Vale walled up behind its mountains, but Riverrun lies right in their path."
"I'd had the same fear," Catelyn admitted. "I shall ask Maester Coleman to send a bird when we reach the Eyrie." She had other messages to send as well, the commands that Ned had given her for his bannermen to ready the defences of the north. "What is the mood in the Vale?" she asked.
"Angry," Brynden Tully admitted. "Lord John was much loved, and the insult was keenly felt when the king named Jaime Lannister to an office the Arryns had held for near 300 years. Lisa has commanded us to call her son the true Warden of the East, but no one is fooled. Nor is your sister alone in wondering at the manner of the Hand's death. None dare say John was murdered, not openly, but suspicion casts a long shadow."
He gave Catelyn a look, his mouth tight.
"And there is the boy."
"The boy? What of him?" She ducked her head as they passed under a low overhang of rock and around a sharp turn. Her uncle's voice was troubled.
"Lord Robert," he sighed, 6 years old, sickly, and prone to weep if you take his dolls away. John Arryn's true-born heir, by all the gods, yet there are some who say he is too weak to sit his father's seat. Nestor Royce has been High Steward these past 14 years, while Lord John served in King's Landing, and many whispered that he should rule until the boy comes of age. Others believe that Lisa must marry again, and soon. Already the suitors gather like crows on a battlefield. The area is full of them."
"I might have expected that," Catelyn said. "Small wonder there. Lisa was still young, and the kingdom of Mountain and Vale made a handsome wedding gift." "Will Lisa take another husband?"
"She says yes, provided she finds a man who suits her," Brynden Tully said. "But she has already rejected Lord Nestor and a dozen other suitable men. She swears that this time she will choose our lord husband."
"You, of all people, can scarce falter for that."
Sir Brynden snorted. "Nor do I. But it seems to me Lisa is only playing at courtship. She enjoys the sport, but I believe your sister intends to rule herself, until her boy is old enough to be Lord of the Eyrie in truth as well as name."
"A woman can rule as wisely as a man," Catelyn said.
"The right woman can," her uncle said with a sideways glance. "Make no mistake, Kate. Lisa is not you." He hesitated a moment. "If truth be told, I fear you may not find your sister as helpful as you would like."
She was puzzled. "What do you mean?"
"The Lisa who came back from King's Landing is not the same girl who went south when her husband was named Hand. Those years were hard for her. You must know, Lord Arryn was a dutiful husband, but their marriage was made from politics, not passion."
"As was my own."
"They began the same, but your ending has been happier than your sister's. 2 babes stillborn, twice as many miscarriages, Lord Arryn's death. Catelyn, the gods gave Lisa only the one child, and he is all your sister lives for now, poor boy. Small wonder she fled rather than see him handed over to the Lannisters. Your sister is afraid, child, and the Lannisters are what she fears most. She ran to the Vale, stealing away from the Red Keep like a thief in the night, and all to snatch her son out of the lion's mouth. And now you have brought the lion to her door."
"In chains?" Catelyn said. A crevasse yawned on her right, falling away into darkness. She reined up her horse and picked her way along step by careful step.
"Oh?
Her uncle glanced back to where Tyrion Lannister was making his slow descent behind them.
"I see an axe on his saddle, a dirk at his belt, and a sellsword that trails after him like a hungry shadow. Where are the chains, sweet one?"
Catelyn shifted uneasily in her seat. "The dwarf is here, and not by choice. Chains or no, he is my prisoner. Lisa will want him to answer for his crimes no less than I. It was her own lord husband the Lannisters murdered, and her own letter that first warned us against them."
Brynden Blackfish gave her a weary smile. "I hope you are right, child," he sighed, in tones that said she was wrong.
The sun was well to the west by the time the slope began to flatten beneath the hoofs of their horses. The road widened and grew straight, and for the first time Catelyn noticed wildflowers and grasses growing. Once they reached the valley floor, the going was faster, and they made good time, cantering through verdant green woods and sleepy little hamlets, past orchards and golden wheat fields, splashing across a dozen sunlit streams. Her uncle sent a standard-bearer ahead of them, a double banner flying from his staff, the moon and falcon of House Arryn on high, and below it his own Blackfish. Farm wagons and merchants' carts and riders from lesser houses moved aside to let them pass. Even so, it was full dark before they reached the stout castle that stood at the foot of the giant's lance. Torches flickered atop its ramparts, and the horned moon danced upon the dark waters of its moat. The drawbridge was up and the portcullis down, but Catelyn saw lights burning in the gatehouse and spilling from the windows of the square towers beyond.
"The gates of the moon," her uncle said as the party drew rein. His standard-bearer rode to the edge of the moat to hail the men in the gatehouse. "Lord Nestor's seat. He should be expecting us. Look up."
Catelyn raised her eyes up and up and up. At first all she saw was stone and trees. The looming mass of the great mountain, shrouded in night as black as a starless sky. Then she noticed the glow of distant fires well above them. A tower keep, built upon the steep side of the mountain, its lights like orange eyes staring down from above. Above that was another, higher and more distant, and still higher a third, no more than a flickering spark in the sky. And finally, up where the falcons soared, a flash of white in the moonlight. Vertigo washed over her as she stared upward at the pale towers, so far above.
"The Eyrie,"
she heard Merillion murmur, awed. The sharp voice of Tyrion Lannister broke in. "The Aryans must not be over-fond of company. If you're planning to make us climb that mountain in the dark, I'd rather you kill me here."
"We'll spend the night here and make the ascent on the morrow," Brynden told him.
"I can scarcely wait," the dwarf replied. "How do we get up there? I've no experience at riding goats."
"Mules,"
Brynden said, smiling. "There are steps carved into the mountain," Catelyn said. Ned had told her about them when he talked of his youth here with Robert Baratheon and Jon Arryn.
Her uncle nodded. "It is too dark to see them, but the steps are there. Too steep and narrow for horses, but mules can manage them most of the way. The path is guarded by 3 way castles, stone and snow and sky. The mules will take us as far up as Sky."
Tyrion Lannister glanced up doubtfully.
"And beyond that?"
Brynden smiled.
"Beyond that, the path is too steep even for mules. We ascend on foot the rest of the way. Or perchance you prefer to ride a basket. The Eyrie clings to the mountain directly above Sky, and in its cellars are 6 great winches with long iron chains to draw supplies up from below. If you prefer, my Lord of Lannister, I can arrange for you to ride up with the bread and beer and apples."
The dwarf gave a bark of laughter.
"Would that I were a pumpkin," he said. "Alas, my lord father would no doubt be most chagrined if his son of Lannister went to his fate like a load of turnips. If you ascend on foot, I fear I must do the same. We Lannisters do have a certain pride."
"Pride?" Catelyn snapped. His mocking tone and easy manner made her angry. Arrogance, some might call it. Arrogance and avarice and lust for power.
"My brother is undoubtedly arrogant," Tyrion Lannister replied. "My father is the soul of avarice. And my sweet sister Cersei lusts for power with every waking breath. I, however, am innocent as a little lamb. Shall I bleat for you?"
He grinned. The drawbridge came creaking down before she could reply, and they heard the sound of oiled chains as the portcullis was drawn up. Men-at-arms carried burning brands out to light their way, and her uncle led them across the moat. Lord Nestor Royce, High Steward of the Vale and Keeper of the Gates of the Moon, was waiting in the yard to greet them, surrounded by his knights. "Lady Stark," he said, bowing. He was a massive, barrel-chested man, and his bow was clumsy. Catelyn dismounted to stand before him. "Lord Nestor," she said. She knew the man only by reputation. Bran's yeoman's cousin from a lesser branch of House Royce, yet still a formidable lord in his own right. "We have had a long and tiring journey. I would beg the hospitality of your roof tonight, if I might."
"My roof is yours, my lady,"
Lord Nestor returned gruffly.
"But your sister, the Lady Lisa, has sent down word from the Eyrie. She wishes to see you at once. The rest of your party will be housed here and sent off at first light."
Her uncle swung off his horse.
"What madness is this?"
he said bluntly. Brynden Tully had never been a man to blunt the edge of his words.
"A knight is sent, with the moon not even full? Even Lisa should know that's an invitation to a broken neck."
"The mules know the way, Sir Brynden."
A wiry girl of 17 or 18 years stepped up beside Lord Nestor. Her dark hair was cropped short and straight around her head, and she wore riding leathers and a light shirt of silvered ringmail. She bowed to Catelyn more gracefully than her lord.
"I promised you, my lady, no harm will come to you. It would be my honour to take you up. I've made the dark climb 100 times. Michael says my father must have been a goat."
She sounded so cocky that Catelyn had to smile. "Do you have a name, child?"
"Maya Stone, if it please you, my lady,"
the girl said. It did not please her. It was an effort for Catelyn to keep the smile on her face. Stone was a bastard's name in the Vale, as Snow was in the north, and Flowers in Highgarden. In each of the 7 kingdoms, custom had fashioned a surname for children born with no names of their own. Catelyn had nothing against this girl, but suddenly she could not help but think of Ned's bastard on the wall, and the thought made her angry and guilty both at once. She struggled to find words for a reply. Lord Nestor filled the silence.
"Maya's a clever girl, and if she vows she will bring you safely to the Lady Lisa, I believe her. She has not failed me yet."
"Then I put myself in your hands, Maya Stone," Catelyn said. "Lord Nestor, I charge you to keep a close guard on my prisoner."
"And I charge you to bring the prisoner a cup of wine and a nicely crisped capon before he dies of hunger," Lannister said. "A girl would be pleasant as well, but I suppose that's too much to ask of you."
The sellsword Bran laughed aloud. Lord Nestor ignored the banter.
"As you say, my lady, so it will be done."
Only then did he look at the dwarf.
"See our Lord of Lannister to a tower cell and bring him meat and mead."
Catelyn took her leave of her uncle and others as Tyrion Lannister was led off, then followed the bastard girl through the castle. 2 mules were waiting in the upper bailey, saddled and ready. Maya helped her mount one, while a guardsman in a sky-blue cloak opened the narrow postern gate. Beyond was dense forest of pine and spruce, and the mountain like a black wall, but the steps were there, chiseled deep into the rock, ascending into the sky.
"Some people find it easier if they close their eyes," Maya said as she led the mules through the gate into the dark wood. "When they get frightened or dizzy, sometimes they hold on to the mule too tight. They don't like that."
"I was born a Tully and wed to a Stark," Catelyn said. "I do not frighten easily. Do you plan to light a torch?" The steps were black as pitch. The girl made a face.
"Torches just blind you. On a clear night like this, the moon and stars are enough. Michael says I have the eyes of the owl."
She mounted and urged her mule up the first step. Catelyn's animal followed of its own accord. "You mentioned Michael before," Catelyn said. The mules set the pace, slow but steady. She was perfectly content with that.
"Michael's my love," Maya explained. "Michael Redford. He's squire to Sir Lynn Corbray. We're to wed as soon as he becomes a knight, next year or the year after."
She sounded so like Sansa, so happy and innocent with her dreams. Catelyn smiled, but the smile was tinged with sadness. The Redforts were an old name in the Vale, she knew, with the blood of the first men in their veins. His love she might be, but no Redfort would ever wed a bastard. His family would arrange a more suitable match for him, to a Corbray or a Waynwood or a Royce, or perhaps a daughter of some greater house outside the Vale. If Michael Redfort laid with this girl at all, it would be on the wrong side of the sheet. The ascent was easier than Catelyn had dared hope. The trees pressed close, leaning over the path to make a rustling green roof that shut out even the moon, so it seemed as though they were moving up a long black tunnel. But the mules were sure-footed and tireless, and Maya Stone did indeed seem blessed with night eyes. They plodded upward, winding their way back and forth across the face of the mountain as the steps twisted and turned. A thick layer of fallen needles carpeted the path, so the shoes of their mules made only the softest sound on the rock. The quiet soothed her, and the gentle rocking motion set Catelyn to swaying in her saddle. Before long she was fighting sleep. Perhaps she did doze for a moment, for suddenly a massive iron-bound gate was looming before them. "Stone," Maya announced cheerily, dismounting. Iron spikes were set along the tops of formidable stone walls, and 2 fat round towers overtopped the keep. The gate swung open at Maya's shout. Inside, the portly knight who commanded the way castle greeted Maya by name and offered them skewers of charred meat and onions still hot from the spit. Catelyn had not realized how hungry she was. She ate standing in the yard as stable hands moved their saddles to fresh mules. The hot juices ran down her chin and dripped onto her cloak, but she was too famished to care. Then it was up onto a new mule and out again into the starlight. The second part of the ascent seemed more treacherous to Catelyn. The trail was steeper, the steps more worn, and here and there littered with pebbles and broken stone. Maya had to dismount a half-dozen times to move fallen rocks from their path. "You don't want your mule to break a leg up here," she said. Catelyn was forced to agree. She could feel the altitude more now. The trees were sparser up here, and the wind blew more vigorously, sharp gusts that tugged at her clothing and pushed her hair into her eyes. From time to time the steps doubled back on themselves, and she could see stone below them and the gates of the moon farther down, its torches no brighter than candles. Snow was smaller than stone, a single fortified tower and a timber keep and stable hidden behind a low wall of unmortared rock. Yet it nestled against the giant's lands in such a way as to command the entire stone stair above the lower way castle. An enemy intent on the eyrie would have to fight his way from stone step by step, while rocks and arrows rained down from snow above. The commander, an anxious young knight with a pock-marked face, offered bread and cheese and a chance to warm themselves before his fire, but Maya declined. "We ought to keep going, my lady," she said, "if it please you." Catelyn nodded. Again they were given fresh mules. Hers was White. Maya smiled when she saw him. "Whitey's a good one, my lady, sure afoot, even on ice, but you need to be careful. He'll kick if he doesn't like you." The white mule seemed to like Catelyn. There was no kicking, thank the gods. There was no ice either, and she was grateful for that as well. "My mother says that hundreds of years ago this was where the snow began," Maya told her. "It was always white above here, and the ice never melted." She shrugged. "I can't remember ever seeing snow this far down the mountain, but maybe it was that way once, in the olden times." So young, Catelyn thought, trying to remember if she had ever been like that. The girl had lived half her life in summer, and that was all she knew. "Winter is coming, child," she wanted to tell her. The words were on her lips. She almost said them. Perhaps she was becoming a Stark at last. Above snow, the wind was a living thing, howling around them like a wolf in the waste, then falling off to nothing as if to lure them into complacency. The stars seemed brighter up here, so close that she could almost touch them, and the horned moon was huge in the clear black sky. As they climbed, Catelyn found it was better to look up than down. The steps were cracked and broken from centuries of freeze and thaw and the tread of countless mules, and even in the dark the heights put her heart in her throat. When they came to a high saddle between 2 spires of rock, Maya dismounted. "It's best to lead the mules over," she said. "The wind can be a little scary here, my lady." Catelyn climbed stiffly from the shadows and looked at the path ahead. 20 feet long and close to 3 feet wide, but with a precipitous drop to either side. She could hear the wind shrieking. Maya stepped lightly out, her mule following as calmly as if they were crossing a bailey. It was her turn. Yet no sooner had she taken her first step than fear caught Catelyn in its jaws. She could feel the emptiness, the vast black gulfs of air that yawned around her. She stopped, trembling, afraid to move. The wind screamed at her and wrenched at her cloak, trying to pull her over the edge. Catelyn edged her foot backward, the most timid of steps, but the mule was behind her, and she could not retreat. "I am going to die here," she thought. She could feel the cold sweat trickling down her back.
Lady Stark? Maya called across the gulf. The girl sounded 1,000 leagues away. Are you well? Catelyn Tully Stark swallowed what remained of her pride. I cannot do this, child, she called out. Yes, you can, the bastard girl said. I know you can. Look how wide the path is. I don't want to look. The world seemed to be spinning around her, mountain and sky and mules, whirling like a child's top. Catelyn closed her eyes to steady her ragged breathing. I'll come back for you, Maya said. Don't move, my lady. Moving was about the last thing Catelyn was about to do. She listened to the skirling of the wind and the scuffling sound of leather on stone. Then Maya was there, taking her gently by the arm. Keep your eyes closed if you like. Let go of the rope now. Whitey will take care of himself. Very good, my lady. I'll lead you over. It's easy, you'll see. Give me a step now. That's it. Move your foot. Just slide it forward. See? Now another. Easy. You could run across. Another one. Go on. Yes. And so, foot by foot, step by step, the bastard girl led Catelyn across, blind and trembling, while the white mule followed placidly behind them. The Way Castle, called Skye, was no more than a high, crescent-shaped wall of unmortared stone raised against the side of the mountain. But even the topless towers of Valyria could not have looked more beautiful to Catelyn Stark. Here, at last, the snow-crown began. Skye's weathered stones were rimed with frost, and long spears of ice hung from the slopes above. Dawn was breaking in the east as Maya Stone hallooed for the guards, and the gates opened before them. Inside the walls there was only a series of ramps and a great tumble of boulders and stones of all sizes. No doubt it would be the easiest thing in the world to begin an avalanche from here. A mouth yawned in the rock face in front of them. The stables and barracks are in there, Maya said. The last part is inside the mountain. It can be a little dark, but at least you're out of the wind. This is as far as the mules can go. Past here, well, it's sort of chimney, more like a stone ladder than proper steps, but it's not too bad. Another hour, and we'll be there. Catelyn looked up. Directly overhead, pale in the dawnlight, she could see the foundations of the eyrie. It could not be more than 600 feet above them. From below it looked like a small white honeycomb. She remembered what her uncle had said of baskets and winches. The Lannisters may have their pride, she told Maya, but the Tullys are born with better sense. I have ridden all day and the best part of a night. Tell them to lower a basket. I shall ride with the turnips. The sun was well above the mountains by the time Catelyn Stark finally reached the eyrie. A stocky, silver-haired man in a sky-blue cloak and hammered moon and falcon breastplate helped her from the basket. Sir Vardis Egan, captain of John Arryn's household guard. Beside him stood Maester Coleman, thin and nervous, with too little hair and too much neck. "Lady Stark," Sir Vardis said, "the pleasure is as great as it is unanticipated." Maester Coleman bobbed his head in agreement. "Indeed it is, my lady, indeed it is. I have sent word to your sister. She left orders to be awakened the instant you arrived." "I hope she had a good night's rest," Catelyn said with a certain bite in her tone that seemed to go unnoticed. The men escorted her from the winch-room up a spiral stair. The eyrie was a small castle by the standards of the great houses, 7 slender white towers bunched as tightly as arrows in a quiver on a shoulder of the great mountain. It had no need of stables, nor smithies, nor kennels, but Ned said its granary was as large as Winterfell's, and its towers could house 500 men. Yet it seemed strangely deserted to Catelyn,
as she passed through it, its pale stone halls echoing and empty. Lisa was waiting alone in her solar, still clad in her bedrobes. Her long auburn hair tumbled unbound across bare white shoulders and down her back. A maid stood behind her, brushing out the night's tangles, but when Catelyn entered, her sister rose to her feet, smiling. "Kate," she said. "Oh, Kate, how good it is to see you! My sweet sister!" She ran across the chamber and wrapped her sister in her arms. "How long it has been," Lisa murmured against her. "Oh, how very, very long." It had been 5 years, in truth. 5 cruel years for Lisa. They had taken their toll. Her sister was 2 years the younger, yet she looked older now. Shorter than Catelyn, Lisa had grown thick of body, pale and puffy of face. She had the blue eyes of the Tullys, but hers were pale and watery, never still. Her small mouth had turned petulant. As Catelyn held her, she remembered the slender, high-breasted girl who'd waited beside her that day in the sept at River Run. How lovely and full of hope she had been. All that remained of her sister's beauty was the great fall of thick auburn hair that cascaded to her waist. "You look well," Catelyn lied, "but tired." Her sister broke the embrace. "Tired? Yes, oh, yes." She seemed to notice the others then, her maid, Maester Coleman, Sir Vardis. "Leave us," she told them. "I wish to speak to my sister alone." She held Catelyn's hand as they withdrew, and dropped it the instant the door closed. Catelyn saw her face change. It was as if the sun had gone behind a cloud. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Lisa snapped at her. "To bring him here, without a word of permission, without so much as a warning, to drag us into your quarrels with the Lannisters?" "My quarrels?" Catelyn could scarce believe what she was hearing. A great fire burned in the hearth, but there was no trace of warmth in Lisa's voice. "They were your quarrels first, sister. It was you who sent me that cursed letter. You who wrote that the Lannisters had murdered your husband." "To warn you, so you could stay away from them. I never meant to fight them. Gods, Kate, do you know what you've done?" "Mother," a small voice said. Lisa whirled, her heavy robes swirling around her. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, stood in the doorway, clutching a ragged cloth doll and looking at them with large eyes. He was a painfully thin child, small for his age, and sickly all his days, and from time to time he trembled. The shaking sickness, the maesters called it. "I heard voices." Small wonder, Catelyn thought. Lisa had almost been shouting. Still, her sister looked daggers at her. "This is your Aunt Catelyn, baby. My sister, Lady Stark. Do you remember?" The boy glanced at her blankly. "I think so," he said, blinking, though he had been less than a year old the last time Catelyn had seen him. Lisa seated herself near the fire and said, "Come to mother, my sweet one." She straightened his bedclothes and fussed with his fine brown hair. "Isn't he beautiful? And strong, too. Don't you believe the things you hear? John knew. The seed is strong, he told me. His last words. He kept saying Robert's name, and he grabbed my arm so hard he left marks. Tell them the seed is strong. His seed. He wanted everyone to know what a good, strong boy my baby was going to be." "Lisa," Catelyn said, "if you're right about the Lannisters, all the more reason we must act quickly. We—" "Not in front of the baby," Lisa said. "He has a delicate temper, don't you, sweet one?" "The boy is Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale," Catelyn reminded her, "and these are no times for delicacy. Ned thinks it may come to war." "Quiet!" Lisa snapped at her.
You're scaring the boy."
Little Robert took a quick peek over his shoulder at Catelyn, and began to tremble. His doll fell to the rushes, and he pressed himself against his mother.
"Don't be afraid, my sweet baby," Lisa whispered. "Mother's here. Nothing will hurt you."
She opened her robe and drew out a pale, heavy breast, tipped with red. The boy grabbed for it eagerly, buried his face against her chest, and began to suck. Lisa stroked his hair. Catelyn was at a loss for words. "John Arryn's son?" she thought incredulously. She remembered her own baby, 3-year-old Rickon, half the age of this boy and 5 times as fierce. Small wonder the lords of the Vale were restive. For the first time she understood why the king had tried to take the child away from his mother to foster with the Lannisters.
"We're safe here,"
Lisa was saying. Whether to her or to the boy, Catelyn was not sure. "Don't be a fool," Catelyn said, the anger rising in her. "No one is safe. If you think hiding here will make the Lannisters forget you, you are sadly mistaken." Lisa covered her boy's ear with her hand.
"Even if they could bring an army through the mountains and pass the bloody gate, the area is impregnable. You saw for yourself. No enemy could ever reach us up here."
Catelyn wanted to slap her. Uncle Brendan had tried to warn her, she realized. No castle is impregnable.
"This one is," Lisa insisted. "Everyone says so. The only thing is, what am I to do with this imp you have brought me?" "Is he a bad man?"
the Lord of the Eyrie asked, his mother's breast popping from his mouth, the nipple wet and red.
"A very bad man," Lisa told him as she covered herself. "But Mother won't let him harm my little baby." "Make him fly," Robert said eagerly.
Lisa stroked her son's hair.
"Perhaps we will," she murmured. "Perhaps that is just what we will do."
Eddard. He found Littlefinger in the brovel's common room, chatting amiably with a tall, elegant woman who wore a feathered gown over skin as black as ink. By the hearth, Heward and a buxom wench were playing at forfeits. From the look of it, he'd lost his belt, his cloak, his mail shirt, and his right boot so far, while the girl had been forced to unbutton her shift to the waist. Jory Castle stood beside a rain-streaked window with a wry smile on his face, watching Heward turn over tiles and enjoying the view. Ned paused at the foot of the stair and pulled on his gloves.
"It's time we took our leave. My business here is done."
Heward lurched to his feet, hurriedly gathered up his things.
"As you will, my lord," Jory said.
"I'll help Will bring round the horses." He strode to the door. Littlefinger took his time saying his farewells. He kissed the black woman's hand, whispered some joke that made her laugh aloud, and sauntered over to Ned. "Your business?" he said lightly. "Or Robert's? They say the hand dreams the king's dreams, speaks with the king's voice, and rules with the king's sword. Does that also mean you fuck with the king's—"
"Lord Baelish," Ned interrupted, "you presume too much. I am not ungrateful for your help. It might have taken us years to find this brothel without you. That does not mean I intend to endure your mockery. And I am no longer the king's hand."
"The direwolf must be a prickly beast," said Littlefinger, with a sharp twist of his mouth. A warm rain was pelting down from a starless black sky as they walked to the stables. Ned drew up the hood of his cloak. Jory brought out his horse. Young Will came right behind him, leading Littlefinger's mare with one hand, while the other fumbled with his belt and the lacings of his trousers. A barefoot whore leaned out of the stable door, giggling at him.
"Will we be going back to the castle now, my lord?"
Jory asked. Ned nodded and swung into the saddle. Littlefinger mounted up beside him. Jory and the others followed.
"Chataya runs a choice establishment," Littlefinger said as they rode. "I've half a mind to buy it. Brothels are a much sounder investment than ships, I've found. Whores seldom sink, and when they are boarded by pirates, why, the pirates pay good coin like everyone else."
Lord Peter chuckled at his own wit. Ned let him prattle on. After a time he quieted, and they rode in silence. The streets of King's Landing were dark and deserted. The rain had driven everyone under their roofs. It beat down on Ned's head, warm as blood and relentless as old guilt's. Fat drops of water ran down his face. "Robert will never keep to one bed," Lyanna had told him at Winterfell, on the night long ago when their father had promised her hand to the young lord of Storm's End. "I hear he has gotten a child on some girl in the Vale." Ned had held the babe in his arms. He could scarcely deny her, nor would he lie to his sister, but he had assured her that what Robert did before their betrothal was of no matter, that he was a good man and true, who would love her with all his heart. Lyanna had only smiled. "Love is sweet, dearest Ned, but it cannot change a man's nature." The girl had been so young Ned had not dared to ask her age. No doubt she'd been a virgin. The better brothels could always find a virgin if the purse was fat enough. She had light red hair and a powdering of freckles across the bridge of her nose, and when she slipped free a breast to give her nipple to the babe, he saw that her bosom was freckled as well. "I named her Bara," she said as the child nursed. "She looks so like him, does she not, my lord? She has his nose and his hair." "She does." Eddard Stark had touched the baby's fine dark hair. It flowed through his fingers like black silk. Robert's firstborn had had the same fine hair, he seemed to recall.
"Tell him that, when you see him, my lord, as it please you, tell him how beautiful she is."
"I will," Ned had promised her. That was his curse. Robert would swear undying love and forget them before evenfall. But Ned Stark kept his vows. He thought of the promises he'd made Lyanna as she lay dying, and the price he'd paid to keep them.
"And tell him I've not been with no one else. I swear it, my lord, by the old gods and new. Chataya said I could have half a year for the baby, and for hoping he'd come back. So you tell him I'm waiting, won't you? I don't want no jewels or nothing, just him. He was always good to me, truly."
"Good to you," Ned thought hollowly. "I will tell him, child, and I promise you, Bara shall not go wanting." She had smiled then, a smile so tremulous and sweet that it cut the heart out of him. Riding through the rainy night, Ned saw Jon Snow's face in front of him, so like a younger version of his own. If the gods frowned so on bastards, he thought dully, why did they fill men with such lusts? "Lord Baelish, what do you know of Robert's bastards?"
"Well, he has more than you, for a start."
"How many?" Littlefinger shrugged. Rivulets of moisture twisted down the back of his cloak.
"Does it matter? If you bed enough women, some will give you presents, and his grace has never been shy on that count. I know he's acknowledged that boy at Storm's End, the one he fathered the night Lord Stannis wed. He could hardly do otherwise. The mother was a Florent, niece to the Lady Selise, one of her bedmaids. Renly says that Robert carried the girl upstairs during the feast and broke in the wedding bed while Stannis and his bride were still dancing. Lord Stannis seemed to think that was a blot on the honour of his wife's house, so when the boy was born, he shipped him off to Renly."
He gave Ned a sideways glance.
"I've also heard whispers that Robert got a pair of twins on a serving wench at Casterly Rock 3 years ago, when he went west for Lord Tywin's tourney. Cersei had the babes killed, and sold the mother to a passing slaver. Too much an affront to Lannister pride, that close to home.
Ned Stark grimaced. Ugly tales like that were told of every great lord in the realm. He could believe it of Cersei Lannister readily enough, but would the king stand by and let it happen? The Robert he had known would not have, but the Robert he had known had never been so practised at shutting his eyes to things he did not wish to see. Why would John Arryn take a sudden interest in the king's base-born children? The short man gave a sodden shrug.
He was the king's hand. Doubtless Robert asked him to see that they were provided for.
Ned was soaked through to the bone, and his soul had grown cold. It had to be more than that. Or why kill him? Littlefinger shook the rain from his hair and laughed.
Now I see. Lord Arryn learned that his grace had filled the bellies of some whores and fishwives, and for that he had to be silenced. Small wonder. Allow a man like that to live, and next he's like to blurt out that the sun rises in the east.
There was no answer Ned Stark could give to that but a frown. For the first time in years he found himself remembering Rhaegar Targaryen. He wondered if Rhaegar had frequented brothels. Somehow he thought not. The rain was falling harder now, stinging the eyes and drumming against the ground. Rivers of black water were running down the hill when Jory called out, "My lord!" his voice hoarse with alarm. And in an instant the street was full of soldiers. Ned glimpsed ringmail over leather, gauntlets and greaves, steel helms with golden lions on the crests. Their cloaks clung to their backs, sodden with rain. He had no time to count, but there were 10 at least, a line of them, on foot, blocking the street with long swords and iron-tipped spears. "Behind!" he heard Will cry, and when he turned his horse there were more in back of them, cutting off their retreat. Jory's sword came singing from its scabbard. "Make way, or die!" "The wolves are howling," their leader said. Ned could see rain running down his face. "Such a small pack, though." Littlefinger walked his horse forward, step by careful step.
"What is the meaning of this? This is the hand of the king."
"He was the hand of the king." The mud muffled the hooves of the blood-bay stallion. The line parted before him. On a golden breastplate, the Lion of Lannister roared its defiance. "Now, if truth be told, I'm not sure what he is."
"Lannister, this is madness," Littlefinger said. "Let us pass. We are expected back at the castle. What do you think you're doing?"
"He knows what he's doing," Ned said calmly. Jaime Lannister smiled. "Quite true. I'm looking for my brother. You remember my brother, don't you, Lord Stark? He was with us at Winterfell, fair-haired, mismatched eyes, sharp of tongue, a short man." "I remember him well," Ned replied. "It would seem he has met some trouble on the road. My lord father is quite vexed. You would not, perchance, have any notion of who might have wished my brother ill, would you?" "Your brother has been taken at my command, to answer for his crimes," Ned Stark said. Littlefinger groaned in dismay.
"My lords!"
Sir Jaime ripped his long sword from its sheath and urged his stallion forward. "Show me your steel, Lord Eddard. I'll butcher you like Ares, if I must, but I'd sooner you died with a blade in your hand." He gave Littlefinger a cool, contemptuous glance. "Lord Baelish, I'd leave here in some haste if I did not care to get bloodstains on my costly clothing." Littlefinger did not need to be urged. "I will bring the city watch," he promised Ned. The Lannister line parted to let him through, and closed behind him. Littlefinger put his heels to his mare and vanished around a corner. Ned's men had drawn their swords, but they were 3 against 20. Eyes watched from nearby windows and doors, but no one was about to intervene. His party was mounted, the Lannisters on foot, save for Jaime himself. A charge might win them free, but it seemed to Eddard Stark that they had a surer, safer tactic. "Kill me," he warned the Kingslayer, "and Catelyn will most certainly slay Tyrion." Jaime Lannister poked at Ned's chest with a gilded sword that had sipped the blood of the last of the Dragon Kings. "Would she? The noble Catelyn Tully of Riverrun murder a hostage? I think not," he sighed. "But I am not willing to chance my brother's life on a woman's honour." Jaime slid the golden sword into its sheath. "So I suppose I'll let you run back to Robert to tell him how I frightened you. I wonder if he'll care." Jaime pushed his wet hair back with his fingers and wheeled his horse around. When he was beyond the line of swordsmen, he glanced back at his captain. "Rhaegar, see that no harm comes to Lord Stark."
"As you say, my lord."
"Still, we wouldn't want him to leave here entirely unchastened, so—" Through the night and the rain he glimpsed the white of Jaime's smile. "Kill his men."
"No!" Ned Stark screamed, clawing for his sword.
Jaime was already cantering off down the street as he heard Will shout. Men closed from both sides. Ned rode one down, cutting at phantoms in red cloaks who gave way before him. Jory Castle put his heels into his mount and charged. A steel-shod hoof caught a Lannister guardsman in the face with a sickening crunch. A second man reeled away, and for an instant Jory was free. Will cursed as they pulled him off his dying horse, sword slashing in the rain. Ned galloped to him, bringing his long sword down on Traegar's helm. The jolt of impact made him grit his teeth. Traegar stumbled to his knees, his lion crest sheared in half, blood running down his face. Heward was hacking at the hands that had seized his bridle when a spear caught him in the belly. Suddenly Jory was back among them, a red rain flying from his sword. "No!" Ned shouted. "Jory, away!" Ned's horse slipped under him and came crashing down in the mud. There was a moment of blinding pain and the taste of blood in his mouth. He saw them cut the legs from Jory's mount and drag him to the earth, swords rising and falling as they closed in around him. When Ned's horse lurched back to its feet, he tried to rise, only to fall again, choking on a scream. He could see the splintered bone poking through his calf. It was the last thing he saw for a time. The rain came down and down and down. When he opened his eyes again, Lord Eddard Stark was alone with his dead. His horse moved closer, caught the rank scent of blood, and galloped away. Ned began to drag himself through the mud, gritting his teeth at the agony in his leg. It seemed to take years. Faces watched from candle-lit windows, and people began to emerge from alleys and doors, but no one moved to help. Littlefinger and the city watch found him there in the street, cradling Jory Castle's body in his arms. Somewhere the gold cloaks found a litter, but the trip back to the castle was a blur of agony, and Ned lost consciousness more than once. He remembered seeing the red keep looming ahead of him in the first grey light of dawn. The rain had darkened the pale pink stone of the massive walls to the colour of blood. Then Grand Maester Pycelle was looming over him, holding a cup, whispering, "Drink, my lord. Here, the milk of the poppy, for your pain." He remembered swallowing, and Pycelle was telling someone to heat the wine to boiling and fetch him clean silk. And that was the last he knew. Daenerys. The horse gate of Vaes Dothrak was made of 2 gigantic bronze stallions, rearing, their hooves meeting 100 feet above the roadway to form a pointed arch. Dany could not have said why the city needed a gate when it had no walls, and no buildings that she could see. Yet there it stood, immense and beautiful, the great horses framing the distant purple mountain beyond. The bronze stallions threw long shadows across the waving grasses as Khal Drogo led the Khalasar under their hooves and down the God's Way, his blood riders beside him. Dany followed on her silver, escorted by Sir Jorah Mormont and her brother Viserys, mounted once more. After the day in the grass when she had left him to walk back to the Khalasar, the Dothraki had laughingly called him Khal Rhaemar, the Sorefoot King. Khal Drogo had offered him a place in a cart the next day, and Viserys had accepted. In his stubborn ignorance, he had not even known he was being mocked.
The carts were for eunuchs, cripples, women giving birth, the very young and the very old. That won him yet another name, Khal Ragat, the Cart King. Her brother had thought it was the Khal's way of apologizing for the wrong Dany had done him. She had begged Ser Jorah not to tell him the truth, lest he be shamed. The knight had replied that the king could well do with a bit of shame. Yet he had done as she bid. It had taken much pleading and all the pillow tricks Doria had taught her before Dany had been able to make Drogo relent and allow Viserys to rejoin them at the head of the column.
"Where is the city?"
she asked as they passed beneath the bronze arch. There were no buildings to be seen, no people, only the grass and the road, lined with ancient monuments from all the lands the Dothraki had sacked over the centuries.
"Ahead," Ser Jorah answered, "under the mountain."
Beyond the horse gate, plundered gods and stolen heroes loomed to either side of them. The forgotten deities of dead cities brandished their broken thunderbolts at the sky as Dany rode her silver past their feet. Stone kings looked down on her from their thrones, their faces chipped and stained, even their names lost in the mists of time. Lithe young maidens danced on marble plinths, draped only in flowers, or poured air from shattered jars. Monsters stood in the grass beside the road, black iron dragons with jewels for eyes, roaring griffins, manticores with their barbed tails poised to strike, and other beasts she could not name. Some of the statues were so lovely they took her breath away, others so misshapen and terrible that Dany could scarcely bear to look at them. Those, Ser Jorah said, had likely come from the Shadowlands beyond Asshai.
"So many,"
she said as her silver stepped slowly onward.
"And from so many lands."
Viserys was less impressed. "The trash of dead cities," he sneered. He was careful to speak in the common tongue, which few Dothraki could understand, yet even so Dany found herself glancing back at the men of her caste to make certain he had not been overheard. He went on blithely. "All these savages know how to do is steal the things better men have built. And kill." He laughed. "They do know how to kill. Otherwise I'd have no use for them at all."
"They are my people now," Dany said. "You should not call them savages, brother."
"The dragon speaks as he likes," Viserys said. "In the common tongue." He glanced over his shoulder at Aggo and Rakaro, riding behind them, and favored them with a mocking smile. "See, the savages lack the wit to understand the speech of civilized men." A moss-eaten stone monolith loomed over the road 50 feet tall. Viserys gazed at it with boredom in his eyes. "How long must we linger amidst these ruins before Drogo gives me my army? I grow tired of waiting."
"The princess must be presented to the Dosh Khaleen."
"The crowns, yes," her brother interrupted. "And there's to be some mummer's show of a prophecy for the whelp in her belly, you told me. What is that to me? I'm tired of eating horse meat, and I'm sick of the stink of these savages." He sniffed at the wide floppy sleeve of his tunic, where it was his custom to keep a sachet. It could not have helped much. The tunic was filthy. All the silk and heavy wools that Viserys had worn out of Pentos were stained by hard travel and rotted from sweat.
Ser Jorah Mormont said, "The western market will have food more to your taste, your grace. The traders from the free cities come there to sell their wares. The Khal will honor his promise in his own time."
"He had better," Viserys said grimly. "I was promised a crown, and I mean to have it. The dragon is not mocked." Spying an obscene likeness of a woman with 6 breasts and a ferret's head, he rode off to inspect it more closely. Dany was relieved, yet no less anxious.
"I pray that my sun and stars will not keep him waiting too long,"
she told Ser Jorah when her brother was out of earshot. The knight looked after Viserys doubtfully.
Your brother should have bided his time in Pentos. There is no place for him in a Cassette. Illyrio tried to warn him.
He will go as soon as he has his 10,000. My lord husband promised a golden crown.
Ser Jorah grunted. Yes, Khaleesi. But the Dothraki look on these things differently than we do in the West. I have told him as much as Illyrio told him, but your brother does not listen. The Horse Lords are no traitors. Viserys thinks he sold you, and now he wants his price. Yet Khal Drogo would say he had you as a gift. He will give Viserys a gift in return, yes, in his own time. You do not demand a gift, not of a Khal. You do not demand anything of a Khal.
It is not right to make him wait.
Dany did not know why she was defending her brother, yet she was.
Viserys says he could sweep the 7 kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers.
Ser Jorah snorted. Viserys could not sweep a stable with 10,000 brooms. Dany could not pretend to surprise at the disdain in his tone.
What if it were not Viserys? She asked. If it was someone else who led them, someone stronger, could the Dothraki truly conquer the 7 kingdoms?
Ser Jorah's face grew thoughtful as their horses trod together down the God's Way. When I first went into exile, I looked at the Dothraki and saw half-naked barbarians, as wild as their horses. If you had asked me then, Princess, I should have told you that 1,000 good knights would have no trouble putting to flight 100 times as many Dothraki.
But if I asked you now?
Now, the knight said, I am less certain. They are better riders than any knight, utterly fearless, and their bows outrange ours. In the 7 kingdoms, most archers fight on foot, from behind a shield wall or a barricade of sharpened stakes. The Dothraki fire from horseback, charging or retreating, it makes no matter. They are full as deadly, and there are so many of them, my lady. Your lord husband alone counts 40,000 mounted warriors in his Cassette.
Is that truly so many?
Your brother Rhaegar brought as many men to the Trident, Ser Jorah admitted, but of that number, no more than 1/10 were knights. The rest were archers, free-riders, and foot soldiers, armed with spears and pikes. When Rhaegar fell, many threw down their weapons and fled the field. How long do you imagine such a rabble would stand against the charge of 40,000 screamers howling for blood? How well would boiled leather jerkins and mailed shirts protect them when the arrows fall like rain?
Not long, she said. Not well.
He nodded. Mind you, Princess, if the lords of the 7 kingdoms have the wit the gods gave a goose, it will never come to that. The riders have no taste for siegecraft. I doubt they could take even the weakest castle in the 7 kingdoms. But if Robert Baratheon were fool enough to give them battle—
Is he?
Dany asked.
A fool, I mean?
Ser Jorah considered that for a moment. Robert should have been born Dothraki, he said at last. Your Khal would tell you that only a coward hides behind stone walls instead of facing his enemy with a blade in hand. The usurper would agree. He is a strong man, brave, and rash enough to meet a Dothraki horde in the open field. But the men around him, well, their pipers play a different tune. His brother Stannis, Lord Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark, he spat.
You hate this Lord Stark, Dany said.
He took from me all I loved, for the sake of a few lice-ridden poachers and his precious honour, Ser Jorah said bitterly. From his tone she could tell the loss still pained him. He changed the subject quickly. There, he announced, pointing. Vaes Dothrak, the city of the Horse Lords. Khal Drogo and his blood riders led them through the great bazaar of the western market, down the broad ways beyond. Dany followed close on her silver, staring at the strangeness about her. Vaesdothrak was at once the largest city and the smallest that she had ever known. She thought it must be 10 times as large as Pentos, a vastness without walls or limits, its broad, wind-swept streets paved in grass and mud and carpeted with wildflowers. In the free cities of the West, towers and manses and hovels and bridges and shops and halls all crowded in on one another. But Vaesdothrak sprawled languorously, baking in the warm sun, ancient, arrogant, and empty. Even the buildings were so queer to her eyes. She saw carved stone pavilions, manses of woven grass as large as castles, rickety wooden towers, stepped pyramids faced with marble, log halls open to the sky. In place of walls, some palaces were surrounded by thorny hedges. "None of them are alike," she said. "Your brother had part of the truth," Ser Jorah admitted. "The Dothraki do not build. 1,000 years ago, to make a house, they would dig a hole in the earth and cover it with a woven grass roof. The buildings you see were made by slaves brought here from lands they've plundered, and they built each after the fashion of their own peoples." Most of the halls, even the largest, seemed deserted. "Where are the people who live here?" Dany asked. The bazaar had been full of running children and men shouting, but elsewhere she had seen only a few eunuchs going about their business. "Only the crones of the Dosh Khaleen dwell permanently in the sacred city, them and their slaves and servants," Ser Jorah replied. "Yet Vaesdothrak is large enough to house every man of every khalasar, should all the khals return to the mother at once. The crones have prophesied that one day that will come to pass, and so Vaesdothrak must be ready to embrace all its children." Khal Drogo finally called a halt near the eastern market, where the caravans from Yiti and Ashai and the Shadowlands came to trade, with the Mother of Mountains looming overhead. Dany smiled as she recalled Magister Illyrio's slave girl and her talk of a palace with 200 rooms and doors of solid silver. The palace was a cavernous wooden feasting hall, its rough-hewn timbered walls rising 40 feet, its roof sewn silk, a vast billowing tent that could be raised to keep out the rare rains or lowered to admit the endless sky. Around the hall were broad, grassy horse-yards fenced with high hedges, fire-pits, and hundreds of round earthen houses that bulged from the ground like miniature hills, covered with grass. A small army of slaves had gone ahead to prepare for Khal Drogo's arrival. As each rider swung down from his saddle, he unbelted his arak and handed it to a waiting slave, and any other weapons he carried as well. Even Khal Drogo himself was not exempt. Ser Jorah had explained that it was forbidden to carry a blade in Vaesdothrak, or to shed a free man's blood. Even warring khalasars put aside their feuds and shared meat and mead together when they were in sight of the Mother of Mountains. In this place the crones of the Dosh Khaleen had decreed all Dothraki were one blood, one khalasar, one herd. Kaholo came to Dany as Iri and Jikwi were helping her down off her silver. He was the oldest of Drogo's 3 blood riders, a squat, bald man with a crooked nose and a mouth full of broken teeth, shattered by a mace 20 years before, when he saved the young Kalaka from sellswords who hoped to sell him to his father's enemies. His life had been bound to Drogo's the day her lord husband was born. Every Khal had his blood riders. At first Dany had thought of them as a kind of Dothraki Kingsguard, sworn to protect their lord, but it went further than that. Jikwi had taught her that a blood rider was more than a guard. They were the Khal's brothers, his shadows, his fiercest friends. "Blood of my blood," Drogo called them, and so it was. They shared a single life. The ancient traditions of the Horse Lords demanded that when the Khal died, his blood riders died with him, to ride at his side in the Nightlands. If the Khal died at the hands of some enemy, they lived only long enough to avenge him, and then followed him joyfully into the grave. In some khalasars, Jikwi said, the blood riders shared the Khal's wine, his tent, and even his wives, though never his horses. A man's mount was his own. Daenerys was glad that Khal Drogo did not hold to those ancient ways. She should not have liked being shared, and while old Koholo treated her kindly enough, the others frightened her. Hago, huge and silent, often glowered as if he had forgotten who she was. And Kotho had cruel eyes and quick hands that liked to hurt. He left bruises on Doria's soft white skin whenever he touched her, and sometimes made Irri sob in the night. Even his horses seemed to fear him. Yet they were bound to Drogo for life and death, so Daenerys had no choice but to accept them. And sometimes she found herself wishing her father had been protected by such men. In the songs, the white knights of the king's guard were ever noble, valiant, and true, and yet King Aerys had been murdered by one of them, the handsome boy they now called the Kingslayer, and a second, Sir Barristan the Bold, had gone over to the usurper. She wondered if all men were as false in the Seven Kingdoms. When her son sat the Iron Throne, she would see that he had blood riders of his own to protect him against treachery in his Kingsguard.
"Khaleesi," Koholo said to her in Dothraki, "Drogo, who is blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that he must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night, to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return."
Only men were allowed to set foot on the Mother, Dany knew. The Khal's blood riders would go with him and return at dawn. "Tell my sun and stars that I dream of him, and wait anxious for his return," she replied, thankful. Dany tired more easily as the child grew within her. In truth, a night of rest would be most welcome. Her pregnancy only seemed to have inflamed Drogo's desire for her, and of late his embraces left her exhausted. Doria led her to the hollow hill that had been prepared for her and her Khal. It was cool and dim within, like a tent made of earth. "Jikwi, a bath, please," she commanded, to wash the dust of travel from her skin and soak her weary bones. It was pleasant to know that they would linger here for a while, that she would not need to climb back on her silver on the morrow. The water was scalding hot, as she liked it. "I will give my brother his gifts tonight," she decided as Jikwi was washing her hair. "He should look a king in the sacred city. Doria, run and find him, and invite him to sup with me." Viserys was nicer to the Lysene girl than to her Dothraki handmaids, perhaps because Magister Illyrio had let him bed her back in Pentos. "Irri, go to the bazaar and buy fruit and meat. Anything but horseflesh." "Horse is best," Irri said. "Horse makes a man strong. Viserys hates horse meat." "As you say, Khaleesi." She brought back a haunch of goat and a basket of fruits and vegetables. Jikwi roasted the meat with sweet grass and firepods, basting it with honey as it cooked, and there were melons and pomegranates and plums and some queer Eastern fruit Dany did not know. While her handmaids prepared the meal, Dany laid out the clothing she'd had made to her brother's measure, a tunic and leggings of crisp white linen, leather sandals that laced up to the knee, a bronze medallion belt, a leather vest painted with fire-breathing dragons. The Dothraki would respect him more if he looked less a beggar, she hoped, and perhaps he would forgive her for shaming him that day in the grass. He was still her king, after all, and her brother. They were both blood of the dragon. She was arranging the last of his gifts, a sand-silk cloak, green as grass, with a pale grey border that would bring out the silver in his hair, when Viserys arrived, dragging Doria by the arm. Her eye was red where he'd hit her. "How dare you send this whore to give me commands?" he said. He shoved the handmaid roughly to the carpet. The anger took Dany utterly by surprise. "I only wanted— Doria, what did you say?" "Khaleesi pardons, forgive me. I went to him as you bid, and told him you commanded him to join you for supper."
No one commands the dragon, Viserys snarled. I am your king. I should have sent you back her head.
The Lycene girl quailed, but Dany calmed her with a touch. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Sweet brother, please, forgive her. The girl misspoke herself. I told her to ask you to sup with me, if it pleases your grace. She took him by the hand and drew him across the room. Look, these are for you. Viserys frowned suspiciously. What is all this? New raiment. I had it made for you. Dany smiled shyly. He looked at her and sneered. Dothraki rags. Do you presume to dress me now? Please, you'll be cooler and more comfortable, and I thought maybe if you dressed like them, the Dothraki— Dany did not know how to say it without waking his dragon. Next you'll want to braid my hair. I'd never— Why was he always so cruel? She had only wanted to help. You have no right to a braid. You have won no victories yet. It was the wrong thing to say. Fury shone from his lilac eyes, yet he dared not strike her, not with her handmaids watching and the warriors of her caste outside. Viserys picked up the cloak and sniffed at it. This stinks of manure. Perhaps I shall use it as a horse blanket. I had Doria sew it specially for you, she told him, wounded. These are garments fit for a carl. I am the lord of the 7 kingdoms, not some grass-stained savage with bells in his hair. Viserys spat back at her. He grabbed her arm. You forget yourself, slut. Do you think that big belly will protect you if you wake the dragon? His fingers dug into her arm painfully, and for an instant Dany felt like a child again, quailing in the face of his rage. She reached out with her other hand and grabbed the first thing she touched, the belt she'd hoped to give him, a heavy chain of ornate bronze medallions. She swung it with all her strength. It caught him full in the face. Viserys let go of her. Blood ran down his cheek where the edge of one of the medallions had sliced it open. You are the one who forgets himself, Dany said to him. Didn't you learn anything that day in the grass? Leave me now before I summon my caste to drag you out. And pray that Khal Drogo does not hear of this, or he will cut open your belly and feed you your own entrails. Viserys scrambled back to his feet. When I come into my kingdom, you will rule this day, slut! He walked off, holding his torn face, leaving her gifts behind him. Drops of his blood had spattered the beautiful sand-silk cloak. Dany clutched the soft cloth to her cheek and sat cross-legged on her sleeping mats. Your supper is ready, Khaleesi, Chickwe announced. I'm not hungry, Dany said sadly. She was suddenly very tired. Share the food among yourselves, and send some to Ser Jorah if you would. After a moment she added, Please, bring me one of the dragon's eggs. Irri fetched the egg with the deep green shell, bronze flecks shining amid its scales as she turned it in her small hands. Dany curled up on her side, pulling the sand-silk cloak across her and cradling the egg in the hollow between her swollen belly and small, tender breasts. She liked to hold them. They were so beautiful, and sometimes just being close to them made her feel stronger, braver, as if somehow she were drawing strength from the stone dragons locked inside. She was lying there, holding the egg, when she felt the child move within her, as if he were reaching out, brother to brother, blood to blood. You are the dragon, Dany whispered to him. The true dragon. I know it. I know it. And she smiled and went to sleep, dreaming of home. Bran. A light snow was falling. Bran could feel the flakes on his face, melting as they touched his skin like the gentlest of rains. He sat straight atop his horse, watching as the iron portcullis was winched upward. Try as he might to keep calm, his heart was fluttering in his chest. "Are you ready?" Robb asked. Bran nodded. trying not to let his fear show. He had not been outside Winterfell since his fall, but he was determined to ride out as proud as any knight. "Let's ride, then." Robb put his heels into his big grey and white gelding, and the horse walked under the portcullis. "Go," Bran whispered to his own horse. He touched her neck lightly, and the small chestnut filly started forward. Bran had named her Dancer. She was 2 years old, and Joseph said she was smarter than any horse had a right to be. They had trained her special, to respond to rein and voice and touch. Up to now, Bran had only ridden her around the yard. At first, Joseph or Hodor would lead her, while Bran sat strapped to her back in the oversized saddle the imp had drawn up for him. But for the past fortnight he had been riding her on his own, trotting her round and growing bolder with every circuit. They passed beneath the gatehouse, over the drawbridge, through the outer walls. Summer and Grey Wind came loping beside them, sniffing at the wind. Close behind came Theon Greyjoy, with his long bow and a quiver of broadheads. He had a mind to take a deer, he had told them. He was followed by 4 guardsmen in mailed shirts and coifs, and Joseph, a stick-thin stableman whom Robb had named Master of Horse while Hullen was away. Maester Luwin brought up the rear, riding on a donkey. Bran would have liked it better if he and Robb had gone off alone, just the 2 of them, but Hal Marlin would not hear of it, and Maester Luwin backed him. If Bran fell off his horse or injured himself, the Maester was determined to be with him. Beyond the castle lay the market square, its wooden stalls deserted now. They rode down the muddy streets of the village, past rows of small, neat houses of log and undressed stone. Less than 1 in 5 were occupied, thin tendrils of wood smoke curling up from their chimneys. The rest would fill up one by one as it grew colder. When the snow fell and the ice winds howled down out of the north, Old Nan said, farmers left their frozen fields and distant holdfasts, loaded up their wagons, and then the winter town came alive. Bran had never seen it happen, but Maester Luwin said the day was looming closer. The end of the long summer was near at hand. Winter is coming. A few villagers eyed the dire wolves anxiously as the riders went past, and one man dropped the wood he was carrying as he shrank away in fear, but most of the townfolk had grown used to the sight. They bent the knee when they saw the boys, and Robb greeted each of them with a lordly nod. With his legs unable to grip, the swaying motion of the horse made Bran feel unsteady at first, but the huge saddle with its thick horn and high back cradled him comfortingly, and the straps around his chest and thighs would not allow him to fall. After a time the rhythm began to feel almost natural. His anxiety faded, and a tremulous smile crept across his face. 2 serving wenches stood beneath the sign of the smoking log, the local alehouse. When Theon Greyjoy called out to them, the younger girl turned red and covered her face. Theon spurred his mount to move up beside Robb. "Sweet Kira," he said with a laugh. "She squirms like a weasel in bed, but say a word to her on the street, and she blushes pink as a maid. Did I ever tell you about the night that she and Bessa—" "Not where my brother can hear, Theon," Robb warned him with a glance at Bran. Bran looked away and pretended not to have heard, but he could feel Greyjoy's eyes on him. No doubt he was smiling. He smiled a lot, as if the world were a secret joke that only he was clever enough to understand. Robb seemed to admire Theon and enjoy his company, but Bran had never warmed to his father's ward. Robb rode closer. "You are doing well, Bran." "I want to go faster," Bran replied. Robb smiled. "As you will." He sent his gelding into a trot. The wolves raced after him. Bran snapped the reins sharply, and Dancer picked up her pace. He heard a shout from Theon Greyjoy, and the hoof-beats of the other horses behind him. Bran's cloak billowed out, rippling in the wind, and the snow seemed to rush at his face. Robb was well ahead, glancing back over his shoulder from time to time to make sure Bran and the others were following. He snapped the reins again. Smooth as silk, Dancer slid into a gallop. The distance closed. By the time he caught Rob on the edge of the Wolf's Wood, 2 miles beyond the winter town, they had left the others well behind. "I can ride!" Bran shouted, grinning. It felt almost as good as flying.
"I'd race you, but I fear you'd win."
Rob's tone was light and joking, yet Bran could tell that something was troubling his brother underneath the smile.
"I don't want to race."
Bran looked around for the dire wolves. Both had vanished into the wood.
"Did you hear Summer howling last night?"
Grey Wind was restless too, Rob said. His auburn hair had grown shaggy and unkempt, and a reddish stubble covered his jaw, making him look older than his 15 years.
"Sometimes I think they know things, sense things."
Rob sighed.
"I never know how much to tell you, Bran. I wish you were older."
"I'm 8 now," Bran said. 8 isn't so much younger than 15, and I'm the heir to Winterfell after you."
"So you are." Rob sounded sad, and even a little scared.
"Bran, I need to tell you something. There was a bird last night, from King's Landing. Maester Luwin woke me."
Bran felt a sudden dread. Dark wings, dark words. Old Nan always said, and of late the messenger ravens had been proving the truth of the proverb. When Rob wrote to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the bird that came back brought word that Uncle Benjen was still missing. Then a message had arrived from the Eyrie, from Mother, but that had not been good news either. She did not say when she meant to return, only that she had taken the imp as prisoner. Bran had sort of liked the little man, yet the name Lannister sent cold fingers creeping up his spine. There was something about the Lannisters, something he ought to remember, but when he tried to think what, he felt dizzy and his stomach clenched hard as a stone. Rob spent most of that day locked behind closed doors with Maester Luwin, Theon Greyjoy, and Hallis Mullen. Afterward, riders were sent out on fast horses, carrying Rob's commands throughout the north. Bran heard talk of Moat Cailin, the ancient stronghold the first men had built to the top of the neck. No one ever told him what was happening, yet he knew it was not good. And now another raven, another message. Bran clung to hope.
"Was the bird from Mother? Is she coming home?"
"The message was from Allen in King's Landing. Jory Castle is dead, and Willan Heward as well, murdered by the Kingslayer."
Rob lifted his face to the snow, and the flakes melted on his cheeks.
"May the gods give them rest."
Bran did not know what to say. He felt as if he'd been punched. Jory had been captain of the household guard at Winterfell since before Bran was born.
"They killed Jory?"
He remembered all the times Jory had chased him over the roofs. He could picture him striding across the yard in mail and plate, or sitting at his accustomed place on the bench in the great hall, joking as he ate.
"Why would anyone kill Jory?"
Rob shook his head numbly, the pain plain in his eyes.
"I don't know, and, Bran, that's not the worst of it. Father was caught beneath a falling horse in the fight. Allen says his leg was shattered, and Maester Pycelle has given him the milk of the poppy, but they aren't sure when. Winnie—"
The sound of hoofbeats made him glance down the road to where Theon and the others were coming up.
"When he will wake,"
Rob finished. He laid his hand on the pommel of his sword then, and went on in the solemn voice of Rob the Lord.
"Bran, I promise you, whatever might happen, I will not let this be forgotten."
Something in his tone made Bran even more fearful.
"What will you do?"
he asked, as Theon Greyjoy reined in beside them.
"Theon thinks I should call the banners,"
Rob said.
"Blood for blood."
For once Greyjoy did not smile. His lean, dark face had a hungry look to it, and black hair fell down across his eyes.
"Only the Lord can call the banners,"
Bran said, as the snow drifted down around them.
"If your father dies,"
Theon said, "Rob will be Lord of Winterfell."
"He won't die!"
Bran screamed at him.
Robb took his hand. "He won't die, not father," he said calmly. "Still, the honour of the North is in my hands now. When our Lord Father took his leave of us, he told me to be strong for you and for Rickon. I'm almost a man grown, Bran."
Bran shivered. "I wish Mother was back," he said miserably. He looked around for Maester Luwin. His donkey was visible in the far distance, trotting over a rise. "Does Maester Luwin say to call the banners too?"
"The maester is timid as an old woman," said Theon.
"Father always listened to his counsel," Bran reminded his brother. "Mother too."
"I listened to him," Robb insisted. "I listened to everyone."
The joy Bran had felt of the ride was gone, melted away like the snowflakes on his face. Not so long ago, the thought of Robb calling the banners and riding off to war would have filled him with excitement. But now he felt only dread.
"Can we go back now?" he asked. "I'm cold."
Robb glanced around.
"We need to find the wolves. Can you stand to go a bit longer?"
"I can go as long as you can."
Maester Luwin had warned him to keep the ride short for fear of saddle sores, but Bran would not admit to weakness in front of his brother. He was sick of the way everyone was always fussing over him and asking how he was.
"Let's hunt down the hunters, then," Robb said. Side by side they urged their mounts off the King's Road and struck out into the Wolf's Wood.
Theon dropped back and followed well behind them, talking and joking with the guardsmen. It was nice under the trees. Bran kept Dancer to a walk, holding the reins lightly and looking all around him as they went. He knew this wood, but he had been so long confined to Winterfell that he felt as though he were seeing it for the first time. The smells filled his nostrils, the sharp, fresh tang of pine needles, the earthy odour of wet, rotting leaves, the hints of animal musk and distant cooking fires. He caught a glimpse of a black squirrel moving through the snow-covered branches of an oak, and paused to study the silvery web of an empress spider. Theon and the others fell farther and farther behind, until Bran could no longer hear their voices. From ahead came the faint sound of rushing waters. It grew louder until they reached the stream. Tears stung his eyes.
"Bran?"
Robb asked. "What's wrong?"
Bran shook his head. "I was just remembering," he said. "Jory brought us here once to fish for trout. You and me and John. Do you remember?"
"I remember," Robb said, his voice quiet and sad.
"I didn't catch anything," Bran said, "but John gave me his fish on the way back to Winterfell. Will we ever see John again?"
"We saw Uncle Benjen when the king came to visit," Robb pointed out. "John will visit too, you'll see."
The stream was running high and fast. Robb dismounted and led his gelding across the ford. In the deepest part of the crossing the water came up to mid-thigh. He tied his horse to a tree on the far side and waded back across for Bran and Dancer. The current foamed around rock and root, and Bran could feel the spray on his face as Robb led him over. It made him smile. For a moment he felt strong again, and whole. He looked up at the trees and dreamed of climbing them, right up to the very top, with the whole forest spread out beneath him. They were on the far side when they heard the howl, a long, rising wail that moved through the trees like a cold wind. Bran raised his head to listen. "Summer," he said. No sooner had he spoken than a second voice joined the first.
"They've made a kill," Robb said as he remounted. "I'd best go and bring them back. Wait here. Theon and the others should be along shortly."
"I want to go with you,"
Bran said. "I'll find them faster by myself." Robb spurred his gelding and vanished into the trees.
Once he was gone, the woods seemed to close in around Bran. The snow was falling more heavily now. Where it touched the ground it melted, but all about him rock and root and branch wore a thin blanket of white. As he waited, he was conscious of how uncomfortable he felt. He could not feel his legs, hanging useless in the stirrups, but the strap around his chest was tight and chafing, and the melting snow had soaked through his gloves to chill his hands. He wondered what was keeping Theon and Maester Luwin and Joseph and the rest. When he heard the rustle of leaves, Bran used the reins to make Dancer turn, expecting to see his friends. But the ragged men who stepped out onto the bank of the stream were strangers. "Good day to you," he said nervously. One look, and Bran knew they were neither foresters nor farmers. He was suddenly conscious of how richly he was dressed. His surcoat was new, dark grey wool with silver buttons, and a heavy silver pin fastened his fur-trimmed cloak at the shoulders. His boots and gloves were lined with fur as well. "All alone, are you?" said the biggest of them, a bald man with a raw, wind-burnt face. "Lost in the wolf's wood, poor lad." "I'm not lost." Bran did not like the way the strangers were looking at him. He counted 4, but when he turned his head he saw 2 others behind him. "My brother rode off just a moment ago, and my guard will be here shortly." "Your guard, is it?" a second man said. Grey stubble covered his gaunt face. "And what would they be guarding, my little lord? Is that a silver pin I see there on your cloak?" "Pretty," said a woman's voice. She scarcely looked like a woman, tall and lean, with the same hard face as the others, her hair hidden beneath a bowl-shaped half-helm. The spear she held was 8 feet of black oak, tipped in rusted steel. "Let's have a look," said the big bald man. Bran watched him anxiously. The man's clothes were filthy, fallen almost to pieces, patched here with brown and here with blue and there with a dark green, and faded everywhere to grey. But once that cloak might have been black. The grey, stubbly man wore black rags, too, he saw with a sudden start. Suddenly Bran remembered the oath-breaker his father had beheaded, the day they had found the wolf-pups. That man had worn black as well, and father said he had been a deserter from the Night's Watch. No man is more dangerous, he remembered Lord Eddard saying. The deserter knows his life is forfeit if he is taken, so he will not flinch from any crime, no matter how vile or cruel. "The pin, lad," the big man said. He held out his hand. "We'll take the horse, too," said another of them, a woman shorter than Robb, with a broad, flat face and lank yellow hair. "Get down and be quick about it." A knife slid from her sleeve into her hand, its edge jagged as a saw. "No," Bran blurted. "I can't." The big man grabbed his reins before Bran could think to wheel Dancer around and gallop off. "You can, lordling, and well, if you know what's good for you." "Stev, look how he's strapped on." The tall woman pointed with her spear. "Might be it's the truth he's telling." "Straps, is it?" Stev said. He drew a dagger from a sheath at his belt. "There's ways to deal with straps." "You some kind of cripple?" asked the short woman. Bran flared. "I'm Brandon Stark of Winterfell, and you better let go of my horse, or I'll see you all dead." The gaunt man with the grey stubbled face laughed. "The boy's a Stark, true enough. Only a Stark would be fool enough to threaten where smarter men would beg." "Cut his little cock off and stuff it in his mouth," suggested the short woman. "That should shut him up." "You're as stupid as you are ugly, Holly," said the tall woman. "The boy's worth nothing dead, but alive. Gods be damned, think what Mance would give to have Benjen Stark's own blood to hostage." "Mance be damned," the big man cursed. "You want to go back there, Osha? More fool you. Think the White Walkers will care if you have a hostage?" He turned back to Bran and slashed at the strap around his thigh. The leather parted with a sigh. The stroke had been quick and careless, biting deep. Looking down, Bran glimpsed pale flesh where the wool of his leggings had parted. Then the blood began to flow. He watched the red stain spread, feeling light-headed, curiously apart. There had been no pain, not even a hint of feeling. The big man grunted in surprise. "Put down your steel now, and I promise you shall have a quick and painless death," Robb called out. Bran looked up in desperate hope, and there he was. The strength of the words were undercut by the way his voice cracked with strain. He was mounted, the bloody carcass of an elk slung across the back of his horse, his sword in a gloved hand. "The brother," said the man with the grey stubbly face. "He's a fierce one, he is," mocked the short woman, Holly they called her.
You mean to fight us, boy? Don't be a fool, lad. You are 1 against 6.
The tall woman, Osha, levelled her spear.
Off the horse and throw down the sword. We'll thank you kindly for the mount and for the venison, and you and your brother can be on your way.
Robb whistled. They heard the faint sound of soft feet on wet leaves. The undergrowth parted, low-hanging branches giving up their accumulation of snow, and Grey Wind and Summer emerged from the green. Summer sniffed the air and growled.
"Wolves,"
gasped Holly.
"dire wolves,"
Bran said. Still half-grown, they were as large as any wolf he had ever seen, but the differences were easy to spot, if you knew what to look for. Maester Luwin and Farlan the kennel-master had taught him. A dire wolf had a bigger head and longer legs in proportion to its body, and its snout and jaw were markedly leaner and more pronounced. There was something gaunt and terrible about them as they stood there amid the gently falling snow. Fresh blood spotted Grey Wind's muzzle.
"Dogs!"
the big bald man said contemptuously.
"Yet I'm told there's nothing like a wolfskin cloak to warm a man by night."
He made a sharp gesture.
"Take them!"
Robb shouted, "Winterfell!" and kicked his horse. The gelding plunged down the bank as the ragged men closed. A man with an axe rushed in, shouting and heedless. Robb's sword caught him full in the face with a sickening crunch and a spray of bright blood. The man with the gaunt, stubbly face made a grab for the reins, and for half a second he had them. And then Grey Wind was on him, bearing him down. He fell back into the stream with a splash and a shout, flailing wildly with his knife as his head went under. The dire wolf plunged in after him, and the white water turned red where they had vanished. Robb and Osha matched blows in midstream. Her long spear was a steel-headed serpent, flashing out at his chest, once, twice, 3 times, but Robb parried every thrust with his longsword, turning the point aside. On the 4th or 5th thrust, the tall woman overextended herself and lost her balance just for a second. Robb charged, riding her down. A few feet away, Summer darted in and snapped at Holly. The knife bit at his flank. Summer slid away, snarling, and came rushing in again. This time his jaws closed around her calf. Holding the knife with both hands, the small woman stabbed down, but the dire wolf seemed to sense the blade coming. He pulled free for an instant, his mouth full of leather and cloth and bloody flesh. When Holly stumbled and fell, he came at her again, slamming her backward, teeth tearing at her belly. The 6th man ran from the carnage, but not far. As he went scrambling up the far side of the bank, Grey Wind emerged from the stream, dripping wet. He shook the water off and bounded after the running man, hamstringing him with a single snap of his teeth, and going for the throat as the screaming man slid back down toward the water. And then there was no one left but the big man Stiv. He slashed at Bran's chest strap, grabbed his arm, and yanked. Suddenly Bran was falling. He sprawled on the ground, his legs tangled under him, 1 foot in the stream. He could not feel the cold of the water, but he felt the steel when Stiv pressed his dagger to his throat.
"Back away," the man warned, "or I'll open the boy's windpipe, I swear it."
Robb reined his horse in, breathing hard. The fury went out of his eyes, and his sword-arm dropped. In that moment, Bran saw everything. Summer was savaging Holly, pulling glistening blue snakes from her belly. Her eyes were wide and staring. Bran could not tell whether she was alive or dead. The grey, stubbly man and the one with the axe lay unmoving, but Osha was on her knees, crawling toward her fallen spear. Grey Wind padded toward her, dripping wet.
"Call 'em off!" the big man shouted. "Call them both off, or the crippled boy dies now."
"Grey Wind, Summer, to me," Robb said. The dire wolves stopped, turned their heads. Grey Wind loped back to Robb. Summer stayed where he was, his eyes on Bran and the man beside him. He growled. His muzzle was wet and red, but his eyes burned. Osha used the butt end of her spear to lever herself back to her feet. Blood leaked from a wound on the upper arm where Robb had cut her. Bran could see sweat trickling down the big man's face. Stiv was as scared as he was, he realized.
"Starks," the man muttered. "Bloody Starks." He raised his voice. "Osha, kill the wolves and get his sword."
"Kill them yourself," she replied. "I'll not be getting near those monsters." For a moment Stiv was at a loss. His hand trembled. Bran felt a trickle of blood where the knife pressed against his neck. The stench of the man filled his nose. He smelled of fear. "You," he called out to Robb. "You have a name?" "I am Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell."
"This is your brother?"
"Yes."
You want him alive, you do what I say. Off the horse.
Robb hesitated a moment. Then, slowly and deliberately, he dismounted and stood with his sword in hand.
Now kill the wolves.
Robb did not move.
You do it? The wolves or the boy?
No!
Bran screamed. If Robb did as they asked, Stiv would kill them both anyway, once the dire wolves were dead. The bald man took hold of his hair with his free hand and twisted it cruelly, till Bran sobbed in pain.
You shut your mouth, cripple, you hear me?
He twisted harder.
You hear me?
A low thrum came from the woods behind them. Stiv gave a choked gasp as a half-foot of razor-tipped broadhead suddenly exploded out of his chest. The arrow was bright red, as if it had been painted in blood. The dagger fell away from Bran's throat. The big man swayed and collapsed face down in the stream. The arrow broke beneath him. Bran watched his life go swirling off in the water. Osha glanced around as Father's guardsmen appeared from beneath the trees, steel in hand. She threw down her spear. "Mercy, my lord," she called to Robb. The guardsmen had a strange, pale look to their faces as they took in the scene of slaughter. They eyed the wolves uncertainly, and when Summer returned to Holly's corpse to feed, Joseph dropped his knife and scrambled for the bush, heaving. Even Maester Luwin seemed shocked as he stepped from behind a tree, but only for an instant. Then he shook his head and waded across the stream to Bran's side. "Are you hurt?" "He cut my leg," Bran said, "but I couldn't feel it." As the maester knelt to examine the wound, Bran turned his head. Theon Greyjoy stood beside a sentinel tree, his bow in hand. He was smiling. Ever smiling. A half-dozen arrows were thrust into the soft ground at his feet, but it had taken only one.
"A dead enemy is a thing of beauty," he announced.
"John always said you were an ass, Greyjoy," Robb said loudly. "I ought to chain you up in the yard and let Bran take a few practice shots at you."
"You should be thanking me for saving your brother's life."
"What if you had missed the shot?" Robb said. "What if you'd only wounded him? What if you had made his hand jump or hit Bran instead? For all you knew, the man might have been wearing a breastplate. All you could see was the back of his cloak. What would have happened to my brother then? Did you ever think of that, Greyjoy?" Theon's smile was gone. He gave a sullen shrug and began to pull his arrows from the ground one by one. Robb glared at his guardsmen. "Where were you?" he demanded of them. "I was sure you were close behind us." The men traded unhappy glances.
"We were following, my lord,"
said Quent, the youngest of them, his beard a soft brown fuzz.
"Only first we waited for Maester Luwin and his ass, begging your pardons, and then, well, as it were—"
He glanced over at Theon and quickly looked away, abashed.
"I spied a turkey,"
Theon said, annoyed by the question. "How was I to know that you'd leave the boy alone?" Robb turned his head to look at Theon once more. Bran had never seen him so angry, yet he said nothing. Finally he knelt beside Maester Luwin.
"How badly is my brother wounded?"
"No more than a scratch," the maester said. He wet a cloth in the stream to clean the cut. "Two of them wear the black," he told Robb as he worked. Robb glanced over at where Stiv lay sprawled in the stream, his ragged black cloak moving fitfully as the rushing waters tugged at it.
"Deserters from the Night's Watch,"
he said grimly. "They must have been fools to come so close to Winterfell." "Folly and desperation are oft-times hard to tell apart," said Maester Luwin.
"Shall we bury them, my lord?"
asked Quent.
"They would not have buried us," Robb said. "Hack off their heads. We'll send them back to the wall. Leave the rest for the carrion crows."
"And this one?"
Quent jerked a thumb toward Osha. Robb walked over to her. She was a head taller than he was, but she dropped to her knees at his approach. "Give me my life, my lord of Stark, and I am yours."
"Mine? What would I do with an oath-breaker?"
"I broke no oaths. Stiv and Wallen flew down off the wall, not me. The Black Crows got no place for women."
Theon Greyjoy sauntered closer.
"Give her to the wolves,"
he urged Robb. The woman's eyes went to what was left of Holly, and just as quickly away. She shuddered. Even the guardsmen looked queasy.
"She's a woman,"
Robb said.
"A wildling," Bran told him. "She said they should keep me alive so they could take me to Mance Rayder."
"Do you have a name?" Robb asked her.
"Osha, as it please the Lord," she muttered sourly.
Maester Lewin stood.
"We might do well to question her."
Bran could see the relief on his brother's face.
"As you say, Maester. Wayne, bind her hands. She'll come back to Winterfell with us, and live or die by the truths she gives us."
Tyrion.
"You want eat?"
Mord asked, glowering. He had a plate of boiled beans in one thick, stub-fingered hand. Tyrion Lannister was starved, but he refused to let this brute see him cringe.
"A leg of lamb would be pleasant," he said from the heap of soiled straw in the corner of his cell. "Perhaps a dish of peas and onions, some fresh baked bread with butter, and a flagon of mulled wine to wash it down. Or beer, if that's easier. I try not to be overly particular."
"Here's beans," Mord said. "Here."
He held out the plate. Tyrion sighed. The turnkey was 20 stone of gross stupidity, with brown, rotting teeth and small, dark eyes. The left side of his face was slick with scar where an axe had cut off his ear and part of his cheek. He was as predictable as he was ugly, but Tyrion was hungry. He reached up for the plate. Mord jerked it away, grinning.
"His ear,"
he said, holding it out beyond Tyrion's reach. The dwarf climbed stiffly to his feet, every joint aching.
"Must we play the same fool's game with every meal?"
He made another grab for the beans. Mord shambled backward, grinning through his rotten teeth.
"His ear, dwarf man."
He held the plate out at arm's length, over the edge where the cell ended and the sky began.
"You not want eat? Here, come, take."
Tyrion's arms were too short to reach the plate, and he was not about to step that close to the edge. All it would take would be a quick shove of Mord's heavy white belly, and he would end up a sickening red splotch on the stones of Skye, like so many other prisoners of the Eyrie over the centuries.
"Come to think on it, I'm not hungry after all," he declared, retreating to the corner of his cell.
Mord grunted and opened his thick fingers. The wind took the plate, flipping it over as it fell. A handful of beans sprayed back at them as the food tumbled out of sight. The turnkey laughed, his guts shaking like a bowl of pudding. Tyrion felt a pang of rage.
"You fucking son of a pox-ridden ass," he spat. "I hope you die of a bloody flux."
For that, Mord gave him a kick, driving a steel-toed boot hard into Tyrion's ribs on the way out.
"I take it back," he gasped as he doubled over on the straw. "I'll kill you myself, I swear it."
The heavy iron-bound door slammed shut. Tyrion heard the rattle of keys. For a small man, he had been cursed with a dangerously big mouth, he reflected as he crawled back to his corner of what the Arryns laughably called their dungeon. He huddled beneath the thin blanket that was his only bedding, staring out at a blaze of empty blue sky and distant mountains that seemed to go on forever, wishing he still had the shadow-skin cloak he'd won from Merillion at Dias, after the singer had stolen it off the body of that brigand chief. The skin had smelled of blood and mould, but it was warm and thick. Mord had taken it the moment he laid eyes on it. The wind tugged at his blanket with gusts sharp as talons. His cell was miserably small, even for a dwarf. Not 5 feet away, where a wall ought to have been, where a wall would be in a proper dungeon, the floor ended and the sky began. He had plenty of fresh air and sunshine, and the moon and stars by night, but Tyrion would have traded it all in an instant for the dankest, gloomiest pit in the bowels of the Casterly Rock.
"You fly,"
Mord had promised him, when he'd shoved him into the cell.
20 day, 30, 50 maybe. Then you fly."
The Arryns kept the only dungeon in the realm, where the prisoners were welcome to escape at will. That first day, after girding up his courage for hours, Tyrion had lain flat on his stomach and squirmed to the edge, to poke out his head and look down. Skye was 600 feet below, with nothing between but empty air. If he craned his neck out as far as it could go, he could see other cells to his right and left and above him.
He was a bee in a stone honeycomb, and someone had torn off his wings. It was cold in the cell. The wind screamed night and day, and worst of all, the floor sloped, ever so slightly. Yet it was enough. He was afraid to close his eyes, afraid that he might roll over in his sleep and wake in sudden terror as he went sliding off the edge. Small wonder the sky cells drove men mad. "God save me," some previous tenant had written on the wall in something that looked suspiciously like blood. "The blue is calling." At first Tyrion wondered who he'd been, and what had become of him. Later he decided that he would rather not know. If only he had shut his mouth. The wretched boy had started it, looking down on him from a throne of carved weirwood beneath the moon and falcon banners of House Arryn. Tyrion Lannister had been looked down on all his life, but seldom by rheumy-eyed 6-year-olds who needed to stuff fat cushions under their cheeks to lift them to the height of a man. "Is he the bad man?" the boy had asked, clutching his doll. "He is," the Lady Lisa had said from the lesser throne beside him. She was all in blue, powdered and perfumed for the suitors who filled her court. "He's so small," the Lord of the Eyrie said, giggling. "This is Tyrion the Imp, of House Lannister, who murdered your father." She raised her voice so it carried down the length of high hall of the Eyrie, ringing off the milk-white walls and the slender pillars, so every man could hear it. "He slew the hand of the king." "Oh, did I kill him too?" Tyrion had said like a fool. That would have been a very good time to have kept his mouth closed and his head bowed. He could see that now. 7 hells, he had seen it then. The high hall of the Arryns was long and austere, with a forbidding coldness to its walls of blue-veined white marble, but the faces around him had been colder by far. The power of Casterly Rock was far away, and there were no friends of the Lannisters in the Vale of Arryn. Submission and silence would have been his best defences. But Tyrion's mood had been too foul for sense. To his shame, he had faltered during the last leg of their day-long climb up to the Eyrie, his stunted legs unable to take him any higher. Bran had carried him the rest of the way, and the humiliation poured oil on the flames of his anger. "It would seem I've been a busy little fellow," he said with bitter sarcasm. "I wonder when I found the time to do all this slaying and murdering." He ought to have remembered who he was dealing with. Lisa Arryn and her half-sane weakling son had not been known at court for their love of wit, especially when it was directed at them. "Imp," Lisa said coldly, "you will guard that mocking tongue of yours and speak to my son politely, or I promise you will have cause to regret it. Remember where you are. This is the Eyrie, and these are knights of the Vale you see around you, true men who loved Jon Arryn well. Every one of them would die for me." "Lady Arryn, should any harm come to me, my brother Jaime will be pleased to see that they do." Even as he spat out the words, Tyrion knew they were folly. "Can you fly, my Lord of Lannister?" Lady Lisa asked. "Does a dwarf have wings? If not, you would be wiser to swallow the next threat that comes to mind." "I made no threats," Tyrion said. "That was a promise." Little Lord Robert hopped to his feet at that, so upset he dropped his doll. "You can't hurt us!" he screamed. "No one can hurt us here! Tell him, Mother, tell him he can't hurt us here!" The boy began to twitch. "The Eyrie is impregnable," Lisa Arryn declared calmly. She drew her son close, holding him safe in the circle of her plump white arms. "The imp is trying to frighten us, sweet baby. The Lannisters are all liars. No one will hurt my sweet boy." The hell of it was, she was no doubt right. Having seen what it took to get here, Tyrion could well imagine how it would be for a knight trying to fight his way up in armor, while stones and arrows poured down from above, and enemies contested with him for every step. Nightmare did not begin to describe it. Small wonder the Eyrie had never been taken. Still, Tyrion had been unable to silence himself. "Not impregnable," he said. "Merely inconvenient." Young Robert pointed down, his hand trembling. "You're a liar! Mother, I want to see him fly!" Two guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks seized Tyrion by the arms, lifting him off his floor. The gods only know what might have happened then, were it not for Catelyn Stark. "Sister," she called out from where she stood below the thrones, "I beg you to remember this man is my prisoner. I will not have him harmed." Lysa Arryn glanced at her sister coolly for a moment, then rose and swept down on Tyrion, her long skirts trailing after her. For an instant he feared she would strike him, but instead she commanded them to release him. Her men shoved him to the floor. His legs went out from under him, and Tyrion fell. He must have made quite a sight as he struggled to his knees, only to feel his right leg spasm, sending him sprawling once more. Laughter boomed up and down the high hall of the Arryns. "My sister's little guest is too weary to stand," Lady Lysa announced. "Sir Vardes, take him down to the dungeon. A rest in one of our sky cells will do him much good." The guardsmen jerked him upright. Tyrion Lannister dangled between them, kicking feebly, his face red with shame. "I will remember this," he told them all as they carried him off. And so he did, for all the good it did him. At first he had consoled himself that this imprisonment could not last long. Lysa Arryn wanted to humble him, that was all. She would send for him again, and soon. If not her, then Catelyn Stark would want to question him. This time he would guard his tongue more closely. They dare not kill him out of hand. He was still a Lannister of Casterly Rock, and if they shed his blood, it would mean war. Or so he had told himself. Now he was not so certain. Perhaps his captors only meant to let him rot here, but he feared he did not have the strength to rot for long. He was growing weaker every day, and it was only a matter of time until Mord's kicks and blows did him serious harm, provided the jailer did not starve him to death first. A few more nights of cold and hunger, and the blue would start calling to him too. He wondered what was happening beyond the walls, such as they were, of his cell. Lord Tywin would surely have sent out riders when the word reached him. Jaime might be leading a host through the mountains of the moon even now, unless he was riding north against Winterfell instead. Did anyone outside the Vale even suspect where Catelyn Stark had taken him? He wondered what Cersei would do when she heard. The king could order him freed, but would Robert listen to his queen or his hand? Tyrion had no illusions about the king's love for his sister. If Cersei kept her wits about her, she would insist the king sit in judgment of Tyrion himself. Even Ned Stark could scarcely object to that, not without impugning the honor of the king. And Tyrion would be only too glad to take his chances in a trial. Whatever murders they might lay at his door, the Starks had no proof of anything, so far as he could see. Let them make their case before the Iron Throne and the lords of the land. It would be the end of them. If only Cersei were clever enough to see that. Tyrion Lannister sighed. His sister was not without a certain low cunning, but her pride blinded her. She would see the insult in this, not the opportunity. And Jaime was even worse, rash and headstrong and quick to anger. His brother never untied a knot when he could slash it in two with his sword. He wondered which of them had sent the footpad to silence the Stark boy, and whether they had truly conspired at the death of Lord Arryn. If the old hand had been murdered, it was deftly and subtly done. Men of his age died of sudden illness all the time. In contrast, sending some oaf with a stolen knife after Brandon Stark struck him as unbelievably clumsy. And wasn't that peculiar, come to think on it? Tyrion shivered. Now there was a nasty suspicion. Perhaps the dire wolf and the lion were not the only beasts in the woods, and if that was true, someone was using him as a cat's paw. Tyrion Lannister hated being used. He would have to get out of here, and soon. His chances of overpowering Mord were small to none, and no one was about to smuggle him a 600-foot-long rope, so he would have to talk himself free. His mouth had gotten him into this cell. It could damn well get him out. Tyrion pushed himself to his feet, doing his best to ignore the slope of the floor beneath him, with its ever-so-subtle tug toward the edge. He hammered on the door with a fist. "Mord!" he shouted. "Turnkey! Mord, I want you!" He had to keep it up a good 10 minutes before he heard footsteps. Tyrion stepped back an instant before the door opened with a crash. "Making noise," Mord growled, with blood in his eyes. Dangling from one meaty hand was a leather strap, wide and thick, doubled over in his fist. "Never show them you're afraid," Tyrion reminded himself. "How would you like to be rich?" he asked. Mord hit him. He swung the strap backhand, lazily, but the leather caught Tyrion high on the arm. The force of it staggered him, and the pain made him grit his teeth. "No mouth, dwarf man," Mord warned him. "Gold," Tyrion said, miming a smile. "Casterly Rock is full of gold. Ah!" This time the blow was a forehand, and Mord put more of his arm into the swing, making the leather crack and jump. It caught Tyrion in the ribs and dropped him to his knees, whimpering. He forced himself to look up at the jailer. "As rich as the Lannisters," he wheezed. "That's what they say, Mord." Mord grunted. The strap whistled through the air and smashed Tyrion full in the face. The pain was so bad he did not remember falling, but when he opened his eyes again he was on the floor of his cell. His ear was ringing, and his mouth was full of blood. He groped for purchase to push himself up, and his fingers brushed against nothing. Tyrion snatched his hand back as fast as if it had been scalded, and tried his best to stop breathing. He had fallen right on the edge, inches from the blue. "More to say?" Mord held the strap between his fists and gave it a sharp pull. The snap made Tyrion jump. The turnkey laughed. "He won't push me over," Tyrion told himself desperately as he crawled away from the edge. "Catelyn Stark wants me alive. He doesn't dare kill me." He wiped the blood off his lips with the back of his hand, grinned, and said, "That was a stiff one, Mord." The jailer squinted at him, trying to decide if he was being mocked. "I could make good use of a strong man like you." The strap flew at him, but this time Tyrion was able to cringe away from it. He took a glancing blow to the shoulder, nothing more. "Gold," he repeated, scrambling backward like a crab. "More gold than you'll see here in a lifetime. Enough to buy land, women, horses. You could be a lord. Lord Mord." Tyrion hawked up a glob of blood and phlegm and spat it out into the sky. "Is no gold," Mord said. "He's listening," Tyrion thought. "They relieved me of my purse when they captured me, but the gold is still mine. Catelyn Stark might take a man prisoner, but she'd never stoop to rob him. That wouldn't be honorable. Help me, and all the gold is yours." Mord's strap licked out, but it was a half-hearted desultory swing, slow and contemptuous. Tyrion caught the leather in his hand and held it prisoned. "There will be no risk to you. All you need do is deliver a message." The jailer yanked his leather strap free of Tyrion's grasp. "Message," he said, as if he had never heard the word before. His frown made deep creases in his brow. "You heard me, my lord. Only carry my word to your lady. Tell her—" "What?
What could possibly make Lysa Arryn relent? The inspiration came to Tyrion Lannister suddenly. "Tell her that I wish to confess my crimes." Mord raised his arm, and Tyrion braced himself for another blow, but the turnkey hesitated. Suspicion and greed warred in his eyes. He wanted that gold, yet he feared a trick. He had the look of a man who had often been tricked.
"His lie," he muttered darkly. "Dwarf man cheat me."
"I will put my promise in writing,"
Tyrion vowed. Some illiterates held writing in disdain. Others seemed to have a superstitious reverence for the written word, as if it was some sort of magic. Fortunately, Mord was one of the latter. The turnkey lowered the strap.
"Writing down gold. Much gold?"
"Oh, much gold," Tyrion assured him. "The purse is just a taste, my friend. My brother wears armor of solid gold plate."
In truth, Jaime's armor was gilded steel, but this oaf would never know the difference. Mord fingered his strap thoughtfully, but in the end he relented and went to fetch paper and ink. When the letter was written, the jailer frowned at it suspiciously.
"Now deliver my message,"
Tyrion urged. He was shivering in his sleep when they came for him, late that night. Mord opened the door, but kept his silence. Ser Vardis Egan woke Tyrion with a point of his boot.
"On your feet, imp. My lady wants to see you."
Tyrion rubbed the sleep from his eyes and put on a grimace he scarcely felt.
"No doubt she does, but what makes you think I wish to see her?"
Ser Vardis frowned. Tyrion remembered him well from the years he had spent at King's Landing as the captain of the Hand's household guard. A square, plain face, silver hair, a heavy build, and no humour whatsoever.
"Your wishes are not my concern. On your feet, or I'll have you carried."
Tyrion clambered awkwardly to his feet.
"A cold night," he said casually, "and the high hall is so draughty. I don't wish to catch a chill. Mord, if you would be so good, fetch my cloak."
The jailer squinted at him, face dull with suspicion.
"My cloak," Tyrion repeated. "The shadow skin you took from me for safe keeping. You recall."
"Get him the damnable cloak,"
Ser Vardis said. Mord did not dare grumble. He gave Tyrion a glare that promised future retribution, yet he went for the cloak. When he draped it around his prisoner's neck, Tyrion smiled.
"My thanks. I shall think of you whenever I wear it."
He flung the trailing end of the long fur over his right shoulder, and felt warm for the first time in days.
"Lead on, Ser Vardis."
The high hall of the Arryns was aglow with the light of 50 torches, burning in the sconces along the walls. The Lady Lysa wore black silk, with the moon and falcon sewn on her breast in pearls. Since she did not look the sort to join the night's watch, Tyrion could only imagine that she had decided mourning clothes were appropriate garb for a confession. Her long auburn hair, woven into an elaborate braid, fell across her left shoulder. The taller throne beside her was empty. No doubt the little lord of the Eyrie was off shaking in his sleep. Tyrion was thankful for that much at least. He bowed deeply, and took a moment to glance around the hall. Lady Arryn had summoned her knights and retainers to hear his confession, as he had hoped. He saw Sir Brynden Tully's craggy face, and Lord Nestor Royce's bluff one. Beside Nestor stood a younger man with fierce black side-whiskers, who could only be his heir, Sir Albar. Most of the principal houses of the Vale were represented. Tyrion noted Sir Lyn Corbray, slender as a sword, Lord Hunter with his gouty legs, the widowed Lady Waynwood surrounded by her sons. Others sported sigils he did not know: Broken Lance, Green Viper, Burning Tower, Winged Chalice. Among the lords of the Vale were several of his companions from the high road. Sir Roderick Castle, pale from half-healed wounds, stood with Sir Willis Woade beside him. Merilion the singer had found a new wood-harp. Tyrion smiled. Whatever happened here tonight, he did not wish it to happen in secret, and there was no one like a singer for spreading a story near and far.
In the rear of the hall, Bran lounged beneath a pillar. The free rider's black eyes were fixed on Tyrion, and his hand lay lightly on the pommel of a sword. Tyrion gave him a long look, wondering. Catelyn Stark spoke first. "You wish to confess your crimes, we are told."
"I do, my lady,"
Tyrion answered. Lysa Arryn smiled at her sister. "The sky cells always break them. The gods can see them there, and there is no darkness to hide in." "He does not look broken to me," Lady Catelyn said. Lady Lysa paid her no mind. "Say what you will," she commanded Tyrion.
"And now to roll the dice,"
he thought, with another quick glance back at Bran.
"Where to begin? I am a vile little man, I confess it. My crimes and sins are beyond counting, my lords and ladies. I have lain with whores, not once but hundreds of times. I have wished my own lord father dead, and my sister, our gracious queen, as well."
Behind him someone chuckled.
"I have not always treated my servants with kindness. I have gambled. I have even cheated, I blush to admit. I have said many cruel and malicious things about the noble lords and ladies of the court."
That drew outright laughter.
"Once I—"
"Silence!" Lysa Arryn's pale round face had turned a burning pink. "What do you imagine you are doing, dwarf?"
Tyrion cocked his head to one side.
"I confessing my crimes, my lady."
Catelyn Stark took a step forward. "You are accused of sending a hired knife to slay my son Bran in his bed, and of conspiring to murder Lord Jon Arryn, the hand of the king."
Tyrion gave a helpless shrug.
"Those crimes I cannot confess, I fear. I know nothing of any murders."
Lady Lysa rose from her weirwood throne.
"I will not be made mock of. You have had your little jape, imp. I trust you enjoyed it. Servardus, take him back to the dungeon, but this time find him a smaller cell, with the floor more sharply sloped."
"Is this how justice is done in the Vale?" Tyrion roared, so loudly that Servardus froze for an instant. "Does honour stop at the bloody gate? You accuse me of crimes. I deny them. So you throw me into an open cell to freeze and starve."
He lifted his head to give them all a good look at the bruises Moore had left on his face.
"Where is the king's justice? Is the Eyrie not part of the 7 kingdoms? I stand accused, you say. Very well. I demand a trial. Let me speak, and let my truth or falsehood be judged openly in the sight of gods and men."
A low murmuring filled the high hall. He had her, Tyrion knew. He was highborn, the son of the most powerful lord in the realm, the brother of the queen. He could not be denied a trial. Guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks had started toward Tyrion, but Servardus bid them halt and looked to Lady Lysa. Her small mouth twitched in a petulant smile. "If you are tried and found to be guilty of the crimes for which you stand accused, then by the king's own laws you must pay with your life's blood. We keep no headsman in the Eyrie, my lord of Lannister. Open the moon door." The press of spectators parted. A narrow weirwood door stood between 2 slender marble pillars, a crescent moon carved in the white wood. Those standing closest edged backward as a pair of guardsmen marched through. One man removed the heavy bronze bars. The second pulled the door inward. Their blue cloaks rose snapping from their shoulders, caught in the sudden gust of wind that came howling through the open door. Beyond was the emptiness of the night sky, speckled with cold, uncaring stars. "Behold the king's justice," Lysa Arryn said. Torch flames fluttered like pennons along the walls, and here and there the odd torch guttered out. "Lysa, I think this unwise," Catelyn Stark said as the black wind swirled around the hall. Her sister ignored her. "You want a trial, my lord of Lannister? Very well, a trial you shall have. My son will listen to whatever you care to say, and you shall hear his judgment. Then you may leave, by one door or the other.
She looked so pleased with herself, Tyrion thought, and small wonder. How could a trial threaten her when her weakling son was the Lord Judge? Tyrion glanced at her moon door. "Mother, I want to see him fly," the boy had said. How many men had the snot-nosed little wretch sent through that door already?
"I thank you, my good lady, but I see no need to trouble Lord Robert," Tyrion said politely. "The gods know the truth of my innocence. I will have their verdict, not the judgment of men. I demand trial by combat."
A storm of sudden laughter filled the high hall of the Arryns. Lord Nestor Royce snorted, Sir Willis chuckled, Sir Lynn Corbray guffawed, and others threw back their heads and howled until tears ran down their faces. Marillion clumsily plucked a gay note on his new wood harp with the fingers of his broken hand. Even the wind seemed to whistle with derision as it came skirling through the moon door. Lysa Arryn's watery blue eyes looked uncertain. He had caught her off balance.
"You have that right, to be sure."
The young knight with the green viper embroidered on his surcoat stepped forward and went to one knee.
"My lady, I beg the boon of championing your cause."
"The honour should be mine," old Lord Hunter said. "For the love I bore your lord husband, let me avenge his death."
"My father served Lord John faithfully as High Steward of the Vale," Sir Albar Royce boomed. "Let me serve his son in this."
"The gods favour the man with a just cause," said Sir Lynn Corbray.
"Yet often that turns out to be the man with the surest sword. We all know who that is."
He smiled modestly. A dozen other men all spoke at once, clamouring to be heard. Tyrion found it disheartening to realize so many strangers were eager to kill him. Perhaps this had not been such a clever plan after all. Lady Lysa raised a hand for silence.
"I thank you, my lords, as I know my son would thank you if he were among us. No men in the 7 kingdoms are as bold and true as the knights of the Vale. Would that I could grant you all this honour. Yet I can choose only one."
She gestured.
"Sir Vardis Egan, you were ever my lord husband's good right hand. You shall be our champion."
Sir Vardis had been singularly silent.
"My lady," he said gravely, sinking to one knee, "pray give this burden to another. I have no taste for it. The man is no warrior. Look at him, a dwarf, half my size, and lame in the legs. It would be shameful to slaughter such a man and call it justice."
"Oh, excellent," Tyrion thought. "I agree."
Lysa glared at him. "You demanded a trial by combat?"
"And now I demand a champion, such as you have chosen for yourself. My brother Jaime will gladly take my part, I know."
"Your precious Kingslayer is hundreds of leagues from here," snapped Lysa Arryn.
"Send a bird for him. I will gladly await his arrival."
"You will face Sir Vardis on the morrow."
"Singer,"
Tyrion said, turning to Marillion,
"when you make a ballad of this, be certain you tell them how Lady Arryn denied the dwarf the right to a champion, and sent him forth lame and bruised and hobbling to face her finest knight."
"I deny you nothing," Lysa Arryn said, her voice peeved and shrill with irritation. "Name your champion, imp, if you think you can find a man to die for you."
"If it's all the same to you, I'd sooner find one to kill for me."
Tyrion looked over the long hall. No one moved. For a long moment he wondered if it had all been a colossal blunder. Then there was a stirring in the rear of the chamber.
"I'll stand for the dwarf,"
Bran called out.
Eddard.
He dreamt an old dream of 3 knights in white cloaks and a tower long fallen, and Lyanna in her bed of blood. In the dream his friends rode with him as they had in life. Proud Martin Castle, Jory's father, faithful Theo Wool, Ethan Glover, who had been Brandon's squire, Sir Mark Risewell, soft of speech and gentle of heart, the Cranagman, Howland Reed, Lord Dustin on his great red stallion. Ned had known their faces as well as he knew his own once, but the years leach at a man's memories, even those he has vowed never to forget. In the dream they were only shadows, grey wraiths on horses made of mist. They were 7, facing 3. In the dream, as it had been in life. Yet these were no ordinary 3. They waited before the round tower, the red mountains of Dorne at their backs, their white cloaks blowing in the wind, and these were no shadows. Their faces burned clear even now. Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, had a sad smile on his lips. The hilt of the great sword, Dawn, poked up over his right shoulder. Sir Oswell Whent was on one knee, sharpening his blade with a whetstone. Across his white enamelled helm, the black bat of his house spread its wings. Between them stood fierce old Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, Lord Commander of the King's Guard.
"I looked for you on the Trident,"
Ned said to them.
"We were not there," Sir Gerald answered. "Woe to the usurper if we had been," said Sir Oswell.
"When King's Landing fell, Sir Jaime slew your king with a golden sword, and I wondered where you were."
"Far away," Sir Gerald said, "or Ares would yet sit the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells."
"I came down on Storm's End to lift the siege,"
Ned told them,
"and the lords Tyrell and Redwine dipped their banners, and all their knights bent the knee to pledge us fealty. I was certain you would be among them."
"Our knees do not bend easily," said Sir Arthur Dane.
"Sir Willem Darry is fled to Dragonstone with your queen and Prince Viserys. I thought you might have sailed with him."
"Sir Willem is a good man and true," said Sir Oswell. "But not of the King's Guard," Sir Gerald pointed out. "The King's Guard does not flee."
"Then or now?"
said Sir Arthur. He donned his helm.
"We swore a vow,"
explained old Sir Gerald. Ned's wraiths moved up beside him, with shadow swords in hand. They were 7 against 3.
"And now it begins,"
said Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. He unsheathed Dawn and held it with both hands. The blade was pale as milk-glass, alive with light. "No," Ned said, with sadness in his voice.
"Now it ends."
As they came together in a rush of steel and shadow, he could hear Lyanna screaming, "Eddard!" she called. A storm of rose petals blew across a blood-streaked sky, as blue as the eyes of death. "Lord Eddard!" Lyanna called again.
"I promise," he whispered. "Lya, I promise."
"Lord Eddard!"
a man echoed from the dark. Groaning, Eddard Stark opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows of the Tower of the Hand.
"Lord Eddard?"
A shadow stood over the bed.
How long?"
The sheets were tangled, his legs splintered and plastered. A dull throb of pain shot up his side.
6 days and 7 nights.
The voice was Vayon Poole's. The steward held a cup to Ned's lips. "Drink, my lord."
"What?"
"Only water. Maester Picel said you would be thirsty."
Ned drank. His lips were parched and cracked. The water tasted sweet as honey.
"The king left orders," Vayon Poole told him when the cup was empty. "He would speak with you, my lord."
"On the morrow," Ned said, "when I am stronger."
He could not face Robert now. The dream had left him weak as a kitten.
"My lord," Poole said, "he commanded us to send you to him the moment you opened your eyes."
The steward busied himself lighting a bedside candle. Ned cursed softly. Robert was never known for his patience.
"Tell him I'm too weak to come to him. If he wishes to speak with me, I should be pleased to receive him here. I hope you wake him from a sound sleep. And summon—"
He was about to say Jory when he remembered.
"Summon the captain of my guard."
Allen stepped into the bedchamber a few moments after the steward had taken his leave. "My lord?"
"Poole tells me it has been 6 days," Ned said. "I must know how things stand."
"The Kingslayer has fled the city," Allen told him. "The talk is he's ridden back to Casterly Rock to join his father. The story of how Lady Catelyn took the imp is on every lip. I have put on extra guards, if it please you."
"It does," Ned assured him. "My daughters?"
"They have been with you every day, my lord. Sansa prays quietly, but Arya—" He hesitated. "She has not said a word since they brought you back. She is a fierce little thing, my lord. I have never seen such anger in a girl."
"Whatever happens," Ned said, "I want my daughters kept safe. I fear this is only the beginning."
"No harm will come to them, Lord Eddard," Allen said. "I stake my life on that."
"Jory and the others—"
"I gave them over to the Silent Sisters to be sent north to Winterfell. Jory would want to lie beside his grandfather." It would have to be his grandfather, for Jory's father was buried far to the south. Martin Castle had perished with the rest. Ned had pulled the tower down afterward, and used its bloody stones to build 8 cairns upon the ridge. It was said that Rhaegar had named that place the Tower of Joy, but for Ned it was a bitter memory. They had been 7 against 3, yet only 2 had lived to ride away, Eddard Stark himself and the little Crannog man Howland Reed. He did not think it omened well that he should dream that dream again after so many years.
"You've done well,
Allen," Ned was saying when Vaon Poole returned. The steward bowed low. "His grace is without, my lord, and the queen with him." Ned pushed himself up higher, wincing as his leg trembled with pain. He had not expected Cersei to come. It did not bode well that she had.
"Send them in, and leave us. What we have to say should not go beyond these walls."
Poole withdrew quietly. Robert had taken time to dress. He wore a black velvet doublet with the crowned stag of Baratheon worked upon the breast in golden thread, and a golden mantle with a cloak of black and gold squares. A flagon of wine was in his hand, his face already flushed from drink. Cersei Lannister entered behind him, a jewelled tiara in her hair.
"Your Grace," Ned said, "your pardons. I cannot rise."
"No matter," the king said gruffly. "Some wine? From the arbor. A good vintage?"
"A small cup," Ned said. "My head is still heavy from the milk of the puppy."
"A man in your place should count himself fortunate that his head is still on his shoulders," the queen declared.
"Quiet, woman,"
Robert snapped. He brought Ned a cup of wine.
"Does the leg still pain you?"
"Some," Ned said.
His head was swimming, but it would not do to admit to weakness in front of the queen.
"Cassell swears it will heal clean," Robert frowned. "I take it you know what Catelyn has done."
"I do."
Ned took a small swallow of wine.
"My lady wife is blameless, your grace. All she did at my command."
"I am not pleased, Ned," Robert grumbled.
"By what right do you dare lay hands on my blood?" Cersei demanded. "Who do you think you are?"
"The hand of the king,"
Ned told her with icy courtesy.
"Charged by your own lord husband to keep the king's peace and enforce the king's justice."
"You were the hand," Cersei began, "but now—"
"Silence!" the king roared. "You asked him a question and he answered it."
Cersei subsided, cold with anger, and Robert turned back to Ned.
"Keep the king's peace, you say? Is this how you keep my peace, Ned? 7 men are dead."
8, the queen corrected. "Rhaegar died this morning of the blow Lord Stark gave him."
"Abductions on the king's road and drunken slaughter in my streets," the king said. "I will not have it, Ned."
"Catelyn had good reason for taking the imp."
"I said I will not have it. To hell with her reasons. You will command her to release the dwarf at once, and you will make your peace with Jaime."
3 of my men were butchered before my eyes because Jaime Lannister wished to chasten me. Am I to forget that?
"My brother was not the cause of this quarrel," Cersei told the king.
Lord Stark was returning drunk from a brothel. His men attacked Jaime and his guards, even as his wife attacked Tyrion on the King's Road."
"You know me better than that, Robert," Ned said. "Ask Lord Baelish if you doubt me. He was there."
"I've talked to Littlefinger," Robert said. "He claims he rode off to bring the gold cloaks before the fighting began, but he admits you were returning from some whorehouse."
"Some whorehouse? Damn your eyes, Robert. I went there to have a look at your daughter. Her mother has named her Bara. She looks like that first girl you fathered when we were boys together in the Vale."
He watched the Queen as he spoke. Her face was a mask, still and pale, betraying nothing.
Robert flushed. "Bara," he grumbled. "Is that supposed to please me? Damn the girl, I thought she had more sense."
"She cannot be more than 15, and a whore, and you thought she had sense?"
Ned said, incredulous. His leg was beginning to pain him sorely. It was hard to keep his temper.
"The fool child is in love with you, Robert."
The king glanced at Cersei.
"This is no fit subject for the Queen's ears."
"Her Grace will have no liking for anything I have to say," Ned replied. "I am told the Kingslayer has fled the city. Give me leave to bring him back to justice."
The king swirled the wine in his cup, brooding. He took a swallow.
"No," he said. "I want no more of this. Jaime slew 3 of your men, and you 5 of his. Now it ends."
"Is that your notion of justice?" Ned flared. "If so, I am pleased that I am no longer your hand."
The Queen looked to her husband. "If any man had dared speak to a Targaryen as he has spoken to you—"
"Do you take me for Ares?"
Robert interrupted. "I took you for a king. Jaime and Tyrion are your own brothers by all the laws of marriage and the bonds we share. The Starks have driven off the one and seized the other. This man dishonors you with every breath he takes, and yet you stand there meekly, asking if his leg pains him, and would he like some wine?"
Robert's face was dark with anger.
"How many times must I tell you to hold your tongue, woman?"
Cersei's face was a study in contempt. "What a jape the gods have made of us two," she said. "By all rights you ought to be in skirts, and me in mail." Purple with rage, the king lashed out a vicious backhand blow to the side of the head. She stumbled against the table and fell hard, yet Cersei Lannister did not cry out. Her slender fingers brushed her cheek, where the pale, smooth skin was already reddening. On the morrow the bruise would cover half her face. "I shall wear this as a badge of honor," she announced.
"Wear it in silence, or I'll honor you again,"
Robert vowed. He shouted for a guard. Sir Meryn Trant stepped into the room, tall and sombre in his white armor.
"The Queen is tired. See her to her bedchamber."
The knight helped Cersei to her feet and led her out without a word. Robert reached for the flagon and refilled his cup.
"You see what she does to me, Ned."
The king seated himself, cradling his wine-cup.
"My loving wife, the mother of my children."
The rage was gone from him now. In his eyes Ned saw something sad and scared.
"I should not have hit her. That was not kingly."
He stared down at his hands as if he did not quite know what they were.
"I was always strong. No one could stand before me, no one. How do you fight someone if you can't hit them?"
Confused, the king shook his head.
Rhaegar won, damn him. I killed him, Ned. I drove the spike right through that black armor into his black heart. And he died at my feet. They made up songs about it. Yet, somehow, he still won. He has Lyanna now. And I have her."
The king drained his cup.
"Your Grace,"
Ned Stark said,
"we must talk."
Robert pressed his fingertips against his temples.
"I am sick unto death of talk. On the morrow I'm going to the Kingswood to hunt. Whatever you have to say can wait until I return."
"If the gods are good, I shall not be here on your return. You commanded me to return to Winterfell, remember?" Robert stood up, grasping one of the bedposts to steady himself.
"The gods are seldom good, Ned. Here, this is yours."
He pulled the heavy silver hand-clasp from a pocket in the lining of his cloak and tossed it on the bed.
"Like it or not, you are my hand. Damn you! I forbid you to leave."
Ned picked up the silver clasp. He was being given no choice, it seemed. His leg throbbed, and he felt as helpless as a child.
"The Targaryen girl,"
the king groaned.
"Seven hells, don't start with her again. That's done. I'll hear no more of it."
"Why would you want me as your hand, if you refuse to listen to my counsel?"
"Why?" Robert laughed. "Why not? Someone has to rule this damnable kingdom. Put on the badge, Ned. It suits you. And if you ever throw it in my face again, I swear to you I'll pin the damned thing on Jaime Lannister."
Catelyn. The eastern sky was rose and gold as the sun broke over the Vale of Arryn. Catelyn Stark watched the light spread, her hands resting on the delicate carved stone of the balustrade outside her window. Below her the world turned from black to indigo to green, as dawn crept across fields and forests. Pale white mists rose off Alyssa's tears, where the ghost waters plunged over the shoulder of the mountain to begin their long tumble down the face of the giant's lance. Catelyn could feel the faint touch of spray on her face. Alyssa Arryn had seen her husband, her brothers, and all her children slain, and yet in life she had never shed a tear. So in death the gods had decreed that she would know no rest until her weeping watered the black earth of the vale, where the men she had loved were buried. Alyssa had been dead 6,000 years now, and still no drop of the torrent had ever reached the valley floor far below. Catelyn wondered how large a waterfall her own tears would make when she died. "Tell me the rest of it," she said.
"The Kingslayer is massing a host at Casterly Rock," Sir Roderick Castle answered from the room behind her. "Your brother writes that he has sent riders to the rock, demanding that Lord Tywin proclaim his intent. But he has had no answer. Edmure has commanded Lord Vance and Lord Piper to guard the pass below the Golden Tooth. He vows to you that he will yield no foot of Tully land without first watering it with Lannister blood."
Catelyn turned away from the sunrise. Its beauty did little to lighten her mood. It seemed cruel for a day to dawn so fair and end so foul as this one promised to. "Edmure has sent riders and made vows," she said. "But Edmure is not the Lord of Riverrun. What of my Lord Father?"
"The message made no mention of Lord Hoster, my lady."
Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers. They had grown in white as snow and bristly as a thorn bush while he was recovering from his wounds. He looked almost himself again. "My father would not have given the defence of Riverrun over to Edmure unless he was very sick," she said, worried. "I should have been woken as soon as this bird arrived."
"Your lady sister thought it better to let you sleep. Maester Coleman told me."
"I should have been woken," she insisted.
"The Maester tells me your sister planned to speak with you after the combat," Sir Roderick said.
"Then she still plans to go through with this mummer's farce?" Catelyn grimaced. "The dwarf has played her like a set of pipes, and she is too deaf to hear the tune. Whatever happens this morning, Sir Roderick, it is past time we took our leave. My place is at Winterfell with my sons. If you are strong enough to travel, I shall ask Lisa for an escort to see us to Goldtown. We can take ship from there."
"Another ship?"
Sir Roderick looked a shade green, yet he managed not to shudder.
"As you say, my lady."
The old knight waited outside her door as Catelyn summoned the servants Lisa had given her. If she spoke to her sister before the duel, perhaps she could change her mind, she thought as they dressed her. Lisa's policies varied with her moods, and her moods changed hourly. The shy girl she had known at Riverrun had grown into a woman who was by turns proud, fearful, cruel, dreamy, reckless, timid, stubborn, vain, and, above all, inconstant. When that vile turnkey of hers had come crawling to tell them that Tyrion Lannister wished to confess, Catelyn had urged Lysa to have the dwarf brought to them privately. But no, nothing would do but that her sister must make a show of him before half the Vale. And now this. "Lannister is my prisoner," she told Sir Roderick as they descended the tower stairs and made their way through the Eyrie's cold white halls. Catelyn wore plain grey wool with a silvered belt. "My sister must be reminded of that." At the doors to Lysa's apartments they met her uncle storming out.
"Going to join the Fools' Festival?" Sir Brynden snapped. "I'd tell you to slap some sense into your sister if I thought it would do any good, but you'd only bruise your hand."
"There was a bird from Riverrun," Catelyn began. "A letter from Edmure?"
"I know, child." The black fish that fastened his cloak was Bryndon's only concession to ornament. "I had to hear it from Maester Coleman. I asked your sister for leave to take 1,000 seasoned men and ride for Riverrun with all haste. Do you know what she told me? The Vale cannot spare 1,000 swords, nor even one, uncle. She said, 'You are the knight of the gate. Your place is here.'"
A gust of childish laughter drifted through the open doors behind him, and her uncle glanced darkly over his shoulder.
"Well, I told her she could bloody well find herself a new knight of the gate. Black fish or no, I am still a Tully. I shall leave for Riverrun by evenfall."
Catelyn could not pretend to surprise.
"Alone? You know as well as I that you will never survive the high road. Sir Roderick and I are returning to Winterfell. Come with us, uncle. I will give you your 1,000 men. Riverrun will not fight alone."
Brynden thought a moment, then nodded a brusque agreement.
"As you say. It's the long way home, but I'm more like to get there. I'll wait for you below."
He went striding off, his cloak swirling behind him. Catelyn exchanged a look with Sir Roderick. They went through the doors to the high, nervous sound of a child's giggles. Lysa's apartments opened over a small garden, a circle of dirt and grass planted with blue flowers and ringed on all sides by tall white towers. The builders had intended it as a godswood, but the Eyrie rested on the hard stone of the mountain, and no matter how much soil was hauled up from the Vale, they could not get a weirwood to take root here. So the lords of the Eyrie planted grass and scattered statuary amidst low, flowering shrubs. It was there the two champions would meet to place their lives, and that of Tyrion Lannister, into the hands of the gods. Lysa, freshly scrubbed and garbed in cream velvet, with a rope of sapphires and moonstones around her milk-white neck, was holding court on the terrace overlooking the scene of the combat, surrounded by her knights, retainers, and lords high and low. Most of them still hoped to wed her, bed her, and rule the Vale of Arryn by her side. From what Catelyn had seen during her stay at the Eyrie, it was a vain hope. A wooden platform had been built to elevate Robert's chair. There the lord of the Eyrie sat, giggling and clapping his hands, as a hump-backed puppeteer in blue and white motley made two wooden knights hack and slash at each other. Pitchers of thick cream and baskets of blackberries had been set out, and the guests were sipping a sweet orange-scented wine from engraved silver cups. A fool's festival, Brynden had called it, and small wonder. Across the terrace Lysa laughed gaily at some jest of Lord Hunter's, and nibbled a blackberry from the point of Sir Lyn Corbray's dagger. They were the suitors who stood highest in Lysa's favour, today at least. Catelyn would have been hard-pressed to say which man was more unsuitable. Eon Hunter was even older than Jon Arryn had been, half crippled by gout, and cursed with 3 quarrelsome sons, each more grasping than the last. Sir Lyn was a different sort of folly, lean and handsome, heir to an ancient but impoverished house, but vain, reckless, hot-tempered, and, it was whispered, notoriously uninterested in the intimate charms of women. When Lysa espied Catelyn, she welcomed her with a sisterly embrace and a moist kiss on the cheek.
Isn't it a lovely morning? The gods are smiling on us. Do try a cup of the wine, sweet sister. Lord Hunter was kind enough to send for it from his own cellars. Thank you, no. Lisa, we must talk. After, her sister promised, already beginning to turn away from her. Now! Catelyn spoke more loudly than she'd intended. Men were turning to look. Lisa, you cannot mean to go ahead with this folly. Alive, the imp has value. Dead, he is only food for crows, and if his champion should prevail here—
Small chance of that, my lady,
Lord Hunter assured her, patting her shoulder with a liver-spotted hand. Sir Vardis is a doughty fighter. He will make short work of the sellsword.
Will he, my lord? Catelyn said coolly. I wonder.
She had seen Bran fight on the high road. It was no accident that he had survived the journey, while other men had died. He moved like a panther, and that ugly sword of his seemed a part of his arm. Lisa's suitors were gathering around them like bees round a blossom. "Women understand little of these things," Sir Morton Wainwood said. "Sir Vardis is a knight, sweet lady. This other fellow, well, his sort are all cowards at heart. Useful enough in a battle, with thousands of their fellows around them, but stand them up alone, and the manhood leaks right out of them."
"Say you have the truth of it, then," Catelyn said, with a courtesy that made her mouth ache. "What will we gain by the dwarf's death? Do you imagine that Jaime will care a fig that we gave his brother a trial before we flung him off a mountain?"
"Behead the man," Sir Lynn Corbray suggested. "When the Kingslayer receives the imp's head, it will be a warning to him."
Lisa gave an impatient shake of her waist-long auburn hair.
"Lord Robert wants to see him fly,"
she said, as if that settled the matter.
"And the imp has only himself to blame. It was he who demanded a trial by combat."
"Lady Lisa had no honourable way to deny him, even if she'd wished to," Lord Hunter intoned ponderously.
Ignoring them all, Catelyn turned all her force on her sister. "I remind you, Tyrion Lannister is my prisoner."
"And I remind you, the dwarf murdered my lord husband." Her voice rose. "He poisoned the hand of the king and left my sweet baby fatherless, and now I mean to see him pay."
Whirling, her skirts swinging around her, Lisa stalked across the terrace. Sir Lynn and Sir Morton and the other suitors excused themselves with cool nods and trailed after her.
"Do you think he did?"
Sir Roderick asked her quietly when they were alone again.
"Murder Lord John, that is. The imp still denies it, and most fiercely."
"I believe the Lannisters murdered Lord Arryn," Catelyn replied. "But whether it was Tyrion, or Sir Jaime, or the Queen, or all of them together, I could not begin to say." Lisa had named Cersei in the letter she had sent to Winterfell, but now she seemed certain that Tyrion was the killer. Perhaps because the dwarf was here, while the Queen was safe behind the walls of the Red Keep, hundreds of leagues to the south. Catelyn almost wished she had burned her sister's letter before reading it. Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers.
"Poison. Well, that could be the dwarf's work, true enough. Or Cersei's. It's said poison is a woman's weapon, begging your pardons, my lady. The Kingslayer, now. I have no great liking for the man, but he's not the sort. Too fond of the sight of blood on that golden sword of his. Was it poison, my lady?"
Catelyn frowned, vaguely uneasy. How else could they make it look a natural death? Behind her, Lord Robert shrieked with delight as one of the puppet knights sliced the other in half, spilling a flood of red sawdust onto the terrace. She glanced at her nephew and sighed. "The boy is utterly without discipline. He will never be strong enough to rule, unless he is taken away from his mother for a time."
"His Lord Father agreed with you,"
said a voice at her elbow. She turned to behold Maester Coleman, a cup of wine in his hand.
"He was planning to send the boy to Dragonstone for fostering, you know. Oh, but I'm speaking out of turn."
The apple of his throat bobbed anxiously beneath the loose maester's chain. "I fear I've had too much of Lord Hunter's excellent wine. The prospect of bloodshed has my nerves all afray."
"You are mistaken, Maester," Catelyn said.
It was Casterly rock, not dragonstone, and those arrangements were made after the hand's death, without my sister's consent. The maester's head jerked so vigorously at the end of his absurdly long neck that he looked half a puppet himself. "No, begging your forgiveness, my lady, but it was Lord John who—" A bell tolled loudly below them. High lords and serving girls alike broke off what they were doing and moved to the balustrade. Below, 2 guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks led forth Tyrion Lannister. The Ares' plump Septon escorted him to the statue in the centre of the garden, a weeping woman carved in veined white marble, no doubt meant to be Alyssa.
"The bad little man," Lord Robert said, giggling. "Mother, can I make him fly? I want to see him fly." "Later, my sweet baby," Lisa promised him.
"Trial first," drawled Sir Lynn Corbray. "Then execution."
A moment later the 2 champions appeared from opposite sides of the garden. The knight was attended by 2 young squires, the sellsword by the Ares master-at-arms. Sir Vardes Egan was steel from head to heel, encased in heavy plate armour over mail and padded surcoat. Large circular rondels, enamelled cream and blue in the moon and falcon sigil of House Arryn, protected the vulnerable juncture of arm and breast. A skirt of lobstered metal covered him from waist to mid-thigh, while a solid gorget encircled his throat. Falcon's wings sprouted from the temples of his helm, and his visor was a pointed metal beak with a narrow slit for vision. Bran was so lightly armoured he looked almost naked beside the knight. He wore only a shirt of black oiled ringmail over boiled leather, a round steel half-helm with a nose-guard, and a mail coif. High leather boots with steel shin-guards gave some protection to his legs, and discs of black iron were sewn into the fingers of his gloves. Yet Catelyn noted that the sellsword stood half a hand taller than his foe, with a longer reach. And Bran was 15 years younger, if she was any judge. They knelt in the grass beneath the weeping woman, facing each other, with Lannister between them. The Septon removed a faceted crystal sphere from the soft cloth bag at his waist. He lifted it high above his head, and the light shattered. Rainbows danced across the imp's face. In a high, solemn, sing-song voice, the Septon asked the gods to look down and bear witness, to find the truth in this man's soul, to grant him life and freedom if he was innocent, death if he was guilty. His voice echoed off the surrounding towers. When the last echo had died away, the Septon lowered his crystal and made a hasty departure. Tyrion leaned over and whispered something in Bran's ear before the guardsmen led him away. The sellsword rose laughing and brushed a blade of grass from his knee. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale, was fidgeting impatiently in his elevated chair. "When are they going to fight?" he asked plaintively. Sir Vardes was helped back to his feet by one of his squires. The other brought him a triangular shield almost 4 feet tall, heavy oak dotted with iron studs. They strapped it to his left forearm. When Lisa's master-at-arms offered Bran a similar shield, the sellsword spat and waved it away. 3 days' growth of coarse black beard covered his jaw and cheeks, but if he did not shave it was not for want of a razor. The edge of his sword had the dangerous glimmer of steel that had been honed every day for hours, until it was too sharp to touch. Sir Vardes held out a gauntleted hand, and his squire placed a handsome double-edged longsword in his grasp. The blade was engraved with a delicate silver tracery of a mountain sky. Its pommel was a falcon's head, its crossguard fashioned into the shape of wings. "I had that sword crafted for John in King's Landing," Lisa told her guests proudly as they watched Sir Vardes try a practice cut. "He wore it whenever he sat the Iron Throne in King Robert's place. Isn't it a lovely thing? I thought it only fitting that our champion avenged John with his own blade." The engraved silver blade was beautiful beyond a doubt, but it seemed to Catelyn that Sir Vardes might have been more comfortable with his own sword. Yet she said nothing. She was weary of futile arguments with her sister. "Make them fight!" Lord Robert called out. Sir Vardes faced the Lord of the Eyrie and lifted his sword in salute.
For the Eyrie and the Vale!
Tyrion Lannister had been seated on a balcony across the garden, flanked by his guards. It was to him that Bran turned with a cursory salute. "They await your command," Lady Lisa said to her lord son. "Fight!" the boy screamed, his arms trembling as they clutched at his chair. Ser Vardis swiveled, bringing up his heavy shield. Bran turned to face him. Their swords rang together, once, twice, a testing. The sellsword backed off a step. The knight came after him, holding his shield before him. He tried to slash, but Bran jerked back, just out of reach, and the silver blade cut only air. Bran circled to his right. Ser Vardis turned to follow, keeping his shield between them. The knight pressed forward, placing each foot carefully on the uneven ground. The sellsword gave way, a faint smile playing over his lips. Ser Vardis attacked, slashing, but Bran leapt away from him, hopping lightly over a low, moss-covered stone. Now the sellsword circled left, away from the shield, toward the knight's unprotected side. Ser Vardis tried a hack at his legs, but he did not have the reach. Bran danced farther to his left. Ser Vardis turned in place.
"The man is craven," Lord Hunter declared. "Stand and fight, coward!"
Other voices echoed the sentiment. Catelyn looked to Sir Roderick. Her master-at-arms gave a curt shake of his head.
"He wants to make Ser Vardis chase him. The weight of armor and shield will tire even the strongest man."
She had seen men practice at their sword-play near every day of her life, had viewed 100 tourneys in her time, but this was something different and deadlier. A dance where the smallest misstep meant death. And as she watched, the memory of another duel in another time came back to Catelyn Stark, as vivid as if it had been yesterday. They met in the lower bailey of Riverrun. When Brandon saw that Peter wore only helm and breastplate and mail, he took off most of his armor. Peter had begged her for a favour he might wear, but she had turned him away. Her lord father promised her to Brandon Stark, and so it was to him that she gave her token, a pale blue hand-scarf she had embroidered with a leaping trout of Riverrun. As she pressed it into his hand, she pleaded with him. "He is only a foolish boy, but I have loved him like a brother. It would grieve me to see him die." And her betrothed looked at her with the cool grey eyes of a Stark, and promised to spare the boy who loved her. That fight was over almost as soon as it began. Brandon was a man grown, and he drove Littlefinger all the way across the bailey and down the water stair, raining steel on him with every step, until the boy was staggering and bleeding from a dozen wounds. "Yield!" he called, more than once, but Peter would only shake his head and fight on grimly. When the river was lapping at their ankles, Brandon finally ended it, with a brutal backhand cut that bit through Peter's rings and leather into the soft flesh below the ribs, so deep that Catelyn was certain that the wound was mortal. He looked at her as he fell and murmured, "Kate," as the bright blood came flowing out between his mailed fingers. She thought she had forgotten that. That was the last time she had seen his face, until the day she was brought before him in King's Landing. A fortnight passed before Littlefinger was strong enough to leave Riverrun, but her lord father forbade her to visit him in the tower where he lay abed. Lisa helped their maester nurse him. She had been softer and shyer in those days. Edmure had called on him as well, but Peter had sent him away. Her brother had acted as Brandon's squire at the duel, and Littlefinger would not forgive that. As soon as he was strong enough to be moved, Lord Hoster Tully sent Peter Baelish away in a closed litter, to finish his healing on the fingers, upon the wind-swept jut of rock where he'd been born. The ringing clash of steel on steel jarred Catelyn back to the present. Ser Vardis was coming hard at Bran, driving into him with shield and sword. The sellsword scrambled backward, checking each blow, stepping lithely over rock and root, his eyes never leaving his foe. He was quicker, Catelyn saw. The knight's silvered sword never came near to touching him, but his own ugly grey blade hacked a notch from Ser Vardis's shoulder-plate. The brief flurry of fighting ended as swiftly as it had begun, when Bran sidestepped and slid behind the statue of the weeping woman. Ser Vardis lunged at where he had been, striking a spark off the pale marble of Alyssa's thigh. "They're not fighting good, Mother," the Lord of the Eyrie complained. "I want them to fight." "They will, sweet baby," his mother soothed him. "The sellsword can't run all day." Some of the lords on Lisa's terrace were making wry jests as they refilled their wine cups, But across the garden, Tyrion Lannister's mismatched eyes watched the champions dance as if there were nothing else in the world. Bran came out from behind the statue hard and fast, still moving left, aiming a two-handed cut at the knight's unshielded right side. Ser Vardis blocked, but clumsily, and the sellsword's blade flashed upward at his head. Metal rang, and a falcon's wing collapsed with a crunch. Ser Vardis took a half-step back to brace himself, raised his shield. Oak chips flew as Bran's sword hacked at the wooden wall. The sellsword stepped left again, away from the shield, and caught Ser Vardis across the stomach, the razor edge of his blade leaving a bright gash when it bit into the knight's plate. Ser Vardis drove forward off his back foot, his own silver blade descending in a savage arc. Bran slammed it aside and danced away. The knight crashed into the weeping woman, rocking her on the plinth. Staggered, he stepped backward, his head turning this way and that as he searched for his foe. The slit visor of his helm narrowed his vision. "Behind you, sir!" Lord Hunter shouted. Too late. Bran brought his sword down with both hands, catching Ser Vardis in the elbow of his sword-arm. The thin lobstered metal that protected the joint crunched. The knight grunted, turning, wrenching his weapon up. This time Bran stood his ground. The swords flew at each other, and their steel song filled the garden and rang off the white towers of the Eyrie. "Ser Vardis is hurt," Sir Roderick said, his voice grave. Catelyn did not need to be told. She had eyes. She could see the bright finger of blood running along the knight's forearm, the wetness inside the elbow joint. Every parry was a little slower and a little lower than the one before. Ser Vardis turned his side to his foe, trying to use his shield to block instead, but Bran slid around him, quick as a cat. The sellsword seemed to be getting stronger. His cuts were leaving their marks now. Deep, shiny gashes gleamed all over the knight's armor, on his right thigh, his beaked visor, crossing on his breastplate, a long one along the front of his gorget. The moon and falcon rondel over Ser Vardis's right arm was sheared clean in half, hanging by its strap. They could hear his labored breath rattling through the air holes in his visor. Blind with arrogance as they were, even the knights and lords of the Vale could see what was happening below them. Yet her sister could not. "Enough, Ser Vardis," Lady Lisa called down. "Finish him now. My baby is growing tired." And it must be said of Ser Vardis Egan that he was true to his lady's command, even to the last. One moment he was reeling backward, half-crouched behind his scarred shield. The next, he charged. The sudden bull rush caught Bran off balance. Ser Vardis crashed into him and slammed the lip of his shield into the sellsword's face. Almost, Bran lost his feet. He staggered back, tripped over a rock, and caught hold of the weeping woman to keep his balance. Throwing aside his shield, Ser Vardis lurched after him, using both hands to raise his sword. His right arm was blood from elbow to fingers now, yet his last desperate blow would have opened Bran from neck to navel, if the sellsword had stood to receive it. But Bran jerked back. Jon Arryn's beautiful engraved silver sword glanced off the marble elbow of the weeping woman and snapped clean a third of the way up the blade. Bran put his shoulder into the statue's back. The weathered likeness of Alyssa Arryn tottered and fell with a great crash, and Ser Vardis Egan went down beneath her. Bran was on him in a heartbeat, kicking what was left of his shattered rondel aside to expose the weak spot between arm and breastplate. Ser Vardis was lying on his side, pinned beneath the broken torso of the weeping woman. Catelyn heard the knight groan as the sellsword lifted his blade with both hands and drove it down and in, with all his weight behind it, under the arm and through the ribs. Ser Vardis Egan shuddered and lay still. Silence hung over the Eyrie. Bran yanked off his half-helm and let it fall to the grass. His lip was smashed and bloody where the shield had caught him, and his coal-black hair was soaked with sweat. He spit out a broken tooth. "Is it over, Mother?" the Lord of the Eyrie asked. "No," Catelyn wanted to tell him. "It's only now beginning." "Yes," Lisa said glumly, her voice as cold and dead as the captain of her guard. "Can I make the little man fly now?" Across the garden, Tyrion Lannister got to his feet. "Not this little man," he said. "This little man is going down in the turnip hoist, thank you very much." "You presume—" Lisa began. "I presume that House Arryn remembers its own words," the imp said. "As high as honor." "You promised I could make him fly!" the Lord of the Eyrie screamed at his mother. He began to shake. Lady Lisa's face was flushed with fury. "The gods have seen fit to proclaim him innocent, child. We have no choice but to free him." She lifted her voice. "Gods, take my Lord of Lannister and his creature here out of my sight. Escort them to the Bloody Gate and set them free. See that they have horses and supplies sufficient to reach the Trident, and make certain all their goods and weapons are returned to them. They shall need them on the high road." "The high road," Tyrion Lannister said. Lisa allowed herself a faint, satisfied smile. It was another sort of death sentence, Catelyn realized. Tyrion Lannister must know that as well. Yet the dwarf favoured Lady Arryn with a mocking bow. "As you command, my lady," he said. "I believe we know the way." John.
"You are as hopeless as any boys I have ever trained," Sir Alistair Thorne announced when they had all assembled in the yard. "Your hands were made for manure shovels, not for swords, and if it were up to me, the lot of you would be set to herding swine. But last night I was told that Gwerin is marching 5 new boys up the King's Road. 1 or 2 may even be worth the price of piss. To make room for them, I have decided to pass 8 of you on to the Lord Commander to do with as he will."
He called out the names one by one.
"Toad, Stonehead, Aurochs, Lover, Pimple, Monkey, Sirloon."
Last he looked at John.
"And the bastard."
Pip let fly a whoop and thrust his sword into the air. Sir Alistair fixed him with a reptile stare.
"They will call you men of Night's Watch now, but you are bigger fools than the mummer's monkey here, if you believe that. You are boys still, green and stinking of summer, and when the winter comes you will die like flies."
And with that Sir Alistair Thorne took his leave of them. The other boys gathered round the 8 who had been named, laughing and cursing and offering congratulations. Halder smacked Toad on the butt with the flat of his sword and shouted, "Toad of the Night's Watch!" Yelling that a black brother needed a horse, Pip leapt onto Gren's shoulders, and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and punching and hooting. Daeron dashed inside the armory and returned with a skin of sour red. As they passed the wine from hand to hand, grinning like fools, John noticed Samwell Tarly standing by himself beneath a bare dead tree in the corner of the yard. John offered him the skin.
"A swallow of wine?"
Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, John."
"Are you well?"
"Very well, truly," the fat boy lied. "I am so happy for you all." His round face quivered as he forced a smile. "You will be first ranger some day, just as your uncle was."
"Is," John corrected.
He would not accept that Benjen Stark was dead. Before he could say more, Halder cried,
"Here, you planning to drink that all yourself?"
Pip snatched the skin from his hand and danced away, laughing. While Gren seized his arm, Pip gave the skin a squeeze, and a thin stream of red squirted John in the face. Halder howled in protest at the waste of good wine. John sputtered and struggled. Mathar and Jeren climbed the wall and began pelting them all with snowballs. By the time he wrenched free, with snow in his hair and wine stains on his surcoat, Samwell Tarly had gone. That night, Three-Finger Hob cooked the boys a special meal to mark the occasion. When John arrived at the common hall, the Lord Steward himself led him to the bench near the fire. The older men clapped him on the arm in passing. The 8 soon-to-be brothers feasted on rack of lamb baked in a crust of garlic and herbs, garnished with sprigs of mint, and surrounded by mashed yellow turnips swimming in butter.
"From the Lord Commander's own table,"
Bowen Marsh told them. There were salads of spinach and chickpeas and turnip greens, and afterward bowls of iced blueberries and sweet cream. "Do you think they'll keep us together?" Pip wondered as they gorged themselves happily. Toad made a face. "I hope not. I'm sick of looking at those ears of yours." "Huh!" said Pip. "Listen to the crow call the raven black. You're certain to be a ranger, Toad. They'll want you as far from the castle as they can."
If Mance Raider attacks, lift your visor and show your face, and he'll run off screaming."
Everyone laughed but Gren. "I hope I'm a ranger." "You and everyone else," said Mathar. Every man who wore the black walked the wall, and every man was expected to take up steel in its defense. But the rangers were the true fighting heart of the Night's Watch. It was they who dared ride beyond the wall, sweeping through the haunted forest and the icy mountain heights west of the Shadow Tower, fighting wildlings and giants and monstrous snow bears.
"Not everyone," said Halder. "It's the builders for me. What use would rangers be if the wall fell down?"
The Order of Builders provided the masons and carpenters to repair keeps and towers, the miners to dig tunnels and crush stone for roads and footpaths, the woodsmen to clear away new growth wherever the forest pressed too close to the wall. Once it was said they had quarried immense blocks of ice from frozen lakes deep in the haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges so the wall might be raised ever higher. Those days were centuries gone, however. Now it was all they could do to ride the wall from Eastwatch to the Shadow Tower, watching for cracks or signs of melt and making what repairs they could.
"The old bear's no fool," Daenerys observed. "You're certain to be a builder, and Jon's certain to be a ranger. He's the best sword and the best rider among us, and his uncle was the first before he—"
His voice trailed off awkwardly as he realized what he had almost said.
"Benjen Stark is still first ranger," Jon Snow told him, toying with his bowl of blueberries.
The rest might have given up all hope of his uncle's safe return, but not him. He pushed away the berries, scarcely touched, and rose from the bench.
"Aren't you going to eat those?" Toad asked.
"They're yours." Jon had hardly tasted Hobbs' great feast. "I could not eat another bite." He took his cloak from its hook near the door, and shouldered his way out. Pip followed him.
"Jon, what is it?"
"Sam," he admitted. "He was not at table tonight."
"It's not like him to miss a meal," Pip said thoughtfully. "Do you suppose he's taken ill?"
"He's frightened. We're leaving him." He remembered the day he had left Winterfell, all the bittersweet farewells, Bran lying broken, Robb with snow in his hair, Arya raining kisses on him after he'd given her needle. "Once we say our words, we'll all have duties to attend to. Some of us may be sent away to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Sam will remain in training with the likes of Rast and Cougar and these new boys who are coming up the King's Road. Gods only know what they'll be like, but you can bet Sir Alistair will send them against him first chance he gets."
Pip made a grimace. "You did all you could."
"All we could wasn't enough," Jon said. A deep restlessness was on him as he went back to Harden's Tower for Ghost. The dire wolf walked beside him to the stables. Some of the more skittish horses kicked at their stalls and laid back their ears as they entered. Jon saddled his mare, mounted, and rode out from Castle Black, south across the moonlit night. Ghost raced ahead of him, flying over the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. Jon let him go. A wolf needed to hunt. He had no destination in mind. He wanted only to ride. He followed the creek for a time, listening to the icy trickle of water over rock, then cut across the fields to the King's Road. It stretched out before him, narrow and stony and pocked with weeds, a road of no particular promise, yet the sight of it filled Jon Snow with a vast longing. Winterfell was down that road, and beyond it River Run, and King's Landing, and the Eyrie, and so many other places, Casterly Rock, the Isles of Faces, the Red Mountains of Dorne, the 100 Islands of Bravos in the sea, the smoking ruins of old Valyria. All the places that Jon would never see. The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow the wall would be his home until he was old as Master Aemon. "I have not sworn yet," he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely, and he might leave freely, until he said the words. He need only ride on, and could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. "Your half-brothers," a voice inside reminded him, "and Lady Stark, who will not welcome you." There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her. Because she was a whore or an adulterous fool, something dark and dishonourable, or else why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? Jon Snow turned away from the King's Road to look behind him. The fires of Castle Black were hidden behind a hill, but the wall was there, pale beneath the moon, vast and cold, running from horizon to horizon. He wheeled his horse around and started for home. Ghost returned as he crested a rise and saw the distant glow of lamplight from the Lord Commander's tower. The dire wolf's muzzle was red with blood as he trotted beside the horse. Jon found himself thinking of Samwell Tarly again on the ride back. By the time he reached the stables, he knew what he must do. Maester Aemon's apartments were in a stout wooden keep below the rookery. Aged and frail, the maester shared his chambers with two of the younger stewards who tended to his needs and helped him in his duties. The brothers joked that he had been given the two ugliest men in the Night's Watch. Being blind, he was spared having to look at them. Clytus was short, bald and chinless, with small pink eyes like a mole. Chet had a wen on his neck the size of a pigeon's egg, and a face red with boils and pimples. Perhaps that was why he always seemed so angry. It was Chet who answered Jon's knock. "I need to speak to Maester Aemon," Jon told him. "The maester is abed as you should be. Come back on the morrow and maybe he'll see you." He began to shut the door. Jon jammed it open with his boot. "I need to speak to him now. The morning will be too late." Chet scowled. "The maester is not accustomed to being woken in the night. Do you know how old he is?" "Old enough to treat visitors with more courtesy than you," Jon said. "Give him my pardons. I would not disturb his rest if it were not important." "And if I refuse?" Jon had his boot wedged solidly in the door. "I can stand here all night if I must." The black brother made a disgusted noise and opened the door to admit him. "Wait in the library. There's wood. Start a fire. I won't have the maester catching a chill on account of you." Jon had the logs crackling merrily by the time Chet led in Maester Aemon. The old man was clad in his bedrobe, but around his throat was the chain collar of his order. A maester did not remove it even to sleep. "A chair beside the fire would be pleasant," he said when he felt the warmth on his face. When he was settled comfortably, Chet covered his legs with a fur and went to stand by the door. "I am sorry to have woken you, Maester," Jon Snow said. "You did not wake me," Maester Aemon replied. "I find I need less sleep as I grow older, and I am grown very old. I often spend half the night with ghosts, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday. The mystery of a midnight visitor is a welcome diversion. So tell me, Jon Snow, why have you come calling at this strange hour?" "To ask that Samwell Tarly be taken from training and accepted as a brother of the Night's Watch." "This is no concern of Maester Aemon," Chet complained. "Our Lord Commander has given the training of recruits into the hands of Sir Alistair Thorne," the maester said gently. "Only he may say when a boy is ready to swear his vow, as you surely know. Why, then, come to me?" "The Lord Commander listens to you," Jon told him, "and the wounded and the sick of the Night's Watch are in your charge." "And is your friend Samwell wounded or sick?" "He will be," Jon promised, "unless you help." He told them all of it, even the part where he'd set Ghost at Rast's throat. Maester Aemon listened silently, blind eyes fixed on the fire, but Chet's face darkened with each word. "Without us to keep him safe, Sam will have no chance," Jon finished. "He's hopeless with a sword. My sister Arya could tear him apart, and she's not yet 10. If Sir Alistair makes him fight, it's only a matter of time before he's hurt or killed." Chet could stand no more. "I've seen this fat boy in the common hall," he said. "He is a pig, and a hopeless craven as well, if what you say is true."
"Maybe it is so," Maester Aemon said. "Tell me, Chet, what would you have us do with such a boy?"
"Leave him where he is," Chet said. "The wall is no place for the weak. Let him train until he is ready, no matter how many years that takes. Sir Alliser shall make a man of him, or kill him, as the gods will." "That's stupid," Jon said. He took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. "I remember once I asked Maester Luwin why he wore a chain around his throat." Maester Aemon touched his own collar lightly, his bony, wrinkled finger stroking the heavy metal links. "Go on." "He told me that a maester's collar is made of chain to remind him that he is sworn to serve," Jon said, remembering. "I asked why each link was a different metal. A silver chain would look much finer with his grey robes, I said. Maester Luwin laughed. A maester forges his chain with study, he told me. The different metals are each a different kind of learning. Gold for the study of money and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warcraft. And he said there were other meanings as well. The collar is supposed to remind a maester of the realm he serves. Isn't that so? Lords are gold and knights steel, but 2 links can't make a chain. You also need silver and iron and lead, tin and copper and bronze and all the rest, and those are farmers and smiths and merchants and the like. A chain needs all sorts of metals, and a land needs all sorts of people." Maester Aemon smiled. "And so?" "The Night's Watch needs all sorts, too. Why else have rangers and stewards and builders? Lord Randall couldn't make Sam a warrior, and Sir Alliser won't either. You can't hammer tin into iron, no matter how hard you beat it. But that doesn't mean tin is useless. Why shouldn't Sam be a steward?" Chet gave an angry scowl. "I'm a steward. You think it's easy work, fit for cowards? The order of stewards keeps the watch alive. We hunt and farm, tend the horses, milk the cows, gather firewood, cook the meals. Who do you think makes your clothing? Who brings up supplies from the south? The stewards." Maester Aemon was gentler. "Is your friend a hunter?" "He hates hunting," Jon had to admit. "Can he plough a field?" the maester asked. "Can he drive a wagon or sail a ship? Could he butcher a cow?" "No." Chet gave a nasty laugh. "I've seen what happens to soft lordlings when they're put to work. Set them to churning butter, and their hands blister and bleed. Give them an axe to split logs, and they cut off their own foot." "I know one thing Sam could do better than anyone." "Yes?" Maester Aemon prompted. Jon glanced warily at Chet, standing beside the door, his boils red and angry. "He could help you," he said quickly. "He can do sums, and he knows how to read and write. I know Chet can't read, and Clytus has weak eyes. Sam read every book in his father's library. He'd be good with the ravens, too. Animals seem to like him. Ghost took to him straight off. There's a lot he could do besides fighting. The Night's Watch needs every man. Why kill one to no end? Make use of him instead." Maester Aemon closed his eyes, and for a brief moment Jon was afraid that he had gone to sleep. Finally he said, "Maester Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem." "Does that mean?" "It means I shall think on what you have said," the maester told him firmly. "And now I believe I am ready to sleep. Chet, show our young brother to the door." Tyrion. They had taken shelter beneath a copse of aspens just off the high road. Tyrion was gathering deadwood while their horses took water from a mountain stream. He stooped to pick up a splintered branch and examined it critically.
"Will this do? I am not practiced at starting fires. Morrick did that for me."
"A fire?" Bran said, spitting. "Are you so hungry to die, dwarf? Or have you taken leave of your senses? A fire will bring the clansmen down on us from miles around. I mean to survive this journey, Lannister."
"And how do you hope to do that?"
Tyrion asked. He tucked the branch under his arm and poked around through the sparse undergrowth, looking for more. His back ached from the effort of bending. They had been riding since daybreak, when a stone-faced Ser Lyn Corbray had ushered them through the bloody gate and commanded them never to return.
We have no chance of fighting our way back, Bran said, but 2 can cover more ground than 10, and attract less notice. The fewer days we spend in these mountains, the more like we are to reach the riverlands. Ride hard and fast, I say. Travel by night and hole up by day. Avoid the road where we can, make no noise, and light no fires. Tyrion Lannister sighed. A splendid plan, Bran. Try it as you like, and forgive me if I do not linger to bury you. You think to outlive me, dwarf? The sellsword grinned. He had a dark gap in his smile, where the edge of Ser Vardis Egan's shield had cracked a tooth in half. Tyrion shrugged. Riding hard and fast by night is a sure way to tumble down a mountain and crack your skull. I prefer to make my crossing slow and easy. I know you love the taste of horse, Bran, but if our mounts die under us this time, we'll be trying to saddle Shadowcats. And if truth be told, I think the clans will find us no matter what we do. Their eyes are all around us. He swept a gloved hand over the high wind-carved crags that surrounded them. Bran grimaced. Then we're dead men, Lannister. If so, I prefer to die comfortable, Tyrion replied. We need a fire. The nights are cold up here, and hot food will warm our bellies and lift our spirits. Do you suppose there's any game to be had? Lady Lisa has kindly provided us with a veritable feast of salt beef, hard cheese, and stale bread, but I would hate to break a tooth so far from the nearest maester. I can find meat. Beneath a fall of black hair, Bran's dark eyes regarded Tyrion suspiciously. I should leave you here with your fool's fire. If I took your horse, I'd have twice the chance to make it through. What would you do then, dwarf? Die, most like. Tyrion stooped to get another stick. You don't think I'd do it? You'd do it in an instant, if it meant your life. You were quick enough to silence your friend Chiggin when he caught that arrow in his belly. Bran had yanked back the man's head by the hair and driven the point of his dirk in under the ear, and afterward told Catelyn Stark that the other sellsword had died of his wound. He was good as dead, Bran said, and his moaning was bringing them down on us. Chiggin would have done the same for me. And he was no friend, only a man I rode with. Make no mistake, dwarf. I fought for you, but I do not love you. It was your blade I needed, Tyrion said, not your love. He dumped his armful of wood on the ground. Bran grinned. You're bold as any sellsword, I'll give you that. How did you know I'd take your part? No. Tyrion squatted awkwardly on his stunted legs to build the fire. I tossed the dice. Back at the inn, you and Chiggin helped take me captive. Why? The others saw it as their duty, for the honor of the lords they served, but not you two. You had no lord, no duty, and precious little honor. So why trouble to involve yourselves? He took out his knife and whittled some thin strips of bark off one of the sticks he'd gathered to serve as kindling. Well, why do sellswords do anything? For gold. You were thinking Lady Catelyn would reward you for your help, perhaps even take you into her service. Here, that should do, I hope. Do you have a flint? Bran slid 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt and tossed down a flint. Tyrion caught it in the air. "My thanks," he said. "The thing is, you did not know the Starks. Lord Eddard is a proud, honorable, and honest man, and his lady wife is worse. Oh, no doubt she would have found a coin or 2 for you when this was all over, and pressed it in your hand with a polite word and a look of distaste. But that's the most you could have hoped for. The Starks look for courage and loyalty and honor in the men they choose to serve them, and if truth be told, you and Chiggin were low-born scum." Tyrion struck the flint against his dagger, trying for a spark. Nothing. Bran snorted. "You have a bold tongue, little man. One day someone is like to cut it out and make you eat it." "Everyone tells me that." Tyrion glanced up at the sellsword. "Did I offend you? My pardons.
But you are scum, Bran, make no mistake. Duty, honor, friendship, what's that to you? No, don't trouble yourself. We both know the answer. Still, you're not stupid. Once we reached the Vale, Lady Stark had no more need of you. But I did. And the one thing the Lannisters have never lacked for is gold. When the moment came to toss the dice, I was counting on your being smart enough to know where your best interest lay. Happily for me, you did.
He slammed stone and steel together again, fruitlessly. "Here," said Bran, squatting. "I'll do it." He took the knife and flint from Tyrion's hands and struck sparks on his first try. A curl of bark began to smoulder.
"Well done," Tyrion said. "Scum you may be, but you're undeniably useful, and with a sword in your hand you're almost as good as my brother Jaime. What do you want, Bran? Gold? Land? Women? Keep me alive, and you'll have it."
Bran blew gently on the fire, and the flames leapt up higher.
"And if you die?"
"Why, then I'll have one mourner whose grief is sincere," Tyrion said, grinning. "The gold ends when I do."
The fire was blazing up nicely. Bran stood, tucked the flint back into his pouch, and tossed Tyrion his dagger.
"Fair enough," he said. "My sword's yours, then. But don't go looking for me to bend the knee and malord you every time you take a shit. I'm no man's toady."
"Nor any man's friend," Tyrion said. "I've no doubt you'd betray me as quick as you did Lady Stark, if you saw a profit in it. If the day ever comes when you're tempted to sell me out, remember this, Bran. I'll match their price, whatever it is. I like living. And now, do you think you could do something about finding us some supper?"
"Take care of the horses,"
Bran said, unsheathing the long dirk he wore at his hip. He strode into the trees. An hour later the horses had been rubbed down and fed. The fire was crackling away merrily, and a haunch of a young goat was turning above the flames, spitting and hissing.
"All we lack now is some good wine to wash down our kid," Tyrion said.
"That, a woman, and another dozen swords,"
Bran said. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, honing the edge of his long sword with an oil-stone. There was something strangely reassuring about the rasping sound it made when he drew it down the steel.
"It will be full dark soon," the sellsword pointed out. "I'll take first watch, for all the good it will do us. It might be kinder to let them kill us in our sleep."
"Oh, I imagine they'll be here long before it comes to sleep."
The smell of the roasting meat made Tyrion's mouth water. Bran watched him across the fire.
"You have a plan,"
he said flatly, with a scrape of steel on stone.
"Hope, call it," Tyrion said. "Another toss of the dice."
"With our lives as the stake?"
Tyrion shrugged.
"What choice do we have?"
He leaned over the fire and sawed a thin slice of meat from the kid.
He sighed happily as he chewed.
Grease ran down his chin.
"A bit tougher than I'd like, and in want of spicing, but I'll not complain too loudly. If I were back at the Eyrie, I'd be dancing on a precipice in hopes of a boiled bean."
"And yet you gave the turnkey a purse of gold," Bran said.
"A Lannister always pays his debts."
Even Mord had scarcely believed it when Tyrion tossed him the leather purse. The jailer's eyes had gone big as boiled eggs as he yanked open the drawstring and beheld the glint of gold.
"I kept the silver," Tyrion had told him with a crooked smile. "But you were promised the gold, and there it is."
It was more than a man like Mord could hope to earn in a lifetime of abusing prisoners.
"And remember what I said. This is only a taste. If you ever grow tired of Lady Arryn's service, present yourself at Casterly Rock, and I'll pay you the rest of what I owe you."
With golden dragons spilling out of both hands, Mord had fallen to his knees and promised that he would do just that. Bran yanked out his dirk and pulled the meat from the fire. He began to carve thick chunks of charred meat off the bone as Tyrion hollowed out 2 heels of stale bread to serve as trenchers. "If we do reach the river, what will you do then?" the sellsword asked as he cut.
"Oh, a whore and a feather-bed and a flagon of wine, for a start."
Tyrion held out his trencher, and Bran filled it with meat.
"And then to Casterly Rock, or King's Landing, I think. I have some questions that want answering concerning a certain dagger."
The sellsword chewed and swallowed. "So you were telling it true? It was not your knife?"
Tyrion smiled thinly. "Do I look a liar to you?"
By the time their bellies were full, the stars had come out, and a half-moon was rising over the mountains. Tyrion spread his shadow-skin cloak on the ground and stretched out with his saddle for a pillow.
"Our friends are taking their sweet time."
"If I were them, I'd fear a trap," Bran said. "Why else would we be so open, if not to lure them in?"
Tyrion chuckled.
"Then we ought to sing and send them fleeing in terror."
He began to whistle a tune.
"You're mad, dwarf," Bran said as he cleaned the grease out from under his nails with his dirk.
"Where's your love of music, Bran?"
"If it was music you wanted, you should have gotten a singer to champion you."
Tyrion grinned.
"That would have been amusing. I can just see him fending off Ser Vardis with his wood-harp."
He resumed his whistling.
"Do you know this song?"
he asked. "You hear it here and there in inns and whorehouses."
"Mirish. The seasons of my love. Sweet and sad, if you understand the words. The first girl I ever bedded used to sing it, and I've never been able to put it out of my head."
Tyrion gazed up at the sky. It was a clear, cold night, and the stars shone down upon the mountains as bright and merciless as truth.
"I met her on a night like this,"
he heard himself saying.
"Jaime and I were riding back from Lannisport when we heard a scream, and she came running out into the road with 2 men dogging her heels, shouting threats. My brother unsheathed his sword and went after them, while I dismounted to protect the girl. She was scarcely a year older than I was, dark-haired, slender, with a face that would break your heart. It certainly broke mine. Low-born, half-starved, unwashed, yet lovely. They'd torn the rags she was wearing half off her back, so I wrapped her in my cloak while Jaime chased the men into the woods. By the time he came trotting back, I'd gotten a name out of her, and a story. She was a crofter's child, orphaned when her father died of fever on her way to... well, nowhere, really. Jaime was all in a lather to hunt down the men. It was not often outlaws dared prey on travellers so near to Casterly Rock, and he took it as an insult. The girl was too frightened to send off by herself, though, so I offered to take her to the closest inn and feed her while my brother rode back to the rock for help. She was hungrier than I would have believed. We finished 2 whole chickens and part of a third, and drank a flagon of wine, talking. I was only 13, and the wine went to my head, I fear. The next thing I knew, I was sharing her bed. If she was shy, I was shyer. I'll never know where I found the courage. When I broke her maidenhead, she wept, but afterward she kissed me and sang her little song, and by morning I was in love."
"You?" Bran's voice was amused.
"Absurd, isn't it?"
Tyrion began to whistle the song again.
"I married her,"
he finally admitted. "A Lannister of Casterly Rock wed to a crofter's daughter?" Bran said. "How did you manage that?"
"Oh, you'd be astonished at what a boy can make of a few lies, 50 pieces of silver, and a drunken septon. I dared not bring my bride home to Casterly Rock, so I set her up in a cottage of her own, and for a fortnight we played at being man and wife. And then the septon sobered, and confessed all to my lord father."
Tyrion was surprised at how desolate it made him feel to say it, even after all these years. Perhaps he was just tired. That was the end of my marriage. He sat up and stared at the dying fire, blinking at the light.
He sent the girl away?
He did better than that, Tyrion said. First he made my brother tell me the truth. The girl was a whore, you see. Jaime arranged the whole affair, the road, the outlaws, all of it. He thought it was time I had a woman. He paid double for a maiden, knowing it would be my first time. After Jaime had made his confession, to drive home the lesson, Lord Tywin brought my wife in and gave her to his guards. They paid her fair enough, a silver for each man. How many whores command that high a price? He set me down in the corner of the barracks and bade me watch. And at the end she had so many silvers, the coins were slipping through her fingers and rolling on the floor. The smoke was stinging his eyes. Tyrion cleared his throat and turned away from the fire to gaze out into the darkness. Lord Tywin had me go last, he said in a quiet voice. And he gave me a gold coin to pay her, because I was a Lannister, and worth more. After a time he heard the noise again, the rasp of steel on stone as Bran sharpened his sword.
13, or 30, or 3. I would have killed the man who did that to me.
Tyrion swung around to face him. You may get that chance one day. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts. He yawned. I think I will try and sleep. Wake me if we're about to die. He rolled himself up in the shadow-skin and shut his eyes. The ground was stony and cold, but after a time Tyrion Lannister did sleep. He dreamt of the sky cell. This time he was the jailer, not the prisoner. Big, with a strap in his hand, and he was hitting his father, driving him back toward the abyss. Tyrion. Bran's warning was low and urgent. Tyrion was awake in the blink of an eye. The fire had burned down to embers, and the shadows were creeping in all around them. Bran had raised himself to one knee, his sword in one hand and his dirk in the other. Tyrion held up a hand. Stay still, it said. Come, share our fire. The night is cold, he called out to the creeping shadows. I fear we've no wine to offer you, but you're welcome to some of our goat. All movement stopped. Tyrion saw the glint of moonlight on metal.
Our mountain,
a voice called out from the trees, deep and hard and unfriendly.
Our goat.
Your goat, Tyrion agreed. Who are you? When you meet your gods, a different voice replied, say it was Gunthor, son of Gurn of the Stone Groves, who sent you to them. A branch cracked underfoot as he stepped into the light, a thin man in a horned helmet, armed with a long knife.
And Shagga, son of Dolph.
That was the first voice, deep and deadly. A boulder shifted to their left, and stood, and became a man. Massive and slow and strong he seemed, dressed all in skins, with a club in his right hand and an axe in his left. He smashed them together as he lumbered closer. Other voices called other names, Khan and Torek and Jagged, and more that Tyrion forgot the instant he heard them. 10 at least. A few had swords and knives, others brandished pitchforks and scythes and wooden spears. He waited until they were done shouting out their names before he gave them answer. I am Tyrion, son of Tywin of the clan Lannister, the Lions of the Rock. We will gladly pay you for the goat we ate.
What do you have to give us, Tyrion, son of Tywin?
Asked the one who named himself Gunthor, who seemed to be their chief. There's silver in my purse, Tyrion told them. This hauberk I wear is large for me, but it should fit Khan nicely. And the battle-axe I carry would suit Shagga's mighty hand far better than that wood-axe he holds.
The half-man would pay us with our own coin, said Khan.
Khan speaks truly, Gunthor said. Your silver is ours. Your horses are ours. Your hauberk and your battle-axe and the knife at your belt, those are ours too. You have nothing to give us but your lives. How would you like to die, Tyrion, son of Tywin? In my own bed, with a belly full of wine and a maiden's mouth around my cock, at the age of 80, he replied.
The huge one, Shagga, laughed first and loudest. The others seemed less amused.
"Khan, take their horses," Gunthor commanded. "Kill the other and seize the half-man. He can milk the goats and make the mothers laugh."
Bran sprang to his feet. "Who dies first?"
"No,"
Tyrion said sharply.
"Gunthor, son of Gurn, hear me. My house is rich and powerful. If the stone crows will see us safely through these mountains, my lord father will shower you with gold."
"The gold of a lowland lord is as worthless as a half-man's promises,"
Gunthor said.
"Half a man I may be," Tyrion said, "yet I have the courage to face my enemies. What do the stone crows do but hide behind rocks and shiver with fear as the knights of the Vale ride by?"
Shagga gave a roar of anger and clashed club against axe. Jagged poked at Tyrion's face with a fire-hardened point of a long wooden spear. He did his best not to flinch.
"Are these the best weapons you could steal?" he said. "Good enough for killing sheep, perhaps, if the sheep do not fight back. My father's smith's shit better steal."
"Little boy man," Shagga roared, "will you mock my axe after I chop off your manhood and feed it to the goats?"
But Gunthor raised a hand.
"No, I would hear his words. The mothers go hungry, and steel fills more mouths than gold. What would you give us for your lives, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Swords? Lances? Mail?"
"All that and more, Gunthor, son of Gurn," Tyrion Lannister replied, smiling. "I will give you the Vale of Arryn."
Eddard. Through the high narrow windows of the Red Keep's cavernous throne-room, the light of sunset spilled across the floor, laying dark red stripes upon the walls where the heads of dragons had once hung. Now the stone was covered with hunting tapestries, vivid with greens and browns and blues, and yet still it seemed to Ned Stark that the only colour in the hall was the red of blood. He sat high upon the immense ancient seat of Aegon the Conqueror, an iron-work monstrosity of spikes and jagged edges and grotesquely twisted metal. It was, as Robert had warned him, a hellishly uncomfortable chair, and never more so than now, with his shattered leg throbbing more sharply every minute. The metal beneath him had grown harder by the hour, and the fanged steel behind made it impossible to lean back. "A king should never sit easy," Aegon the Conqueror had said, when he commanded his armourers to forge a great seat from the swords laid down by his enemies. "Damn Aegon for his arrogance," Ned thought sullenly, "and damn Robert and his hunting as well." "You are quite certain these were more than brigands?" Varys asked softly from the council table beneath the throne. Grand Maester Pycelle stirred uneasily beside him, while Littlefinger toyed with a pen. They were the only councillors in attendance. A white hart had been sighted in the Kingswood, and Lord Renly and Sir Barristan had joined the king to hunt it, along with Prince Joffrey, Sandor Clegane, Balon Swan, and half the court. So Ned must needs sit the Iron Throne in his absence. At least he could sit. Save the council, the rest must stand respectfully, or kneel. The petitioners clustered near the tall doors, the knights and high lords and ladies beneath the tapestries, the small folk in the gallery, the mailed guards in their cloaks, gold or grey. All stood. The villagers were kneeling, men, women, and children, alike tattered and bloody, their faces drawn by fear. The 3 knights who had brought them here to bear witness stood behind them.
"Brigands, Lord Varys?"
Sir Raymond Darry's voice dripped scorn.
"Oh, they were brigands, beyond a doubt. Lannister brigands."
Ned could feel the unease in the hall, as high lords and servants alike strained to listen. He could not pretend to surprise. The west had been a tinder-box since Catelyn had seized Tyrion Lannister. Both River Run and Casterly Rock had called their banners, and armies were massing in the pass below the Golden Tooth. It had only been a matter of time until the blood began to flow. The sole question that remained was how best to staunch the wound. Sad-eyed Sir Carol Vance, who would have been handsome but for the wine-stained birthmark that discoloured his face, gestured at the kneeling villagers.
"This is all that remains of the holdfast of Sherra, Lord Eddard. The rest are dead, along with the people of Windishtown and the Mummers' Ford."
"Rise," Ned commanded the villagers. He never trusted what a man told him from his knees.
"All of you, up."
In ones and twos the holdfast of Sherra struggled to its feet. One ancient needed to be helped, and a young girl in a bloody dress stayed on her knees, staring blankly at Sir Aris Oakheart, who stood by the foot of the throne in the white armour of the Kingsguard, ready to protect and defend the king, or, Ned supposed, the king's hand.
"Joss,"
Sir Raymond Darry said to a plump balding man in a brewer's apron,
"tell the hand what happened at Sherra."
Joss nodded.
"If it please his grace—"
"His Grace is hunting across the Blackwater,"
Ned said, wondering how a man could live his whole life a few days' ride from the Red Keep and still have no notion what his king looked like. Ned was clad in a white linen doublet, with a dire wolf of Stark on the breast. His black wool cloak was fastened at the collar by his silver hand of office. Black and white and grey, all the shades of truth.
"I am Lord Eddard Stark, the king's hand. Tell me who you are and what you know of these raiders."
I kept an alehouse, my lord, in Sherra by the stone bridge. The finest ale south of the neck, everyone said so, begging your pardons, my lord. It's gone now, like all the rest, my lord. They come and drank their fill and spilled the rest before they fired my roof, and they would have spilled my blood, too, if they'd caught me, my lord."
"They burnt us out," a farmer beside him said. "Come riding in the dark up from the south, and fired to the fields and the houses alike, killing them as tried to stop them. They weren't no raiders, though, my lord. They had no mind to steal our stock, not these. They butchered my milk cow where she stood and left her for the flies and the crows."
"They rode down my prentice boy," said a squat man with a smith's muscles and a bandage around his head. He had put on his finest clothes to come to court, but his breeches were patched, his cloak travel-stained and dusty.
"Chased him back and forth across the fields on their horses, poking at him with their lances like it was a game, them laughing and the boy stumbling and screaming, till the big one pierced him clean through."
The girl on her knees craned her head up at Ned, high above her on the throne.
"They killed my mother, too, your grace, and they—"
Her voice trailed off as if she had forgotten what she was about to say. She began to sob. Sir Raymond Darry took up the tale.
"At Windishtown the people sought shelter in their holdfasts, but the walls were timbered. The raiders piled straw against the wood and burnt them all alive. When the Windish folk opened their gates to flee the fire, they shot them down with arrows as they came running out, even women with suckling babes."
"Oh, dreadful," murmured Varys. "How cruel can men be?"
"They would have done the same for us, but the Sherra holdfast's made of stone," Joss said. "Some wanted to smoke us out, but the big one said there was riper fruit upriver, and they made for the Mummers' Ford." Ned could feel cold steel against his fingers as he leaned forward. Between each finger was a blade, the points of twisted swords fanning out like talons from arms of the throne. Even after 3 centuries, some were still sharp enough to cut. The Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary. The songs said it had taken 1,000 blades to make it, heated white-hot in the furnace breath of Balerion the Black Dread. The hammering had taken 59 days. The end of it was this hunched black beast made of razor edges and barbs and ribbons of sharp metal, a chair that could kill a man, and had, if the stories could be believed. What Eddard Stark was doing sitting there he would never comprehend. Yet there he sat, and these people looked to him for justice. "What proof do you have that these were Lannisters?"
he asked, trying to keep his fury under control. "Did they wear crimson cloaks or fly a lion banner?" "Even Lannisters are not so blind stupid as that," Sir Mark Piper snapped. He was a swaggering bantam rooster of a youth, too young and too hot-blooded for Ned's taste, though a fast friend of Catelyn's brother, Edmure Tully. "Every man among them was mounted and mailed, my lord," Sir Carol answered calmly. "They were armed with steel-tipped lances and longswords, with battle-axes for the butchering." He gestured toward one of the ragged survivors. "You! Yes, you! No one's going to hurt you. Tell the hand what you told me." The old man bobbed his head. "Concerning the horses," he said, "it were war horses they rode. Many a year I worked in old Sir Willem's stables, so I knows the difference. Not a one of these ever pulled a plough, God's bear witness if I'm wrong." "Well-mounted brigands," observed Littlefinger. "Perhaps they stole the horses from the last place they raided." "How many men were there in this raiding party?" Ned asked. 100 at the least," Joss answered, in the same instant as the bandaged Smith said, 50, and the grandmother behind him, "Hundreds and hundreds, my lord. An army they was." "You are more right than you know, good woman," Lord Eddard told her. "You say they flew no banners. What of the armor they wore? Did any of you note ornaments or decorations, devices on shield or helm?" The brewer Joss shook his head. "It grieves me, my lord, but no. The armor they showed us was plain, only the one who led them. He was armored like the rest, but there was no mistaking him all the same. It was the size of him, my lord. Those as say the giants are all dead never saw this one, I swear. Big as an ox he was, and a voice like stone breaking." "The mountain!" Sir Mark said loudly. "Can any man doubt it? This was Gregor Clegane's work." Ned heard muttering from beneath the windows in the far end of the hall. Even in the galley, nervous whispers were exchanged. High lords and small folk alike knew what it could mean if Sir Mark was proved right. Sir Gregor Clegane stood bannerman to Lord Tywin Lannister. He studied the frightened faces of the villagers. Small wonder they had been so fearful. They had thought they were being dragged here to name Lord Tywin a red-handed butcher before a king who was his son by marriage. He wondered if the knights had given them a choice. Grand Maester Purcell rose ponderously from the council table, his chain of office clinking.
"Sir Mark, with respect, you cannot know that this outlaw was Sir Gregor. There are many large men in the realm."
"As large as the mountain that rides," Sir Carol said. "I have never met one." "Nor has any man here," Sir Raymond added hotly. "Even his brother is a pup beside him. My lords, open your eyes. Do you need to see his seal on the corpses? It was Gregor."
"Why should Sir Gregor turn brigand?" Purcell asked. "By the grace of his liege lord, he holds a stout keep and lands of his own. The man is an anointed knight."
"A false knight," Sir Mark said. "Lord Tywin's mad dog."
"My lord hand," Purcell declared in a stiff voice, "I urge you to remind this good knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our own gracious queen."
"Thank you, Grand Maester Purcell," Ned said. "I fear we might have forgotten that if you had not pointed it out." From his vantage point atop the throne, he could see men slipping out the door at the far end of the hall. Hares going to ground, he supposed, or rats off to nibble the Queen's cheese. He caught a glimpse of Septa Mordane in the gallery, with his daughter Sansa beside her. Ned felt a flash of anger. This was no place for a girl. But the Septa could not have known that today's court would be anything but the usual tedious business of hearing petitions, settling disputes between rival holdfasts, and adjudicating the placement of boundary stones. At the council table below, Peter Baelish lost interest in his quill and leaned forward.
"Sir Mark, Sir Carol, Sir Raymond, perhaps I might ask you a question? These holdfasts were under your protection. Where were you when all this slaughtering and burning was going on?"
Sir Carol Vance answered. "I was attending my lord father in the pass below the Golden Tooth, as was Sir Mark. When the word of these outrages reached Sir Edmure Tully, he sent word that we should take a small force of men to find what survivors we could and bring them to the king. Sir Raymond Darry spoke up.
Sir Edmure had summoned me to River Run with all my strength. I was camped across the river from his walls, awaiting his commands, when the word reached me. By the time I could return to my own lands, Clegane and his vermin were back across the Red Fork, riding for Lannister's Hills.
Littlefinger stroked the point of his beard thoughtfully.
And if they come again, sir?
If they come again, we'll use their blood to water the fields they burnt, Sir Mark Piper declared hotly.
Sir Edmure has sent men to every village and holdfast within a day's ride of the border, Sir Carroll explained. The next raider will not have such an easy time of it.
And that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants, Ned thought to himself, to bleed off strength from River Run, goad the boy into scattering his swords. His wife's brother was young and more gallant than wise. He would try to hold every inch of his soil, to defend every man, woman, and child who named him lord, and Tywin Lannister was shrewd enough to know that.
If your fields and holdfasts are safe from harm, Lord Peter was saying, what then do you ask of the throne?
The lords of the Trident keep the king's peace, Sir Raymond Darry said. The Lannisters have broken it. We ask leave to answer them, steel for steel. We ask justice for the small folk of Sherra and Windish Town and the Mummers Ford. Edmure agrees. We must pay Gregor Clegane back his bloody coin, Sir Mark declared. But old Lord Hoster commanded us to come here and beg the king's leave before we strike.
Thank the gods for old Lord Hoster, then. Tywin Lannister was as much fox as lion. If indeed he'd sent Sir Gregor to burn and pillage, and Ned did not doubt that he had, he'd taken care to see that he rode under cover of night, without banners, in the guise of a common brigand. Should River Run strike back, Cersei and her father would insist that it had been the Tullys who broke the king's peace, not the Lannisters. The gods only knew what Robert would believe. Grand Maester Pycelle was on his feet again.
My Lord Hand, if these good folk believe that Sir Gregor has forsaken his holy vows for plunder and rape, let them go to his liege lord and make their complaint. These crimes are no concern of the throne. Let them seek Lord Tywin's justice.
It is all the king's justice, Ned told him, north, south, east, or west. All we do in Robert's name.
The king's justice, Grand Maester Pycelle said. So it is, and so we should defer this matter until the king—
The king is hunting across the river and may not return for days, Lord Eddard said. Robert bid me to sit here in his place, to listen with his ears and to speak with his voice. I mean to do just that, though I agree that he must be told. He saw a familiar face beneath the tapestries. Sir Robar. Sir Robar Royce stepped forward and bowed. My lord. Your father is hunting with the king, Ned said. Will you bring them word of what was said and done here today? At once, my lord. Do we have your leave to take our vengeance against Sir Gregor, then? Mark Piper asked the throne. Vengeance? Ned said. I thought we were speaking of justice. Burning Clegane's fields and slaughtering his people will not restore the king's peace, only your injured pride. He glanced away before the young knight could voice his outraged protest and addressed the villagers. People of Sherra, I cannot give you back your homes or your crops, nor can I restore your dead to life. But perhaps I can give you some small measure of justice, in the name of our king, Robert. Every eye in the hall was fixed on him, waiting. Slowly Ned struggled to his feet, pushing himself up from the throne with the strength of his arms, his shattered legs screaming inside its cast. He did his best to ignore the pain. It was no moment to let them see his weakness. The first men believed that the judge who called for death should wield the sword, and in the north we hold to that still. I mislike sending another to do my killing, but it seems I have no choice. He gestured at his broken leg. Lord Eddard!
The shout came from the west side of the hall as a handsome stripling of a boy strode forth boldly. Out of his armour, Sir Loras Tyrrell looked even younger than his 16 years. He wore pale blue silk, his belt a linked chain of golden roses, the sigil of his house. "I beg you the honour of acting in your place. Give this task to me, my lord, and I swear I shall not fail you." Littlefinger chuckled.
"Sir Loras, if we send you off alone, Sir Gregor will send us back your head with a plum stuffed in that pretty mouth of yours. The Mountain is not the sort to bend his neck to any man's justice."
"I do not fear Gregor Clegane," Sir Loras said haughtily. Ned eased himself slowly back onto the hard iron seat of Aegon's misshapen throne. His eyes searched the faces along the wall. "Lord Beric," he called out. "Thoros of Myr. Sir Gladden, Lord Lothar." The men named stepped forward one by one. "Each of you is to assemble 20 men, to bring my word to Gregor's keep. 20 of my own guards shall go with you. Lord Beric Dondarrion, you shall have the command, as befits your rank." The young lord with the red gold hair bowed. "As you command, Lord Eddard." Ned raised his voice, so it carried to the far end of the throne-room. "In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of the House Stark, his hand, I charge you to ride to the Westlands with all haste, to cross the Red Fork of the Trident under the King's flag, and there bring the King's justice to the false knight Gregor Clegane and to all those who shared in his crimes. I denounce him, and attaint him, and strip him of all rank and titles, of all lands and incomes and holdings, and to sentence him to death. May the gods take pity on his soul." When the echo of his words had died away, the Knight of Flowers seemed perplexed. "Lord Eddard, what of me?" Ned looked down on him. From on high, Loras Tyrrell seemed almost as young as Robb. "No one doubts your valor, Sir Loras, but we are about justice here, and what you seek is vengeance." He looked back to Lord Beric. "Ride at first light. These things are best done quickly." He held up a hand. "The throne will hear no more petitions today." Allen and Porther climbed the steep iron steps to help him back down. As they made their descent, he could feel Loras Tyrrell's sullen stare, but the boy had stalked away before Ned reached the floor of the throne-room. At the base of the Iron Throne, Varys was gathering papers from the council table. Littlefinger and Grand Maester Pycelle had already taken their leave.
"You are a bolder man than I, my lord," the eunuch said softly.
"How so, Lord Varys?" Ned asked brusquely. His leg was throbbing, and he was in no mood for word games.
"Had it been me up there, I should have sent Sir Loras. He so wanted to go. And a man who has the Lannisters for his enemies would do well to make the Tyrrells his friends."
"Sir Loras is young," said Ned. "I dare say he will outgrow the disappointment."
"And Sir Ellen?" The eunuch stroked a plump powdered cheek. "He is the King's justice, after all. Sending other men to do his office? Some might construe that as a grave insult."
No slight was intended. In truth, Ned did not trust the mute knight, though perhaps that was only because he misliked executioners. "I remind you, the Paynes are bannermen to House Lannister. I thought it best to choose men who owed Lord Tywin no fealty."
"Very prudent, no doubt," Varys said. "Still, I chanced to see Sir Ellen in the back of the hall, staring at us with those pale eyes of his, and I must say he did not look pleased. Though, to be sure, it is hard to tell with our silent knight. I hope he outgrows his disappointment as well. He does so love his work."
Sansa.
"He wouldn't send Sir Loras," Sansa told Jane Poole that night as they shared a cold supper by lamplight. "I think it was because of his leg."
Lord Eddard had taken his supper in his bedchamber with Allen, Harwin, and Vayon Poole, the better to rest his broken leg, and Septa Mordane had complained of sore feet after standing in the gallery all day. Arya was supposed to join them, but she was late coming back from her dancing lesson.
His leg?
Jane said uncertainly. She was a pretty, dark-haired girl of Sansa's own age.
Did Sir Loras hurt his leg? Not his leg, Sansa said, nibbling delicately at a chicken leg. Father's leg, silly. It hurts him ever so much. It makes him cross. Otherwise I'm certain he would have sent Sir Loras.
Her father's decision still bewildered her. When the Knight of Flowers had spoken up, she'd been sure she was about to see one of old Nan's stories come to life. Sir Gregor was the monster, and Sir Loras the true hero who would slay him. He even looked a true hero, so slim and beautiful, with golden roses around his slender waist and his rich brown hair tumbling down into his eyes. And then father had refused him. It had upset her more than she could tell. She had said as much to Septa Mordain as they descended the stairs from the gallery, but the Septa had only told her it was not her place to question her Lord Father's decisions. That was when Lord Baelish had said, "Oh, I don't know, Septa. Some of her Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is as wise as she is lovely." He made a sweeping bow to Sansa, so deep she was not quite sure if she was being complimented or mocked. Septa Mordain had been very upset to realize that Lord Baelish had overheard them. "The girl was just talking, my lord," she'd said. "Foolish chatter. She meant nothing by the comment." Lord Baelish stroked his little pointed beard and said, "Nothing? Tell me, child, why would you have sent Sir Loras?" Sansa had no choice but to explain about heroes and monsters. The king's counsellor smiled. "Well, those are not the reasons I'd have given, but—" He had touched her cheek, his thumb lightly tracing the line of a cheekbone. "Life is not a song, sweetling. You may learn that one day, to your sorrow." Sansa did not feel like telling all that to Jane, however. It made her uneasy just to think back on it. "Sir Ilyn's the king's justice, not Sir Loras," Jane said. "Lord Eddard should have sent him." Sansa shuddered. Every time she looked at Sir Ilyn Payne, she shivered. He made her feel as though something dead was slithering over her naked skin. "Sir Ilyn's almost like a second monster. I'm glad father didn't pick him. Lord Beric is as much a hero as Sir Loras. He's ever so brave and gallant." "I suppose," Sansa said doubtfully. Beric Dondarrion was handsome enough, but he was awfully old, almost 22. The Knight of Flowers would have been much better. Of course, Jane had been in love with Lord Beric ever since she had first glimpsed him in the lists. Sansa thought she was being silly. Jane was only a steward's daughter, after all, and no matter how much she mooned after him, Lord Beric would never look at someone so far beneath him, even if she hadn't been half his age. It would have been unkind to say so, however, so Sansa took a sip of milk and changed the subject. "I had a dream that Joffrey would be the one to take the White Hart," she said. It had been more of a wish, actually, but it sounded better to call it a dream. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. White Harts were supposed to be very rare and magical, and in her heart she knew her gallant prince was worthier than his drunken father. "A dream? Truly? Did Prince Joffrey just go up to it and touch it with his bare hand and do it no harm?" "No," Sansa said. "He shot it with a golden arrow and brought it back for me." In the songs, the knights never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them and touched them, and did them no harm. But she knew Joffrey liked hunting, especially the killing part. Only animals, though. Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Jory and those other poor men. That had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She knew her father was still angry about that, but it wasn't fair to blame Joff. That would be like blaming her for something that Arya had done. "I saw your sister this afternoon," Jane blurted out, as if she'd been reading Sansa's thoughts. "She was walking through the stables on her hands. Why would she do a thing like that?" "I'm sure I don't know why Arya does anything.
Sansa hated stables, smelly places full of manure and flies. Even when she went riding, she liked the boy to saddle the horse and bring it to her in the yard. "Do you want to hear about the court or not?" "I do," Jane said. "There was a Black brother," Sansa said, "begging men for the wall, only he was kind of old and smelly." She hadn't liked that at all. She had always imagined the Night's Watch to be men like Uncle Benjen. In the songs they were called the Black Knights of the Wall. But this man had been crook-backed and hideous, and he looked as though he might have lice. If this was what the Night's Watch was truly like, she felt sorry for her bastard half-brother John. Father asked if there were any knights in the hall who would do honour to their houses by taking the black, but no one came forward, so he gave this Yoren his pick of the king's dungeons and sent him on his way. And later these two brothers came before him, free riders from the Dornish marches, and pledged their swords to the service of the king. Father accepted their oaths. Jane yawned. "Are there any lemon cakes?" Sansa did not like being interrupted, but she had to admit lemon cakes sounded more interesting than most of what had gone on in the throne room. "Let's see," she said. The kitchen yielded no lemon cakes, but they did find half of a cold strawberry pie, and that was almost as good. They ate it on the tower steps, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets. And Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as wicked as Arya. The next morning she woke before the first light and crept sleepily to her window to watch Lord Beric form up his men. They rode out as dawn was breaking over the city, with 3 banners going before them. The crowned stag of the king flew from the high staff, the dire wolf of Stark, and Lord Beric's own forked lightning standard from shorter poles. It was all so exciting, a song come to life, the clatter of swords, the flicker of torchlight, banners dancing in the wind, horses snorting and whinnying, the golden glow of sunrise slanting through the bars of the portcullis as it jerked upward. The Winterfell men looked especially fine in their silvery mail and long grey cloaks. Alan carried the Stark banner. When she saw him rein in beside Lord Beric to exchange words, it made Sansa feel ever so proud. Alan was handsomer than Jory had been. He was going to be a knight one day. The Tower of the Hand seemed so empty after they left that Sansa was even pleased to see Arya when she went down to break her fast. "Where is everyone?" her sister wanted to know as she ripped the skin from a blood orange. "Did father send them to hunt down Jaime Lannister?" Sansa sighed. "They rode with Lord Beric to behead Sir Gregor Clegane." She turned to Septa Mordain, who was eating porridge with a wooden spoon. "Septa, will Lord Beric spike Sir Gregor's head on his own gate, or bring it back here for the king?" She and Jane Poole had been arguing over that last night. The Septa was horror-struck. "A lady does not discuss such things over her porridge. Where are your courtesies, Sansa? I swear, of late you've been near as bad as your sister." "What did Gregor do?" Arya asked. "He burned down a holdfast and murdered a lot of people, women and children too." Arya screwed up her face in a scowl. "Jaime Lannister murdered Jory and Heward and Will, and the Hound murdered Micah. Somebody should have beheaded them." "It's not the same," Sansa said. "The Hound is Joffrey's sworn shield. Your butcher's boy attacked the prince." "Liar!" Arya said. Her hand clenched the blood orange so hard that red juice oozed between her fingers. "Go ahead, call me all the names you want," Sansa said airily. "You won't dare when I'm married to Joffrey. You'll have to bow to me and call me your grace." She shrieked as Arya flung the orange across the table. It caught her in the middle of the forehead with a wet squish and plopped down into her lap. "You have juice on your face, your grace," Arya said. It was running down her nose and stinging her eyes. Sansa wiped it away with a napkin. When she saw what the fruit in her lap had done to her beautiful ivory silk dress, she shrieked again. "You're horrible!" she screamed at her sister. "They should have killed you instead of Lady." Septa Mordain came lurching to her feet. "Your lord father will hear of this. Go to your chambers at once. At once!" "Me too?" Tears welled in Sansa's eyes. "That's not fair." The matter is not subject to discussion. Go."
Sansa stalked away with her head up. She was to be a queen, and queens did not cry. At least not where people could see. When she reached her bedchamber, she barred the door and took off her dress. The blood orange had left a blotchy red stain on the silk. "I hate her," she screamed. She balled up the dress and flung it into the cold hearth, on top of the ashes of last night's fire. When she saw that the stain had bled through onto her underskirt, she began to sob despite herself. She ripped off the rest of her clothes wildly, threw herself into bed, and cried herself back to sleep. It was midday when Septa Mordain knocked upon her door.
"Sansa, your lord father will see you now."
Sansa sat up.
"Lady,"
she whispered. For a moment it was as if the dire wolf was there in the room, looking at her with those golden eyes, sad and knowing. She had been dreaming, she realized. Lady was with her, and they were running together, and trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain with her fingers. The dream faded, and Lady was dead again.
"Sansa?"
The rap came again sharply. "Do you hear me?"
"Yes, Septa,"
she called out.
"Might I have a moment to dress, please?"
Her eyes were red from crying, but she did her best to make herself beautiful. Lord Eddard was bent over a huge leather-bound book when Septa Mordain marched into the solar, his plaster-wrapped legs stiff beneath the table. "Come here, Sansa," he said, not unkindly, when the Septa had gone for her sister. "Sit beside me." He closed the book. Septa Mordain returned with Arya squirming in her grasp. Sansa had put on a lovely pale green damask gown and a look of remorse, but her sister was still wearing the ratty leathers and rough spun she'd worn at breakfast.
"Here is the other one,"
the Septa announced. "My thanks, Septa Mordain. I would talk to my daughters alone, if you would be so kind." The Septa bowed and left.
"Arya started it,"
Sansa said quickly, anxious to have the first word.
"She called me a liar and threw an orange at me and spoiled my dress, the ivory silk, the one Queen Cersei gave me when I was betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She hates that I'm going to marry the prince. She tries to spoil everything, father. She can't stand for anything to be beautiful or nice or splendid."
"Enough, Sansa." Lord Eddard's voice was sharp with impatience. Arya raised her eyes.
"I'm sorry, father. I was wrong, and I beg my sweet sister's forgiveness."
Sansa was so startled that for a moment she was speechless. Finally she found her voice.
"What about my dress?" "Maybe I could wash it,"
Arya said doubtfully.
"Washing won't do any good," Sansa said. "Not if you scrubbed all day and all night. The silk is ruined." "Then I'll make you a new one,"
Arya said. Sansa threw back her head in disdain.
You couldn't sew a dress fit to clean the pigsties."
Their father sighed. "I did not call you here to talk of dresses. I'm sending you both back to Winterfell." For the second time Sansa found herself too stunned for words. She felt her eyes grow moist again.
"You can't,"
Arya said.
"Please, father," Sansa managed at last. "Please don't."
Eddard Stark favored his daughters with a tired smile. "At last we've found something you agree on."
"I didn't do anything wrong," Sansa pleaded with him. "I don't want to go back."
She loved King's Landing, the pageantry of the court, the high lords and ladies in their velvets and silks and gemstones, the great city with all its people. The tournament had been the most magical time of her whole life, and there was so much she had not seen yet, harvest feasts and masked balls and mummer shows. She could not bear the thought of losing it all.
"Send Arya away. She started it, father. I swear it. I'll be good, you'll see. Just let me stay, and I promise to be as fine and noble and courteous as the Queen."
Father's mouth twitched strangely. "Sansa, I'm not sending you away for fighting, though the gods know I'm sick of you two squabbling. I want you back in Winterfell for your own safety. 3 of my men were cut down like dogs not a league from where we sit. And what does Robert do? He goes hunting." Arya was chewing at her lip in that disgusting way she had.
Can we take Syrio back with us?" "Who cares about your stupid dancing master?" Sansa flared. "Father, I only just now remembered. I can't go away. I'm to marry Prince Joffrey." She tried to smile bravely for him. "I love him, Father. I truly, truly do. I love him as much as Queen Daenerys loved Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, as much as Jonquil loved Sir Florian. I want to be his queen and have his babies."
"Sweet one," her father said gently, "listen to me. When you're old enough, I will make you a match with a high lord who's worthy of you, someone brave and gentle and strong. This match with Joffrey was a terrible mistake. That boy is no Prince Aemon, you must believe me."
"He is," Sansa insisted. "I don't want someone brave and gentle. I want him. We'll be ever so happy, just like in the songs, you'll see. I'll give him a son with golden hair, and one day he'll be the king of all the realm, the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion."
Arya made a face.
"Not if Joffrey's his father," she said. "He's a liar and a craven, and anyhow he's a stag, not a lion."
Sansa felt tears in her eyes.
"He is not! He's not the least bit like that old drunken king!"
she screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief. Father looked at her strangely.
"Gods," he swore softly, "out of the mouth of babes."
He shouted for Septa Mordane.
To the girls he said, "I am looking for a fast trading galley to take you home. These days the sea is safer than the King's Road. You will sail as soon as I can find a proper ship, with Septa Mordane and a complement of guards. And yes, with Syrio Forel, if he agrees to enter my service. But say nothing of this. It's better if no one knows of our plans. We'll talk again tomorrow."
Sansa cried as Septa Mordane marched them down the steps. They were going to take it all away. The tournaments and the court and her prince, everything. They were going to send her back to the bleak grey walls of Winterfell and lock her up forever. Her life was over before it had begun.
"Stop that weeping, child," Septa Mordane said sternly. "I am certain your lord father knows what is best for you." "It won't be so bad, Sansa," Arya said. "We're going to sail on a galley. It will be an adventure, and then we'll be with Bran and Robb again, and old Nan and Hodor and the rest."
She touched her on the arm.
"Hodor!" Sansa yelled. "You ought to marry Hodor. You're just like him, stupid and hairy and ugly."
She wrenched away from her sister's hand, stormed into her bedchamber, and barred the door behind her. Eddard.
"Pain is a gift from the gods, Lord Eddard," Grand Maester Pycelle told him. "It means the bone is knitting, the flesh healing itself. Be thankful."
"I will be thankful when my leg stops throbbing."
Pycelle set a stoppered flask on the table by the bed.
"The milk of the puppy, for when the pain grows too onerous."
"I sleep too much already."
"Sleep is the great healer."
"I had hoped that was you."
Pycelle smiled wanly.
"It is good to see you in such a fierce humour, my lord."
He leaned close and lowered his voice.
"There was a raven this morning, a letter for the Queen from her lord father. I thought you had best know."
"Dark wings, dark words," Ned said grimly. "What of it?"
"Lord Tywin is greatly wroth about the men you sent after Sir Gregor Clegane," the Maester confided. "I feared he would be. You will recall I said as much in council."
"Let him be wroth," Ned said.
Every time his leg throbbed, he remembered Jaime Lannister's smile and Jory dead in his arms.
"Let him write all the letters to the Queen he likes. Lord Beric rides beneath the King's own banner. If Lord Tywin attempts to interfere with the King's justice, he will have Robert to answer to. The only thing his Grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him."
Pycelle pulled back, his Maester's chain jangling.
"As you say. I shall visit again on the morrow."
The old man hurriedly gathered up his things and took his leave. Ned had little doubt that he was bound straight for the royal apartments to whisper at the Queen.
"I thought you had best know."
Indeed, as if Cersei had not instructed him to pass along her father's threats. He hoped his response rattled those perfect teeth of hers. Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei need know that. When Pycelle was gone, Ned called for a cup of honeyed wine. That clouded the mind as well, yet not as badly. He needed to be able to think. 1,000 times he asked himself what John Arryn might have done had he lived long enough to act on what he'd learned. Or perhaps he had acted, and died for it. It was queer how sometimes a child's innocent eyes can see things that grown men are blind to. Some day, when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she had made it all come clear for him. "He's not the least bit like that old drunken king," she had declared, angry and unknowing, and the simple truth of it had twisted inside him, cold as death. This was the sword that killed John Arryn, Ned thought then, and it will kill Robert as well. A slower death, but full as certain. Shattered legs may heal in time, but some betrayals fester and poison the soul. Littlefinger came calling an hour after the Grand Maester had left, clad in a plum-coloured doublet with a mockingbird embroidered on the breast in black thread, and a striped cloak of black and white. "I cannot visit long, my lord," he announced. "Lady Tonda expects me to lunch with her. No doubt she will roast me a fatted calf. If it's near as fatted as her daughter, I'm like to rupture and die. How is your leg?"
"Inflamed and painful, with an itch that is driving me mad."
Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. "In future, try not to let any horses fall on it." "I would urge you to heal quickly. The realm grows restive. Varys has heard ominous whispers from the west. Free riders and sellswords have been flocking to Casterly Rock, and not for the thin pleasure of Lord Tywin's conversation."
"Is there word of the king?" Ned demanded. "Just how long does Robert intend to hunt?"
"Given his preferences, I believe he'd stay in the forest until you and the Queen both die of old age," Lord Peter replied with a faint smile. "Lacking that, I imagine he'll return as soon as he's killed something. They found the White Hart, it seems, or rather what remained of it. Some wolves found it first, and left his grace scarcely more than a hoof and a horn. Robert was in a fury, until he heard talk of some monstrous boar deeper in the forest. Then nothing would do but he must have it. Prince Joffrey returned this morning with the Royces, Sir Balon Swan, and some 20 others of the party. The rest are still with the king."
"The Hound?" Ned asked, frowning. Of all the Lannister party, Sandor Clegane was the one who concerned him the most, now that Sir Jaime had fled the city to join his father.
"Oh, returned with Joffrey and went straight to the Queen," Littlefinger smiled. "I would have given 100 silver stags to have been a roach in the rushes when he learned that Lord Beric was off to behead his brother."
"Even a blind man could see the Hound loathed his brother."
"Ah, but Gregor was his to loathe, not yours to kill. Once Dondarrion lops the summit off our mountain, the Clegane lands and incomes will pass to Sandor. But I wouldn't hold my water waiting for his thanks, not that one. And now you must forgive me. Lady Tonda awaits with her fatted calves." On the way to the door, Lord Peter spied Grand Maester Mallion's massive tome on the table, and paused to idly flip open the cover. "The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children," he read. "Now there is tedious reading, if ever I saw it. A sleeping potion, my lord?" For a brief moment Ned considered telling him all of it. But there was something in Littlefinger's japes that irked him. The man was too clever by half, a mocking smile never far from his lips.
"John Arryn was studying this volume when he was taken sick," Ned said in a careful tone, to see how he might respond. And he responded as he always did, with a quip. "In that case," he said, "death must have come as a blessed relief." Lord Peter Baelish bowed and took his leave. Eddard Stark allowed himself a curse. Aside from his own retainers, there was scarcely a man in the city he trusted. Littlefinger had concealed Catelyn, and helped Ned in his inquiries.
Yet his haste to save his own skin when Jaime and his swords had come out of the rain still rankled. Varys was worse. For all his protestations of loyalty, the eunuch knew too much, and did too little. Grand Maester Pycelle seemed more Circe's creature with every passing day, and Sir Barristan was an old man and rigid. He would tell Ned to do his duty. Time was perilously short. The king would return from his hunt soon, and honour would require Ned to go to him with all he had learned. Vayon Poole had arranged for Sansa and Arya to sail on the Wind Witch out of Braavos 3 days hence. They would be back at Winterfell before the harvest. Ned could no longer use his concern for their safety to excuse his delay. Yet last night he had dreamt of Rhaegar's children. Lord Tywin had laid the bodies beneath the Iron Throne, wrapped in the crimson cloaks of his houseguard. That was clever of him. The blood did not show so badly against the red cloth. The little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bedgown, and the boy... Ned could not let that happen again. The realm could not withstand a second Mad King, another dance of blood and vengeance. He must find some way to save the children.
Robert could be merciful. Sir Barristan was scarcely the only man he had pardoned. Grand Maester Pycelle, Varys the Spider, Lord Balon Greyjoy. Each had been counted an enemy to Robert once, and each had been welcomed into friendship and allowed to retain honours and office for a pledge of fealty. So long as a man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honour and respect due a valiant enemy. This was something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This he could never forgive, no more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. He will kill them all, Ned realized. And yet he knew he could not keep silent. He had a duty to Robert, to the realm, to the shade of Jon Arryn, and to Bran, who surely must have stumbled on some part of the truth. Why else would they have tried to slay him? Late that afternoon he summoned Tomard, the portly guardsman with the ginger-coloured whiskers his children called Fat Tom. With Jory dead and Olin gone, Fat Tom had command of his household guard. The thought filled Ned with vague disquiet. Tomard was a solid man, affable, loyal, tireless, capable in a limited way. But he was near 50, and even in his youth he had never been energetic. Perhaps Ned should not have been so quick to send off half his guard, and all his best swords among them. "I shall require your help," Ned said when Tomard appeared, looking faintly apprehensive, as he always did when called before his lord. "Take me to the Godswood."
"Is that wise, Lord Eddard, with your leg and all?"
"Perhaps not, but necessary." Tomard summoned Varley. With one arm around each man's shoulders, Ned managed to descend the steep tower steps and hobble across the bailey. "I want the guard doubled," he told Fat Tom. "No one enters or leaves the Tower of the Hand without my leave." Tom blinked.
"My lord, with Alan and the others away, we are hard-pressed already."
"It will only be a short while. Lengthen the watches."
"As you say, my lord," Tom answered. "Might I ask why—"
"Best not," Ned answered crisply. The Godswood was empty, as it always was here in this citadel of the Southron gods. Ned's leg was screaming as they lowered him to the grass beside the heart-tree. "Thank you." He drew a paper from his sleeve, sealed with the sigil of his house. "Kindly deliver this at once." Tomard looked at the name Ned had written on the paper and licked his lips anxiously.
"My lord."
"Do as I bid you, Tom," Ned said. How long he waited in the quiet of the Godswood he could not say. It was peaceful here. The thick walls shut out the clamour of the castle, and he could hear birds singing, the murmur of crickets, leaves rustling in a gentle wind. The heart-tree was an oak, brown and faceless, yet Ned Stark still felt the presence of his gods.
His leg did not seem to hurt so much. She came to him at sunset, as the clouds reddened above the walls and towers. She came alone, as he had bid her. For once she was dressed simply, in leather boots and hunting greens. When she drew back the hood of her brown cloak, he saw the bruise where the king had struck her. The angry plum colour had faded to yellow, and the swelling was down, but there was no mistaking it for anything but what it was. "Why here?" Cersei Lannister asked as she stood over him.
"So the gods can see."
She sat beside him on the grass. Her every move was graceful. Her curling blonde hair moved in the wind, and her eyes were green as the leaves of summer. It had been a long time since Ned Stark had seen her beauty, but he saw it now.
"I know the truth Jon Arryn died for," he told her.
"Do you?" The Queen watched his face, wary as a cat. "Is that why you called me here, Lord Stark? To pose me riddles? Or is it your intent to seize me, as your wife seized my brother?"
"If you truly believed that,
you would never have come." Ned touched her cheek gently.
"Has he done this before?"
"Once or twice." She shied away from his hand. "Never on the face before. Jaime would have killed him, even if it meant his own life." Cersei looked at him defiantly. "My brother is worth 100 of your friend."
"Your brother?"
Ned said.
"Or your lover?"
"Both." She did not flinch from the truth. "Since we were children together. And why not? The Targaryens wed brother to sister for 300 years to keep the bloodlines pure. And Jaime and I are more than brother and sister. We are one person in 2 bodies. We share a womb together. He came into this world holding my foot, our old maester said. When he is in me, I feel whole."
The ghost of a smile flitted over her lips. "My son Bran—"
To her credit, Cersei did not look away. "He saw us." "You love your children, do you not?" Robert had asked him the very same question, the morning of the melee. He gave her the same answer.
"With all my heart."
"No less do I love mine."
Ned thought, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know, against Robb and Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon, what would I do? Even more so, what would Catelyn do, if it were Jon's life against the children of her body? He did not know. He prayed he never would. "All 3 are Jaime's," he said. It was not a question.
"Thank the gods."
"The seed is strong," Jon Arryn had cried on his deathbed, and so it was. All those bastards, all with hair as black as night. Grand Maester Malion recorded the last mating between stag and lion some 90 years ago, when Tia Lannister wed Gawain Baratheon, 3rd son of the reigning lord. Their only issue, an unnamed boy described in Malion's tome as a large and lusty lad born with a full head of black hair, died in infancy. 30 years before that, a male Lannister had taken a Baratheon maid to wife. She had given him 3 daughters and a son, each black-haired. No matter how far back Ned searched in the brittle, yellowed pages, always he found the gold yielding before the coal. "A dozen years," Ned said. "How is it that you have had no children by the king?" She lifted her head, defiant. "Your Robert got me with child once," she said, her voice thick with contempt. "My brother found a woman to cleanse me. He never knew. If truth be told, I can scarcely bear for him to touch me, and I have not let him inside me for years.
I know other ways to pleasure him, when he leaves his whores long enough to stagger up to my bedchamber. Whatever we do, the king is usually so drunk that he's forgotten it all by the next morning. How could they have all been so blind? The truth was there in front of them all the time, written on the children's faces. Ned felt sick.
I remember Robert as he was the day he took the throne, every inch a king, he said quietly. 1,000 other women might have loved him with all their hearts. What did he do to make you hate him so?
Her eyes burned, green fire in the dusk, like the lioness that was her sigil. The night of our wedding feast, the first time we shared a bed, he called me by your sister's name. He was on top of me, in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered, Lyanna.
Ned Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep. I do not know which of you I pity most.
The Queen seemed amused by that. Save your pity for yourself, Lord Stark. I want none of it.
You know what I must do.
Must? She put her hand on his good leg, just above the knee. A true man does what he will, not what he must. Her fingers brushed lightly against his thigh, the gentlest of promises. The realm needs a strong hand. Joff will not come of age for years. No one wants war again, least of all me. Her hand touched his face, his hair. If friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away, and my brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned. I swear to you, you shall never regret it.
Did you make the same offer to John Arryn?
She slapped him.
I shall wear that as a badge of honor, Ned said dryly.
Honor, she spat. How dare you play the noble lord with me? What do you take me for? You've a bastard of your own, I've seen him. Who was the mother, I wonder? Some Dornish peasant you raped while her holdfast burned? A whore? Or was it the grieving sister, the Lady Ashara? She threw herself into the sea, I'm told. Why was that? For the brother you slew, or the child you stole? Tell me, my honourable Lord Eddard, how are you any different from Robert, or me, or Jaime?
For a start, said Ned, I do not kill children. You would do well to listen, my lady. I shall say this only once. When the king returns from his hunt, I intend to lay the truth before him. You must be gone by then. You and your children, all three, and not to Casterly Rock. If I were you, I should take ship for the Free Cities, or even farther, to the Summer Isles or the Port of Ibben, as far as the winds blow.
Exile, she said, a bitter cup to drink from.
A sweeter cup than your father served Rhaegar's children, Ned said, and kinder than you deserve. Your father and your brothers would do well to go with you. Lord Tywin's gold will buy you comfort and hire swords to keep you safe. You shall need them. I promise you, no matter where you flee, Robert's wrath will follow you, to the back of beyond if need be.
The Queen stood. And what of my wrath, Lord Stark? She asked softly. Her eyes searched his face. You should have taken the realm for yourself. It was there for the taking. Jaime told me how you found him on the Iron Throne the day King's Landing fell, and made him yield it up. That was your moment. All you needed to do was climb those steps and sit. Such a sad mistake.
I have made more mistakes than you can possibly imagine, Ned said, but that was not one of them.
Oh, but it was, my lord, Cersei insisted. When you play the Game of Thrones, You win or you die. There is no middle ground. She turned up her hood to hide her swollen face, and left him there in the dark beneath the oak, amidst the quiet of the godswood, under a blue-black sky. The stars were coming out. Daenerys. The heart was steaming in the cool evening air when Khal Drogo set it before her, raw and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood riders knelt on the sand beside the corpse of the wild stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion's blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torches that ringed the high chalk walls of the pit. Dany touched the soft swell of her belly. Sweat beaded her skin and trickled down her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crones of Vaes Dothrak, with eyes that shone dark as polished flint in their wrinkled faces. She must not flinch or look afraid. "I am the blood of the dragon," she told herself as she took the stallion's heart in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tough, stringy flesh. Warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The heart of a stallion would make her son strong and swift and fearless, or so the Dothraki believed, but only if the mother could eat it all. If she choked on the blood or retched up the flesh, the omens were less favorable. The child might be stillborn, or come forth weak, deformed, or female. Her handmaids had helped her ready herself for the ceremony. Despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons, Dany had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste, and Eyre made her chew strips of dried horseflesh until her jaws were aching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony, in the hopes that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat. The wild stallion's heart was all muscle, and Dany had to worry it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. No steel was permitted within the sacred confines of Vaes Dothrak, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains. She had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach roiled and heaved, yet she kept on, her face smeared with the heart's blood that sometimes seemed to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a bronze shield. His long black braid was shiny with oil. He wore gold rings in his moustache, gold bells in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallions around his waist. But his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing, looked at him, and chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed. Toward the end, Dany thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The Khal's face did not often betray the thoughts within. And finally it was done. Her cheeks and fingers were sticky as she forced down the last of it. Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old women, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. "Kalacha Dothre Mirana," she proclaimed in her best Dothraki. "A prince rides inside me." She had practiced the phrase for days with her handmaid Jikwi. The oldest of the crones, a bent and shriveled stick of a woman with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. "Kalacha Dothre!" she shrieked. "The prince is riding." "He is riding," the other women answered. "Rach, rach, rachaj," they proclaimed. A boy, a strong boy." Bells rang, a sudden clangor of bronze birds. A deep-throated war-horn sounded its long, low note. The old women began to chant. Underneath their painted leather vests, their withered dugs swayed back and forth, shiny with oil and sweat.
The eunuchs who served them threw bundles of dried grasses into a great bronze brazier, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose up toward the moon and the stars. The Dothraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herd that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away, and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Dany could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Khal Drogo laid his hand on Dany's arm. She could feel the tension in his fingers. Even a Khal as mighty as Drogo could know fear when the Dosh Khaleen peered into smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaids fluttered anxiously. Finally the crone opened her eye and lifted her arms.
"I have seen his face, and heard the thunder of his hoofs," she proclaimed in a thin, wavery voice. "The thunder of his hoofs," the others chorused. "As swift as the wind he rides, and behind him his Khalasar covers the earth, men without number, with araks shining in their hands like blades of razor grass. Fierce as a storm this prince will be. His enemies will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bells in his hair will sing his coming, and the milkmen in the stone tents will fear his name."
The old woman trembled and looked at Dany almost as if she were afraid.
"The prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world." "The stallion who mounts the world!"
the onlookers cried in echo, until the night rang to the sound of their voices. The one-eyed crone peered at Dany.
"What shall he be called, the stallion who mounts the world?"
She stood to answer.
"He shall be called Rhaego,"
she said, using the words that Jikwi had taught her. Her hands touched the swell beneath her breasts protectively as a roar went up from the Dothraki.
"Rhaego!"
they screamed.
"Rhaego! Rhaego! Rhaego!"
The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Drogo led her from the pit. His blood riders fell in behind them. A procession followed them out onto the God's Way, the broad grassy road that ran through the heart of Vaes Dothrak, from the Horse Gate to the Mother of Mountains. The crones of the Dosh Khaleen came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some supported themselves with tall carved staffs as they struggled along on ancient shaking legs, while others walked as proud as any horse-lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once. When their lord-husbands died, and a new Khal took his place at the front of his riders, with a new Khaleesi mounted beside him, they were sent here to reign over the vast Dothraki nation. Even the mightiest of Khals bowed to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Khaleen. Still, it gave Dany the shivers to think that one day she might be sent to join them, whether she willed it or no. Behind the wise women came the others, Khal Ogo and his son, the Khalaka Fogo, Khal Jomo and his wives, the chief men of Drogo's Khalasar, Dany's handmaids, the Khal's servants and slaves, and more. The bells rang and drums beat a stately cadence as they marched along the God's Way. Stolen heroes and the gods of dead peoples brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran lightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flames made the great monuments seem almost alive. "What is meaning, name Rhaego?" Khal Drogo asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Drogo was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Ser Jorah nor Viserys could understand a word he said. "My brother Rhaegar was a fierce warrior, my son and stars," she told him. "He died before I was born. Ser Jorah says that he was the last of the dragons. Khal Drogo looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black moustache, drooping beneath the weight of its gold rings, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile.
"It's good name. Don Arya's wife, moon of my life," he said.
They rode to the lake the Dothraki called the Womb of the World. Surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Jikwi told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on the grassy shore as Dany stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Irri said the lake had no bottom, but Dany felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Goose pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her thighs and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hands and around her mouth. Dany cupped her fingers and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her, while the Khal and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khaleen muttering to each other as they watched, and wondered what they were saying. When she emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Doria hurried to her with a robe of painted sand-silk, but Khal Drogo waved her away. He was looking on her swollen breasts and the curve of her belly with approval, and Dany could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horse-hide trousers below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlace. Then her huge Khal took her by the hips and lifted her into the air as he might lift a child. The bells in his hair rang softly. Dany wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself inside her. 3 quick strokes, and it was done.
"The stallion who mounts the world,"
Drogo whispered hoarsely. His hands still smelled of horse-blood. He bit at her throat, hard, in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thighs. Only then was Doria permitted to drape her in the scented sand-silk, and Irri to fit soft slippers to her feet. Khal Drogo laced himself up and spoke a command, and horses were brought to the lake shore. Kaholo had the honor of helping the Khaleesi onto her silver. Drogo spurred his stallion, and set off down the God's Way beneath the moon and stars. On her silver, Dany easily kept pace. The silk tenting that roofed Khal Drogo's hall had been rolled up tonight, and the moon followed them inside. Flames leapt 10 feet in the air from 3 huge stone-lined fire-pits. The air was thick with the smells of roasting meat and curdled, fermented mare's milk. The hall was crowded and noisy when they entered, the cushions packed with those whose rank and name were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Dany rode beneath the arched entry and up the centre aisle, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed out comments on her belly and her breasts, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear. "The stallion that mounts the world," she heard, bellowed in 1,000 voices. The sounds of drums and horns swirled up into the night. Half-clothed women spun and danced on the low tables, amid joints of meat and platters piled high with plums and dates and pomegranates. Many of the men were drunk on clotted mare's milk, yet Dany knew no araks would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blades and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Drogo dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Jomo and Khal Ogo, who had been in Vaes Dothrak with their Khalasars when they arrived, were given seats of high honor to Drogo's right and left. The blood riders of the 3 Khals sat below them, and farther down Khal Jomo's 4 wives. Dany climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves. As Doria and Irri arranged her cushions, she searched for her brother. Even across the length of the crowded hall, Viserys should have been conspicuous with his pale skin, silvery hair, and beggar's rags, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded tables near the walls, where men whose braids were even shorter than their manhoods sat on frayed rugs and flat cushions around the low tables, but all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skin. She spied Ser Jorah Mormont near the centre of the hall, close to the middle fire-pit. It was a place of respect, if not high honour. The Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess with a sword. Dany sent Jiqui to bring him to her table. Mormont came at once, and went to one knee before her. "Khaleesi," he said, "I am yours to command." She patted the stuffed horsehide cushion beside her. "Sit and talk with me." "You honour me." The knight seated himself cross-legged on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Ser Jorah took one and bit it in half. "Where is my brother?" Dany asked. "He ought to have come by now for the feast."
"I saw his grace this morning," he told her. "He told me he was going to the western market in search of wine."
"Wine?" Dany said doubtfully. Viserys could not abide the taste of the fermented mare's milk the Dothraki drank, she knew that, and he was oft at the bazaars these days, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seemed to find their company more congenial than hers.
"Wine," Ser Jorah confirmed, "and he has some thought to recruit men for his army from the sellswords who guard the caravans."
A serving girl laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. "Is that wise?" she asked. "He has no gold to pay soldiers. What if he's betrayed?" Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thoughts of honour, and the usurper in King's Landing would pay well for her brother's head. "You ought to have gone with him, to keep him safe. You are his sworn sword."
"We are in Vaes Dothrak," he reminded her. "No one may carry a blade here or shed a man's blood."
"Yet men die," she said. "Jogo told me. Some of the traders have eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with wisps of silk. That way no blood is shed, and the gods are not angered."
"Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything."
Ser Jorah wiped the grease off his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned close over the table.
"He had planned to take your dragon's eggs until I warned him that I'd cut off his hand if he so much as touched them."
For a moment Dany was so shocked she had no words. "My eggs? But they're mine. Magister Illyrio gave them to me, a bride gift. Why would Viserys want— They're only stones."
"The same could be said of rubies and diamonds and fire opals, Princess. And dragon's eggs are rarer by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhoods for even one of those stones, and with all three Viserys could buy as many sellswords as he might need."
Dany had not known, had not even suspected. "Then he should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. He is my brother, and my true king."
"He is your brother," Ser Jorah acknowledged.
"You do not understand, sir," she said. "My mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother Rhaegar even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Viserys had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left, the only one. He is all I have."
"Once," said Ser Jorah. "No longer, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now. In your womb rides the stallion who mounts the world."
He held out his cup, and the slave filled it with fermented mare's milk, sour-smelling and thick with clots. Dany waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chances of bringing up the horse-heart she had forced herself to eat. "What does it mean?" she asked. "What is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand."
"The stallion is the Khal of Khals, promised in ancient prophecy, child. He will unite the Dothraki into a single khalasar and ride to the ends of the earth, or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd."
"Oh," Dany said in a small voice. Her hand smoothed her robe down over the swell of her stomach. "I named him Rhaego."
A name to make the usurper's blood run cold.
Suddenly Doria was tugging at her elbow.
"My lady,"
the handmaid whispered urgently.
"your brother—"
Dany looked down the length of the long, roofless hall, and there he was, striding toward her. From the lurch in his step she could tell at once that Viserys had found his wine, and something that passed for courage. He was wearing his scarlet silks, soiled and travel-stained. His cloak and gloves were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dry and cracked, his silver-blonde hair matted and tangled. A long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Dothraki eyed the sword as he passed. Dany heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart.
"Go to him," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Stop him. Bring him here. Tell him he can have the dragon's eggs if that is what he wants."
The knight rose swiftly to his feet.
"Where's my sister?"
Viserys shouted, his voice thick with wine.
"I've come for her feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the king. Where is she? The whore can't hide from the dragon."
He stopped beside the largest of the 3 fire-pits, peering around at the faces of the Dothraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Ser Jorah went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arm, but Viserys wrenched free.
"Keep your hands off me! No one touches the dragon without leave."
Dany glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Khal Drogo was saying something to the other Khals beside him. Khal Jomo grinned, and Khal Ogo began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Viserys lift his eyes.
"Khal Drogo,"
he said thickly, his voice almost polite.
"I'm here for the feast."
He staggered away from Ser Jorah, making to join the 3 Khals on the high bench. Khal Drogo rose, spat out a dozen words in Dothraki, faster than Dany could understand, and pointed.
"Khal Drogo says your place is not on the high bench," Ser Jorah translated for her brother. "Khal Drogo says your place is there."
Viserys glanced where the Khal was pointing. At the back of the long hall, in a corner by the wall, deep in shadow so better men would not need to look on them, sat the lowest of the low, raw, unblooded boys, old men with clouded eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the maimed. Far from the meat, and farther from honor.
"That is no place for a king,"
her brother declared.
"His place,"
Khal Drogo answered in the common tongue that Dany had taught him.
"For Sorefoot King."
He clapped his hands together.
"A cart! Bring cart for Khal Raggat."
5,000 Dothraki began to laugh and shout. Ser Jorah was standing beside Viserys, screaming in his ear, but the roar in the hall was so thunderous that Dany could not hear what he was saying. Her brother shouted back, and the 2 men grappled until Mormont knocked Viserys bodily to the floor. Her brother drew his sword. The bared steel shone a fearful red in the glare from the fire-pits.
"Keep away from me!"
Viserys hissed. Ser Jorah backed off a step, and her brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Magister Illyrio had given him to make him seem more kingly. Dothraki were shrieking at him from all sides, screaming vile curses. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Viserys turn his head, and he saw her for the first time.
"There she is," he said, smiling.
He stalked toward her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies, though no one tried to bar his way.
"The blade! You must not!" she begged him. "Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them. Only throw away the sword."
"Do as he tells you, fool!" Sir Jorah shouted, "before you get us all killed."
Viserys laughed. "They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can." He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys's breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. "I want what I came for," he told her. "I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him." The sword point pushed through her silks and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw, weeping and laughing, both at the same time, this man who had once been her brother. Distantly, as from far away, Dany heard her handmaid Jikwi sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the Khal would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the Mother of Mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done Khal Drogo spoke a few brusque sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench. "What did he say?" the man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair, chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him, like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold." Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward, the way he smiled. "That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised?" When the son of her life reached her, Dany slid an arm around his waist. The Khal said a word, and his blood riders leapt forward. Kotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hands. Koholo pulled the sword from his limp fingers. Even now Viserys did not understand. "No!" he shouted. "You cannot touch me! I am the dragon! The dragon! And I will be crowned!" Khal Drogo unfastened his belt. The medallions were pure gold, massive and ornate, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook-slaves pulled a heavy iron stew-pot from the fire-pit, dumped the stew onto the ground, and returned the pot to the flames. Drogo tossed in the belt and watched without expression as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fires dancing in the onyx of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair mittens, and he pulled them on, never so much as looking at the man. Viserys began to scream the high, wordless scream of the coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whimpered like a dog, and wept like a child, but the Dothraki held him tight between them. Sir Jorah had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Turn away, my princess, I beg you." "No." She folded her arms across the swell of her belly protectively. At the last Viserys looked at her. "Sister, please. Dany, tell them. Make them. Sweet sister." When the gold was half melted and starting to run, Drogo reached into the flames, snatched out the pot. "Crown!" he roared. "Here! A crown for Cart King!" and upended the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Viserys Targaryen made when that hideous iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic beat against the dirt floor, slowed, stopped. Thick globs of molten gold dripped down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smouldering. Yet no drop of blood was spilled. He was no dragon, Dany thought, curiously calm.
Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Eddard. He was walking through the crypts beneath Winterfell, as he had walked 1,000 times before. The kings of winter watched him pass with eyes of ice, and the dire wolves at their feet turned their great stone heads and snarled. Last of all he came to the tomb where his father slept, with Brandon and Lyanna beside him. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's statue whispered. She wore a garland of pale blue roses, and her eyes wept blood. Eddard Stark jerked upright, his heart racing, the blankets tangled around him. The room was black as pitch, and someone was hammering on the door. "Lord Eddard!" a voice called loudly. "A moment." Groggy and naked, he stumbled his way across the darkened chamber. When he opened the door, he found Tomard with an upraised fist, and Cain with a taper in hand. Between them stood the king's own steward. The man's face might have been carved of stone, so little did it show. "My lord Hand," he intoned, "His Grace the King commands your presence at once." So Robert had returned from his hunt. It was long past time. "I shall need a few moments to dress." Ned left the man waiting without. Cain helped him with his clothes, white linen tunic and grey cloak, trousers cut open down his plaster-sheathed leg, his badge of office, and last of all a belt of heavy silver links. He sheathed the Valyrian dagger at his waist. The Red Keep was dark and still as Cain and Tomard escorted him across the inner bailey. The moon hung low over the walls, ripening toward full. On the ramparts a guardsman in a gold cloak walked his rounds. The royal apartments were in Maegor's Holdfast, a massive square fortress that nestled in the heart of the Red Keep behind walls 12 feet thick and a dry moat lined with iron spikes, a castle within a castle. Sir Boris Blount guarded the far end of the bridge, white steel armour ghostly in the moonlight. Within, Ned passed 2 other knights of the King's Guard. Sir Preston Greenfield stood at the bottom of the steps, and Sir Barristan Selmy waited at the door of the King's bedchamber. 3 men in white cloaks, he thought, remembering, and a strange chill went through him. Sir Barristan's face was as pale as his armour. Ned had only to look at him to know that something was dreadfully wrong. The royal steward opened the door. "Lord Eddard Stark, the Hand of the King," he announced. "Bring him here," Robert's voice called, strangely thick. Fires blazed in the twin hearths at either end of the bedchamber, filling the room with a sullen red glare. The heat within was suffocating. Robert lay across the canopied bed. At the bedside hovered Grand Master Pycelle, while Lord Renly paced restlessly before the shuttered windows. Servants moved back and forth, feeding logs to the fire and boiling wine. Cersei Lannister sat on the edge of the bed beside her husband. Her hair was tousled, as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. They followed Ned as Tomard and Cain helped him cross the room. He seemed to move very slowly, as if he were still dreaming. The king still wore his boots. Ned could see dried mud and blades of grass clinging to the leather where Robert's feet stuck out beneath the blanket that covered him. A green doublet lay on the floor, slashed open and discarded, the cloth crusted with red-brown stains. The room smelled of smoke and blood and death. "Ned," the king whispered when he saw him. His face was pale as milk. "Come closer." His men brought him close. Ned steadied himself with a hand on the bedpost. He had only to look down at Robert to know how bad it was. "What?" he began, his throat clenched. "A boar." Lord Renly was still in his hunting greens, his cloak spattered with blood. "A devil," the king husked. "My own fault. Too much wine, damn me to hell. Missed my thrust." "And where were the rest of you?" Ned demanded of Lord Renly. "Where was Sir Barristan and the King's Guard?" Renly's mouth twitched. My brother commanded us to stand aside and let him take the boar alone." Eddard Stark lifted the blanket. They had done what they could to close him up, but it was nowhere near enough. The boar must have been a fearsome thing. It had ripped the king from groin to nipple with its tusks. The wine-soaked bandages that Grand Maester Pycelle had applied were already black with blood, and the smell off the wound was hideous. Ned's stomach turned. He let the blanket fall.
"Stinks," Robert said. "The stink of death. Don't think I can't smell it. Bastard did me good, eh? But I paid him back in kind, Ned."
The king's smile was as terrible as his wound, his teeth red.
"Drove a knife right through his eye. Ask them if I didn't. Ask them."
"Truly," Lord Renly murmured, "we brought the carcass back with us at my brother's command."
"For the feast," Robert whispered. "Now leave us, the lot of you. I need to speak with Ned."
"Robert, my sweet lord," Cersei began.
"I said leave,"
Robert insisted with a hint of his old fierceness.
"What part of that don't you understand, woman?"
Cersei gathered up her skirts and her dignity, and led the way to the door. Lord Renly and the others followed. Grand Maester Pycelle lingered, his hands shaking as he offered the king a cup of thick white liquid.
"The milk of the puppy, your grace," he said. "Drink for your pain."
Robert knocked the cup away with the back of his hand.
"Away with you. I'll sleep soon enough, old fool. Get out."
Grand Maester Pycelle gave Ned a stricken look as he shuffled from the room.
"Damn you, Robert,"
Ned said when they were alone. His leg was throbbing so badly he was almost blind with pain, or perhaps it was grief that fogged his eyes. He lowered himself to the bed beside his friend.
"Why do you always have to be so headstrong?" "Ah, fuck you, Ned," the king said hoarsely. "I killed the bastard, didn't I?"
A lock of matted black hair fell across his eyes as he glared up at Ned.
"Ought to do the same for you. Can't leave a man to hunt in peace. Sir Robar found me. Gregor's head. Ugly thought. Never told the hound. Let Cersei surprise him."
His laugh turned into a grunt as a spasm of pain hit him.
"Gods have mercy,"
he muttered, swallowing his agony.
"The girl. Daenerys. Only a child, you were right. That's why the girl... The gods sent the boar. Sent to punish me."
The king coughed, bringing up blood.
"Wrong. It was wrong. Only a girl. Varys, Littlefinger, even my brother. Worthless. No one to tell me no, but you, Ned. Only you."
He lifted his hand, the gesture pained and feeble.
"Paper and ink. There on the table. Write what I tell you."
Ned smoothed the paper out across his knee and took up the quill. "At your command, your grace."
"This is the will and word of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and all the rest. Put in the damn titles, you know how it goes. I do hereby command Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, to serve as Lord Regent and Protector of the realm upon my death, to rule in my stead until my son Joffrey does come of age."
"Robert, Joffrey is not your son," he wanted to say, but the words would not come. The agony was written too plainly across Robert's face. He could not hurt him more. So Ned bent his head and wrote, but where the king had said, "my son Joffrey," he scrawled, "my heir," instead. The deceit made him feel soiled.
The lies we tell for love, he thought. May the gods forgive me. What else would you have me say?
Say whatever you need to. Protect and defend gods old and new. You have the words. Right. I'll sign it. You give it to the council when I'm dead.
Robert, Ned said in a voice thick with grief, you must not do this. Don't die on me. The realm needs you.
Robert took his hand, fingers squeezing hard.
You are such a bad liar, Ned Stark,
he said through his pain.
The realm knows what a wretched king I have been. Bad as Ares, the gods spare me.
No, Ned told his dying friend, not so bad as Ares, your grace. Not near so bad as Ares.
Robert managed a weak red smile.
At the least, they will say, this last thing, this I did right. You won't fail me. You'll rule now. You'll hate it worse than I did, but you'll do well. Are you done with the scribbling?
Yes, your grace.
Ned offered Robert the paper. The king scrawled his signature blindly, leaving a smear of blood across the letter.
The seal should be witnessed.
Serve the boar at my funeral feast, Robert rasped. Apple in its mouth, skin seared crisp. Eat the bastard. Don't care if you choke on him. Promise me, Ned.
I promise.
Promise me, Ned, Lyanna's voice echoed.
The girl,
the king said.
Daenerys. Let her live, if you can, if it's not too late. Talk to them. Varys, Littlefinger, don't let them kill her. And help my son, Ned. Make him be better than me.
He winced.
Gods have mercy.
They will, my friend, Ned said. They will.
The king closed his eyes and seemed to relax.
Killed by a pig, he muttered. Ought to laugh, but it hurts too much.
Ned was not laughing.
Shall I call them back?
Robert gave a weak nod.
As you will. Gods, why is it so cold in here?
The servants rushed back in and hurried to feed the fires. The queen had gone. That was some small relief, at least. If she had any sense, Cersei would take her children and fly before the break of day, Ned thought. She had lingered too long already. King Robert did not seem to miss her. He bid his brother Renly and Grand Maester Pycelle to stand in witness as he pressed his seal into the hot yellow wax that Ned had dripped upon his letter.
Now give me something for the pain and let me die.
Hurriedly, Grand Master Pycelle mixed him another draught of the milk of the poppy. This time the king drank deeply. His black beard was beaded with thick white droplets when he threw the empty cup aside.
Will I dream?
Ned gave him his answer.
You will, my lord.
Good,
he said, smiling.
I will give Lyanna your love, Ned. Take care of my children for me.
The words twisted in Ned's belly like a knife. For a moment he was at a loss. He could not bring himself to lie. Then he remembered the bastards, little Bara at her mother's breast, Maya in the Vale, Gendry at his forge, and all the others.
I shall guard your children as if they were my own, he said slowly.
Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Ned watched his old friend sag softly into the pillows as the milk of the poppy washed the pain from his face. Sleep took him. Heavy chains jangled softly as Grand Maester Pycelle came up to Ned.
"I will do all in my power, my lord, but the wound has mortified. It took them 2 days to get him back. By the time I saw him, it was too late. I can lessen his grace's suffering, but only the gods can heal him now."
"How long?" Ned asked.
"By rights, he should be dead already. I have never seen a man cling to life so fiercely."
My brother was always strong,
Lord Renly said. "Not wise, perhaps, but strong." In the sweltering heat of the bedchamber his brow was slick with sweat. He might have been Robert's ghost as he stood there, young and dark and handsome.
"He slew the boar. His entrails were sliding from his belly, yet somehow he slew the boar."
His voice was full of wonder. "Robert was never a man to leave the battleground so long as a foe remained standing," Ned told him. Outside the door, Sir Barristan Selmy still guarded the tower stairs. "Master Pycelle has given Robert the milk of the poppy," Ned told him. "See that no one disturbs his rest without leave from me."
"It shall be as you command, my lord."
Sir Barristan seemed old beyond his years.
"I have failed my sacred trust."
"Even the truest knight cannot protect a king against himself," Ned said. "Robert loved to hunt boar. I have seen him take 1,000 of them. He would stand his ground without flinching, his legs braced, the great spear in his hands, and as often as not he would curse the boar as it charged, and wait until the last possible second, until it was almost on him, before he killed it with a single sure and savage thrust. No one can know this one would be his death."
"You are kind to say so, Lord Eddard."
"The king himself said as much. He blamed the wine." The white-haired knight gave a weary nod.
"His grace was reeling in his saddle by the time we flushed the boar from his lair. Yet he commanded us all to stand aside."
"I wonder, Sir Barristan," asked Varys so quietly, "who gave the king this wine?" Ned had not heard the eunuch approach, but when he looked around, there he stood. He wore a black velvet robe that brushed the floor, and his face was freshly powdered.
"The wine was from the king's own skin," Sir Barristan said.
"Only one skin? Hunting is such thirsty work."
"I did not keep count. More than one, for a certainty. His squire would fetch him a fresh skin whenever he required it."
"Such a dutiful boy," said Varys, "to make certain his grace did not lack for refreshment." Ned had a bitter taste in his mouth. He recalled the 2 fair-haired boys Robert had sent chasing after a breastplate stretcher. The king had told everyone the tale that night at the feast, laughing until he shook. "Which squire?"
"The elder," said Sir Barristan. "Lancel."
"I know the lad well," said Varys. "A stalwart boy, Sir Kevin Lannister's son, nephew to Lord Tywin and cousin to the Queen. I hope the dear sweet lad does not blame himself. Children are so vulnerable in the innocence of their youth. How well do I remember." Certainly Varys had once been young. Ned doubted that he had ever been innocent. "You mentioned children. Robert had a change of heart concerning Daenerys Targaryen. Whatever arrangements you made, I want unmade, at once." "Alas," said Varys, "at once may be too late. I fear those birds have flown. But I shall do what I can, my lord. With your leave." He bowed and vanished down the steps, his soft-soled slippers whispering against the stone as he made his descent. Cain and Tomard were helping Ned across the bridge when Lord Renly emerged from Maegor's holdfast.
"Lord Eddard,"
he called after Ned.
"a moment, if you would be so kind."
Ned stopped. "As you wish." Renly walked to his side.
"Send your men away."
They met in the center of the bridge, the dry moat beneath them. Moonlight silvered the cruel edges of the spikes that lined its bed. Ned gestured. Tomard and Cain bowed their heads and backed away respectfully. Lord Renly glanced warily at Sir Boros on the far end of the span, at Sir Preston in the doorway behind them.
"That letter."
He leaned close. "Was it the Regency? Has my brother named you Protector?" He did not wait for a reply.
"My lord, I have 30 men in my personal guard, and other friends beside, knights and lords. Give me an hour, and I can put 100 swords in your hand."
"And what should I do with 100 swords, my lord?"
"Strike! Now, while the castle sleeps."
Renly looked back at Sir Boros again and dropped his voice to an urgent whisper.
"We must get Joffrey away from his mother and take him in hand. Protector or no, the man who holds the king holds the kingdom."
We should seize Myrcella and Tommen as well. Once we have her children, Cersei will not dare oppose us. The council will confirm you as Lord Protector and make Joffrey your ward."
Ned regarded him coldly. "Robert is not dead yet. The guards may spare him. If not, I shall convene the council to hear his final words and consider the matter of the succession, but I will not dishonour his last hours on earth by shedding blood in his halls and dragging frightened children from their beds." Lord Renly took a step back, taut as a bowstring.
"Every moment you delay gives Cersei another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late. For both of us."
"Then we should pray that Robert does not die."
"Small chance of that," said Renly.
"Sometimes the gods are merciful."
"The Lannisters are not."
Lord Renly turned away and went back across the moat to the tower where his brother lay dying. By the time Ned returned to his chambers, he felt weary and heartsick. Yet there was no question of his going back to sleep, not now. "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die," Cersei Lannister had told him in the Godswood. He found himself wondering if he had done the right thing by refusing Lord Renly's offer. He had no taste for these intrigues, and there was no honour in threatening children. And yet, if Cersei elected to fight rather than flee, he might well have need of Renly's 100 swords, and more besides. "I want Littlefinger," he told Cain. "If he's not in his chambers, take as many men as you need and search every wine sink and whorehouse in King's Landing until you find him. Bring him to me before break of day." Cain bowed and took his leave, and Ned turned to Tomard. "The Wind Witch sails on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort?"
10 men, with Porther in command."
20, and you will command," Ned said. Porther was a brave man, but headstrong. He wanted someone more solid and sensible to keep watch over his daughters.
"As you wish, my lord," Tom said. "Can't say I'll be sad to see the back of this place. I miss the wife."
"You will pass near Dragonstone when you turn north. I need you to deliver a letter for me." Tom looked apprehensive.
"To Dragonstone, my lord?"
The island fortress of House Targaryen had a sinister repute. "Tell Captain Kos to hoist my banner as soon as he comes in sight of the island. They may be wary of unexpected visitors. If he is reluctant, offer him whatever it takes. I will give you a letter to place into the hand of Lord Stannis Baratheon. No one else. Not his steward, nor the captain of his guard, nor his lady wife, but only Lord Stannis himself."
"As you command, my lord."
When Tomard had left him, Lord Eddard Stark sat staring at the flame of the candle that burned beside him on the table. For a moment his grief overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing so much as to seek out the Godswood, to kneel before the heart tree and pray for the life of Robert Baratheon, who had been more than a brother to him. Men would whisper afterward that Eddard Stark had betrayed his king's friendship and disinherited his sons. He could only hope that the gods would know better, and that Robert would learn the truth of it in the land beyond the grave. Ned took out the king's last letter, a roll of crisp white parchment sealed with golden wax, a few short words, and a smear of blood. How small the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death. He drew out a fresh sheet of paper and dipped his quill in the ink-pot. "To His Grace, Stannis of the House Baratheon," he wrote. "By the time you receive this letter, your brother Robert, our king these past 15 years, will be dead. He was savaged by a boar whilst hunting in the Kingswood." The letters seemed to writhe and twist on the paper as his hand trailed to a stop. Lord Tywin and Sir Jaime were not men to suffer disgrace meekly. They would fight rather than flee. No doubt Lord Stannis was wary after the murder of Jon Arryn, but it was imperative that he sail for King's Landing at once with all his power, before the Lannisters could march. Ned chose each word with care. When he was done, he signed the letter Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, and Protector of the Realm, blotted the paper, folded it twice, and melted the sealing wax over the candle flame. His regency would be a short one. he reflected as the wax softened. The new king would choose his own hand. Ned would be free to go home. The thought of Winterfell brought a wan smile to his face. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter once more, to go hawking with Robb, to watch Rickon at play. He wanted to drift off to a dreamless sleep in his own bed with his arms wrapped tight around his lady, Catelyn. Cain returned as he was pressing the direwolf seal down into the soft white wax. Desmond was with him, and between them Littlefinger. Ned thanked his guards and sent them away. Lord Peter was clad in a blue velvet tunic with puffed sleeves, his silvery cape patterned with mockingbirds. "I suppose congratulations are in order," he said as he seated himself.
Ned scowled. "The king lies wounded and near to death."
"I know," Littlefinger said. "I also know that Robert has named you Protector of the Realm."
Ned's eyes flicked to the king's letter on the table beside him, its seal unbroken.
"And how is it you know that, my lord?"
"Varys hinted as much," Littlefinger said, "and you have just confirmed it."
Ned's mouth twisted in anger.
"Damn Varys and his little birds! Catelyn spoke truly. The man has some black art. I do not trust him."
"Excellent, you're learning." Littlefinger leaned forward. "Yet I'll wager you did not drag me here in the black of night to discuss the eunuch."
"No," Ned admitted. "I know the secret John Arryn was murdered to protect. Robert will leave no true-born son behind him. Joffrey and Tommen are Jaime Lannister's bastards, born of his incestuous union with the Queen."
Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow.
"Shocking," he said in a tone that suggested he was not shocked at all. "The girl as well?" "No doubt." "So when the king dies—"
"The throne, by rights, passes to Lord Stannis, the elder of Robert's two brothers."
Lord Peter stroked his pointed beard as he considered the matter.
"So it would seem. Unless—"
"Unless, my lord? There is no seeming to this. Stannis is the heir. Nothing can change that."
"Stannis cannot take the throne without your help. If you're wise, you'll make certain Joffrey succeeds."
Ned gave him a stony stare.
"Have you no shred of honor?"
"Oh, a shred, surely," Littlefinger replied negligently. "Hear me out. Stannis is no friend of yours, nor of mine. Even his brothers can scarcely stomach him. The man is iron, hard and unyielding. He'll give us a new hand and a new council for a certainty. No doubt he'll thank you for handing him the crown, but he won't love you for it. And his assent will mean war. Stannis cannot rest easy on the throne until Cersei and her bastards are dead. Do you think Lord Tywin will sit idly while his daughter's head is measured for a spike? Casterly Rock will rise, and not alone. Robert found it in him to pardon men who served King Aerys, so long as they did him fealty. Stannis is less forgiving. He will not have forgotten the siege of Storm's End, and the Lords Tyrell and Redwyne dare not. Every man who fought beneath the dragon banner, or rose with Balon Greyjoy, will have good cause to fear. Seat Stannis on the Iron Throne, and I promise you the realm will bleed. Now, look at the other side of the coin. Joffrey is but 12, and Robert gave you the regency, my lord. You are the hand of the king and protector of the realm. The power is yours, Lord Stark. All you need do is reach out and take it. Make your peace with the Lannisters. Release the imp. Wed Joffrey to your Sansa. Wed your younger girl to Prince Tommen and your heir to Myrcella. It will be 4 years before Joffrey comes of age. By then he will look to you as a second father, and if not, well, 4 years is a good long while, my lord. Long enough to dispose of Lord Stannis. Then, should Joffrey prove troublesome, we can reveal his little secret and put Lord Renly on the throne."
"We?" Ned repeated. Littlefinger gave a shrug.
"You'll need someone to share your burdens. I assure you my price would be modest."
"Your price?"
Ned's voice was ice.
"Lord Baelish, what you suggest is treason."
"Only if we lose."
"You forget," Ned told him. "You forget John Arryn. You forget Jory Castle. And you forget this." He drew the dagger and laid it on the table between them, a length of dragon bone and Valyrian steel, as sharp as the difference between right and wrong, between true and false, between life and death. "They sent a man to cut my son's throat, Lord Baelish." Littlefinger sighed. "I fear I did forget, my lord. Pray forgive me. For a moment I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark." His mouth quirked. "So it will be Stannis and war?" "It is not a choice. Stannis is the heir."
"Far be it from me to dispute the Lord Protector. What would you have of me, then? Not my wisdom, for a certainty."
"I shall do my best to forget your wisdom," Ned said with distaste. "I called you here to ask for the help you promised Catelyn. This is a perilous hour for all of us. Robert has named me protector, true enough, but in the eyes of the world Joffrey is still his son and heir. The Queen has a dozen knights and 100 men-at-arms who will do whatever she commands, enough to overwhelm what remains of my own household guard. And for all I know, her brother Jaime may be riding for King's Landing even as we speak, with the Lannister host at his back."
"And you without an army?" Littlefinger toyed with the dagger on the table, turning it slowly with a finger. "There is small love lost between Lord Renly and the Lannisters. Bran's Jon Royce, Sir Balon Swan, Sir Loras, Lady Tanda, the Redwyne twins. Each of them has a retinue of knights and sworn swords here at court."
"Renly has 30 men in his personal guard, the rest even fewer. It is not enough, even if I could be certain that all of them will choose to give me their allegiance. I must have the gold cloaks. The city watch is 2,000 strong, sworn to defend the castle, the city, and the king's peace."
"Ah, but when the Queen proclaims one king, and the Hand another, whose peace do they protect?"
Lord Peter flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger.
"Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them."
He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery.
"You wear your honor like a suit of armor, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done. But it's not honorable. So the words stick in your throat."
Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed.
"I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Catelyn, I will go to Jonas Slint this very hour, and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. A third for the commander, a third for the officers, a third for the men. We might be able to buy them for half that much, but I prefer not to take chances." Smiling, he plucked up the dagger and offered it to Ned, hilt first.
John was breaking his fast on apple cakes and blood sausage when Samwell Tarly plopped himself down on the bench.
"I've been summoned to the Sept," Sam said in an excited whisper. "They're passing me out of training. I'm to be made a brother with the rest of you. Can you believe it?"
"No, truly?"
"Truly. I'm to assist Master Aemon with the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters."
"You'll do well at that," John said, smiling. Sam glanced about anxiously.
"Is it time to go? I shouldn't be late. They might change their minds."
He was fairly bouncing as they crossed the weed-strewn courtyard. The day was warm and sunny. Rivulets of water trickled down the sides of the wall, so the ice seemed to sparkle and shine. Inside the sept, the great crystal caught the morning light as it streamed through the south-facing window and spread it in a rainbow on the altar. Pip's mouth dropped open when he caught sight of Sam, and Toad poked Gren in the ribs, but no one dared say a word. Septon Seladar was swinging a censer, filling the air with fragrant incense that reminded John of Lady Stark's little sept in Winterfell. For once, the Septon seemed sober. The high officers arrived in a body, Master Aemon leaning on Clytus, Sir Alicer cold-eyed and grim, Lord Commander Mormont resplendent in a black wool doublet with silvered bear-claw fastenings. Behind them came the senior members of the three orders. Red-faced Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward, First Builder Othel Yarwick, and Sir Jeremy Riker, who commanded the Rangers in the absence of Benjen Stark. Mormont stood before the altar, the rainbow shining on his broad, bald head. "You came to us outlaws," he began, "poachers, rapers, debtors, killers, and thieves. You came to us children. You came to us alone, in chains, with neither friends nor honor. You came to us rich, and you came to us poor. Some of you bear the names of proud houses. Others have only bastards' names, or no names at all. It makes no matter. All that is past now. On the wall, we are all one house. At evenfall, as the sun sets and we face the gathering night, you shall take your vows. From that moment, you will be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Your crimes will be washed away, your debts forgiven. So, too, you must wash away your former loyalties, put aside your grudges, forget old wrongs and old loves alike. Here you begin anew. A man of the Night's Watch lives his life for the realm, not for a king, nor a lord, nor the honor of this house or that house, neither for gold, nor glory, nor a woman's love, but for the realm, and all the people in it. A man of the Night's Watch takes no wife and fathers no sons. Our wife is duty. Our mistress is honor. And you are the only sons we shall ever know. You have learned the words of the vow. Think carefully before you say them, for once you have taken the black, there is no turning back. The penalty for desertion is death." The old bear paused for a moment before he said, "Are there any among you who wish to leave our company? If so, go now, and no one shall think the less of you." No one moved. "Well and good," said Mormont. "You may take your vows here at evenfall, before Septon Seladar and the first of your order. Do any of you keep to the old gods?" John stood. "I do, my lord." "I expect you will want to say your words before a heart tree, as your uncle did," Mormont said. "Yes, my lord," John said. The gods of the Sept had nothing to do with him. The blood of the first men flowed in the veins of the Starks. He heard Gren whispering behind him. "There's no god's wood here, is there? I never saw a god's wood." "You wouldn't see a herd of aurochs until they trampled you into the snow," Pip whispered back. "I would so," Gren insisted. "I'd see them a long way off." Mormont himself confirmed Gren's doubts. "Castle Black has no need of a god's wood. Beyond the wall the haunted forest stands as it stood in the Dawn Age, long before the Andals brought the Seven across the narrow sea. You will find a grove of weirwoods half a league from this spot, and mayhap your gods as well." "My lord!" The voice made John glance back in surprise. Samwell Tarly was on his feet. The fat boy wiped his sweaty palms against his tunic. Might I go as well, to say my words at this heart tree?" "Does House Tarly keep the old gods too?" Mormont asked. "No, my lord," Sam replied in a thin, nervous voice. The high officers frightened him, John knew, the old bear most of all. "I was named in the light of the Seven at the Sept on Hornhill, as my father was,
and his father and all the Tarleys for 1,000 years.
Why would you forsake the gods of your father and your house? Wondered Sir Jeremy Riker.
The Night's Watch is my house now, Sam said. The Seven have never answered my prayers. Perhaps the old gods will.
As you wish, boy, Mormont said. Sam took his seat again, as did John. We have placed each of you in an order as befits our need and your own strengths and skills. Bowen Marsh stepped forward and handed him a paper. The Lord Commander unrolled it and began to read. Halder, to the builders, he began. Halder gave a stiff nod of approval. Gren, to the rangers. Albet, to the builders. Pippar, to the rangers. Pip looked over at John and wiggled his ears. Samwell, to the stewards. Sam sagged with relief, mopping at his brow with a scrap of silk. Mathar, to the rangers. Darion, to the stewards. Tartar, to the rangers. John, to the stewards. The stewards? For a moment John could not believe what he had heard. Mormont must have read it wrong. He started to rise, to open his mouth, to tell them there had been a mistake, and then he saw Sir Alicer studying him, eyes shiny as 2 flakes of obsidian, and he knew. The old bear rolled up the paper. Your firsts will instruct you in your duties. May all the gods preserve you, brothers. The Lord Commander favoured them with a half-bow and took his leave. Sir Alicer went with him, a thin smile on his face. John had never seen the Master-at-Arms look quite so happy. "Rangers with me," Sir Jeremy Riker called when they were gone. Pip was staring at John as he got slowly to his feet. His ears were red. Gren, grinning broadly, did not seem to realize that anything was amiss. Mat and Toad fell in beside them, and they followed Sir Jeremy from the sept. "Builders," announced lantern-jawed Othel Yarwick. Halder and Albert trailed out after him. John looked around him in sick disbelief. Master Aemon's blind eyes were raised toward the light he could not see. The Septon was arranging crystals on the altar. Only Sam and Darion remained on the benches, a fat boy, a singer, and him. Lord Steward Bowen Marsh rubbed his plump hands together. "Samwell, you will assist Master Aemon in the rookery and library. Chet is going to the kennels to help with the hounds. You shall have his cell, so as to be close to the maester night and day. I trust you will take good care of him. He is very old and very precious to us. Darion, I am told that you sang at many a high lord's table and shared their meat and mead. We are sending you to Eastwatch. It may be your palate will be some help to Cotter Pike when merchant galleys come trading. We are paying too dear for salt beef and pickled fish, and the quality of the olive oil we're getting has been frightful. Present yourself to Borkus when you arrive. He will keep you busy between ships." Marsh turned his smile on John. "Lord Commander Mormont has requested you for his personal steward, John. You'll sleep in a cell beneath his chambers, in the Lord Commander's tower."
"And what will my duties be?" John asked sharply. "Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals? Help him fasten his clothes? Fetch hot water for his bath?"
"Certainly." Marsh frowned at John's tone.
"And you will run his messages, keep a fire burning in his chambers, change his sheets and blankets daily, and do all else that the Lord Commander might require of you?" "Do you take me for a servant?"
"No," Maester Aemon said from the back of the sept. Clydas watched him stand. "We took you for a man of Night's Watch, but perhaps we were wrong in that." It was all John could do to stop himself from walking out.
Was he supposed to churn butter and sew doublets like a girl for the rest of his days? "May I go?" he asked stiffly.
"As you wish," Bowen Marsh responded.
Darion and Sam left with him. They descended to the yard in silence. Outside, John looked up at the wall shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its side in 100 thin fingers. John's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world be damned.
"John," Samwell Tarly said excitedly. "Wait! Don't you see what they're doing?"
John turned on him in a fury. "I see Sir Alistair's bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has."
Darion gave him a look.
"The stewards are fine for the likes of you and me, Sam, but not for Lord Snow. I'm a better swordsman and a better rider than any of you," John blazed back. "It's not fair."
"Fair?" Darion sneered. "The girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window, and you talk to me of fair?" He walked off. "There is no shame in being a steward," Sam said.
"Do you think I want to spend the rest of my life washing an old man's small clothes?"
"The old man is Lord Commander of the Night's Watch," Sam reminded him. "You'll be with him day and night. Yes, you'll pour his wine and see that his bed linen is fresh. But you'll also take his letters, attend him at meetings, squire for him in battle. You'll be as close to him as his shadow. You'll know everything, be a part of everything. And the Lord Steward said Mormont asked for you himself. When I was little, my father used to insist that I attend him in the audience chamber whenever he held court. When he rode to Highgarden to bend his knee to Lord Tyrrell, he made me come. Later, though, he started to take Dickon and leave me at home, and he no longer cared whether I sat through his audiences so long as Dickon was there. He wanted his heir at his side, don't you see? To watch and listen and learn from all he did. I'll wager that's why Lord Mormont requested you, John. What else could it be? He wants to groom you for command."
John was taken aback. It was true, Lord Eddard had often made Robb part of his councils back at Winterfell. Could Sam be right? Even a bastard could rise high in the Night's Watch, they said. "I never asked for this," he said stubbornly.
"None of us are here for asking," Sam reminded him.
And suddenly Jon Snow was ashamed. Craven or not, Samwell Tarly had found the courage to accept his fate like a man. "On the wall a man gets only what he earns," Benjen Stark had said the last night Jon had seen him alive. "You're no ranger, Jon, only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you." He'd heard it said that bastards grow up faster than other children. On the wall, you grew up or you died. Jon let out a deep sigh. "You have the right of it. I was acting the boy." "Then you'll stay and say your words with me?" "The old gods will be expecting us." He made himself smile. They set out late that afternoon. The wall had no gates as such, neither here at Castle Black nor anywhere along its 300 miles. They led their horses down a narrow tunnel cut through the ice, cold, dark walls pressing in around them as the passage twisted and turned. 3 times their way was blocked by iron bars, and they had to stop while Bowen Marsh drew out his keys and unlocked the massive chains that secured them. Jon could sense the vast weight pressing down on him as he waited behind the Lord Steward. The air was colder than a tomb, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. Sam blinked at the sudden glare and looked around apprehensively. "The wildlings, they'd never dare come this close to the wall, would they?" "They never have." Jon climbed into his saddle. When Bowen Marsh and their ranger escort had mounted, Jon put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Ghost came loping out of the tunnel. The Lord Steward's Garon whickered and backed away from the direwolf. "Do you mean to take that beast?" "Yes, my lord," Jon said. Ghost's head lifted. He seemed to taste the air. In the blink of an eye he was off, racing across the broad, weed-choked field to vanish in the trees. Once they had entered the forest, they were in a different world. Jon had often hunted with his father and Jory and his brother Robb. He knew the Wolf's Wood around Winterfell as well as any man. The haunted forest was much the same, and yet the feel of it was very different. Perhaps it was all in the knowing. They had ridden past the end of the world. Somehow that changed everything. Every shadow seemed darker, every sound more ominous.
The trees pressed close and shut out the light of the setting sun. A thin crust of snow cracked beneath the hooves of their horses with a sound like breaking bones. When the wind set the leaves to rustling, it was like a chilly finger tracing a path up Jon's spine. The wall was at their backs, and only the gods knew what lay ahead. The sun was sinking below the trees when they reached their destination, a small clearing in the deep of the wood where 9 weirwoods grew in a rough circle. Jon drew in a breath, and he saw Sam Tarly staring. Even in the Wolf's Wood, you never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A grove of 9 was unheard of. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, blood-red on top, black rot beneath. The wide, smooth trunks were bone-pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as ruby. Bowen Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. "This is a sacred place. We will not defile it." When they entered the grove, Samwell Tarly turned slowly, looking at each face in turn. No 2 were quite alike.
"They're watching us," he whispered. "The old gods."
Yes, Jon knelt, and Sam knelt beside him. They said the words together, as the last light faded in the west and grey day became black night. "Hear my words, and bear witness to my vow," they recited, their voices filling the twilit grove. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." The woods fell silent. "You knelt as boys," Bowen Marsh intoned solemnly. "Rise now as men of the Night's Watch." Jon held out a hand to pull Sam back to his feet. The rangers gathered round to offer smiles and congratulations, all but the gnarled old forester Tywin. "Best we be starting back, my lord," he said to Bowen Marsh. "Dark's falling, and there's something in the smell of the night that I mislike." And suddenly Ghost was back, stalking softly between 2 weirwoods. White fur and red eyes, Jon realized, disquieted, like the trees. The wolf had something in his jaws, something black. "What's he got there?" asked Bowen Marsh, frowning. "To me, Ghost." Jon knelt. "Bring it here." The dire wolf trotted to him. Jon heard Samwell Tarly's sharp intake of breath. "Gods be good," Tywin muttered. "That's a hand." Eddard. The grey light of dawn was streaming through his window when the thunder of hoof-beats awoke Eddard Stark from his brief, exhausted sleep. He lifted his head from the table to look down into the yard. Below, men in mail and leather and crimson cloaks were making the morning ring to the sound of swords, and riding down mock warriors stuffed with straw. Ned watched Sandor Clegane gallop across the hard-packed ground to drive an iron-tipped lance through a dummy's head. Canvas ripped and straw exploded as Lannister guardsmen joked and cursed. "Is this brave show for my benefit?" he wondered. If so, Cersei was a greater fool than he'd imagined. "Damn her," he thought. "Why is the woman not fled? I have given her chance after chance." The morning was overcast and grim. Ned broke his fast with his daughters and Septa Mordain. Sansa, still disconsolate, stared sullenly at her food and refused to eat, but Arya wolfed down everything that was set in front of her.
"Syrio says we have time for one last lesson before we take ship this evening," she said. "Can I, Father? All my things are packed."
"A short lesson, and make certain you leave yourself time to bathe and change. I want you ready to leave by midday. Is that understood?"
"By midday,"
Arya said. Sansa looked up from her food.
If she can have a dancing lesson, why won't you let me say farewell to Prince Joffrey?"
"I would gladly go with her, Lord Eddard," Septa Mordain offered. "There would be no question of her missing the ship."
"It would not be wise for you to go to Joffrey right now, Sansa. I'm sorry."
Sansa's eyes filled with tears.
"But why?"
"Sansa, your lord father knows best," Septa Mordain said. "You are not to question his decisions."
"It's not fair."
Sansa pushed back from her table, knocked over her chair, and ran weeping from the solar. Septa Mordain rose, but Ned gestured her back to her seat.
"Let her go, Septa. I will try to make her understand when we are all safely back in Winterfell."
The Septa bowed her head and sat down to finish her breakfast.
It was an hour later when Grand Maester Pycelle came to Eddard Stark in his solar. His shoulders slumped, as if the weight of the great maester's chain around his neck had become too great to bear.
"My lord," he said, "King Robert is gone. The gods give him rest."
"No," Ned answered. "He hated rest. The gods give him love and laughter, and the joy of righteous battle."
It was strange how empty he felt. He had been expecting the visit, and yet with those words something died within him. He would have given all his titles for the freedom to weep. But he was Robert's hand, and the hour he dreaded had come.
"Be so good as to summon the members of the council here to my solar," he told Pycelle.
The tower of the hand was as secure as he and Tomard could make it. He could not say the same for the council chambers.
"My lord," Pycelle blinked, "surely the affairs of the kingdom will keep till the morrow, when our grief is not so fresh."
Ned was quiet but firm.
"I fear we must convene at once."
Pycelle bowed.
"As the hand commands."
He called his servants and sent them running, then gratefully accepted Ned's offer of a chair and a cup of sweet beer. Sir Barristan Selmy was the first to answer the summons, immaculate in white cloak and enamelled scales.
"My lords," he said, "my place is beside the young king now. Pray give me leave to attend him." "Your place is here, Sir Barristan," Ned told him.
Littlefinger came next, still garbed in the blue velvets and silver mockingbird cape he had worn the night previous, his boots dusty from riding. "My lords," he said, smiling at nothing in particular before he turned to Ned, "that little task you set me is accomplished, Lord Eddard." Varys entered in a wash of lavender, pink from his bath, his plump face scrubbed and freshly powdered, his soft slippers all but soundless. "The little birds sing a grievous song today," he said, as he seated himself. "The realm weeps. Shall we begin?"
"When Lord Renly arrives,"
Ned said. Varys gave him a sorrowful look. "I fear Lord Renly has left the city."
"Left the city?"
Ned had counted on Renly's support. "He took his leave through a postern gate an hour before dawn, accompanied by Sir Loras Tyrell and some 50 retainers," Varys told them. "When last seen, they were galloping south in some haste, no doubt bound for Storm's End or Highgarden."
So much for Renly and his 100 swords.
Ned did not like the smell of that, but there was nothing to be done for it. He drew out Robert's last letter.
"The king called me to his side last night and commanded me to record his final words. Lord Renly and Grand Maester Pycelle stood witness as Robert sealed the letter, to be opened by the council after his death. Sir Barristan, if you would be so kind."
The Lord Commander of the King's Guard examined the paper.
"King Robert's seal and unbroken."
He opened the letter and read,
"Lord Eddard Stark is herein named Protector of the Realm, to rule as regent until the heir comes of age."
And, as it happens, he is of age, Ned reflected, but he did not give voice to the thought. He trusted neither Pycelle nor Varys, and Sir Barristan was honour-bound to protect and defend the boy he thought his new king. The old knight would not abandon Joffrey easily. The need for deceit was a bitter taste in his mouth, but Ned knew he must tread softly here, must keep his counsel and play the game until he was firmly established as regent. There would be time enough to deal with the succession when Arya and Sansa were safely back in Winterfell, and Lord Stannis had returned to King's Landing with all his power. "I would ask this council to confirm me as Lord Protector, as Robert wished," Ned said, watching their faces, wondering what thoughts hid behind Pycelle's half-closed eyes, Littlefinger's lazy half-smile, and the nervous flutter of Varys's fingers. The door opened. Fat Tom stepped into the solar.
"Pardon, my lords, the king's steward insists—"
The royal steward entered and bowed.
"Esteemed lords, the king demands the immediate presence of his small council in the throne-room."
Ned had expected Cersei to strike quickly. The summons came as no surprise. "The king is dead," he said, "but we shall go with you none the less. Tom, assemble an escort if you would." Littlefinger gave Ned his arm to help him down the steps. Varys, Pycelle, and Sir Barristan followed close behind. A double column of men-at-arms in chain-mail and steel helms was waiting outside the tower, 8 strong. Grey cloaks snapped in the wind as the guardsmen marched them across the yard. There was no Lannister crimson to be seen, but Ned was reassured by the number of gold cloaks visible on the ramparts and at the gates. Janos Slint met them at the door to the throne-room, armoured in ornate black and gold plate, with a high-crested helm under one arm. The commander bowed stiffly. His men pushed open the great oaken doors, 20 feet tall and banded with bronze. The royal steward led them in.
"All hail his grace, Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, king of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm," he sang out.
It was a long walk to the far end of the hall, where Joffrey waited atop the iron throne. Supported by Littlefinger, Ned Stark slowly limped and hopped toward the boy who called himself king. The others followed. The first time he had come this way he had been on horseback, sword in hand, and the Targaryen dragons had watched from the walls as he forced Jaime Lannister down from the throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down quite so easily. 5 knights of the Kingsguard, all but Sir Jaime and Sir Barristan, were arrayed in a crescent around the base of the throne. They were in full armour, enamelled steel from helm to heel, long pale cloaks over their shoulders, shining white shields strapped to their left arms. Cersei Lannister and her 2 younger children stood behind Sir Boros and Sir Meryn. The queen wore a gown of sea-green silk, trimmed with Myrish lace as pale as foam. On her finger was a golden ring with an emerald the size of a pigeon's egg. On her head a matching tiara. Above them Prince Joffrey sat amidst the barbs and spikes in a cloth of gold doublet and a red satin cape. Sandor Clegane was stationed at the foot of the throne's steep, narrow stair. He wore mail and soot-grey plate and his snarling dog's head helm. Behind the throne 20 Lannister guardsmen waited with long swords hanging from their belts. Crimson cloaks draped their shoulders and steel lions crested their helms. But Littlefinger had kept his promise. All along the walls in front of Robert's tapestries, with their scenes of hunt and battle, the gold-cloaked ranks of the city watch stood stiffly to attention, each man's hand clasped around the haft of an 8-foot-long spear tipped in black iron. They outnumbered the Lannisters 5 to 1. Ned's leg was a blaze of pain by the time he stopped. He kept a hand on Littlefinger's shoulder to help support his weight. Joffrey stood. His red satin cape was patterned in gold thread, 50 roaring lions to one side, 50 prancing stags to the other. "I command the council to make all the necessary arrangements for my coronation," the boy proclaimed. "I wish to be crowned within the fortnight. Today I shall accept oaths of fealty from my loyal councillors." Ned produced Robert's letter.
"Lord Varys, be so kind as to show this to my lady of Lannister."
The eunuch carried the letter to Cersei. The queen glanced at the words. "Protector of the realm," she read. "Is this meant to be your shield, my lord? A piece of paper?" She ripped the letter in half, ripped the halves in quarters, and let the pieces flutter to the floor.
"Those were the king's words,"
Sir Barristan said, shocked.
"We have a new king now," Cersei Lannister replied. Lord Eddard, when last we spoke, you gave me some counsel. Allow me to return the courtesy. Bend the knee, my lord. Bend the knee and swear fealty to my son, and we shall allow you to step down as hand and live out your days in the grey waste you call home.
Would that I could, Ned said grimly. If she was so determined to force the issue here and now, she left him no choice. Your son has no claim to the throne he sits. Lord Stannis is Robert's true heir.
Liar!
Joffrey screamed, his face reddening.
Mother, what does he mean?
Princess Myrcella asked the Queen plaintively.
Isn't Joff the king now?
You condemn yourself with your own mouth, Lord Stock, said Cersei Lannister. Sir Barristan, seize this traitor. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard hesitated. In the blink of an eye he was surrounded by Stark guardsmen, bare steel in their mailed fists.
And now the treason moves from words to deeds, Cersei said. Do you think Sir Barristan stands alone, my lord? With an ominous rasp of metal on metal, the Hound drew his longsword. The knights of the King's Guard and 20 Lannister guardsmen in crimson cloaks moved to support him.
Kill him!
The boy king screamed down from the Iron Throne.
Kill all of them, I command it!
You leave me no choice, Ned told Cersei Lannister. He called out to Janos Slynt. Commander, take the Queen and her children into custody. Do them no harm, but escort them back to the royal apartments and keep them there under guard. Men of the watch! Janos Slynt shouted, donning his helm. 100 gold cloaks levelled their spears and closed. I want no bloodshed, Ned told the Queen. Tell your men to lay down their swords, and no one need— With a single sharp thrust, the nearest gold cloak drove his spear into Tomard's back. Fat Tom's blade dropped from nerveless fingers as the wet, red point burst out through his ribs, piercing leather and mail. He was dead before his sword hit the floor. Ned's shout came far too late. Janos Slynt himself slashed open Varlus's throat. Cain whirled, steel flashing, drove back the nearest spearman with a flurry of blows. For an instant it looked as though he might cut his way free. Then the Hound was on him. Sandor Clegane's first cut took off Cain's sword hand at the wrist. His second drove him to his knees and opened him from shoulder to breastbone. As his men died around him, Littlefinger slid Ned's dagger from its sheath and shoved it up under his chin. His smile was apologetic. I did warn you not to trust me, you know. Arya. Hi! Syrio Forel called out, slashing at her head. The stick swords clacked as Arya parried. Left! He shouted, and his blade came whistling. Hers darted to meet it. The clack made him click his teeth together. Right, he said, and low, and left again, faster and faster, moving forward. Arya retreated before him, checking each blow. Lunge, he warned, and when he thrust, she sidestepped, swept his blade away, and slashed at his shoulder. She almost touched him. Almost. So close it made her grin. A strand of hair dangled in her eyes, limp with sweat. She pushed it away with the back of her hand. Left! Syrio sang out. Low! His sword was a blur, and the small hall echoed to the clack, clack, clack. Left, left, high, left, right, left, low, left. The wooden blade caught her high in the breast, a sudden stinging blow that hurt all the more because it came from the wrong side. Ow! She cried out. She would have a fresh bruise there by the time she went to sleep, somewhere out at sea. A bruise is a lesson, she told herself, and each lesson makes us better. Syrio stepped back. You're dead now? Arya made a face. You cheated, she said hotly. You said left and you went right. Just so. And now you are a dead girl. But you lied. My words lied. My eyes and my arms shouted out the truth, but you were not seeing. I was so, Arya said. I watched you every second. Watching is not seeing, dead girl. The water dancer sees. Come, put down the sword. It is time for listening now. She followed him over to the wall, where he settled onto a bench. Syrio Forel was first sword to the Sea Lord of Braavos, and are you knowing how that came to pass? You were the finest swordsman in the city. Just so, but why? Other men were stronger, faster, younger. Why was Syrio Forel the best? I will tell you now. He touched the tip of his little finger lightly to his eyelid.
The seeing, the true seeing, that is the heart of it. Hear me. The ships of Braavos sail as far as the winds blow, to lands strange and wonderful, and when they return, their captains fetch queer animals to the Sea Lord's menagerie. Such animals as you have never seen, striped horses, great spotted things with necks as long as stilts, hairy mouse-pigs as big as cows, stinging manticores, tigers that carry their cubs in a pouch, terrible walking lizards with scythes for claws. Syrio Forel has seen these things. On the day I am speaking of, the first sword was newly dead, and the Sea Lord sent for me. Many Braavos had come to him, and as many had been sent away, none could say why. When I came into his presence, he was seated, and in his lap was a fat yellow cat. He told me that one of his captains had brought the beast to him from an island beyond the sunrise. "Have you ever seen her like?" he asked of me. And to him I said, "Each night in the alleys of Braavos I see 1,000 like him." And the Sea Lord laughed, and that day I was named the First Sword. Arya screwed up her face. "I don't understand." Syrio clicked his teeth together. "The cat was an ordinary cat, no more. The others expected a fabulous beast, so that is what they saw. How large it was, they said. It was no larger than any other cat, only fat from indolence, for the Sea Lord fed it from his own table. What curious small ears, they said. Its ears had been chewed away in kitten fights, and it was plainly a tomcat. Yet the Sea Lord said, her, and that is what the others saw. Are you hearing?" Arya thought about it. "You saw what was there." "Just so. Opening your eyes is all that is needing. The heart lies, and the head plays tricks with us, but the eyes see true. Look with your eyes, hear with your ears, taste with your mouth, smell with your nose, feel with your skin. Then comes the thinking afterward, and in that way knowing the truth." "Just so," said Arya, grinning. Syrio Forel allowed himself a smile. "I am thinking that when we are reaching this Winterfell of yours, it will be time to put this needle in your hand." "Yes," Arya said eagerly. "Wait till I show John—" Behind her, the great wooden doors of the small hall flew open with a resounding crash. Arya whirled. A knight of the King's Guard stood beneath the arch of the door with 5 Lannister guardsmen arrayed behind him. He was in full armor, but his visor was up. Arya remembered his droopy eyes and rust-colored whiskers from when he had come to Winterfell with the king. Sir Meryn Trant. The red cloaks wore mail shirts over boiled leather and steel caps with lion crests. "Arya Stark," the knight said, "come with us, child." Arya chewed her lip uncertainly. "What do you want?" "Your father wants to see you." Arya took a step forward, but Syrio Forel held her by the arm. "And why is it that Lord Eddard is sending Lannister men in the place of his own, I am wondering?" "Mind your place, dancing master," Sir Meryn said. "This is no concern of yours." "My father wouldn't send you," Arya said. She snatched up her stick-sword. The Lannisters laughed. "Put down the stick, girl," Sir Meryn told her. "I am a sworn brother of the King's Guard, the White Swords." "So was the Kingslayer when he killed the old king," Arya said. "I don't have to go with you if I don't want." Sir Meryn Trant ran out of patience. "Take her," he said to his men. He lowered the visor of his helm. 3 of them started forward, chainmail clinking softly with each step. Arya was suddenly afraid. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she told herself to slow the racing of her heart. Syrio Forel stepped between them, tapping his wooden sword lightly against his boot. "You will be stopping there. Are you men or dogs, that you would threaten a child?" "Out of the way, old man," one of the red cloaks said. Syrio's stick came whistling up and rang against his helm.
I am Sirio Forel, and you will now be speaking to me with more respect.
Bald bastard! The man yanked free his longsword. The stick moved again, blindingly fast. Arya heard a loud crack as the sword went clattering to the stone floor. My hand! The guardsman yelped, cradling his broken fingers. You are quick for a dancing master, said Sir Meryn.
You are slow for a knight,
Sirio replied. Kill the Braavosi and bring me the girl, the knight in the white armor commanded.
4 Lannister guardsmen unsheathed their swords. The 5th, with the broken fingers, spat and pulled free a dagger with his left hand. Sirio Forel clicked his teeth together, sliding into his water dancer's stance, presenting only his side to the foe.
Arya, child, he called out, never looking, never taking his eyes off the Lannisters. We are done with dancing for the day. Best you are going now. Run to your father.
Arya did not want to leave him, but he had taught her to do as he said.
Swift as a deer, she whispered.
Just so, said Sirio Forel as the Lannisters closed. Arya retreated, her own sword stick clutched tightly in her hand. Watching him now, she realized that Sirio had only been toying with her when they duelled. The red cloaks came at him from 3 sides with steel in their hands. They had chainmail over their chest and arms, and steel codpieces sewn into their pants, but only leather on their legs. Their hands were bare, and the caps they wore had nose guards, but no visor over the eyes. Sirio did not wait for them to reach him, but spun to his left. Arya had never seen a man move as fast. He checked one sword with a stick and whirled away from a second. Off balance, the second man lurched into the first. Sirio put a boot to his back, and the red cloaks went down together. The 3rd guard came leaping over them, slashing at the water dancer's head. Sirio ducked under his blade and thrust upward. The guardsman fell screaming as blood welled from the wet red hole where his left eye had been. The fallen men were getting up. Sirio kicked one in the face and snatched the steel cap off the other's head. The dagger man stabbed at him. Sirio caught the thrust in the helmet and shattered the man's kneecap with his stick. The last red cloak shouted a curse and charged, hacking down with both hands on his sword. Sirio rolled right, and the butcher's cut caught the helmetless man between neck and shoulder as he struggled to his knees. The longsword crunched through mail and leather and flesh. The man on his knees shrieked. Before his killer could wrench free his blade, Sirio jabbed him in the apple of his throat. The guardsman gave a choked cry and staggered back, clutching at his neck, his face blackening. 5 men were down, dead or dying by the time Arya reached the back door that opened on the kitchen. She heard Sir Meryn Trant curse. "Bloody oafs!" he swore, drawing his long sword from its scabbard. Sirio Forel resumed his stance and clicked his teeth together. "Arya, child," he called out, never looking at her. "Be gone now."
"Look with your eyes," he had said.
She saw. The knight in his pale armor, head to foot, legs, throat, and hands sheathed in metal, eyes hidden behind his high white helm, and in his hand cruel steel. Against that, Sirio, in a leather vest, with a wooden sword in his hand.
"Sirio, run!" she screamed.
"The first sword of Braavos does not run," he sang as Sir Meryn slashed at him.
Sirio danced away from his cut, his stick a blur. In a heartbeat he had bounced blows off the knight's temple, elbow, and throat, the wood ringing against the metal of helm, gauntlet, and gorget. Arya stood frozen. Sir Meryn advanced. Sirio backed away. He checked the next blow, spun away from the second, deflected the third. The 4th sliced his stick in 2, splintering the wood and shearing through the lead core. Sobbing, Arya spun and ran. She plunged through the kitchens and buttery, blind with panic, weaving between cooks and potboys. A baker's helper stepped in front of her, holding a wooden tray. Arya bowled her over, scattering fragrant loaves of fresh-baked bread on the floor. She heard shouting behind her as she spun around a portly butcher who stood gaping at her with a cleaver in his hands. His arms were red to the elbow. All that Sirio Forel had taught her went racing through her head.
Swift as a deer, quiet as a shadow. Fear cuts deeper than swords, quick as a snake, calm as still water. Fear cuts deeper than swords, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolverine. Fear cuts deeper than swords. The man who fears losing has already lost. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Fear cuts deeper than swords.
The grip of her wooden sword was slick with sweat, and Arya was breathing hard when she reached the turret stair. For an instant she froze. Up or down? Up would take her to the covered bridge that spanned the small court to the Tower of the Hand, but that would be the way they'd expect her to go, for certain. Never do what they expect, Sirio once said. Arya went down, around and around, leaping over the narrow stone steps 2 and 3 at a time. She emerged in a cavernous vaulted cellar, surrounded by casks of ale stacked 20 feet tall. The only light came through narrow slanting windows high in the wall. The cellar was a dead end. There was no way out but the way she had come in. She dare not go back up those steps, but she couldn't stay here either. She had to find her father and tell him what had happened. Her father would protect her. Arya thrust her wooden sword through her belt and began to climb, leaping from cask to cask until she could reach the window. Grasping the stone with both hands, she pulled herself up. The wall was 3 feet thick, the window a tunnel slanting up and out. Arya wriggled toward daylight. When her head reached ground level, she peered across the bailey to the Tower of the Hand. The stout wooden door hung splintered and broken, as if by axes. A dead man sprawled face down on the steps, his cloak tangled beneath him, the back of his mailed shirt soaked red. The corpse's cloak was grey wool trimmed with white satin, she saw with sudden terror. She could not tell who he was. "No," she whispered. What was happening? Where was her father? Why had the red cloaks come for her? She remembered what the man with the yellow beard had said the day she had found the monsters. If one hand can die, why not a second? Arya felt tears in her eyes. She held her breath to listen. She heard the sounds of fighting, shouts, screams, the clang of steel on steel, coming through the windows of the Tower of the Hand. She could not go back. Her father— Arya closed her eyes. For a moment she was too frightened to move. They had killed Jory and Will and Heward, and that guardsman on the step, whoever he had been. They could kill her father, too, and her, if they caught her. "Fear cuts deeper than swords," she said aloud, but it was no good pretending to be a water dancer. Syrio had been a water dancer, and the White Knight had probably killed him, and anyhow she was only a little girl with a wooden stick, alone and afraid. She squirmed out into the yard, glancing around warily as she climbed to her feet. The castle seemed deserted. The Red Keep was never deserted. All the people must be hiding inside, their doors barred. Arya glanced up longingly at her bedchamber, then moved away from the Tower of the Hand, keeping close to the wall as she slid from shadow to shadow. She pretended she was chasing cats, except she was the cat now, and if they caught her they would kill her. Moving between buildings and over walls, keeping stone to her back whenever possible so no one could surprise her, Arya reached the stables almost without incident. A dozen gold cloaks in mail and plate ran past as she was edging across the inner bailey, but without knowing whose side they were on, she hunched down low in the shadows and let them pass. Hullin, who had been master of horse at Winterfell as long as Arya could remember, was slumped on the ground by the stable door. He had been stabbed so many times it looked as if his tunic was patterned with scarlet flowers. Arya was certain he was dead, but when she crept closer, his eyes opened.
"Arya Underfoot," he whispered. "You must warn your lord father."
Frothy red spittle bubbled from his mouth. The master of horse closed his eyes again and said no more. Inside were more bodies, a groom she had played with, and 3 of her father's household guard. A wagon laden with crates and chests stood abandoned near the door of the stable. The dead men must have been loading it for the trip to the docks when they were attacked. Arya snuck closer. One of the corpses was Desmond, who'd shown her his long sword and promised to protect her father. He lay on his back, staring blindly at the ceiling as flies crawled across his eyes. Close to him was a dead man in the red cloak and lion-crest helm of the Lannisters. Only one, though.
"Every northerner is worth 10 of these Southron swords," Desmond had told her.
"You liar!"
she said, kicking his body in a sudden fury. The animals were restless in their stalls, whickering and snorting at the scent of blood. Arya's only plan was to saddle a horse and flee, away from the castle and the city. All she had to do was stay on the King's Road, and it would take her back to Winterfell. She took a bridle and harness off the wall. As she crossed in back of the wagon, a fallen chest caught her eye. It must have been knocked down in the fight, or dropped as it was being loaded. The wood had split, the lid opening to spill the chest's contents across the ground. Arya recognized silks and satins and velvets she never wore. She might need warm clothes on the King's Road, though. And besides— Arya knelt in the dirt among the scattered clothes. She found a heavy woolen cloak, a velvet skirt, and a silk tunic, and some small clothes, a dress her mother had embroidered for her, a silver baby bracelet she might sell. Shoving the broken lid out of the way, she groped inside the chest for a needle. She had hidden it way down at the bottom, under everything, but her stuff had all been jumbled around when the chest was dropped. For a moment Arya was afraid someone had found the sword and stolen it. Then her fingers felt the hardness of metal under a satin gown.
There she is!
A voice hissed close behind her. Startled, Arya whirled. A stable-boy stood behind her, a smirk on his face, his filthy white undertunic peeking out from beneath a soiled jerkin. His boots were covered with manure, and he had a pitchfork in one hand. "Who are you?" she asked.
She don't know me, he said, but I knows her, oh yes, the wolf girl.
"Help me saddle a horse," Arya pleaded, reaching back into the chest, groping for needle. "My father's the hand of the king. He'll reward you."
Father's dead, the boy said. He shuffled toward her. It's the queen who'll be rewarding me. Come here, girl.
"Stay away." Her fingers closed around Needle's hilt.
I says, come. He grabbed her arm hard.
Everything Syrio Forel had ever taught her vanished in a heartbeat. In that instant of sudden terror, the only lesson Arya could remember was the one Jon Snow had given her, the very first. She stuck him with the pointy end, driving the blade upward with a wild, hysterical strength. Needle went through his leather jerkin and the white flesh of his belly and came out between his shoulder blades. The boy dropped the pitchfork and made a soft noise, something between a gasp and a sigh. His hands closed around the blade.
"Oh, gods," he moaned, as his undertunic began to redden. "Take it out."
When she took it out, he died. The horses were screaming. Arya stood over the body, still and frightened in the face of death. Blood had gushed from the boy's mouth as he collapsed, and more was seeping from the slit in his belly, pooling beneath his body. His palms were cut where he'd grabbed at the blade. She backed away slowly, needle red in her hand. She had to get away. Someplace far from here, someplace safe away from the stable-boy's accusing eyes. She snatched up the bridle and harness again and ran to her mare, but as she lifted the saddle to the horse's back, Arya realized with a sudden sick dread that the castle gates would be closed. Even the postern doors would likely be guarded. Maybe the guards wouldn't recognize her. If they thought she was a boy, perhaps they'd let her— No, they'd have orders not to let anyone out. It wouldn't matter whether they knew her or not. But there was another way out of the castle. The saddle slipped from Arya's fingers and fell to the dirt with a thump and a puff of dust. Could she find the room with the monsters again? She wasn't certain, yet she knew she had to try. She found the clothing she'd gathered and slipped into the cloak, concealing Needle beneath its folds. The rest of her things she tied in a roll. With the bundle under her arm, she crept to the far end of the stable. Unlatching the back door, she peeked out anxiously. She could hear the distant sound of sword-play, and the shivery wail of a man screaming in pain across the bailey. She would need to go down the serpentine steps, past the small kitchen and the pig-yard. That was how she'd gone last time, chasing the black tomcat. Only that would take her right past the barracks of the Goldcloaks. She couldn't go that way. Arya tried to think of another way. If she crossed to the other side of the castle, she could creep along the river wall and through the little God's Wood. But first she'd have to cross the yard, in the plain view of the guards on the walls. She had never seen so many men on the walls, gold cloaks, most of them armed with spears. Some of them knew her by sight. What would they do if they saw her running across the yard? She looked so small from up there. Would they be able to tell who she was? Would they care? She had to leave now, she told herself, but when the moment came, she was too frightened to move. "Calm as still water," a small voice whispered in her ear. Arya was so startled she almost dropped her bundle. She looked around wildly, but there was no one in the stable but her, and the horses, and the dead men. "Quiet as a shadow," she heard. Was it her own voice or Syrio's? She could not tell, yet somehow it calmed her fears. She stepped out of the stable. It was the scariest thing she'd ever done. She wanted to run and hide, but she made herself walk across the yard, slowly, putting one foot in front of the other, as if she had all the time in the world and no reason to be afraid of anyone. She thought she could feel their eyes, like bugs crawling on her skin under her clothes. Arya never looked up. If she saw them watching, all her courage would desert her, she knew, and she would drop the bundle of clothes and run and cry like a baby, and then they would have her. She kept her gaze on the ground. By the time she reached the shadow of the royal sept on the far side of the yard, Arya was cold with sweat, but no one had raised the hue and cry. The sept was open and empty. Inside, 100 prayer candles burned in a fragrant silence. Arya figured the gods would never miss 2. She stuffed them up her sleeves and left by a back window. Sneaking back to the alley where she had cornered the one-eared Tom was easy, but after that she got lost. She crawled in and out of windows, hopped over walls, and felt her way through dark cellars, quiet as a shadow. Once she heard a woman weeping. It took her more than an hour to find the long, narrow window that slanted down to the dungeon where the monsters waited. She tossed her bundle through, and doubled back to light her candle. That was chancy. The fire she'd remembered seeing had burnt down to embers, and she heard voices as she was blowing on the coals. Cupping her fingers around the flickering candle, she went out the window as they were coming in the door, without ever getting a glimpse of who it was. This time the monsters did not frighten her. They seemed almost old friends. Arya held the candle over her head. With each step she took, the shadows moved against the walls, as if they were turning to watch her pass.
"Dragons," she whispered.
She slid needle out from under her cloak. The slender blade seemed very small, and the dragons very big, yet somehow Arya felt better with steel in her hand. The long, windowless hall beyond the door was as black as she remembered. She held a needle in her left hand, her sword hand, the candle in her right fist. Hot wax ran down across her knuckles. The entrance to the well had been to the left, so Arya went right. Part of her wanted to run, but she was afraid of snuffing out her candle. She heard the faint squeaking of rats and glimpsed a pair of tiny glowing eyes on the edge of the light, but rats did not scare her. Other things did. It would be so easy to hide here, as she had hidden from the wizard and the man with the forked beard. She could almost see the stable-boy standing against the wall, his hands curled into claws, with the blood still dripping from the deep gashes in his palms where Needle had cut him. He might be waiting to grab her as she passed. He would see her candle coming a long way off. Maybe she would be better off without the light. "Fear cuts deeper than swords," the quiet voice inside her whispered. Suddenly Arya remembered the crypts at Winterfell. They were a lot scarier than this place, she told herself. She'd been just a little girl the first time she saw them. Her brother Robb had taken them down, her and Sansa and baby Bran, who'd been no bigger than Rickon was now. They'd only had one candle between them, and Bran's eyes had gotten as big as saucers as he stared at the stone faces of the kings of winter, with their wolves at their feet and their iron swords across their laps. Robb took them all the way down to the end, past Grandfather and Brandon and Lyanna, to show them their own tombs. Sansa kept looking at the stubby little candle, anxious that it might go out. Old Nan had told her there were spiders down here, and rats as big as dogs. Robb smiled when she said that. "There are worse things than spiders and rats," he whispered. "This is where the dead walk." That was when they heard the sound, low and deep and shivery. Baby Bran had clutched at Arya's hand. When the spirit stepped out of the open tomb, pale, white, and moaning for blood, Sansa ran shrieking for the stairs, and Bran wrapped himself around Robb's leg, sobbing. Arya stood her ground and gave the spirit a punch. It was only Jon, covered with flour. "You stupid," she told him. "You scared the baby." But Jon and Robb just laughed, and pretty soon Bran and Arya were laughing too. The memory made Arya smile, and after that the darkness held no more terrors for her. The stable-boy was dead. She'd killed him. And if he jumped out at her, she'd kill him again. She was going home. Everything would be better once she was home again, safe behind Winterfell's grey granite walls. Her footsteps sent soft echoes hurrying ahead of her as Arya plunged deeper into the darkness. Sansa. They came for Sansa on the third day. She chose a simple dress of dark grey wool, plainly cut but richly embroidered around the collar and sleeves. Her fingers felt thick and clumsy as she struggled with the silver fastenings without the benefit of servants. Jane Poole had been confined with her, but Jane was useless. Her face was puffy from all her crying, and she could not seem to stop sobbing about her father.
"I'm certain your father is well," Sansa told her when she had finally gotten the dress buttoned right. "I'll ask the Queen to let you see him."
She thought that kindness might lift Jane's spirits, but the other girl just looked at her with red, swollen eyes and began to cry all the harder.
She was such a child.
Sansa had wept, too, the first day. Even within the stout walls of Maegor's Holdfast, with her door closed and barred, it was hard not to be terrified when the killing began. She had grown up to the sound of steel in the yard, and scarcely a day of her life had passed without hearing the clash of sword on sword. Yet somehow knowing that the fighting was real made all the difference in the world. She heard it as she had never heard it before, and there were other sounds as well, grunts of pain, angry curses, shouts for help, and the moans of wounded and dying men. In the songs, the knights never screamed nor begged for mercy. So she wept, pleading through her door for them to tell her what was happening, calling for her father, for Septa Mordane, for the king, for her gallant prince. If the men guarding her heard her pleas, they gave no answer. The only time the door opened was late that night, when they thrust Jane Poole inside, bruised and shaking. "They're killing everyone!" the steward's daughter had shrieked at her. She went on and on. The hound had broken down her door with a warhammer, she said. There were bodies on the stair of the Tower of the Hand, and the steps were slick with blood. Sansa dried her own tears as she struggled to comfort her friend. They went to sleep in the same bed, cradled in each other's arms like sisters. The second day was even worse. The room where Sansa had been confined was at the top of the highest tower of Maegor's Holdfast. From its window she could see that the heavy iron portcullis in the gatehouse was down, and the drawbridge drawn up over the deep dry moat that separated the keep within a keep from the larger castle that surrounded it. Lannister guardsmen prowled the walls with spears and crossbows to hand. The fighting was over, and the silence of the grave had settled over the Red Keep. The only sounds were Jane Poole's endless whimpers and sobs. They were fed hard cheese and fresh-baked bread and milk to break their fast, roast chicken and greens at midday, and a late supper of beef and barley stew. But the servants who brought the meals would not answer Sansa's questions. That evening some women brought her clothes from the Tower of the Hand, and some of Jane's things as well. But they seemed nearly as frightened as Jane, and when she tried to talk to them they fled from her as if she had the grey plague. The guards outside the door still refused to let them leave the room.
"Please, I need to speak to the Queen again," Sansa told them, as she told everyone she saw that day. "She'll want to talk to me. I know she will. Tell her I want to see her, please. If not the Queen, then Prince Joffrey, if you'd be so kind. We're to marry when we're older."
At sunset on the second day, a great bell began to ring. Its voice was deep and sonorous, and the long, slow clanging filled Sansa with a sense of dread. The ringing went on, and after a while they heard other bells answering from the great sept of Baelor on Visenya's hill. The sound rumbled across the city like thunder, warning of the storm to come.
"What is it?" Jane asked, covering her ears. "Why are they ringing the bells?" "The king is dead."
Sansa could not say how she knew it, yet she did. The slow, endless clanging filled their room, as mournful as a dirge. Had some enemy stormed the castle and murdered King Robert? Was that the meaning of the fighting they had heard? She went to sleep wondering, restless and fearful. Was her beautiful Joffrey the king now? Or had they killed him too? She was afraid for him, and for her father. If only they would tell her what was happening. That night Sansa dreamt of Joffrey on the throne, with herself seated beside him in a gown of woven gold. She had a crown on her head, and everyone she had ever known came before her to bend the knee and say their courtesies. The next morning, the morning of the third day, Sir Boros Blount of the Kingsguard came to escort her to the Queen. Sir Boros was an ugly man, with a broad chest and short bandy legs. His nose was flat, his cheeks baggy with jowls, his hair grey and brittle. Today he wore white velvet, and his snowy cloak was fastened with a lion brooch. The beast had the soft sheen of gold, and his eyes were tiny rubies.
"You look very handsome and splendid this morning, Sir Boros,"
Sansa told him. A lady remembered her courtesies, and she was resolved to be a lady, no matter what. "And you, my lady," Sir Boros said in a flat voice. "Her Grace awaits. Come with me." There were guards outside her door, Lannister men-at-arms in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms. Sansa made herself smile at them pleasantly and bid them a good morning as she passed. It was the first time she had been allowed outside the chamber since Sir Arys Oakhart had led her there 2 mornings past. "To keep you safe, my sweet one," Queen Cersei had told her. "Joffrey would never forgive me if anything happened to his precious." Sansa had expected that Sir Boros would escort her to the royal apartments, but instead he led her out of Maegor's holdfast. The bridge was down again. Some workmen were lowering a man on ropes into the depths of the dry moat. When Sansa peered down, she saw a body impaled on the huge iron spikes below. She averted her eyes quickly, afraid to ask, afraid to look too long, afraid he might be someone she knew. They found Queen Cersei in the council chambers, seated at the head of a long table littered with papers, candles, and blocks of sealing wax. The room was as splendid as any that Sansa had ever seen. She stared in awe at the carved wooden screen and the twin sphinxes that sat beside the door. "Your Grace," Sir Boros said, when they were ushered inside by another of the King's Guard, Sir Mandan, of a curiously dead face, "I've brought the girl." Sansa had hoped Joffrey might be with her. Her prince was not there, but 3 of the king's councillors were. Lord Peter Baelish sat on the Queen's left hand, Grand Maester Pycelle at the end of the table, while Lord Varys hovered over them, smelling flowery. All of them were clad in black, she realized with a feeling of dread. Mourning clothes. The Queen wore a high-collared black silk gown with 100 dark red rubies sewn into her bodice, covering her from neck to bosom. They were cut in the shape of teardrops, as if the Queen were weeping blood. Cersei smiled to see her, and Sansa thought it was the sweetest and saddest smile she had ever seen. "Sansa, my sweet child," she said, "I know you've been asking for me. I'm sorry that I could not send for you sooner. Matters have been very unsettled, and I have not had a moment. I trust my people have been taking good care of you."
"Everyone has been very sweet and pleasant, Your Grace. Thank you ever so much for asking," Sansa said politely. "Only, well, no one will talk to us or tell us what's happened."
"Us?" Cersei seemed puzzled. "We put the steward's girl in with her," Sir Boros said. "We did not know what else to do with her." The Queen frowned. "Next time you will ask," she said, her voice sharp. "The gods only know what sort of tales she's been filling Sansa's head with."
"Jane's scared," Sansa said. "She won't stop crying. I promised her I'd ask if she could see her father."
Old Grand Maester Pycelle lowered his eyes.
"Her father is well, isn't he?"
Sansa said anxiously. She knew there had been fighting, but surely no one would harm a steward. Vayon Poole did not even wear a sword. Queen Cersei looked at each of the councillors in turn. "I won't have Sansa fretting needlessly. What shall we do with this little friend of hers, my lords?" Lord Peter leaned forward. "I'll find a place for her." "Not in the city," said the Queen. "Do you take me for a fool?" The Queen ignored that. "Sir Boros, escort this girl to Lord Peter's apartments and instruct his people to keep her there until he comes for her. Tell her that Littlefinger will be taking her to see her father. That ought to calm her down. I want her gone before Sansa returns to her chamber." "As you command, Your Grace," Sir Boros said. He bowed deeply, spun on his heel, and took his leave, his long white cloak stirring the air behind him. Sansa was confused.
"I don't understand," she said. "Where is Jane's father? Why can't Sir Boros take her to him instead of Lord Peter having to do it?"
She had promised herself she would be a lady, gentle as the Queen and as strong as her mother, the Lady Catelyn, but all of a sudden she was scared again. For a second she thought she might cry. "Where are you sending her?"
She hasn't done anything wrong. She's a good girl."
"She's upset you," the Queen said gently. "We can't be having that. Not another word now. Lord Baelish will see that Jane's well taken care of, I promise you." She patted the chair beside her. "Sit down, Sansa. I want to talk to you." Sansa seated herself beside the Queen. Cersei smiled again, but that did not make her feel any less anxious. Varys was wringing his soft hands together. Grand Maester Pycelle kept his sleepy eyes on the papers in front of him, and she could feel Littlefinger staring. Something about the way the small man looked at her made Sansa feel as though she had no clothes on. Goosebumps pimpled her skin. "Sweet Sansa," Queen Cersei said, laying a soft hand on her wrist. "Such a beautiful child. I do hope you know how much Joffrey and I love you."
"You do?"
Sansa said, breathless. Littlefinger was forgotten. Her prince loved her. Nothing else mattered. The Queen smiled. "I think of you almost as my own daughter, and I know the love you bear for Joffrey." She gave a weary shake of her head. "I am afraid we have some grave news about your Lord Father. You must be brave, child." Her quiet words gave Sansa a chill.
"What is it?"
"Your father is a traitor, dear,"
Lord Varys said. Grand Maester Pycelle lifted his ancient head. "With my own ears I heard Lord Eddard swear to our beloved King Robert that he would protect the young princes as if they were his own sons. And yet the moment the king was dead, he called the small council together to steal Prince Joffrey's rightful throne."
"No,"
Sansa blurted.
"He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't."
The Queen picked up a letter. The paper was torn and stiff with dried blood, but the broken seal was her father's. The dire wolf stamped in pale wax. "We found this on the captain of your household guard, Sansa. It is a letter to my late husband's brother Stannis, inviting him to take the crown."
"Please, your Grace, there's been a mistake."
Sudden panic made her dizzy and faint.
"Please, send for my father. He'll tell you he would never write such a letter. The king was his friend."
"Robert thought so," said the Queen. "This betrayal would have broken his heart. The gods are kind that he did not live to see it." She sighed. "Sansa, sweetling, you must see what a dreadful position this has left us in. You are innocent of any wrong, we all know that, and yet you are the daughter of a traitor. How can I allow you to marry my son?"
"But I love him,"
Sansa wailed, confused and frightened. What did they mean to do to her? What had they done to her father? It was not supposed to happen this way. She had to wed Joffrey. They were betrothed. He was promised to her. She had even dreamed about it. It wasn't fair to take him away from her on account of whatever her father might have done. "How well I know that, child," Cersei said, her voice so kind and sweet. "Why else should you have come to me and told me of your father's plan to send you away from us, if not for love?"
"It was for love,"
Sansa said in a rush.
"Father wouldn't even give me leave to say farewell."
She was the good girl, the obedient girl, but she had felt as wicked as Arya that morning, sneaking away from Septa Mordain, defying her Lord Father. She had never done anything so wilful before, and she would never have done it then if she hadn't loved Joffrey as much as she did.
"He was going to take me back to Winterfell and marry me to some hedge knight, even though it was Joff I wanted. I told him, but he wouldn't listen."
The king had been her last hope. The king could command Father to let her stay in King's Landing and marry Prince Joffrey. Sansa knew he could, but the king had always frightened her. He was loud and rough-voiced and drunk as often as not, and he would probably have just sent her back to Lord Eddard, if they even let her see him. So she went to the Queen instead and poured out her heart, and Cersei had listened and thanked her sweetly. Only then Sir Aris had escorted her to the high room in Maegor's holdfast and posted guards, and a few hours later the fighting had begun outside.
"Please," she finished, "you have to let me marry Joffrey. I'll be ever so good a wife to him, you'll see. I'll be a queen just like you, I promise."
Queen Cersei looked to the others. "My lords of the council, what do you say to her plea?" "The poor child," murmured Varys. "A love so true and innocent, your grace, it would be cruel to deny it. And yet what can we do? Her father stands condemned." His soft hands washed each other in a gesture of helpless distress. "The child born of traitor seed will find that betrayal comes naturally to her," said Grand Maester Purcell. "She is a sweet thing now, but in 10 years who can say what treasons she may hatch?"
"No!" Sansa said, horrified. "I'm not. I wouldn't betray Joffrey. I love him, I swear it, I do."
"Oh, so poignant," said Varys. "And yet it is truly said that blood runs truer than oaths."
"She reminds me of the mother, not the father," Lord Peter Baelish said quietly. "Look at her. The hair, the eyes. She is the very image of Kate at the same age."
The Queen looked at her, troubled, and yet Sansa could see kindness in her clear green eyes. "Child," she said, "if I could truly believe that you were not like your father, why, nothing should please me more than to see you wed to my Joffrey. I know he loves you with all his heart." She sighed. "And yet I fear that Lord Varys and the Grand Maester have the right of it. The blood will tell. I have only to remember how your sister set her wolf on my son."
"I'm not like Arya," Sansa blurted. "She has the traitor's blood, not me. I'm good. Ask Septa Mordain, she'll tell you. I only want to be Joffrey's loyal and loving wife."
She felt the weight of Cersei's eyes as the Queen studied her face. "I believe you mean it, child." She turned to face the others. "My lords, it seems to me that if the rest of her kin were to remain loyal in this terrible time, that would go a long way toward laying our fears to rest." Grand Maester Purcell stroked his huge, soft beard, his wide brow furrowed in thought. "Lord Eddard has 3 sons.
"Me boys," Lord Peter said with a shrug. "I should be more concerned with Lady Catelyn and the Tullys."
The Queen took Sansa's hand in both of hers. "Child, do you know your letters?" Sansa nodded nervously. She could read and write better than any of her brothers, although she was hopeless at sums. "I am pleased to hear that. Perhaps there is hope for you and Joffrey still."
"What do you want me to do?"
"You must write your lady mother, and your brother, the eldest. What is his name?"
"Robb,"
Sansa said. "The word of your lord father's treason will no doubt reach them soon. Better that it should come from you. You must tell them how Lord Eddard betrayed his king." Sansa wanted Joffrey desperately, but she did not think she had the courage to do as the Queen was asking.
"But he never... I don't... Your Grace, I wouldn't know what to say."
The Queen patted her hand. "We will tell you what to write, child. The important thing is that you urge Lady Catelyn and your brother to keep the king's peace." "It will go hard for them if they don't," said Grand Maester Purcell. "By the love you bear them, you must urge them to walk the path of wisdom." "Your lady mother will no doubt fear for you dreadfully," the Queen said. "You must tell her that you are well and in our care, that we are treating you gently and seeing to your every want. Bid them to come to King's Landing and pledge their fealty to Joffrey when he takes his throne. If they do that, why, then we shall know that there is no taint in your blood, and when you come into the flower of your womanhood, you shall wed the king in the great sept of Baelor, before the eyes of God and men." Wed the king. The words made her breath come faster, yet still Sansa hesitated.
"Perhaps, if I might see my father, talk to him about—"
"Treason?" Lord Varys hinted. "You disappoint me, Sansa," the Queen said, with eyes gone hard as stones. "We've told you of your father's crimes. If you are truly as loyal as you say, why should you want to see him?"
I only meant—" Sansa felt her eyes grow wet. "He's not... Please, he hasn't been... hurt, or...
"Lord Eddard has not been harmed," the Queen said.
"But what's to become of him?"
"That is a matter for the king to decide," Grand Maester Purcell announced ponderously.
The king! Sansa blinked back her tears. Joffrey was the king now, she thought. Her gallant prince would never hurt her father, no matter what he might have done. If she went to him and pleaded for mercy, she was certain he'd listen. He had to listen. He loved her, even the Queen said so. Joff would need to punish father. The lords would expect it, but perhaps he could send him back to Winterfell, or exile him to one of the free cities across the narrow sea. It would only have to be for a few years. By then she and Joffrey would be married. Once she was queen, she could persuade Joff to bring father back and grant him a pardon. Only, if Mother or Robb did anything treasonous, called the banners, or refused to swear fealty, or anything, it would all go wrong. Her Joffrey was good and kind, she knew it in her heart, but a king had to be stern with rebels. She had to make them understand. She had to. I'll write the letters, Sansa told them. With a smile as warm as the sunrise, Cersei Lannister leaned close and kissed her gently on the cheek. "I knew you would. Joffrey will be so proud when I tell him what courage and good sense you've shown here today." In the end, she wrote 4 letters. To her mother, the Lady Catelyn Stark, and to her brothers at Winterfell, and to her aunt and her grandfather as well, Lady Lisa Arryn of the Eyrie, and Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun. By the time she had done, her fingers were cramped and stiff and stained with ink. Varys had her father's seal. She warmed the pale white beeswax over a candle, poured it carefully, and watched as the eunuch stamped each letter with a dire wolf of House Stark. Jane Poole and all her things were gone when Sir Mandon Moore returned Sansa to the high tower of Maegor's Holdfast. No more weeping, she thought gratefully. Yet somehow it seemed colder with Jane gone, even after she'd built a fire. She pulled a chair close to the hearth, took down one of her favourite books, and lost herself in the stories of Florian and Jonquil, of Lady Shella and the Rainbow Knight, of valiant Prince Aemon and his doomed love for his brother's queen. It was not until later that night, as she was drifting off to sleep, that Sansa realized she had forgotten to ask about her sister.